When Severus entered the school, Kronos was already in his third year. As Kronos, the illustrious conqueror of the entire academy, would undoubtedly not allow his potion prodigy to suffer indignities within the institution, nor would he permit him to endure any grievances in the outside world. A certain expendable, merely a commoner. Kronos, drawing his wand, think carefully before you speak. Voldemort, I want him to join my ranks. Kronos, I must graciously decline. By the way, I am also your adversary. Chapter 1. The Enthusiastic Senior. Summer of 1971, Spinner's End. Kronos once again set foot in this realm, unchanged from 2 years prior. The narrow, filthy streets, the dilapidated houses, and the drunken man sprawled by the roadside. He deftly sidestepped the muddy puddles, purposefully making his way to number 19 Spinner's End. Severus Snape was curled up in the attic, poring over his mother's remaining potion notes. The parchment was old and tattered, the script rendered nearly illegible, yet to him, it held more allure than any fairy tale. Suddenly, the sound of shattered glass echoed from downstairs, followed by Tobias Snape's incoherent curses. Snape cautiously concealed the notes. In this household, magic was forbidden, and that man vented his impotence upon him and his mother. You and your mother are both monsters. This phrase had resonated from the incident 3 years ago, lingering to the present day. Snape vividly recalled the sting of that slap across his face, after which Tobias forbade him from attending school. Meanwhile, Eileen merely held him as she wept, urging him to forgive his father. She loved him, but her heart belonged more to the man who had destroyed her wand. Silence fell downstairs, as Tobias likely returned to the tavern. As he prepared to revisit the potion notes, he faintly heard a knock at the door. It was not his father. Tobias never knocked. Nor was it his mother, for Eileen would not return from the textile factory until nightfall. Snape cautiously grasped the makeshift wooden stick beside his bed, crafted from an old broom and nails. The children of Spinner's Inn knew that such decrepit homes were often besieged by creditors or ruffians. Knock, knock, knock. The sound echoed again, this time more distinct. Snape hesitated momentarily, then descended the stairs quietly, peering through the crack of the door. Standing outside was a silver-haired youth, sunlight cascading upon his shoulders, casting a delicate golden outline around him. His green eyes sparkled like emeralds in the sunlight, patiently awaiting a response. Kronos Norn, the visitor seemed to sense his gaze, offering a slight nod. 3rd year at Hogwarts. Snape opened the door, his fingers tightening on the doorframe. This name is one he is exceedingly familiar with. Over the past 2 years, every 2 months, an owl has delivered packages at midnight, with the signature on the parchment always reading CN. The packages contain potion ingredients, secondhand textbooks, and even tailored clothing. He once entrusted an owl to send a reply, and he has cherished those letters ever since. Severus Snape's voice caught in his throat as he pressed his fingertips against the doorframe with enough force to turn them white. Arcean. The silver-haired youth's lips curled into a slight smile, and his slender fingers gently snapped. Suddenly, a copy of Advanced Potion Making materialized in the air, a gift received last Christmas, which he had hidden beneath his bed. The pages turned under an invisible force, ultimately halting at the chapter titled Preparation of Advanced Antidotes. You mentioned this chapter in your recent letter to me, Kronos remarked with a hint of amusement. Your insights are quite profound. Snape's eyes widened as he beheld the scene. How? How did you accomplish this? His voice was taut, his fingers instinctively yearning to touch the levitating book. Kronos waved his hand lightly, and the book descended back into Snape's grasp. A simple summoning charm, he elucidated. I have imbued every book I sent you with a tracking spell, allowing me to locate them whenever I desire, and of course, to ascertain your whereabouts. Snape lowered his gaze to peruse the book he could nearly recite from memory, the ink adorned with Kronos' annotations, the pencil markings as notes. At the edge of the pages, he discovered a discreet silver insignia, an exquisite letter N, shimmering subtly in the sunlight. This is it, my family crest. Kronos confirmed Snape's thoughts with a nod. Thus it shall never be lost. However, it appears, his gaze swept over the meticulously repaired spine of the book. You have taken excellent care of it. Snape's face flushed slightly as he carefully closed the book, unsure whether to return it to its owner. Kronos seemed to perceive his uncertainty and chuckled softly, shaking his head. It shall forever be yours, Severus. I merely wish for you to know that I have observed the books you have read, the notes you have penned, and the letters you have received. Snape's throat constricted, the attention he had longed for among his family, now bestowed upon him by another. Are you planning to discuss school supplies at the doorstep? Kronos raised an eyebrow, ruffling his hair. Or should we hurry off to Diagon Alley? Snape glanced back at the cluttered living room, pressed his lips together, and swiftly made a decision. Wait for me. He turned and dashed back to the attic, retrieving a worn little cloth pouch from a hidden compartment in the floorboards, containing the money he had amassed from running errands for neighbors and selling herbs. 9 pounds and 15 pence, along with 3 gold galleons secretly slipped to him by Eileen. He also retrieved the Hogwarts acceptance letter from beneath his pillow, which he had opened countless nights, yearning for the beginning of term. Will we return tonight? Snape whispered, his fingers brushing the edges of the letter. Kronos stood at the staircase's edge, the light brought in by the youth illuminating the room significantly. Of course, we are merely going to purchase school supplies, not running away from home. He paused. However, if you wish, you may spend a few days at my home. I possess a potion laboratory, and there is only a house elf in residence. Snape's tense body relaxed slightly as he carefully tucked the coins and letter into his pocket. Let us go, he declared, his voice considerably lighter. As he followed Kronos out the door, he experienced a warmth in the sunlight that felt particularly comforting. The summery air was infused with coal smoke and the distant aroma of a bakery. Kronos produced a bronze coin. The door key is far more exhilarating than flue powder. Hold on tight, Severus. The coin was pressed into Snape's clammy palm, the sudden tug behind his navel causing him to shut his eyes tightly. When he reopened them, the cobblestones pressed against the soles of his shoes, and the floating magical lanterns flickered warmly even in the daylight. Amidst the bustling crowd, moving statues shouted their wares, owls soared across the cerulean sky, and wisps of blue smoke spiraled from a shop, forming dancing figures in midair. Kronos' voice rang in his ears. Welcome to Diagon Alley, Severus. For the first time, Severus Snape straightened his back. In his 11 years of life, no place had ever felt as if it rightfully belonged to him as this moment did. They navigated through the throngs of people, Kronos skillfully guiding him through the various shops. First, we need to procure you several properly fitting robes, Kronos stated, pushing open the door to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Inside, a girl with red hair and green eyes was measuring dimensions. Upon seeing Snape, her eyes lit up. Severus, are you here to buy your school uniform too? Lily, Snape replied softly, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Kronos observed the interaction with keen interest, aware that this girl named Lily Evans held great significance for Severus. In the time that followed, Kronos guided Snape in acquiring all necessary supplies, textbooks, cauldrons, and scales. However, when Kronos suggested purchasing an owl for him, Snape declined without hesitation. Their final stop was Ollivander's wand shop. As they pushed open the creaky door, they saw Ollivander descending from a ladder. Mr. Noen, what a pleasure to meet you again. His silver eyes darted back and forth between Kronos and Severus. This time, have you brought this young gentleman to select a wand? Indeed, Ollivander, Kronos nodded. Please assist him in finding a suitable wand. After several attempts, Snape finally discovered his own wand, crafted from fir wood, with a dragon heartstring core measuring 12¼ inches. As he waved the wand, silver sparks coalesced in the air, forming a sinuous serpent. The wand chooses the wizard, Ollivander remarked. Fir wood is suited for those with a resilient character and unwavering goals, while a dragon heartstring tends to favor powerful and ambitious wizards. As they departed the wand shop, the sun was nearing its descent. Kronos escorted Snape to the leaky cauldron for dinner. Just as they were about to enter, a familiar voice resonated. Kronos, what a coincidence! An elegantly clad young man with platinum blonde hair approached their table, followed by 2 equally splendidly dressed boys, Lucius Malfoy, the 7th-year Slytherin prefect. Snape regarded the newcomer with caution, but Kronos merely nodded in calm acknowledgement. After dinner, Kronos once more utilized the port key to return Snape to Spinner's End. Night had fallen, and the street lamps appeared hazy in the mist. Thank you. Snape stood at the threshold of his home, his voice barely audible, for everything. Kronos smiled and shook his head. There is no need for thanks. I shall come for you on September 1st. Snape nodded, hesitated for a moment, then inquired, "Why help me?" Under the moonlight, Kronos' green eyes were deep and imbued with a complexity that Snape could not decipher. "Because I believe you are destined to become a great wizard, Severus Snape, and Hogwarts will be the inception of your tale." He did not afford Snape the opportunity for further questioning. Gently waving his wand, he vanished into the night. Chapter 2. Platform 9 3/4. On September 1st, 1971, a gentle knock resonated at the door of number 19, Spider Alley. Severus Snape had long since packed his belongings. More accurately, it was a brand new trunk prepared by Kronos, neatly filled with textbooks from the leaky cauldron, a fur wand, several well-fitted black robes, and a couple of additional tomes, advanced potion making and theory of silent spells, that Kronos had discreetly slipped in. He opened the door to find Kronos standing in the morning light, his silver hair dancing in the breeze, and a smile illuminating his green eyes. Clad in the deep green robes of Slytherin, with the family crest of the Ouroboros hourglass pinned at his collar, he exuded an air of elegance and aloofness, which softened slightly upon meeting Snape's gaze. "Are you ready?" Kronos inquired. Snape nodded, his fingers unconsciously brushing over the silver thread embroidery on his cuffs, an alteration insisted upon by Kronos, who remarked that it befitted the dignity of a student sponsored by the Norn family. He was unaccustomed to such finery, but at least these garments would not make him appear like a beggar, unlike Tobias's old clothes. Kronos seemed to read his thoughts, gently patting his shoulder. "You'll get used to it, Severus. At Hogwarts, no one will ridicule you for dressing well." With a flick of his wand, the trunk levitated gracefully behind them. At King's Cross Station, platform 9 3/4, a crimson steam train billowed clouds of vapor amidst a bustling crowd. Nervous first-years clutched their parents' hands tightly, while older students gathered in clusters, exchanging laughter and chatter. Kronos guided Snape through the throng, occasionally receiving nods of acknowledgement from students of pureblood families, their curious eyes darting toward the dark-haired boy beside him, clearly intrigued by the sight of Kronos personally escorting an unfamiliar newcomer. "Severus." A familiar voice broke through the din. Lily Evans squeezed through the crowd, her red hair radiant in the sunlight like flames. Today, she donned a muggle-plaid skirt but clutched a copy of History of Magic, eagerly anticipating her transformation into a witch. "And Senior Norn," she exclaimed, waving excitedly. "I knew you would come together." The corners of Snape's mouth twitched imperceptibly upward for a fleeting moment before reverting to his usual composure. Lily, undeterred by his cool demeanor, turned to Kronos. "Is there room in your Slytherin compartment? Penny said the wizarding train should be divided by houses, but I think that's rather silly." Kronos chuckled lightly. "In theory, yes, but no one will stop you." "Wonderful." Lily's eyes sparkled. "Then I'll join you." Just then, a languid voice interjected. "Kronos, since when did you become the first-year babysitter?" Lucius Malfoy had appeared behind them, his platinum hair meticulously tied back, a glint of mischief in his gray-blue eyes. A few seventh-year Slytherins trailed behind him, all regarding Snape with scrutinizing gazes. Kronos maintained his composure. "Lucius, I was under the impression that a prefect's duties included kindly guiding new students." Lucius chuckled lightly, opting not to pursue the matter further, but casting a meaningful glance at Snape. "I hope the Sorting Hat makes the right choice." Snape stiffened, but Kronos' hand gently settled on his shoulder, offering silent reassurance. "Ignore them," Lily murmured. "Pureblood families are always so mysterious." Kronos raised an eyebrow. "I am also pureblood, Lily, but you're different." Lily retorted defiantly. "You help Severus and even allow me, a muggle-born, to accompany you." Kronos laughed softly, choosing not to elaborate as he led them towards the train. Inside the Slytherin compartment, Kronos selected a secluded booth. Lily curiously examined the deep green velvet seats and intricately carved windows, while Snape sat silently opposite Kronos, his fingers absently tracing his wand. "Nervous?" Kronos inquired. Snape pressed his lips together. "No." Kronos did not call him out, instead retrieving a small vial of pale golden liquid from his robe pocket. "A calming draft. An improved version. It won't impair your clarity of thought." Snape accepted it, cautiously sipping, and his brow relaxed slightly. "What is this?" Lily leaned closer. "A potion?" "An improved version of the calming draft," Snape explained in a hushed tone. "With added moonstone powder, the effects are milder." Lily gasped in awe. "You even know about this?" "Severus, you're practically a potion master." The tips of Snape's ears turned a shade of crimson, but Kronos deftly shifted the topic. "Lily, have you considered which house you might be sorted into?" "Gryffindor," she declared without hesitation. "I've heard they are the bravest, and Slytherin is the most cunning." A voice dripped with sarcasm from the entrance. The compartment door swung open to reveal two dark-haired boys. The boy in front, wearing round glasses, had hair standing on end as if he had just weathered a hurricane. The other was taller, his gray eyes lazily squinting, exuding the haughty demeanor typical of pureblood families. Lily frowned. "Who are you?" James Potter, the bespectacled boy, lifted his chin, his gaze flitting over Kronos' form with a hint of trepidation, but he quickly straightened. "And this is Sirius Black," Kronos interjected coolly, his eyes glancing at the latter's embroidered crest. "What is this? Has the Black family permitted you to publicly associate with blood traders? Isn't the heir of the Norn family mingling with half-blood muggle wizards?" Black shot back. A cold smile crept onto Kronos' lips. "Black, mind your language, half-blood muggle wizard? Such a lack of upbringing and insight. Their talents far surpass those of your antiquated lineage." His gaze draped over Sirius with unabashed disdain. "And you, aside from expressing rebellion in this laughable and cheap manner, have little else to offer. TSK, Norn." Sirius had drawn his wand, aiming it at Kronos. "Do I need to remind you of the rules on the train? Or do you wish to find yourself in the hospital wing on the very first day?" His tone was casual, yet the temperature in the compartment seemed to plummet. James tugged at Sirius's sleeve, and the two retreated, visibly disgruntled. Lily was left agape. "They just left like that?" "Kronos is the head boy of the third year," Snape explained quietly. "No one dares to provoke him." Kronos shook his head. "It's not that exaggerated." But Lily's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Cool." As the train traversed fields and hills, Kronos occasionally answered Lily's queries about Hogwarts, while Snape quietly perused advanced potion making, only raising his head to contribute a comment or two whenever Kronos mentioned specific potion recipes. At 3 in the afternoon, the train began to decelerate. "We're almost there." Kronos stood, addressing Snape. "You and Lily will board the boats with the other first years. I will meet you in the Great Hall." He pinned the Ouroboros brooch to the boy's chest. "This will help shield you from foolish provocations." Chapter 3, The Sorting Ceremony and Slytherin. Beneath the enchanted starry sky of the Great Hall, the 4 house tables stretched like a galaxy. Kronos sat at the Slytherin table, a piece of parchment landing before him, emblazoned with a dark mark. "The Lord believes that the prophetic talent of the Norn family deserves a better stage," Lucius murmured, gripping a silver goblet beside him. The parchment ignited in Kronos' hand. "Please convey my gratitude to that esteemed individual, but I am merely a third-year student at present." It seemed as though Lucius had anticipated Kronos' refusal, showing no concern as he drained his glass, nodding slightly to indicate Kronos should pay attention. The new students had arrived. Under Professor McGonagall's guidance, they formed a line and entered the Great Hall. Kronos spotted Severus Snape, who was positioned toward the back of the line, with Lily standing in front of him. She animatedly chatted with Snape, who occasionally responded. Kronos took a sip of pumpkin juice with a smile, while Professor McGonagall stepped forward with a roll of parchment. "I shall call out names, and when your name is called, you will don the hat and take a seat to await your house assignment," she announced. Mary McDonald, a rosy-cheeked girl with brown braids, stumbled out of the line, putting on the hat that obscured her eyes as she sat down. After a brief pause, the hat declared, "Gryffindor." The girl excitedly dashed over to the Gryffindor table. "Eleanor Hawke, Ravenclaw, Oliver Bones, Hufflepuff." After a few more names, Kronos finally heard the first familiar name, Sirius Black. "Where do you think he will go?" Kronos raised an eyebrow, glancing at Lucius with keen interest. "I've heard that the Blacks are to be united with the Malfoys, the eldest son of the Black family. Yet since you ask, he may well bring some surprises." The Sorting Hat's verdict aligned with Kronos' words, "Gryffindor." A flurry of murmurs erupted from the Slytherin table. Sirius Black had actually been sorted into Gryffindor? A traitor to purebloods. Lucius's serpent-headed wand rapped lightly on the table, silencing the chatter. The sorting continued. Lily Evans, Gryffindor. The red-haired girl joyfully ran to join her house. Severus Snape. In no time, the Sorting Hat proclaimed, Slytherin. Sparse applause mingled with derisive snickers of mudblood from the table. Kronos stood, raising his glass in salute to the boy, with Lucius joining in the applause, which finally turned ceremonial among the Slytherins. Severus was a guest of Norn. As Snape made his way to the end of the Slytherin table, Kronos stopped him, inviting him to sit beside him while wearing a polite smile directed at the other Slytherin students. Once the last new student was sorted into Hufflepuff, Dumbledore announced the commencement of the feast. Suddenly, golden platters were overflowing with roasted beef, Yorkshire pudding, and sizzling sausages. Kronos placed a treacle tart onto Snape's plate. Try this treacle tart, it's a specialty of our house elf. Amidst the crisp clatter of silver forks against porcelain plates, Snape sensed at least 4 pairs of eyes scrutinizing him. To his right, a blonde girl's brooch gleamed with peacock feathers, the emblem of House Parkinson. While across the table came the harsh sounds of cutlery as the Avery twins expressed their discontent. Smoked salmon, Kronos nudged his silver platter closer. Do you see the third seat on the left side of the teacher's table? Professor Slughorn selects potion prodigies from the first years every year. He paused, of course. If one possesses enough galleons, they may also capture this professor's favor. Just as Snape was about to speak, A dull thud from the left interrupted as a glass was dropped on the table. Fifth-year Rogier rested his chin on his hand, his gray eyes glinting like poisoned coins. I heard that the last heir of the Prince family has married a muggle. He twisted the family ring adorned with a sphinx. What a waste of the bloodline of a potion family. The long table fell silent. Snape gripped his knife tightly, his knuckles turning white. Kronos leisurely sliced into his venison. His voice equally calm. The recent smuggling case involving the African tree snake skin discovered in Nocturne Alley seems to be linked to a certain Mr. Rogier's alchemical workshop. Doesn't he? Rogier's complexion paled to a shade greener than the pea puree on his plate. Lucius timely raised his goblet, surveying the table. A toast to the fresh blood of Slytherin. Suddenly, Professor Slughorn's booming laughter resonated from the teacher's table. The potions professor gestured toward the Slytherin table with a honeyed mead glass. His eyes squinting behind round spectacles. What rare materials has our little Norn stuffed into my collection room this time? The previous barrel of Norwegian Ridgeback dragon blood? The newly acquired unicorn horn powder, Professor, Kronos replied, raising his glass in acknowledgement. Slughorn's interjection momentarily quelled the undercurrents of the feast. As the last caramel pudding vanished from the golden platters, the prefects led the new students toward the dungeons. Lucius's serpent-headed wand echoed against the damp stone steps, the sound mingling with the hurried breaths of a new student. Pure blood glory. As Lucius intoned the password, the gray stone wall transformed into an arched doorway. The emerald drapes of the Slytherin common room glimmered under silver candelabras, with several silver snake sculptures curled near the fireplace. The first rule for new students. Lucius traced a shimmering silver line with his serpent-headed wand in the air. Prohibits venturing into the forbidden forest after curfew unless you can return with a complete 8-eyed giant spider venom sac, like Mr. Norn did in his second year. As extra credit for potions class. One by one, the new student rules emanated from Lucius's wand. As he traced the final silver line, the student regulations clung to the stone walls like vines. Now, the second years will guide the new students to familiarize themselves with their dormitories. Lucius lightly tapped his wand, and the bulletin board displayed the dormitory arrangements for the new students. Mr. Snape, you will follow Kronos. Snape noticed Kronos leaning against a stone pillar, his gaze resting upon him. Follow me. Kronos walked toward the passage at the other end of the common room. The bronze wall sconces illuminated as Kronos walked. This is the third-year dormitory. Kronos halted before an oak door engraved with an Ouroboros pattern, lightly tapping the bronze serpent coiled around the door knocker. But your belongings are already here. The oak door slid open silently, and the dark green drapes of the Slytherin dormitory swayed gently by the window. With a flick of his wand, silver light cascaded, and Snape's suitcase automatically opened, books neatly arranged on the bookshelf by the window, and potion equipment locked in the corner oak cabinet. A privilege of being the third-year head, Kronos gestured toward the two adjacent four-poster beds. This dormitory originally housed just me. The oak door closed silently behind them, and Kronos waved his wand again, causing the silver-green drapes to gather, revealing the gently shimmering waters of the black lake outside. Your potion equipment is in the second drawer on the right. Kronos unbuttoned his cuff. The pajamas are in the third compartment of the left wardrobe. Snape took over the conversation, his fingertips gliding over the alphabetically arranged tomes on the shelf. Kronos chuckled softly. Your observational skills are commendable. He snapped his fingers, illuminating the brass lamp beside the bed, casting a warm glow between them. Outside the window, a swarm of luminous jellyfish drifted by, their light dappling Snape's pale cheeks. Suddenly, he turned, his dark eyes locking onto Kronos's. Why the third-year dormitory? Because Kronos produced a box of fizzing honey candies that Lily had given him on the platform, gently placing it between them on the wooden table. The head can choose their roommate. The candy box bore a note addressed to Severus and the cool senior, adorned with a crooked smiley face. Kronos conjured 2 steaming mugs of cocoa, handing one to him. Welcome to Slytherin, Severus. Chapter 4, Dumbledore's Test. In the early morning, the waters of the Black Lake shimmered beneath the vaulted ceiling, as Kronos stood before the window of the Slytherin common room, observing the silvery glimmers dancing upon the dark green drapes. The Black family was poised to host a pure-blood soiree on Halloween. Lucius cast a rolled parchment onto the coffee table, remarking that Lord appreciates your audacity in declining the invitation. With a flick of his wand, Kronos summoned the emblem of the Ouroboros belonging to the Norn family onto the parchment, conveying to the gentleman that he would be in attendance punctually. He turned to see Severus Snape emerging from the dormitory corridor, his gaze appreciatively sweeping over the young wizard's robe, which still bore the Ouroboros brooch. Farewell, Senior Lucius. It is time for us to dine in the Great Hall. Lucius nodded slightly, tucking away the parchment. The invitation will be placed on your bedside by a house elf. Kronos and Snape strolled side by side into the Great Hall, where several upperclassmen cast scrutinizing glances their way. Snape stiffened, avoiding their gazes, and hastily made his way to the end of the long table. Kronos surveyed the room, and the upperclassmen immediately redirected their attention to their plates. He took a seat beside Snape, sliding over a slice of bread slathered with blueberry jam. Your first class is Charms. Professor Flitwick favors students who raise their hands eagerly. Is there no class for third years today? Snape inquired, tilting his head as Kronos deftly cut his fried egg into small pieces. Defense against the dark arts is scheduled for the afternoon. Kronos offered Snape a cup of pumpkin juice, advising him to steer clear of the suits of armor in the east corridor, as they had recently taken to pranking the first years. Morning light flooded the great hall as students gradually made their way to their respective classrooms. Kronos lingered in the shadow of the colonnade, watching Snape's figure merge with the flowing tide of dark green robes. The classroom of transfiguration erupted with a cacophony of pops and cracks, Professor McGonagall's stern reprimands piercing through the oak door. Kronos turned into the corridor on the third floor, where a vacant classroom revealed the defense against the dark arts professor setting up a boggart cabinet. Kronos, come here, let us test this boggart for your afternoon lesson. Gregorov pulled Kronos to the cabinet, but after several minutes, no boggart emerged. A sly smile crept across Gregorov's face. Truly, you are a seer, unable to perceive fear. Perhaps a case of mental occlusion? Do not test me, Professor Gregorov. Kronos enunciated the name with particular weight. Gregorov chuckled lightly, standing before the cabinet, and the boggart slowly morphed into the image of a young man. Kronos' lips twitched. You are not implying in your lesson plan that a boggart can transform into an ex-lover, are you? Correct. 5 points to Slytherin. Gregorov raised an eyebrow, waving his wand to usher Kronos out of the classroom. As the lunch hour arrived, the scent of creamy stew wafted through the great hall. Snape sat alone at the end of the long table, mechanically prodding his roasted potatoes with a silver spoon. A boy from the Avery family intentionally knocked over a goblet near him, grape juice spilling onto the pristine white tablecloth in deep crimson stains. Clean slate, Kronos murmured, his wand tip gliding over the tablecloth, nudging a plate of roasted cod towards Snape. How was Charms class? Did Professor Flitwick have you practicing the levitation charm? Noticing Avery awkwardly retreat, Snape, amidst straightening his napkin, discreetly placed a small object in their path. No one manages to levitate a feather on their first try, Snape remarked, piercing the crispy skin of the fish with his fork, a slight hum escaping his lips. Some fool made his wand explode into fireworks. Just then, a loud crash accompanied by the shattering of a plate echoed through the hall, while the silver-haired boy drizzled mint sauce over his lamb chops, as if the commotion were merely a ripple upon the surface of the Black Lake. The atmosphere in the afternoon defense against the dark arts classroom was thick with the scent of aged cedar wood from the cabinet. Professor Gregorov waved his ebony wand, and the boggart cabinet appeared before the students. Who can tell me the most intriguing characteristic of a boggart? He leaned against the lectern, his silver hair appearing unnaturally dry. Aurora from Ravenclaw raised her hand. It transforms into your greatest fear, but the ridiculous charm can make it appear comical. 5 points to Ravenclaw. Gregorov snapped his fingers, the cabinet door swinging open. Now, let us see if Slytherin possesses a sense of humor when confronted with fear. Before Marietta Edgecombe, the boggart morphed into a fire-breathing Hungarian horntail. She panicked for a moment, but quickly cast the ridiculous charm, transforming it into a spotted dog clad in a floral dress. As Kronos stepped forward, the black mist billowing from the cabinet coalesced into a vague silhouette that erupted into silver fireworks before fully forming. Boring, Gregorov dismissed the smoke. It appears our seer requires more stimulating extracurricular reading. He tossed a volume titled Cutting-Edge Dark Magic unveiled towards Kronos. At dinner, Dumbledore's silver beard glimmered in the candlelight. As a raspberry tart appeared on a golden plate, he suddenly materialized behind Kronos, his blue eyes, framed by crescent-shaped glasses, sparkling with insight. The Duke of Honey's confections always sweeten a conversation. Would you care to accompany this old man for a stroll to aid digestion? It would be my honor, Professor Dumbledore. The spiraling staircase to the headmaster's office engulfed their figures, the stone gargoyle stepping aside upon hearing the command. As the door to the office opened, the sweet scent of lemon drops mingled with the aroma of burnt offerings. Care to sample the newly arrived Turkish delight? The old headmaster waved his wand, and the tea set filled itself with red tea. Or are you more accustomed to the German pepper honey cakes? As Kronos accepted the teacup, the silver spoon clinked against the cup, producing a clear sound. I have a profound appreciation for British tea culture, particularly the syrup pies from Hogwarts kitchens. Dumbledore slid a stack of parchment towards the edge of the table, the topmost document being the appointment letter for the defense against the dark arts professor, adorned with the elegant signature of Gregorov, accompanied by the Ouroboros emblem of the Norn family. This Professor Gregorov has spent 20 years studying dark magical creatures in the Albanian forest. Dumbledore stroked a phoenix feather thoughtfully. Interestingly, during a routine inspection by the ministry a month ago, you should ask directly, Professor, Kronos interjected, twirling his silver ring, the Ouroboros symbol mirroring that on the parchment. Why would the Norn family recommend a deceased individual for the position of defense against the dark arts professor? Chapter 5. Defense against the dark arts professor. As the bronze door to the headmaster's office closed behind him, Kronos caught a whiff of caramelized almonds. And in the shadow of the suits of armor around the corridor's corner, the defense against the dark arts professor was using the tip of his wand to prod a smoking toffee. Your transfiguration skills leave much to be desired, Professor, Kronos remarked. Halting 3 steps away, observing Grindelwald pop the candy into his mouth. I thought you could at least keep it under wraps for 3 months. I did not expect you to be discovered the very next day. The dark wizard disguised as Gregorov turned, his mismatched eyes swirling with peril. The flickering torches casting his shadow into a grotesque form. 3 months? He crunched the toffee, the sound sharp and clear. Do not presume I am unaware of a certain little brat leaving a saint's mark on my lesson plan. But you still permitted this lesson plan to appear on Professor Dumbledore's desk, did you not? Kronos waved his wand, conjuring an image of the Neumont Guard citadel, his distinctive mismatched eyes serving as a stark reminder, as if to say Dumbledore would not recognize an old flame. Are all seers as insufferable as you? Grindelwald narrowed his eyes, his tone unfriendly. Or does the unique talent of the Norn family render you especially adept at reopening old wounds? 28 parchment letters, each imbued with the damp, musty scent of Neumont Guard. Kronos displayed the time-worn parchment, the tender words of his dear Albus trailing behind him, worthy of gracing the Valentine's special of the Daily Prophet. Grindelwald's wand tip pressed against Kronos's Adam's apple, blue flames transforming at the tip into thorns that ensnared his neck. The prophet ought to learn the virtue of silence at opportune moments. Suddenly, a silver vortex emerged from the stone wall. Albus's voice, entwined with the sweet scent of lemon sherbet, floated through the air. Perhaps you would prefer a more suitable venue for your clandestine discussions? Within the headmaster's office, Fawkes was preening his tail feathers upon a silver platter, while Dumbledore conjured butterbeer and caramel pudding with his old wand. Gellert, he said, sliding a crystal bowl over a mound of cockroaches, your transfiguration has deteriorated. The former you would never have left such a gaping flaw. Grindelwald tore off his silver-gray wig, his mismatched eyes flashing dangerously. Albus, your defensive spells have lagged by 26 seconds since 1945. The former you would not have hesitated. Kronos retreated into a high-backed chair, observing the greatest wizard of the century confronting his adversary across a dessert-laden table. Mr. Norn assured me that Dumbledore added 3 sugar cubes to his black tea. There will be no teaching mishaps like flaming pumpkins in defense against the dark arts class. In fact, I have prepared a gentler curriculum. Grindelwald snapped his fingers, conjuring a boggart cabinet. The doors suddenly burst open, and a billowing cloud of black mist transformed into a youthful Dumbledore, clad in a purple starry nightgown, tiptoeing to reach the candy shelf of the Honeydukes. Dumbledore paused before waving his wand, the comedic spell morphing the illusion into a tap-dancing phoenix, which Fawkes pecked at Grindelwald's fingers in annoyance. Kronos spread jam over a scone, pondering the implications if the ministry discovered the former Dark Lord at Hogwarts. They would only see the diligent Professor Glass. Grindelwald sketched the syllabus for the defense against the dark arts class with his wand, provided that a certain little prophet refrained from submitting to the Daily Prophet. The flickering firelight cast shadows upon Dumbledore's lenses, obscuring his gaze. I require 3 reasons. First, Hogwarts needs a genuine defense against the dark arts curriculum. Second, the remnants of the saints are more adept at handling certain dark creatures than the ministry. He deliberately emphasized the last 2 words. Third, his wand abruptly pointed at Kronos. This young man guaranteed me with an unbreakable vow of Merlin's caliber. Kronos suddenly erupted into a violent coughing fit, the butterbeer sloshing in his cup as silver patterns surfaced on the back of his hand, quickly vanishing into his skin. I believe the 2 of you require some private space. As the door closed again, the atmosphere between the 2 elders thickened. Grindelwald clutched the blood-packed pendant hidden in his sleeve, his tone a blend of nostalgia and reproach. The little troll you raised is as insufferable as you. Gellert Dumbledore removed his glasses, his azure eyes shimmering with the starlight that Grindelwald dared not meet. Kronos Norn is enveloped in a mist even I cannot discern. The heir of the ancient wizarding family who appeared 3 years ago, his magical fluctuations akin to years of sedimentation. You should not. The torchlight in the cellar illuminated the serpentine relief, casting shadows that flickered like whispers. As Kronos unfastened his cufflinks, the silver patterns had already spread to his elbows, the threads of fate shifting ominously. Kronos? Severus Snape stood at the corner, clutching a tome on advanced potion-making, his black robes damp with the mist of the Black Lake. His youthful face pale. Do you need to be taken to the hospital wing? Just a case of low blood sugar. Kronos swiftly secured his cuffs. How is the water quality of the Black Lake today? Better than the sewers of Spider Alley. Snape suddenly drew his wand, the tip glowing. In the sudden burst of light, Kronos noticed the droplets of water lingering behind the boy's ear, and he smiled as he called upon a house elf. Please bring Severus a cup of ginger tea, with 2 extra spoonfuls of honey. I don't need it. You do, Kronos insisted, ushering him towards the secret passage. 20 varieties of antidotes must be tested before Halloween. Falling ill and failing would land you in detention with Professor Slughorn. Once the footsteps faded, Kronos finally slid to the ground, the emerald-eyed serpent on his brooch dimly flickering a warning. Mother, time is the most reckless gambler. Grindelwald's voice emerged from the shadows. The hem of the defense against the dark arts professor's robe still dusted with remnants of sweets from the headmaster's office. Kronos allowed his companion to scan him with detection spells. I happen to possess ample leverage. How many more backlashes can you endure? Should I say you truly are the most insightful wizard regarding the essence of magic? So keen. Kronos steadied his breath and stood up. But rest assured, I can hold on long enough to fulfill our agreement. Now, you ought to prepare for the upcoming lessons. Kronos turned and returned to his dormitory, where Severus lay curled on his bed, a book in hand. Upon hearing the door open, he looked up at Kronos. Are you all right? Of course, Kronos replied lightly. Approaching his bed, where a dark green invitation lay quietly. Chapter 6, The Halloween Feast. In the blink of an eye, Halloween arrived. The chill of late October seeped into the Slytherin common room from the Black Lake, the silver snake relief on the stone wall magically twisting into the shape of bats. As Kronos walked through the shadows cast by the myriad of pumpkin lanterns, he spotted Snape curled up in an armchair by the fireplace. Heavy tomes on potion making nearly obscuring his pallid visage. Severus. As Kronos pulled the brick-like book away, the parchment pages rustled in protest. Even Madame Pants had gone to the feast today. Snape's furrowed brow was particularly vivid in the firelight, the surprise in his eyes fleeting. He instinctively reached for the book. But Kronos, with a flourish, produced a copy of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them from his dragon hide pocket, the gilded cover depicting a grinning Niffler. Halloween should be a time for relaxation. Kronos pressed the book into Snape's hands. Tonight, there will be candied apples and pumpkin pie in the Great Hall. Professor Slughorn will also set a cauldron of color-changing sweets in the potions classroom. If you wish, you may go take a look. Snape pursed his lips, his fingers absently tracing the book's spine. He did not favor crowds, yet Kronos' gaze made it difficult to refuse outright. I will consider it, he finally murmured. Kronos smiled, reaching out to straighten Snape's slightly askew tie, his fingertips brushing against the boy's jaw, causing him to shyly turn his head away. Have fun, Severus. Lucius stood by the fireplace, his silver-green robe accentuating his aristocratic demeanor. He gently tapped his serpent-headed cane, causing the flames in the hearth to suddenly turn green. It is time to go, Kronos. If we delay any longer, Mrs. Walburga will send an owl to hurry us. Kronos cast one last glance at Snape before striding towards the fireplace. As the green flames of the Floo network consumed his view, he faintly heard a whisper, "Be safe." Unsure if it was merely a figment of his imagination. In the banquet hall of the Black family manor, crystal chandeliers refracted a harsh light. Pure-blood wizards gathered in small clusters, murmuring quietly. As Kronos and Lucius stepped into the hall, several pairs of eyes turned towards them. The heir of the Norn family. A tall woman approached gracefully, her dark hair meticulously styled, a silver snake necklace adorning her neck. A rare guest, Lady Walburga Black. Kronos nodded slightly. Thank you for your invitation. Her gaze lingered on him for a moment before shifting to Lucius, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Lucius, your father awaits you in the study. Lucius nodded in acknowledgement and promptly departed. Kronos stood alone at the edge of the banquet hall, observing the revelry within. He was acutely aware that Voldemort would make his appearance tonight. It was a significant occasion for the Dark Lord to court the pureblood families. Indeed, before long, the atmosphere in the banquet hall grew palpably tense. The crowd parted instinctively as a tall, gaunt figure approached with measured strides. His complexion was pallid, with slightly curled black hair, and his crimson eyes gleamed with a chilling intensity in the candlelight. Voldemort. Kronos maintained an impassive demeanor, subtly regulating his breath to present himself as merely an ordinary third-year student, the heir of the Norn family. Voldemort's voice was both deep and refined, carrying the customary intonation of purebloods. I have heard of your prodigious talents. Kronos inclined his head slightly, exhibiting just the right degree of reverence. It is my honor, my lord. Voldemort's gaze lingered on him for a few seconds, as if assessing something. The blood of the seer is a rare commodity, he murmured, his fingertips gently tapping against his darkwood wand. The Norn family has been dormant for many years, yet suddenly an heir emerges. How intriguing. Kronos raised his eyes, his emerald gaze reflecting the confusion and caution characteristic of youth. I merely happened to receive a letter from Hogwarts. Voldemort chuckled softly, his red eyes narrowing. A coincidence? Fate never favors mere happenstance. His wand rested upon Kronos' shoulder. Kronos refrained from responding, standing silently as Voldemort's legitimacy sifted through his inconsequential memories. The frosted apple in the Great Hall, the cauldron changing colors in potions class. Voldemort appeared satisfied with his reaction, leaning in slightly, his voice dropping further. Kronos Norn, your abilities merit a grander stage. He flicked his fingers, and a silver Death Eater mark materialized in his palm. Join us, and you shall be granted a realm far broader than Hogwarts. Kronos regarded the mark, his heartbeat steady. Thank you for your recognition, my lord, he replied softly, his tone respectful yet distant. But I am merely a student at present. Voldemort's gaze turned cold for an instant, but swiftly returned to its elegant indifference. Of course. He straightened, his red eyes sweeping over Kronos' silver hair. There is ample time, Mr. Norn. We shall meet again. After the banquet concluded, Kronos and Lucius returned to Hogwarts via Floo powder. The Slytherin common room's fireplace flared with green flames as Kronos emerged from the fire, finding the chamber empty save for a few lingering jack-o'-lanterns casting a soft glow. Just as he prepared to head to the dormitory, he spotted a familiar figure around the corner. Severus Snape leaned against the stone wall, cradling a copy of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Upon hearing footsteps, he looked up, his dark eyes locking onto Kronos. You're back. Kronos hesitated briefly before smiling. Why aren't you in the Great Hall? The Halloween feast lasts until dawn. Snape closed his book, his tone matter of fact. Too many people. Kronos approached him, retrieving a candied apple from his pocket and extending it towards Snape. For you. Snape stared at the sugary apple, hesitated for a moment, then accepted it. Thank you. Kronos watched as Snape took a small bite, sugar coating clinging to the corner of his lips, and couldn't he resist reaching out to wipe it away. Snape stiffened momentarily, but did not pull away. How was the banquet? He asked in a low voice. Kronos withdrew his hand, his tone light. Boring socializing, though the frosted pies were rather good. Snape shot him a glance, as if contemplating a response, but ultimately merely nodded. Kronos regarded him and suddenly felt that all that had transpired tonight was worthwhile. Let us go. It's time to rest. We have potions class tomorrow. Snape nodded, and the two walked side by side toward the dormitory passage. In the deep of night, as the steady rhythm of breaths emanated from the adjacent bed, Kronos unfurled the parchment that had mysteriously appeared beneath his pillow. Grindelwald's handwriting emerging in the moonlight. Forbidden Forest, Werewolf Activity. Chapter 7. Disturbance in the Forbidden Forest. As the parchment turned to ash at Kronos' fingertips, he heard Snape stir in his bed. Silently, Kronos drew his wand and cast a silencing charm on the bed curtains. The spell muffled the sounds of the bed. Yet when Kronos opened the oak door, the hinges creaked softly. He paused, hearing the rustle of fabric behind him. But ultimately only the gentle lapping of lake water against the glass window remained. Moonlight was obscured by heavy clouds, and the mist at the edge of the forbidden forest flowed languidly in the night breeze. Cloaked, Kronos stood beneath the shadow of the Whomping Willow, his fingers idly caressing his wand as his green eyes focused on the depths of the forbidden forest. They have finally arrived. Grindelwald's voice came from behind, the professor of defense against the dark arts' robe billowing in the night wind. Kronos did not turn, merely shifted slightly to allow Grindelwald to stand beside him. Where are the werewolves? Grindelwald's wand tip glimmered with a ghostly blue light, illuminating deep claw marks in the muddy ground. To the north, near the Centaur territory. He paused, a smirk curving his lips. It seems our Dark Lord has begun to court the dark creatures. Kronos remained silent, gently waving his wand. A silvery mist flowed from its tip, swirling into a small serpent that slithered into the depths of the forbidden forest. He closed his eyes, attuning himself to the ebb and flow of magical energy. The scent of werewolves mingled with the stench of dark magic and the sound of approaching footsteps. Not merely werewolves. Kronos opened his eyes, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his green gaze. There are Death Eaters engaging with them. Grindelwald chuckled derisively. What a trite method of recruitment. He strode boldly into the forbidden forest, the brittle branches cracking beneath his feet. Shall we go see Little Seer? Kronos followed closely behind, gripping his wand tightly. The trees of the forbidden forest grew denser, distant growls mingling with the hushed conversations of humans deliberately lowered in volume. Fenrir, the master requires your kind. A raspy male voice proclaimed. As long as you are willing to pledge your loyalty, the werewolves will no longer be hunted by the ministry. Empty promises. A rough voice scoffed. Wizards will never treat us as equals. Kronos and Grindelwald concealed themselves behind a tree, using the cover of night to observe an open clearing ahead. 3 cloaked Death Eaters stood before a massive werewolf, their wands glowing ominously red at their tips. The werewolf, Fenrir Greyback, bared his fangs. his yellow-brown eyes gleaming with wildness and greed in the darkness. "It appears our Dark Lord has begun paving the way for the future," Grindelwald whispered, a note of disdain in his tone. "Using werewolves as enforcers? How utterly lacking in aesthetic." Kronos did not respond, his gaze fixed on the tall, slender figure among the Death Eaters, Antonin Dolohov, a pureblood wizard who had early on pledged allegiance to Voldemort. At this moment, he had yet to descend into the madness that would later consume him, but the fervor in his eyes was already evident. "We can offer you galleons, potions, even the freedom to bite." Dolohov stepped forward, his voice enticing, "as long as you are willing to obey during the full moon." Greyback narrowed his eyes. Seemingly weighing the pros and cons, Kronos understood that the werewolves had not yet fully aligned with Voldemort, but if left unchecked, in a few years they would become one of the most ferocious minions within the Death Eater ranks. "Shall we intervene?" Grindelwald inquired languidly, his fingers lightly tapping his wand. "Or do you intend to remain a quiet observer?" "Now is not the time," Kronos replied calmly. "Stirring them prematurely will only make him wary." Grindelwald scoffed lightly. "You certainly possess an admirable patience. However, a bit of trouble could certainly be stirred." Kronos' fingertips twitched slightly. The next moment, a rustling sound emanated from deep within the forbidden forest, followed closely by the emergence of a dozen pairs of eerie green eyes. The colony of acromantulas had been roused. The Death Eater's expressions shifted dramatically. Dolohov cursed under his breath, and the three quickly disapparated. The rustling of the acromantulas drew ever closer. Greyback let out a low growl, abruptly turning to flee deeper into the forest on all fours. Kronos made no attempt to pursue, merely waving his wand gently. A silvery light enveloped him and Grindelwald like a gossamer veil, concealing their presence. "Is he truly letting him go?" Grindelwald raised an eyebrow, a flicker of intrigue passing through his heterochromatic gaze. "I had thought you would seize the opportunity to sway him. To sway him now would only arouse Voldemort's suspicion." Kronos' gaze followed the direction in which the werewolf had vanished. "Moreover, Greyback is not easily persuaded." Grindelwald chuckled lightly, twirling his wand between his fingers. "You certainly know him well." Kronos offered no reply. He was, of course, aware that in the future, Greyback would become one of Voldemort's most loyal henchmen, even having bitten Bill Weasley and Lavender Brown. "Let us depart." Kronos turned, tightening his cloak around him. Another silver line appeared upon his hand. Tonight's objective had been accomplished. The mist of the forbidden forest gradually dissipated as Grindelwald followed closely behind him, the two retracing their steps. "How do you intend to handle this matter?" Grindelwald inquired suddenly. "Will you inform Albus?" Kronos shook his head, "Not for the time being. The Death Eater's contact with werewolves was merely a test. Voldemort does not yet possess the strength for large-scale operations. You seem quite familiar with his plans." Grindelwald cast him a significant glance, as if you have known all along that this would come to pass. "Little profit." Kronos' pace faltered for a moment, but swiftly returned to normal, merely observation and deduction. Grindelwald smiled silently. A clear, melodious phoenix cry pierced the night sky, golden red flames flickering among the treetops. Fawkes spiraled down, landing on the nearest branch, his bright eyes scrutinizing the two. "It seems our nocturnal escapade has been discovered." A playful smile curved upon Grindelwald's lips. Dumbledore emerged from the shadows. "The extracurricular tutoring must conclude. Kronos, it is getting late. There are still some pumpkin pasties left from the Halloween feast, and the house elves would be more than happy to deliver them to your dormitory." Kronos' gaze flitted between Dumbledore and Grindelwald. "Then I shall be grateful, Professor." As Kronos pushed open the oak door to the dormitory, he found Snape, who should have been sound asleep, propped against the headboard, his dark hair cascading beside his pale cheek, a copy of Advanced Potion-Making spread open in his hands. "Is nighttime wandering also a privilege of the head?" "Some extracurricular tutoring," Kronos replied, unfastening his cloak and approaching his bed. "You carry the scent of werewolves. Are you concerned for me?" A flicker of amusement danced in Kronos' eyes. Snape pressed his lips tightly together, remaining silent. "I know my limits." Kronos conjured a cup of hot milk and handed it to Snape, adding 2 drops of dreamless sleep potion. "Sleep well, Severus." Chapter 8, Flight and Potions. After Halloween, the castle of Hogwarts gradually succumbed to the chill of early winter. Dumbledore must have taken some action, for Kronos had not detected any traces of Death Eaters around Hogwarts since. Standing by the Slytherin table, Kronos held a copy of the Daily Prophet, his eyes scanning the Quidditch season schedule. "Slytherin versus Gryffindor, next Saturday," he murmured softly, a slight smile gracing his lips. Snape sat at the far end of the table, engrossed in a book on potion advancements. Upon hearing Kronos' voice, he looked up, a flicker of confusion in his dark eyes. "Are you participating in Quidditch?" "Seeking a seeker." Kronos folded the newspaper, casually taking a slice of buttered toast from the platter and offering it to Snape. "Last year, Slytherin lost to Gryffindor. This year we must reclaim our victory." Snape accepted the toast, furrowing his brow. I thought you would be more concerned about your potion grades. The two pursuits are not mutually exclusive. Kronos chuckled lightly. Moreover, both flying and potions require precise control. Snape snorted softly, evidently unconvinced by this assertion. On the chilly morning of Saturday, the biting wind did little to dampen the students' enthusiasm. The stands were packed with Slytherin and Gryffindor students. Banners and scarves fluttering in the breeze. Snape stood at the edge of the Slytherin stand, his black robes billowing in the wind. He was not particularly fond of Quidditch, but Kronos had casually remarked a few days prior that if he attended, he would fly faster, so he had come nonetheless. Severus. Lily's voice called from nearby. The red-haired girl squeezing through the crowd to wave at him. You're here to watch the match too? Snape pressed his lips together, nodding. I thought you had no interest in Quidditch. Lily laughed as she stood beside him, her green eyes sparkling. But Gryffindor will definitely win. Snape remained silent, his gaze fixed on the center of the pitch, where Kronos stood alongside the Slytherin players, his silver hair glinting in the sunlight. The dark green team robes accentuating his tall figure. He seemed to sense their gaze, looking up at the stands with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Cool. Lily followed his gaze. I heard that Senior Kronos is Slytherin's most formidable seeker. Indeed, Snape replied curtly. Senior Kronos is incredibly knowledgeable. The reference books he found for me during the last Transfiguration essay earned my paper an outstanding. Lily excitedly shared with Snape. Snape nodded slightly, but said nothing further. Look, they are about to begin. Lily tugged at his sleeve, her green eyes alight with excitement. Madame Hooch's whistle pierced the air, and 15 broomsticks soared into the sky. Kronos' silver hair shone like winter moonlight against the backdrop of his emerald robes as he gracefully ascended, beginning his search for the elusive golden snitch. Slytherin seeker, Norn, displayed astonishing speed right from the start. The announcer's voice, amplified by a sonorous charm, echoed throughout the stadium. Let us see if Gryffindor's seeker, Wilson, can keep up. The Slytherin chasers had just executed a beautiful dodging maneuver. Snape squinted his eyes. In the sky, Kronos suddenly dove downwards, his silver hair trailing behind him like a comet. His movements were so precise they bordered on uncanny, as if he could predict the trajectory of every bludger. A Gryffindor chaser attempted to intercept, but was deftly evaded by Kronos' sharp turn. He flies beautifully, Lily whispered in awe, like a silver eagle. Snape did not reply, yet his fingers instinctively tightened around the railing. The Kronos on the field was a stark contrast to the gentle senior he usually encountered. Those emerald eyes were now sharp as blades, radiating an almost dangerous allure. 20 minutes into the match, Gryffindor had already taken a 60-point lead. The Slytherin chasers were evidently growing anxious, their passes fraught with errors. Do not worry, Lily reassured, though she supported the leading team. The seeker is the key to victory. Snape scoffed softly, yet his gaze remained fixed on the figures soaring through the air. Kronos seemed in no rush to pursue the snitch, instead gliding leisurely along the edge of the pitch, occasionally feinting to tire out the Gryffindor seeker. He is depleting their stamina, Snape suddenly remarked, his voice barely audible above the cheers. Quite clever. Lily cast a surprised glance at him. You are actually analyzing tactics? I assumed you had no interest in Quidditch. Snape's ears tinged slightly pink as he quickly averted his gaze, merely observing. At that moment, Kronos suddenly accelerated, his broom almost parallel to the ground, prompting the crowd to collectively gasp as the golden snitch zipped along the grass. He saw it. Norn discovered the snitch. The commentator's voice quavered with excitement. Oh, bludger. Danger. A bludger hurtled straight toward Kronos' back. Snape's nails involuntarily dug into his palm, his throat tightening. In a split second, Kronos abruptly veered, his broom rising almost vertically as the bludger whizzed past, mere inches from his robe. Merlin. Lily screamed. That turn was insane. Kronos showed no signs of slowing down. His gaze locked onto the flickering golden light ahead as he propelled his broom even faster. The Gryffindor seeker fell behind by 3 positions, desperately reaching out. Snape held his breath. At the last moment, Kronos suddenly released his broom, lunging forward. He caught it. The commentator's voice trembled with exhilaration. Kronos Norn has seized the golden snitch. Slytherin wins. The thunderous cheers swept through the arena. Snape watched as Kronos raised his arm, the wings of the snitch fluttering helplessly between his fingers. Sunlight gilded his silhouette, and his victorious smile shone brighter than ever. That was so cool, Lily exclaimed, her red hair dancing in the wind. Although Gryffindor had lost, the match was simply spectacular. Snape remained silent, yet the corners of his mouth lifted imperceptibly for a brief moment. His gaze traversed the jubilant crowd, momentarily meeting Kronos's in the center of the field. The silver-haired boy winking at him. Let us go, Lily tugged at his sleeve. We should congratulate them. Snape hesitated before shaking his head. The locker room must be crowded now. All right, Lily pouted. Then at least see you later in the Great Hall? Snape murmured an indistinct reply, watching as Lily bounced away. He did not move immediately, but lingered on the gradually emptying stands, allowing the cold wind to billow through his black robes. In the distance, Kronos was being tossed into the air by his teammates, his silver hair sparkling in the sunlight. Half an hour later, in the Slytherin locker room, Kronos emerged from the shower, drying his damp hair, only to find the room deserted. He caught a glimpse of a shadow flitting past the door. When he stepped outside, he saw a small vial shimmering with a pearlescent sheen and a neatly written note on the ground. Soothing potion for muscle soreness. Dosage, 3 drops in hot water. SS. By the time Kronos extricated himself from the crowd's enthusiasm and returned to the dormitory, curfew was approaching. Snape was quietly leaning against his bedpost, engrossed in a book. The soothing potion proved to be quite effective. Kronos set the vial on the nightstand, observing the silver particles suspended within. Chapter 4 of Advanced Potion Making. Severus, you truly have a gift. Kronos' compliment brought a flush to the boy's cheeks, and he feigned indifference as he turned a page, eventually emitting a non-committal So, Kronos conjured a bronze key. Would you like to conduct more potion experiments? Chapter 9. The Display of Talent. Snape accepted the bronze key, his fingertip gliding over the cool metallic surface where intricate serpentine patterns entwined, reminiscent of the Ouroboros on Kronos' cuff. Kronos leaned against the drapery of the 4-poster bed, silver hair cascading over his shoulder, his green eyes glimmering with mirth. The abandoned classroom at the depths of the dungeon, near the Black Lake. I applied last year to convert it into a private research lab, and Professor Slughorn consented, as long as I didn't blow up half the castle. Now, it belongs to you. Snape's fingers tightened slightly around the key, its edges pressing into his palm, providing a tangible sensation. He raised his gaze to meet Kronos's, a flicker of hesitation crossing his dark eyes. Why? Kronos chuckled softly, reaching for the vial of soothing potion on the nightstand and gently shaking it, the silver liquid swirling within the glass. Because you deserve it. His tone was calm and resolute. Your talent for potion making should not be squandered on first-year textbooks. Thank you. Snape's voice was soft but unmistakably clear. Kronos smiled, reaching out to ruffle the boy's slightly tousled black hair, withdrawing just in time before Snape furrowed his brow and recoiled. There's no class tomorrow afternoon. I'll take you to see it. The next day, the dungeon corridor was as damp and chilly as ever. Yet Snape's steps were somewhat lighter than usual. Kronos walked beside him, the tip of his wand illuminating a silver glow that revealed the mottled moss on the stone walls. The password is Ouroboros. Kronos halted before the oak door, whispering the incantation. The lock clicked softly, slowly swinging open. A refreshing aroma of mint and dragon's blood rushed forth. The research room was more spacious than Snape had anticipated, with walls lined with crystal-embedded cabinets. The central workbench was crafted from obsidian, its edges engraved with explosive runes. In the corner, a copper cauldron bubbled with pale golden froth, while shelves displayed an orderly array of potion ingredients, ranging from basic to rare, including several bottles labeled with XXXX danger tags. Snape's breath quickened as his gaze swept over every detail, finally fixating on an open notebook on the workbench. It contained the recipe for an improved version of the swelling solution, the handwriting meticulously precise, with sketches of delicate herbs gracing the margins. You may freely use the materials here. Kronos leaned back in an armchair, conjuring 2 steaming cups of tea. Of course, if you explode the cauldron, you'll have to clean it up yourself. Snape ignored his jest, striding directly to the workbench, his fingertips trailing over the ink on the page. Is this your improvement? Just something I jotted down last week. Kronos took a sip of tea. But I believe you could do even better. Perhaps substituting the African tree snake skin with fire lizard scales could reduce the side effects. Snape abruptly looked up, his dark eyes sparkling with astonishment. The substances contained in fire lizard scales can neutralize magical turbulence. How did you think of that? Kronos blinked innocently. Intuition. For the next 3 hours, the research room was filled only with the bubbling of the cauldron and the soft rustle of quills scratching across parchment. Snape was wholly absorbed in adjusting the formula, occasionally engaging in hushed debates with Kronos over alternative materials. When the improved potion finally manifested a perfect pale blue hue, the boy's pale cheeks flushed with excitement. We did it. He stared at the potion in the crystal vial, his voice tinged with rare elation. Kronos laughed, conjuring a small dish of lemon sherbet. This calls for a celebration. The improved potion quickly caught Professor Slughorn's attention. In potions class, while other students were still struggling with their Snargaluff pods, Snape's swelling solution had already achieved textbook-level pale blue. Merlin. Slughorn waddled over, his round belly bobbing, glasses reflecting surprise. Severus, this is even beyond Newt level. He produced a gold-embossed invitation and thrust it into the boy's hand. The Slug Club dinner this Friday evening. Do make it a point to attend. A loud crash echoed from the other end of the classroom as a cauldron toppled over. James Potter was clumsily wiping green goo from his robes, his gray eyes fixed on Snape, who was being patted on the shoulder by Slughorn. "Did you cheat to get that invitation?" He raised his voice intentionally. "I heard someone sneaked into the potion storeroom at midnight to borrow ingredients." Sirius chimed in lazily. "Or maybe a diligent upperclassman is teaching him how to stir a cauldron." "Shut up, Potter." Lily abruptly rose to her feet, her fiery red hair erupting like flames. "You can't even distinguish between porcupine quills and armadillo bile." Severus Snape's countenance tightened, his knuckles blanching as he clenched his hands. Unbeknownst to them, Kronos had materialized at the back door of the classroom, his silver hair glinting coldly in the flickering torchlight of the corridor. "Professor Slughorn," he interjected gently, "the moonstone powder you mentioned last time has arrived. Shall we inspect it now?" The elderly professor was instantly diverted, cheerfully following Kronos out. Before departing, the silver-haired youth cast a fleeting glance back at them, just for a second, but James and Sirius both shivered simultaneously. Their taunts were interrupted by a mere look from Kronos. Yet the atmosphere in the room remained tense. After Slughorn's exit, Lily angrily tidied her cauldron, occasionally glaring in Potter's direction. Meanwhile, Potter and Sirius continued their incessant chatter. Lily spun around fiercely, her red hair tracing an angry arc through the air, as Snape grasped her arm. "Ignore them," he murmured, carefully sealing the improved swelling solution and labeling it. "They are simply envious." Lily hissed, her green eyes ablaze with indignation. "Your potions are 100 times superior to theirs. They can't even tell a porcupine quill apart." Snape remained silent, merely stowing the potion into his dragon hide pocket. At dinner, the flickering candlelight in the great hall cast a warm glow. At the Slytherin table, Snape quietly sliced into his roasted cod. Lucius occupied the seat of honor, engaged in conversation with the seventh-year purebloods, occasionally casting meaningful glances at Kronos. During the banquet of the Slug Club, Kronos slid a dish of jam towards Snape. "I shall join you." Snape paused. "I am not adept at socializing." "Not required," Kronos chuckled lightly. "All you need is to bring a vial of your homemade potion and endure half an hour of praise to enjoy complimentary petit fours. Quite a bargain." The corners of Snape's mouth twitched imperceptibly, as though amused by the notion, yet he stifled his mirth, lowering his gaze to sip his pumpkin juice. At that moment, the great doors of the hall swung open, and Dumbledore entered alongside Grindelwald. The two elders appeared to be engaged in a hushed conversation. Dumbledore's blue eyes sparkling behind his crescent-shaped glasses, while Grindelwald, or Professor Gloss, listened with an air of impatience, his heterochromatic eyes glistening sharply in the candlelight. "They have been spending an inordinate amount of time together," Snape remarked quietly, his gaze tracking the pair. Kronos followed his line of sight, a slight smile playing on his lips. "It seems Professor Gloss's lesson plans require the headmaster's personal guidance." Snape raised an eyebrow. "You appear to know something." "Merely conjecture," Kronos shrugged, a glimmer of mischief in his green eyes. "However, some matters are best left unexamined." In the dead of night, within the private laboratory of the Slytherin dungeon, the potion in the cauldron glimmered with an ethereal blue light. Snape focused intently on adjusting the heat, while Kronos leaned against the workbench, perusing a tome titled Advanced Silent Charm Theory. "Will you be coming tomorrow?" Kronos suddenly inquired, his attention still on the pages. Snape hesitated momentarily. "Yes." "Then remember to bring your potion advancement." Kronos closed the book, his silver hair shimmering softly in the candlelight. "We can experiment with the formula for the ameliorating solution." Snape nodded, a flicker of anticipation crossing his dark eyes. At that moment, a faint noise echoed from outside the door, akin to someone inadvertently kicking a stone statue in the corridor. Kronos' green eyes sharpened suddenly, his wand slipping silently into his palm. "Who goes there?" Snape asked, alertly raising his head. Kronos gently shook his head, signaling him to remain silent. He approached the door cautiously, flinging it open to reveal an empty corridor, the shadows of the dungeon swaying beneath the torchlight. However, on the ground lay a golden button, quietly resting, its edge engraved with the Gryffindor lion emblem. Chapter 10, Confrontation with the Thieves. The Gryffindor button lay quietly on the stone floor, glinting faintly in the dim torchlight. Snape bent down to pick it up, his fingertips brushing against the lion emblem, his brow furrowing slightly. "Potter," he murmured, his tone laced with a cold edge. Kronos took the button, his silver hair cascading to obscure the sharpness that flickered in his eyes. "It seems someone is quite interested in our laboratory," he chuckled lightly, flicking his fingertip to transform the button into a wisp of golden dust that dissipated into the air. "However, let us leave it at that for tonight." Snape pressed his lips together, his dark eyes fixated on the end of the corridor. He did not fear James Potter, but Kronos' demeanor surprised him. The silver-haired youth seemed disinclined to pursue the matter further, showing not a hint of anger. "You're not concerned?" Snape asked, Kronos closed the laboratory door, tapping his wand lightly, causing a silver-green snake-like rune to appear on the lock. I am concerned, but it is unnecessary to address it now, he replied, turning to face Snape, his green eyes appearing particularly profound in the candlelight. Some matters are better handled by yourself. Snape regarded him for 2 seconds before nodding slightly. In the days that followed, Snape traversed between Potions class and the library, occasionally accompanied by Kronos to the private laboratory. James Potter and Sirius Black seemed to have quieted down for a spell, but Snape knew they would not relent. Indeed, on a chilly Thursday afternoon, confrontation erupted. Alone, Snape navigated the corridor on the 3rd floor of the castle, cradling several potion texts borrowed from the library. As he turned a corner, a languid voice rang out. Look who it is, the Slytherin potion prodigy. James Potter leaned against the stone wall, his hair still tousled and unruly, twirling his wand between his fingers. While Sirius stood beside him, mischief glinting in his gray eyes. Snape halted, his dark gaze sweeping coldly over the two. Step aside. In such a hurry? Sirius raised an eyebrow. Rushing back to find your diligent upperclassmen? James grinned widely. Perhaps he is off to secretly brew some unspeakable potion. I hear Slughorn's storeroom has been missing a few ingredients lately. Potter, Snape uttered the name with utmost disdain, as if merely brushing aside a piece of refuse in his path. Shut your mouth. As he spoke, his hand discreetly pressed against his wand within his sleeve. Oh, what is this? Planning to throw a punch? James theatrically clutched his chest, his face alight with excited provocation, wand aimed at him. Give it a try, Severus. Snape's pupils constricted slightly, and in the next instant, his wand shot up. Silencio. A silent spell struck James's throat with precision, forcing his mouth shut and reddening his face instantly. Sirius froze for a moment before cursing, aiming his wand at Snape. Stupefy. Snape sidestepped, retaliating with a swift flick of his wrist, Expelliarmus. A flash of red light erupted as Sirius's wand flew from his grasp, crashing against the stone wall with a sharp sound. James struggled to dispel the spell, flailing his arms futilely without the ability to utter a word. Snape stood resolutely, his dark eyes glacial. Next time, should you block my path, he murmured, the tip of his wand still glowing faintly with remnants of the spell. What I force down your throat will not merely be this. With that, he turned and departed, leaving James and Sirius in a state of disarray. At dinner, the warm and bright candlelight of the great hall enveloped the room. Snape sat at the end of the Slytherin table, quietly slicing into his roast beef. Kronos appeared at his side, seemingly out of nowhere. I hear you had a confrontation with Potter and the others? He inquired softly, a hint of teasing in his tone. Snape's hand faltered momentarily. Did Lily inform you? Hogwarts harbors no secrets. Kronos' lips curled in a subtle smirk, particularly in front of the portraits that thrived on gossip. Snape continued to slice through the beef on his plate, though his movements had grown noticeably stiff. Kronos observed him, a glimmer of gentleness flashing in his eyes. You are handling it well. Snape lifted his gaze, a hint of confusion flickering in his dark eyes. Resolve conflicts with strength, Kronos murmured softly. That is the Slytherin way. The corners of Snape's mouth twitched slightly, as if he wished to articulate something, yet ultimately he merely offered a faint acknowledgement. Lily Evans hurried to the Slytherin table, her crimson hair slightly disheveled from her rush, concern brimming in her green eyes. Severus. She lowered her voice. James and Sirius have just been confined by Professor McGonagall. But they claimed you cursed them. Snape methodically continued to slice his roast beef, not raising his head. They had it coming. Lily opened her mouth, seemingly poised to say something, but ultimately sighed. I know they always trouble you, but could you at least tell me what happened? Snape set down his knife and fork, finally meeting her gaze. They provoked me. I retaliated, nothing more. Lily pressed her lips together, her gaze shifting to Kronos, as if hoping he might interject. Kronos smiled gently. Lily, Severus can manage his own affairs. He paused. However, if you are concerned, I can assure you that should Potter and Black trouble him again, I will personally address the matter with them. His tone was casual, yet Lily inexplicably shivered. She blinked, suddenly smiling. Well, since a senior is watching, I shall refrain from meddling further. She turned to Snape. By the way, Severus, are you going home for Christmas? Snape shook his head. No? Lily appeared somewhat disappointed, but quickly brightened. Then remember to send me a Christmas card. My mother baked gingerbread, and I can share some with you. Kronos sat nearby, smiling as he observed their exchange. Lily turned to him, her green eyes sparkling. Senior Norn, what about you? Will you remain at school? Though I would love to stay. Kronos replied, a hint of distress crossing his features. There are certain commitments that require my attendance. Lily nodded, conversing with Snape a bit longer before departing. In the ensuing days, Hogwarts gradually became enveloped in the spirit of Christmas. The suits of armor in the corridors were enchanted to don tiny Christmas hats, and the ceiling of the Great Hall was adorned with artificial snowflakes that fell to the long tables like sugar icing. Filch grumbled as he cleared away the mistletoe mischievously hung by playful students. Chapter 11. The Christmas Prophecy. Hogwarts lay blanketed in pristine white snow. The suits of armor in the corridors wearing knitted Christmas hats. Kronos stood by the window, watching magical creatures resembling penguins gliding over the frozen surface of the Black Lake. These were the Christmas gifts Dumbledore had brought back from Antarctica last year. Kronos. The voice of Lucius Malfoy resounded from behind him, his platinum hair appearing even more exquisite against the backdrop of his dark green turtleneck sweater. He held a gilded invitation, its edges embossed with the Malfoy family crest. The Christmas feast, my father specifically instructed me to deliver this to you in person. Kronos accepted the invitation, feeling a wave of dark magic emanating from the parchment as his fingertips brushed against it. He raised an eyebrow nonchalantly. Please convey my gratitude to Mr. Malfoy for his hospitality. Lucius's pale blue eyes narrowed slightly. There will be a special guest this time. He lowered his voice. Lord is eagerly anticipating a conversation with you again. Outside the window, the penguins collided unexpectedly. Kronos' gaze followed their amusing antics as he remarked casually. How is the Newt's revision going for your 7th year? Professor Slughorn mentioned that your last batch of Felix Felicis nearly exploded the cauldron. Lucius's expression momentarily stiffened before he regained his composure. More than potions, I am concerned about certain individuals' choices. He cast a pointed glance at the Ouroboros brooch on Kronos' chest. Merry Christmas, Kronos. Once Lucius's footsteps faded at the corridor's end, Kronos unfolded the invitation. Besides the customary dinner details, a line of faint silver ink read, on Christmas Eve, the Rose Garden. In the Slytherin dormitory, Snape was seated beside his 4-poster bed, polishing his fur wand. Upon seeing Kronos enter, he swiftly concealed his wand in his sleeve. But not before Kronos noticed the open potion-making guide on his bedside table. Studying the Newt's material in advance, Kronos removed his snow-dusted outer robe and hung it on the brass coat rack. Professor Slughorn would be moved to tears. Snape averted his gaze, flustered, just curious. Kronos retrieved a small crystal vial from his dragonhide pocket, containing a shimmering golden liquid. He placed the vial on Snape's advanced potion-making book, a Christmas gift. Despite the holiday being 3 days away, Snape stared at the vial of Felix Felicis, his dark eyes widening slightly. This requires 6 months to brew. So you were in the laboratory. Clever. I blew up 3 cauldrons, but thankfully finished before Christmas. Kronos sat across from him, his tone gentle. I wish you all your heart desires. Snape's fingers lightly brushed the vial, causing the liquid to erupt in tiny golden stars. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately murmured a quiet, thank you. Then, Snape retrieved a leather-bound manuscript wrapped in parchment titled Reflections on Potion Improvement, the handwriting inside meticulously neat. Kronos opened the front page, discovering a small, crooked bat sketched in the corner. A Christmas gift. I hope it proves useful to you. On Christmas Eve, Kronos donned his cloak and appeared in the rose garden of Malfoy Manor, where winter roses bloomed magnificently under the influence of magic. Voldemort stood in the white gazebo, his red eyes glistening like 2 drops of congealed blood in the moonlight. Mr. Norn. He inclined his head gracefully, his wand tapping the stone table. Conjuring a delicate tea set. I hear you declined Professor Slughorn's Christmas party. Kronos seated himself on a stone bench, the scent of tea mingling with the bitterness of elderflower. The professor's enthusiasm for eggnog is rather daunting. Voldemort chuckled softly, personally pouring a cup of tea and pushing it toward him. Have you considered my proposal? I dreamt of a meteor shower. Kronos suddenly said, his fingertips brushing the rim of the teacup. In 1980, the dark mark will illuminate the entire British magical community. Voldemort's red eyes brightened suddenly. A specific date? The prophets never interpret details. Kronos took a sip of tea, but it is sufficient for you to plan a grander enterprise. The sound of branches snapping under the weight of snow echoed from outside the gazebo. Voldemort gazed intently at Kronos, his stare seeming to penetrate his very skin. As for a return, allow me to complete my studies in peace. Kronos set down the teacup, the surface revealing a reflection of the Ouroboros. As you know, the Norn family values education. At the moment, the moonlight was obscured by clouds. Voldemort suddenly pressed his hand on Kronos' shoulder. As he leaned closer, the chilling scent of dragon blood ink enveloped him. On the day of your graduation, I expect to see your mark. Kronos smiled. As you wish. In the office of Hogwarts' headmaster, the sweet aroma of lemon sherbet mingled with that of caramel pudding. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, his blue eyes scrutinizing Kronos through his spectacles. Was the feast enjoyable? Kronos withdrew a roll of parchment from his sleeve, upon which invisible ink recorded the names of the ministry officials in attendance tonight. The deputy head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, 3 office heads from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, and the director of the Translation Office from the International Magical Cooperation Department. Dumbledore took the parchment, tapping it lightly with his wand, causing the ink to materialize instantaneously. His brow furrowed slightly, more deeply than I had imagined, revealing the weight of the matter at hand. Voldemort had presented them with an offer they could not refuse. Kronos remarked on power or fear. I shall inform the Order of the Phoenix to take action. Dumbledore's voice was unusually grave. Kronos, you must return. You cannot miss the Christmas morning feast. On Christmas morning, the Slytherin common room was overflowing with gifts. As Kronos entered the dormitory, he found Snape seated in an armchair by the window, cradling a bottle of Felix Felicis. Did you not attend the feast? Kronos inquired, removing his snow-drenched outer robe. Snape shook his head. Too many people. Kronos retrieved a package from his luggage, a Christmas pudding that Madame Black insisted I bring, with double the brandy added by the house elf. Snape accepted the package, and an enticing aroma immediately filled the room. He glanced at Kronos. How was the feast? Utterly tedious. Kronos unfastened his bow tie. But there is good news. He will no longer intrude upon us before graduation. Snape's brow relaxed slightly. What did you do? I provided a prophecy that aligned with his desires. A glimmer of mischief danced in Kronos' eyes, though he could not fathom the latter part of the revelation. Chapter 12. Thawing Snow and Undercurrents. As the Christmas snow began to melt, the corridors of Hogwarts were perpetually damp. Kronos watched as a few lower-year students outside poked at the unmelted snow piles with their wands, attempting to conjure a moving snowman. Turn to page 47. Grindelwald's voice resonated from the lectern, his heterochromatic eyes glinting with a metallic sheen in the sunlight. Today, we shall learn how to identify the disguises of dark magical artifacts, such as this. With a flick of his wand, an ordinary quill floated into the air, suddenly contorting into a hissing silver serpent. A Ravenclaw girl gasped, nearly toppling from her chair. In 1927, the Paris Ministry of Magic had seized a batch of enchanted mirrors disguised as Muggle pens. Grindelwald explained the key points while transforming the silver serpent back into a quill. Kronos' enchanted quill diligently recorded Grindelwald's remarks on the parchment. As the class bell rang, a silver gray owl collided with the classroom, delivering that day's profit to Kronos' desk. The headline blared in extravagant script. Ministry official home burgled, suspected dark wizard activity. Accompanied by an image of a charred wall in Diagon Alley. It appears someone has delivered an early New Year's gift, Grindelwald mused, glancing at the newspaper. His heterochromatic pupils narrowing slightly. Mr. Norn, stay behind. Once the other students had departed, the classroom door locked automatically. With a flick of his wand, Grindelwald animated the photograph in the newspaper, revealing a shadowy figure in a silver mask fleetingly passing over the previously motionless charred wall. The fire in Diagon Alley occurred in the early hours of Christmas Eve. Grindelwald's voice was low, precisely when the Malfoy Manor feast was in full swing. Kronos folded the newspaper and tucked it into his bag, finding the coincidence rather humorous. Even more amusing was when Grindelwald suddenly lifted Kronos' tie with his wand. The backlash marks on your hands are deeper than last week, seer. Kronos calmly adjusted his tie. Winter does leave the skin quite parched. Grindelwald let out a cold chuckle as he retracted his wand. More than this, I am curious about what you said to that Dark Lord on Christmas Eve. I hear he has recently taken to astrological divination. Merely a discussion about the meteor shower of 1980. The door to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom closed behind them as Kronos folded the prophet and tucked it into his robe's inner pocket. Outside in the corridor, a group of first-year Hufflepuffs was attempting to make the snowman dance a jig, resulting in the unfortunate explosion of its head. Norn. Lily came rushing around the corner, droplets of water clinging to her red hair, her green eyes sparkling with excitement. Could you help me with this defensive spell? Professor Glass said my shield charm stance is incorrect. Kronos accepted the parchment she offered, which displayed a haphazardly drawn trajectory of her wand. A smile crept onto his lips. The angle of the incantation must be precise, like this. He drew his wand and demonstrated a smooth arc. Professor Glass was particular about the accuracy of movements. I knew it, Lily exclaimed, mimicking his actions eagerly, her wand emitting a few silver sparks. James said it should be angled downwards. I believe you are mistaken. James Potter's voice echoed from the other end of the corridor. He and Sirius Black were rushing over with several copies of Beginner's Transfiguration, their hair still adorned with the remnants of a failed bunny ear transformation. You've asked the wrong person. Slytherin's defense is all for show. Lily rolled her eyes. Who was it last time that turned beet red from Snape's tongue-tying curse? James's ears turned as crimson as his scarf at that instant. Kronos timely returned the parchment to Lily, nodding slightly. You two carry on. Turning two corners, the damp air of the underground classroom enveloped them, deep beneath the Black Lake. He pushed open the door to his private study, discovering Snape frowning at advanced potion making, a pearlescent liquid bubbling in the cauldron. An improved version of the calming draft? Kronos removed his dragonhide gloves and leaned in for a closer inspection, Did you add peppermint oil? Snape's quill paused on the parchment. The standard formula tends to induce mild dizziness. His voice was soft, yet he did not tense as he usually did when Kronos approached. Slughorn has invited me to his collection room over the summer. Privileges of the Slug Club. Kronos conjured 2 cups of hot cocoa. But do be cautious with his honey mead. Last year he added a sprinkle of the elation potion as a flavoring, resulting in half the club members dancing jigs under the Christmas tree. Snape's lips twitched, as if amused by the image, yet he suppressed his laughter. He ladled a scoop of potion into a vial, the liquid swirling with iridescence. Potter was flaunting the Nimbus 2000 his father gifted him in Transfiguration class today. Jealous? Kronos raised an eyebrow. Childish, Snape scoffed, though the tips of his ears turned slightly pink. He sealed the crystal vial, then suddenly asked, Malfoy is graduating this year. What will happen afterward? Kronos' silver spoon lightly tapped the rim of his cup, the Department of International Magical Cooperation, allegedly arranged by his father. He gazed into Snape's eyes. Yet you know, some choices unfold in the shadows, and certain matters will not be openly explained. The shadows of the cellar flowed between the two, Snape's lashes casting delicate shadows upon his cheek. So today Prophet claims the Dark Wizard is responsible for the fire in Diagon Alley? Never trust the conclusions of newspapers. Kronos retrieved the Prophet from his inner pocket, his finger tracing the photograph of the charred wall. Look at this figure in the silver mask, a Death Eater, dealing with those transformed mirrors. Snape's pupils dilated slightly. Ministry officials are being surveilled? Clever. Kronos commanded the newspaper to fold itself into an origami crane, sending it to the wastebasket in the corner. Now it becomes clear why Slughorn has suddenly taken an interest in defense. He has 3 enchanted mirrors hidden in his office. Suddenly, a house elf appeared, holding a letter with gold embossing, a letter for Mr. Norn from Mr. Malfoy. Kronos opened the letter, which read, After the graduation ball, the Lord shall accept the loyalty of the Malfoy family. You are invited to witness. Snape's brow furrowed, a flicker of concern flashing in his dark eyes. Was it not said before graduation? Kronos casually placed the envelope on the table, merely a reminder. Chapter 13, Malfoy's Position. June at Hogwarts was enveloped in warm breezes that carried the scent of fresh grass, the surface of the black lake shimmering with glimmers of light. Kronos stood before the window of the Slytherin common room, his fingertips gently caressing the silver buttons of his cuffs. Below, a group of 7th-year students congregated by the lake for a photograph, Lucius Malfoy's platinum hair glinting conspicuously in the sunlight. He held the serpent-headed wand, poised elegantly at the center of the gathering, as if accustomed to being the focal point. The voice of Severus Snape, clad in his black robes with fresh ink stains on the sleeves and a hefty tome of advanced potion-making in hand, broke the moment as he approached Kronos. His gaze swept over the crowd reflected on the water's surface before quickly retracting. Professor Slughorn's summer reading list? Kronos inquired, glancing at the book in Severus's hands, a slight smile gracing his lips. Snape nodded, his voice low. He suggested I begin my studies on second-year material early. He always takes special care of gifted students. Kronos chuckled lightly, his gaze drifting back outside. It appeared Lucius had sensed their scrutiny, his eyes falling upon the water, a flicker of meaning passing through his slate-blue irises. Are you attending the graduation banquet tonight? Snape suddenly asked, a subtle inquiry glimmering within his dark eyes. Kronos turned to him, replying, Yes, as the third-year prefect, I must. He paused, his tone casual, but after the banquet, summer vacation begins. Do you have any plans? Snape's fingers absently traced the spine of the book, falling into silence for several seconds before he replied, Spinner's End. His voice was soft, as if merely stating an inconsequential fact. Kronos did not press further. Instead, he retrieved a neatly folded parchment from his dragonhide pocket and handed it to him. There's a private library at Norn Manor. Should you find yourself bored this summer, feel free to visit. Snape accepted the parchment, unfolding it to reveal a meticulously drawn map indicating the route from Spinner's End to Norn Manor, alongside several convenient Flu network coordinates. His fingers lingered on the parchment for a brief moment before he murmured, Thank you. Laughter wafted in from outside, and Kronos glanced at his pocket watch, noting that evening was drawing near. I must prepare, he said, turning toward the dormitory corridor, only to look back and add, See you after the banquet. Snape remained where he stood, his dark eyes fixed on Kronos's retreating figure until the silvery hair vanished into the shadows of the stone corridor. The graduation banquet took place in the Great Hall, where the 4 long house tables had been replaced by round tables draped in emerald green velvet, candlelight flickering beneath the enchanted starry sky above. Kronos found himself seated among several upperclassmen from pureblood families in the Slytherin section, their glances occasionally directed towards him. Laced with subtle probing, Lucius Malfoy occupied a place at the head table, flanked by Professor Slughorn and several ministry officials. His demeanor remained as graceful as ever, though Kronos noted the way his fingertips rhythmically tapped upon the serpent-headed wand, betraying a hint of impatience. As the banquet progressed, Dumbledore rose, surveying the gathering with his gentle yet authoritative voice. Once again, we find ourselves at graduation season. May you always carry the teachings of Hogwarts with you on your journey through the magical world. Applause erupted. Yet Kronos' attention drifted to the corner of the faculty table, where Grindelwald lounged languidly against the back of his chair, his mismatched eyes scanning the assembly with keen interest. It seemed he had noticed Kronos' gaze, a playful smirk curling upon his lips as he raised his glass in acknowledgement. Kronos inclined his head slightly, and as he returned his gaze, he discovered that Lucius had already vacated his seat. Moments later, he set down his napkin and silently followed suit. The herb garden on the castle's west side was suffused with a faint bitterness in the night air. Lucius stood within the gazebo, the moonlight stretching his shadow long. Hearing footsteps, he spoke without turning, "You're 2 minutes late. One cannot leave at the same time." Kronos replied, stepping beside him, his green eyes appearing particularly profound under the moonlight. Lucius seemed poised to say something further, but ultimately sighed. "Kronos, you navigate the precipice of danger better than any wizard I have encountered. I hope you are aware of what you are doing." Kronos turned to him, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. "I return the sentiment, Lucius." Footsteps echoed from outside the gazebo, and both fell silent. A tall, slender figure emerged from the darkness, red eyes glinting coldly in the moonlight. "Mr. Norn." Voldemort's voice remained elegant. "It appears my reminder was superfluous. You have not forgotten our agreement." Kronos inclined his head slightly, displaying the appropriate deference. "My lord." Voldemort's gaze lingered on him for several seconds, as if assessing something, before turning to Lucius. "Malfoy heir, your loyalty deserves reward." Lucius knelt on one knee, his platinum hair cascading over his shoulders, his voice resolute. "My lord." A beam of green light erupted from the tip of Voldemort's wand, and the dark mark emerged on Lucius's left arm. His expression tightened momentarily but quickly resumed its habitual elegance. Satisfied, Voldemort retracted his wand, his red eyes once again settling on Kronos. "On graduation day, Mr. Norn, I anticipate your arrival." Kronos met his gaze unflinchingly, his green eyes betraying no hint of retreat. "As you wish." Voldemort chuckled softly, his figure gradually merging with the night, as though he had never existed. After the banquet concluded, Kronos returned to the Slytherin dungeon. The common room was deserted, only a few sconces flickering softly in the dim light. Just as he was about to head to his dormitory, he spotted a familiar figure around the corner. Snape leaned against the stone wall, clutching the advanced potion-making book. Upon hearing the footsteps, he looked up, his dark eyes appearing particularly deep in the low light. "How was the banquet?" he inquired softly. Kronos approached him, his tone light. A lengthy speech, sickly sweet pudding, and Professor Slughorn's off-key school song. A fleeting smile flickered at the corners of Snape's lips before his demeanor returned to its usual calm. "Lucius Malfoy has graduated." "Yes," Kronos replied, gazing out the window, where moonlight shimmered on the black lake, casting a cold silver glow. "The end of an era, the dawn of another." Snape remained silent, standing beside him without further inquiry. "I will be visiting Norn Manor over the summer," Snape suddenly stated, his voice soft yet distinctly clear. Kronos turned to him, a glimmer of amusement in his green eyes. "You are always welcome." Chapter 14. The Summer at Norn Manor. July sunlight streamed through the towering windows of Norn Manor, casting mottled shadows upon the oak floor. Kronos stood atop a ladder in the library, his fingers gliding over rows of gilded book spines until he finally withdrew a hefty volume titled Applications of Ancient Magic and Alchemy. "Is this the one you seek?" Severus sat in an armchair by the window, his black hair falling beside his pale cheek. At Kronos' words, he looked up and nodded. In his hands lay an open copy of Properties of Potion Ingredients, the quill scratching busily across the parchment as he recorded the extraction method for a rare toxic fungus. Kronos gracefully descended from the ladder, handing him the book while conjuring a glass of chilled lemonade. Snape accepted the book, his fingers pausing momentarily on the gilded runes of the cover as he whispered, "Thank you." This marked the third day of Snape's stay at Norn Manor. The summer in Spinner's End was stifling and humid, the oppressive atmosphere of Tobias's drinking and Eileen's silence rendering the house a suffocating prison. Kronos had dispatched a house elf with the invitation as early as the beginning of July, and Snape had packed his belongings without a moment's hesitation. The manor's library is even more extensive than the library at Hogwarts, encompassing everything from fundamental texts on potion making to obscure manuscripts on the defense against the dark arts. Severus Snape would often spend several hours here each day, while Kronos occasionally kept him company, intermittently attending to family matters, such as the regular influx of owl post, some from ministry officials, others bearing the Malfoy family crest. Kronos never shied away from opening these letters in Snape's presence. Yet Snape never inquired about their contents. At lunchtime, the house elf, Bubbles, brought a plate of raspberry tarts and chilled pumpkin juice, bowing with a high-pitched voice, "Master." Today's Daily Prophet. Kronos accepted the newspaper, glancing at the headline. Ministry official mysteriously disappears, suspected dark wizard activity. Maintaining his usual demeanor, he folded the paper and set it aside. Snape's cool paused momentarily, his dark eyes scanning the paper before quickly averting his gaze. Best not to dwell on that. Kronos remarked casually, taking a bite of his tart. The ministry always tends to overreact. After a brief silence, Snape suddenly spoke. I recall that Lucius Malfoy joined the ministry after graduation. The Department of International Affairs. Lucius had his choices, Kronos replied, pausing momentarily. But the political climate at the ministry has been rather turbulent of late. Snape's fork hesitated. Infiltration by Death Eaters? Indeed, Kronos acknowledged without elaborating, but Snape understood. After another moment of silence, Snape inquired, and what of you? Me? Kronos raised an eyebrow. I shall continue to be a diligent student at Hogwarts, occasionally managing Voldemort's invitations. Snape scrutinized him for several seconds, his dark eyes heavy with contemplation. You have declined his offers. Only for the time being. Kronos chuckled lightly. I have not given up. Snape pursed his lips, refraining from pressing further. In the afternoon, Kronos led Snape through the herb garden behind the manor. Sunlight filtered through the vines, and the air was fragrant with the scents of mint and dragon's claw. Snape's attention was captured by a rare silver mandrake, its leaves gently swaying in the breeze, glistening with a pearlescent sheen. A hybrid variety, Kronos explained. Professor Slughorn has always coveted one, but I have yet to part with it. A barely perceptible smile graced Snape's lips for a fleeting moment before he regained his composure. He crouched down, gently brushing his fingertips against the mandrake's leaves, murmuring. The magical plant's compendium mentions that the silver variant has a calming effect. Precisely, Kronos replied with a smile. It seems you have thoroughly explored the library's collection. Snape did not deny it. He merely stood and dusted off non-existent specks from his robes. Spider Alley does not boast such treasures, he remarked in a neutral tone. Yet Kronos detected a hint of subtle emotion. Kronos softly declared, the library shall always be open to you. Snape glanced at him, a complex emotion flickering in his dark eyes, ultimately responding with a gentle, As night fell, the terrace of Noan Manor was enveloped in a cool breeze carrying the scent of fresh grass. Kronos leaned against the railing, gazing at the twinkling stars in the distance. Snape stood beside him, his dark robes fluttering slightly in the night wind. Do you believe in prophecies? Kronos suddenly asked. Snape turned to him, a flicker of confusion crossing his dark gaze. In the magical world, prophecies can be both true and false. Kronos chuckled lightly, indeed. But the Noan family has possessed prophetic gifts for generations without error. So that is why you. So why I what? Kronos countered with a smile. Silence stretched between them, filled only by the distant chirping of insects and the rustling of leaves. Would you care to try brewing Felix Felicis tomorrow? Kronos broke the silence. The library contains a tome on the secret recipe for luck potion, which is more precise than Professor Slughorn's version. A glimmer of interest flashed in Snape's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. What about the ingredients? The manor's storeroom is not lacking in those, Kronos replied as he turned to head indoors. Unless, of course, you mind that the brewing process takes 6 months. Snape followed closely behind, his voice soft yet distinctly clear. Time is not an issue. Kronos glanced back at him, a smile gracing his lips. Then it is settled. In the summer days at Noan Manor, time seemed to stretch. Snape's dark robes gradually absorbed the scent of ink from the library, while Kronos's silver hair shone ever more brilliantly in the sunlight. Occasionally, the Daily Prophet would deliver news from the outside world. Explosions in Nocturne Alley, the mysterious disappearance of ministry officials, clandestine gatherings of pureblood families. But here, everything felt distant and indistinct. Until one evening, a silver gray owl collided with the library's window, dropping a piece of parchment. Kronos unfolded the letter, revealing a single line. Half of the ministry officials have pledged allegiance to the Dark Lord. Snape's gaze swept over the parchment, his dark eyes locking onto Kronos with gravity. The summer holidays are drawing to a close. Kronos folded the letter with ease, maintaining a light tone. It is time to return to Hogwarts. Chapter 15. The new academic year begins. September's sunlight streamed through the glass windows of the Hogwarts Express, casting a golden hue upon Kronos's silver hair. He leaned against the plush seat, lightly tapping his fingers against the window frame as he observed the bustling crowd on the platform. Lily's red hair stood out vividly amidst the throng, as she tiptoed to peer into their compartment, evidently searching for someone. Spotting Kronos's silver locks through the window, she approached their carriage, dragging her suitcase behind her. Kronos, it's been ages. And Severus, you've had your hair cut? Lily reached out to touch Snape's forehead. but he subtly turned his head away. Just a trim, Snape replied, his voice steadier than the previous year. He accepted Lily's suitcase. Did you bring your standard spells with you? Professor Flitwick mentioned he would be checking summer assignments. Kronos observed them, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The brooding, reclusive boy of a year ago had at least learned how to interact with friends. A gentle knock on the compartment door interrupted their moment. Lucius Malfoy stood outside, his platinum blonde hair tied back with a dark green ribbon. The cuffs of his left sleeve embroidered with intricate dark patterns, magic embroidery meant to conceal the mark of the Death Eater. Kronos, he greeted with an elegant nod, his gray-blue eyes scanning the occupants of the compartment. Would you mind if I borrowed you for 10 minutes? Of course not. Kronos waved his wand, conjuring a steaming pot of red tea on the table. How's life at the ministry? Lucius snorted lightly, a mire of bureaucracy. Lowering his voice, he added, the Lord places great value on the Noan family's prophetic gift. He hopes you will make your choice soon. Ripples danced across the surface of the tea in the porcelain cup as Kronos took a discreet sip. No rush. The Dark Lord granted me until graduation. 3 years remain. Is that not so? Lucius shot him a knowing glance. You are ever so cautious. Rising, he adjusted his cuffs. By the way, my brother is starting this year. I hope Slytherin will provide him the guidance he deserves. Certainly. The train whistled as sunlight streamed through the windows, casting dappled shadows on him. A contemplative look flickered across his green eyes beneath his silver hair. Kronos, how was your summer? Lily turned to him, her green eyes brimming with curiosity. Severus mentioned your library is larger than Hogwarts. Snape's ears flushed slightly, clearly caught off guard by Lily's candidness. Kronos chuckled. You are always welcome to visit, Lily. However, you must first pass Severus's assessment. He has set the rule that one must thoroughly study the library management codex before entering the library. Lily gasped dramatically, placing a hand over her heart. Merlin. Severus, you are even stricter than Madame Pants. Snape pressed his lips together, a flicker of embarrassment passing through his dark eyes, though the corners of his mouth subtly lifted for a fleeting moment. As the train sped past the rolling landscape, Kronos addressed Lily's queries regarding the new academic year, while Snape closed the hefty tome on potions and listened intently, occasionally interjecting with his own inquiries. The sun began its descent, casting a golden hue upon the trio's silhouettes. The great hall of Hogwarts remained resplendent, with floating candles illuminating the 4 house tables. Kronos occupied the head position at the Slytherin table, his gaze sweeping over the staff table where Grindelwald still donned Professor Glass's disguise, his eyes drifting vaguely towards Dumbledore, who was engaged in hushed conversation with Professor Slughorn, his blue eyes peering occasionally towards the entrance of the hall. The first years have arrived, whispered the 7th-year prefect beside Kronos. Professor McGonagall led a line of first years into the hall. At the forefront stood a boy with black hair and gray eyes, Regulus Black. Unlike his brother Sirius, his posture was poised and restrained, his steely blue eyes gleaming with the characteristic pride of the Black family. Another Black, the prefect scoffed softly. I wonder how the Sorting Hat will choose this time. Kronos remained silent, quietly observing Regulus. The boy visibly relaxed when the Sorting Hat proclaimed Slytherin, his steps towards the long table becoming noticeably lighter. Black's younger brother? Snape, having appeared behind Kronos, spoke in a hushed tone. He doesn't seem like the type to defect to Gryffindor. Kronos gestured for him to sit. It seems Mrs. Black has learned her lesson. He conjured a steaming cup of cocoa and handed it to Snape. What is the first class for second years? Charms, Snape replied, taking the cocoa. Flitwick said he would teach us the freezing charm. After the sorting ceremony concluded, Dumbledore stood to announce the commencement of the feast. Plates brimming with food adorned the tables, and Kronos noted Regulus seated at the end of the long table, surrounded by several first years from pure-blood families, who occasionally cast curious and odd glances toward the head position. It seems the youngest son of the Blacks is quite interested in you, the 7th-year prefect remarked meaningfully. Kronos elegantly sliced into the lamb chops on his plate. Children from pure-blood families often harbor fantasies about the head position. Halfway through the feast, a silver-gray owl burst into the hall, dropping a letter in front of Kronos. The gilded M embossed on the envelope shimmered under the candlelight, bearing the Malfoy family crest. Has Lucius missed you already? The prefect teased. Kronos, impassively tucking the letter into his sleeve, merely reminded him not to forget to keep an eye on his brother. His gaze swept over the staff table, where Grindelwald languidly raised a glass towards him, a glint of amusement flashing through his heterochromatic eyes. The Slytherin common room was unusually lively before curfew, with first years huddled by the fireplace, listening to 7th years recount the secrets of Hogwarts. Regulus Black stood alone by the window, his gray-blue eyes gazing into the depths of the Black Lake, where a giant squid glided through the water. Feeling out of place? Kronos approached him, conjuring a cup of warm milk. Regulus visibly startled, but quickly regained his composure, lost in thought. After a moment's hesitation, he accepted the milk, Thank you, Senior Norn. You need not bear the weight of your brother's choices, Kronos said softly. Slytherin values capability above all. Regulus tightened his grip on the milk cup, his knuckles turning pale. Mother said. Mrs. Walburga has her reasons, Kronos interrupted, but Hogwarts is your own journey. The squid outside expelled a stream of bubbles, refracting a myriad of colors in the moonlight. Regulus fixated on the bubbles, his voice barely audible. Sirius said Slytherin is. Your brother has the right to choose his own path. Kronos' voice was gentle yet resolute. And so do you. Regulus looked up at him, a complex emotion flickering in his gray-blue eyes, before he nodded lightly. Upon returning to their dormitory, Snape was already in his pajamas, propped against his bed's headboard, engrossed in advanced potion-making. Upon hearing the door open, he did not look up, but inquired, Did the youngest Black come to see you? Just to say hello, Kronos replied. Loosening his tie, he seems quite concerned about Sirius. Snape scoffed lightly, another pureblood crushed beneath the weight of family expectations. At least no one in Spinner's Inn cares what I do. Kronos conjured a dish of peppermint candies and placed it on the bedside table. Sometimes, indifference can be more painful than expectations. Snape's cool paused for a moment before he heard Kronos say, But I will care for you. Chapter 16, Autumn at Hogwarts. The September morning mist enveloped the Black Lake, tinting the glass windows of the Slytherin dungeon in a hazy blue-gray. Kronos stood by the window of their dormitory, his silver hair kissed by the morning light, his fingers unconsciously tracing the Ouroboros pattern on his cuff, another year closer to that deadline. Your class schedule. Snape's voice came from behind, a piece of parchment being offered before him. Kronos accepted it, glancing over the fourth-year curriculum, defense against the dark arts, charms, ancient runes, and noting the lack of overlap with the second-year courses. Thank you. Kronos folded the parchment neatly and tucked it into his pocket. Slughorn has moved his club activities to Thursday afternoon. Remember to bring your improved calming draft. Snape nodded, his dark eyes scanning the silver patterns faintly visible on Kronos' cuff. Something he had caught a glimpse of earlier in the washroom, reminiscent of some ancient runes, yet slipping away in an instant. Your hand. Snape hesitated before finally asking. Kronos calmly pulled down his cuff to conceal his wrist. A small mishap during potion experimentation. It has been resolved. He shifted the topic. This afternoon, I plan to visit Hogsmeade for potion ingredients. Is there anything you need me to bring? Snape's eyes brightened briefly before returning to their usual calm. Advanced potion making mentioned a theory on potion coloration. And Zonkos has recently released a color-changing ink that supposedly alters hue according to one's emotions. That's a splendid idea, Kronos chuckled. I shall look into it. Lowering his voice, he added, however, during Halloween week in Hogsmeade, I could secretly take you there. Snape's fingers tightened at the edge of his robes, his knuckles widening. Third years and below are prohibited, which is why it would be a secret. Kronos' green eyes glimmered with mischief in the morning light. I know a concealed passage, right beneath the Whomping Willow. Snape's breath quickened slightly, a flicker of conflict igniting in his dark eyes, as the risks of breaking school rules clashed with the allure of exploring a magical village. Ultimately, he nodded gently, the corners of his mouth almost imperceptibly lifting for a moment. It settled then. Kronos patted his shoulder. Now, we should head to the Great Hall, or we shall miss today's treacle tarts. In a corner of the library, sunlight streamed through the high windows, casting a warm glow upon the weighty tomes. Snape was deeply engrossed in transcribing secrets of the master potion maker, his quill leaving neat script upon the parchment. Kronos sat opposite him, his silver hair shimmering gently in the sunlight, cradling a copy of Advanced Ancient Runic Studies. Severus. Lily's voice shattered the tranquility as the red-haired girl squeezed into their small table, a stack of books clutched in her arms. Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration essay is far too difficult. She spread intermediate transfiguration theory across the table, the parchment marred with only a few lines of writing. Snape furrowed his brow as he scrutinized her draft. You have conflated the 5th and 7th principles of Gamp's law. I knew you would notice. Lily replied, sticking out her tongue, her emerald eyes shifting towards Kronos. Norn, may I borrow your transfiguration notes for reference? That paper you helped me with last year received an outstanding. Kronos conjured a scroll of parchment. Their essay detailed analysis of Gamp's law on page 14, but do refrain from copying verbatim. Professor McGonagall can discern my writing style. Lily cheered, snatching the parchment and fervently scribbling. Snape's gaze flickered between the two, ultimately resting on the side profile of Kronos. The sunlight cast a golden hue upon his outline, and his eyelashes created delicate shadows on his cheek. Suddenly, Snape realized he had been staring for too long and quickly lowered his head to continue writing, though the tips of his ears betrayed a faint blush. By the way, Lily suddenly looked up. Have you heard? Professor Gross has constructed a practical training ground by the Forbidden Forest. It is said that upperclassmen can enroll in specialized defense against the dark arts training. Kronos paused his quill above the parchment. He possesses a particular enthusiasm for practical instruction. Severus, you should apply. Lily exclaimed excitedly. Your defensive skills surpass many upperclassmen. Snape shook his head. It is only open to 4th years and above. But Norn can teach you. Lily winked. He is the top of the 4th year. And I heard he single-handedly defeated several 7th-year Slytherins in his 2nd year. Snape glanced at Kronos, who was elegantly twirling his quill, a smile dancing in his green eyes. You are always welcome, provided Professor Slughorn doesn't mind me commandeering his star pupil. Lily giggled, drawing a warning glance from Madame Pomfrey. The trio returned to their studies. The sunlight gently shifting across the pages until the bell announced the arrival of dinner. In the Potions Club on Thursday afternoon, Slughorn's private classroom was filled with the mingled aromas of various herbs. Snape stood by the cauldron in the corner, meticulously stirring a pot of liquid that shimmered with a pearlescent sheen. Kronos silently appeared beside him, offering a small pouch of ground unicorn horn. 7 clockwise, 1 counterclockwise. He murmured, it will stabilize the potion's efficacy. Snape nodded, adjusting his stirring rhythm according to the instruction. The potion's hue gradually shifted from milky white to a transparent pale blue, tiny silver star-like specks emerging on the surface, a sign of perfection. Splendid, my boy. Slughorn waddled over, his round face illuminated with admiration. This exceeds Newt level. He patted Snape on the shoulder. There's a small exhibition next month. I hope you can demonstrate this improved formula. Snape's spine stiffened momentarily, a flicker of unease flashing in his dark eyes. Kronos interjected at an opportune moment. Professor, perhaps I could assist Severus? The display requires specialized anti-explosion enchantments. Of course. Slughorn beamed, his eyes narrowing into slits. The Norn family's anti-explosion charms are top tier. He turned to check on other students' progress, his robe wafting a blend of sherry and mint. Thank you. Snape's voice was soft, yet clear. Kronos smiled. You need only focus on the potion, leave the rest to me. On the final Friday of October, the fog at the edge of the Forbidden Forest was thicker than usual. Kronos stood in the shadow of the Whomping Willow, Snape's black robes emerging at the forest's edge, the Ouroboros emblem on his chest gleaming faintly. Kronos gently touched the gnarled scar of the willow, causing the tree to freeze in place. He gestured for Snape to follow, and they bent low to enter the narrow passage. The damp scent of earth mingled with mold wafted towards them as the wand-esque glow illuminated the mottled brick walls. At the end of the passage stood a creaking wooden door. As they pushed it open, moonlight spilled in, revealing the dilapidated outline of the shrieking shack, while distant laughter from the 3 broomsticks floated through the night. Welcome to Hogsmeade, Severus. Chapter 17, An Unexpected Encounter in Hogsmeade. Kronos' silver hair shimmered coldly in the moonlight, with Snape trailing behind, his black robes nearly merging with the night, save for the occasional glint of the Ouroboros emblem. The butterbeer at the 3 broomsticks is the finest in all of Britain, Kronos declared as he pushed open the pub's wooden door, warm light and raucous voices flooding out. Madame Rosmerta had even added a touch of her secret recipe. Kronos settled in a corner with Snape, as Madame Rosmerta slid 2 frothy drinks before them, winking at Kronos. Just like always, with an extra spoonful of honey. Kronos grinned as he accepted one drink, handing the other to Snape. Give it a try. Snape took a sip. The rich flavor of sweetness intertwined with bitterness cascading over his tongue, his eyes widening slightly. What do you think? Kronos inquired. Not bad, Snape replied quietly, taking another sip. Kronos chuckled lightly, his gaze sweeping across the pub's patrons. A few upperclassmen from Hufflepuff were gathered in a corner playing Exploding Snap, while Ravenclaw students whispered about spell theory, occasionally casting curious glances their way before swiftly averting their eyes. There are rooms on the 2nd floor, Kronos lowered his voice. We'll stay here tonight. Snape's fingers tightened around the cup's rim. Will we not return after curfew? Fear not. I made arrangements with Professor Gross in advance, Kronos replied, a knowing smile gracing his lips. He promised to help us cover up a bit. Snape raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical of the defense against the dark arts professor's goodwill, yet ultimately chose to remain silent. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the mist, bathing Hogsmeade's cobblestone streets in a warm glow. Kronos pushed open the 3 broomsticks door, the crisp air rushing in. Snape followed closely behind, his black robes wrapped tightly around him, yet his gaze could not help but wander to the shops lining the street. Shall we head to Honeyduke's first? Kronos asked. Snape nodded. The candy shop was teeming with students, shelves brimming with an array of colorful sweets, fizzing Whizbees, chocolate frogs, and licorice wands that would jump. Snape's attention was drawn to a row of deep purple candies, labeled melancholy-flavored Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Experience true melancholy. Don't touch that, Kronos warned, reaching out to stop him. A Hufflepuff had won last time and cried for 3 straight days. Snape withdrew his hand, opting instead for a pack of blood pops, adorned with a grinning bat on the packaging. This one is fine, he declared, Kronos chuckled as he paid. Slughorn loves to distribute these during club activities. He claims they can invigorate the mind. They filled a large bag with sweets from Honeydukes before heading to Devine's magical supplies. Snape was particularly intrigued by a display of self-stirring cauldrons, while Kronos selected a few rolls of specialized parchment that would automatically correct spelling errors while writing. "Shall we visit Zonko's joke shop?" Kronos inquired. Snape hesitated for a moment before nodding. Inside Zonko's, the air was thick with various prank items, and a few Gryffindors huddled around a box of dung bombs, whispering conspiratorially. Kronos strode directly to the counter, retrieving a bottle of ink that appeared transparent, yet transformed colors in the sunlight. "Mr. Norn," the shopkeeper, Ambrosius Flume, waddled over, his round belly jiggling. "The color-changing ink you reserved just arrived this morning." He produced a crystal vial from beneath the counter, the liquid swirling within like a living thing, shimmering with a rainbow hue, as you requested. "It has a trace of dragon's blood ink added for smoother writing." Kronos accepted the vial and handed it to Snape, who gave it a gentle shake. And the ink instantly shimmered with a silvery glow. Kronos raised an eyebrow. "It seems you are in good spirits today?" Severus Snape hastily returned the vial to the counter. His ears tinged with a faint blush. It was merely a test. With a smile, Kronos paid for the item and tucked the ink into Snape's pocket. "A gift for you." As dusk enveloped the sky, Kronos conjured 2 mugs of butterbeer and led Snape to sit upon the hillside outside the shrieking shack. The entirety of Hogsmeade unfurled beneath them, its lights flickering like stars gradually igniting. "I've heard this place is haunted," Snape remarked, sipping the froth from his beer. "Once a month, quite punctually," Kronos chuckled, but suddenly, his gaze froze at the village entrance. 3 figures draped in black robes emerged from the rear of the 3 broomsticks. As one of them looked up, the moonlight illuminated the scar that bisected his left eye, Fenrir Greyback. The werewolf leader was engaged in hushed conversation with 2 Death Eaters, one of whom produced a bulging pouch from his robes. Kronos immediately pressed his hand onto Snape's shoulder, silently casting the disillusionment charm. Their forms melded with the night, visible only to one another. "Do not move," Kronos breathed near Snape's ear, "and do not make a sound." Greyback weighed the pouch in his hand, his yellowish eyes gleaming with a predatory light in the moon's glow. He grinned, revealing sharp canine teeth. "Tell your master I shall see him on the night of the full moon." The Death Eaters nodded, and the 3 figures vanished into the darkness. Kronos' hand remained on Snape's shoulder, feeling the tension in the young man's muscles and the quickening of his heartbeat. "We should return," Kronos said, lifting the disillusionment charm, his voice more somber than usual. "This matter must be reported to Dumbledore." The return passage was darker and colder than before. Snape's breathing remained rapid, only calming slightly as they emerged from the passage beneath the Whomping Willow, the lights of Hogwarts coming into view. "That is not something you need to worry about now." Kronos interrupted him, his green eyes deep as pools in the moonlight. "Sleep well tonight. Tomorrow shall proceed as usual." As the shadows of the castle loomed, Snape suddenly grasped Kronos' wrist, his black eyes swirling with complex emotions. "You knew we would encounter them," he stated, not as a question. Kronos did not pull away but softly replied, "I am aware of many things, Severus. However, bringing you out was solely to see you happy." The clock tower told midnight, the 12 chimes resonating across the silent castle. Kronos felt his wrist grow warm in Snape's grasp, the silver markings beginning to shimmer once more. "Good night, Severus." He finally withdrew his hand, adding, "Sweet dreams." Chapter 18. Morning confabulations. Morning light streamed through the lofty arched windows of the headmaster's office, casting the blue eyes behind half-moon spectacles to resemble a frozen lake. "Greyback and the 2 Death Eaters," Kronos murmured, recounting the events of the previous night. The transaction site located behind the 3 broomsticks. Dumbledore popped a lemon sherbet into his mouth, the sweet aroma wafting between them as Fawkes gently preened his golden-red plumage, occasionally emitting soft trills. "The werewolf clan's movements are swifter than anticipated," the elder finally spoke, his keen gaze piercing through the lenses. Yet interestingly, he conjured a Ministry of Magic internal memo, revealing that the werewolf registry had been unusually quiet for the past 3 months, and according to official records, Greyback had been inactive for half a year. Kronos accepted the parchment, his green eyes scanning the meticulously curated data. Someone was shielding him. Rufus Scrimgeour. Dumbledore tapped his fingers on the desk, the memo dissolving into dust. "The new director of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, Pureblood, with ties to the Malfoy family." The sunlight outside shifted slightly, illuminating the corner of the headmaster's office where the pensive resided. Kronos' gaze lingered on the shimmering vessel. "Do you require me to engage with the Malfoys?" "No," Dumbledore's tone softened abruptly. "Your primary focus now is to play the role of a 4th-year student." He pointedly glanced at the faint silver markings on Kronos' wrist, especially with next week's potion exhibition in mind. Fawkes suddenly let out a clear call. and footsteps echoed from the spiral staircase, as Grindelwald lazily leaned against the doorframe. Am I interrupting? The defense against the dark arts professor toyed with a silver sickle, the coin fluttering between his fingers like a butterfly. I merely came to remind that some individuals have my class this morning. The headmaster smiled and conjured a third chair. Just in time, Gellert. We need to discuss the adjustments to the Forbidden Forest defenses. Kronos discreetly excused himself, catching Grindelwald's lowered voice as he turned. That boy's backlash marks have deepened again, Albus. The spiral staircase swallowed the latter half of the sentence. As Kronos descended, his fingertips brushed against the coin. This was no ordinary sickle. The edges were engraved with Nivern's warning symbols, serving as a vessel for urgent messages among the saints. Breakfast in the Great Hall was nearing its end. Snape sat alone at the far end of the Slytherin table, a copy of advanced potion-making spread before him. His cool sketching out improved formulas on parchment. Here, Kronos conjured a steaming cup of red tea. Slughorn has just approved the design for the display. Snape accepted the cup, his dark eyes glancing at the skin on Kronos' wrist, which appeared slightly paler than the surrounding flesh, as if it had been scorched by something. His gaze lingered for a moment before swiftly averting Greyback's matter. Dumbledore will handle it. Kronos spread blueberry jam across his toast, but you should be more concerned about Avery. He slipped a dung bomb into your potion notes yesterday. Snape's lips twitched slightly. Those props have long been replaced with non-explosive fakes. Kronos raised an eyebrow. When did this happen? Last week. Snape sipped his tea, a glimmer of mischief flashing in his black eyes. After all, you said some matters are better resolved personally. A distant sound of flapping wings announced an owl's arrival, which dropped the Daily Prophet in front of Lily, the headline boldly reading mysterious disappearance of ministry officials. By the end of the afternoon's charms class, Kronos felt the silver sickle growing warm in his bag. He retrieved it, and the coin unfolded in his palm, transforming into parchment, on the night before the full moon, atop the North Tower. As the sunset painted the black lake in hues of gold and crimson, Kronos found Snape in the restricted section of the library, poring over the secrets of potion masters. The safety devices for the display have been tested. Kronos produced a roll of blueprints. Slughorn specifically approved using Norwegian Ridgeback scales as the base. Snape's cool paused. That requires the headmaster's permission. Coincidentally, I just met with the headmaster this morning, Kronos remarked nonchalantly, his green eyes sweeping over Snape's open notes, densely filled with various countercurse formulas, several ink spots notably fresh, as if recently added. Snape followed his gaze, promptly closing the notebook. Just extracurricular research. Very comprehensive. Kronos feigned ignorance to the formulas targeting magical backlash, particularly the application of moonstone powder, which most overlooked for its stabilizing properties. The soft footsteps of Madame Pants echoed from behind the shelves, and the two shared a tacit understanding to remain silent. Once she had passed, Kronos lowered his voice. I must visit the astronomy tower tonight. Do not wait for me. Snape's fingers absently stroked his furwood wand. Be careful. The simplicity of those two words left Kronos momentarily stunned. He gazed at Snape's lowered lashes, casting fragmented shadows beneath the light, and eventually nodded gently. See you tomorrow. Once nightfall enveloped the surroundings, Kronos stealthily ascended to the North Tower. Grindelwald awaited him there, his mismatched pupils flickering like two eternal flames beneath the starlit sky. He tossed a vial of potion, iridescent with a pearly sheen, which would temporarily suppress the backlash. Kronos caught the vial but did not drink immediately. Why assist me? That dark-haired imp had been frequently consulting antidote literature of late. Grindelwald scoffed. Do you think you can conceal anything from a roommate who shares your days and nights? He turned his gaze toward the Forbidden Forest, where on this full moon night, Greyback would lead a pack of wolves to attack the Muggle village on the outskirts of Hogsmeade, a matter Albus intended to handle personally. Kronos consumed the potion in one gulp, the silver patterns beneath his skin momentarily dulled. What do you need me to do? Stay in the castle. Grindelwald's voice suddenly turned serious. That imp's potion demonstration requires the Chief Senior's explosion-proof device, does it not? Moonlight bathed the two in a silvery glow, ripples dancing across the distant Black Lake. Kronos suddenly inquired, have you reconciled? Grindelwald's mismatched pupils flickered momentarily. Mind your own business. Yet, Kronos detected a trace of delight in his tone. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found Snape curled up in bed, fast asleep, with advanced potion-making spread across his chest and his wand still clasped in hand. Kronos gently removed the book, his gaze sweeping over the boy's slightly furrowed brow. Even in slumber, he maintained a vigilant demeanor. On the bedside table lay a small vial of freshly brewed potion, its label neatly inscribed, SS. Antidote, Trial Version 30. Kronos picked up the vial, the pale blue liquid shimmering in the moonlight. He did not consume the potion, instead carefully stowing it in his dragonhide pocket. Chapter 19, The Potion Exhibition. On the second Saturday of November, Slughorn's potions classroom was adorned anew, with magical lanterns that changed colors hanging from the ceiling, casting the room in a flowing silver-green hue. In the center, a crystal display stand was erected, surrounded by the scales of Norwegian ridgeback dragons. And the explosion-proof device designed by Kronos glimmered faintly. Snape stood in a corner, his black robes neatly enveloping his slender form, his gaze scanning the guests as they arrived in succession. Slughorn had invited several potion masters and representatives from pureblood families. Lucius Malfoy's platinum hair stood out distinctly amidst the crowd. Kronos silently appeared at his side. Nervous? He conjured a steaming cup of peppermint tea. Drink this. It will help steady your nerves. Snape accepted the cup, warmth seeping through the ceramic to his fingertips. I'm just unaccustomed to large gatherings. Kronos chuckled softly, lightly tapping his shoulder. A subtle wave of magical energy washed over, and Snape suddenly felt the surrounding noise fade into the background. A silencing charm, the silver-haired youth explained. Only effective for you. Slughorn's hearty laughter interrupted their hushed conversation. Ladies and gentlemen. He waddled to the display stand, his round belly protruding. Today we are fortunate to witness the masterpiece of a young genius, Severus Snape's improved Starlight Calming Draft. Snape's spine stiffened momentarily. Kronos discreetly nudged him from behind, whispering, remember, they are here merely to observe the potion. The liquid in the crystal cauldron on the display shimmered with a pearly sheen, swirling into nebula-like patterns under the reflection of the dragon scales. Snape stepped to the forefront, his voice lower than usual, yet clear enough. The improved formula includes moonstone powder and blood of fire lizards, reducing the side effects by 70%. He waved his wand, and the potion automatically dispensed into 12 test tubes. Lucius Malfoy had somehow appeared beside the display stand, a significant gleam in his gray-blue eyes. Impressive, Mr. Snape. He elegantly presented a gilded tome, Soul Potions and Eternal Magic. I believe you would find Chapter 12 of particular interest. Snape hesitated to take it, his dark eyes warily assessing the ancient-looking book. The cover bore the Ouroboros insignia, hot-stamped in ancient runes, identical to the emblem on Kronos' brooch. Lucius. Kronos' voice turned noticeably colder. I thought you had no interest in potions. Merely appreciating genius. Lucius smiled, his gaze shifting between them, reminiscent of the Norn family admiring promising youths. He pointedly glanced at the Ouroboros emblem on Kronos' cuff. Lord is quite intrigued by soul magic, particularly the aspects concerning soul contracts. Snape accepted the gilded tome. As his fingertips brushed the cover, a faint surge of magical energy pulsed through, as if awakening some ancient pact. He instinctively glanced at Kronos, only to find the silver-haired youth's gaze fixed on Lucius, a flicker of coldness in his green eyes. Thank you, Snape murmured, tucking the book into the pocket of his robes. Lucius smiled slightly, his gray-blue eyes assessing. I look forward to your research findings, Mr. Snape. Slughorn timely interjected, his round face beaming with a smile. Now, let us continue to appreciate the works of other students. The crowd's attention shifted, and Snape seized the opportunity to retreat to a corner, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the spine of the book. Kronos approached him, his voice low. Look at it when you return. After the potion exhibition concluded, the guests dispersed in small groups, and Lucius cast a significant glance at Kronos before departing. Your explosion-proof device consumed more dragon scales than anticipated. Slughorn patted Kronos' shoulder, a rosy hue of mead flushing his round face, but the results were indeed remarkable. When Avery's swelling potion exploded, not even a crystal shard flew out an inch. Kronos smiled as he accepted the oak box the old professor offered, neatly containing 6 Norwegian ridgeback scales. This was the promised additional reward. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Snape tidying up the display stand alone. Need assistance? Kronos tucked the box of dragon scales into his inner pocket, lightly tapping his wand to automatically return the scattered test tubes to their velvet case. Snape shook his head, his dark hair falling to obscure his expression. You should return first. He spoke softly but clearly. I want to review the formula records once more. Kronos exited the classroom but paused at the corner and turned back. Through the half-open door, he observed Snape finally setting down the crystal rod he had polished for the 3rd time and drawing forth the gilded tome from within his robes. As the boy's pale fingertips traced over the cover bearing the Ouroboros emblem, a faint silver glow seeped from the spine, fleeting in its brilliance. Upon returning to his dormitory, Kronos undid his cufflinks, the silver patterns deepening significantly. Indeed, I have been discovered, he sighed to the void, a hint of helplessness flashing in his green eyes. Suddenly, the Ouroboros brooch on the bedside table emitted a faint glow, with a fine crack appearing in the emerald of the serpent's eye. Mother was on alert. The musty scent of parchment mingled with mildew in the library's restricted section. Snape concealed soul potions and eternal magic beneath a compendium of potion ingredients. the morning light streaming through the high windows illuminating the title of Chapter 12, Soul Imprints and Magical Backlash. When the soul bears a burden exceeding its essence, its corporeal form shall manifest silver glimmering scars, as moonlight pierces through clouds. The quill tip carved deep marks upon the moonstone powder and unicorn tears. Snape's brow furrowing tighter as he noted how these symptoms astonishingly mirrored the patterns on Kronos' wrist. More suspiciously, the soothing concoction mentioned in the book, a blend of sunlit orchid roots and phoenix feathers, was precisely the materials he had once stumbled upon in the storeroom of Norn Manor. Is the curfew still in effect here? Lily's voice suddenly emerged from behind the bookshelf, her red hair glistening with the dew of night. Madam Pants said if you don't return the book soon, she'll deduct points from Slytherin. Snape swiftly closed the ancient tome, a flicker of panic flashing in his dark eyes. Right away, he paused, then abruptly inquired, Evans, do you believe that someone can foresee the future, like Professor Merope? Lily tilted her head in contemplation, her green eyes gleaming like two luminous emeralds in the candlelight. But the last time she predicted I would be trapped by a chocolate frog. She suddenly lowered her voice. But Senior Kronos is indeed remarkable. Remember the bludgeon during last year's Quidditch match? Snape's fingers tightened around the spine of the book as the distant chime of a clock resonated, and Madame Pance's footsteps grew nearer. He hastily tucked the ancient volume into his inner pocket, only to accidentally knock over an ink bottle. The deep purple liquid spreading across the page, conveniently obscuring his earlier notes. See you tomorrow. Lily helped him gather the scattered parchment, then suddenly blinked. By the way, would you like to come to my house for Christmas break? Mom has promised to teach us how to make Muggle gingerbread houses. Snape's eyelashes fluttered, his black robe brushing against the oak shelves. I'll consider it. In the defense against the dark arts classroom, Grindelwald was directing a swarm of Cornish pixies to frolic chaotically around the room with his ebony wand, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he observed the students struggling to manage the pandemonium. The practical training sign-up sheet is here, he proclaimed, slapping a piece of parchment onto the lectern, provided you can withstand 3 minutes in my presence. Just as Ravenclaw's Percy raised his hand, the classroom door was suddenly thrust open. Dumbledore stood at the threshold, his tone gentle. I apologize for interrupting the lesson. I require 10 minutes of Mr. Norn's time. Chapter 20, Rebound and Cost. The suits of armor in the corridor cast mottled shadows. The old headmaster conjured a lemon sherbet, its wrapper gleaming with an unreal golden hue in the sunlight. Slughorn informed me that Lucius visited the Borgin and Burke shop in Nocturne Alley last night. Kronos accepted the candy, his fingertips brushing against the metallic texture beneath the wrapper, a silver sickle engraved with runes. What did he purchase? It is said he was procuring Christmas decorations in advance for Malfoy Manor. Dumbledore's voice was as soft as falling snow. But the shopkeeper mentioned an intriguing detail. Lucius specifically inquired about the origins of the 39 serpent emblem 39. In the distance, Peeve's shrill laughter echoed. Kronos slipped the silver sickle into his sleeve, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his green eyes as he sought to ascertain the Norn family's stance. Dumbledore nodded slightly, his blue eyes behind crescent-shaped spectacles deep as the starry sky. The Malfoy family is adept at maneuvering in the shadows. Kronos gently tapped the edge of the silver sickle, the runes flickering subtly in the shadows. I will ensure Lucius understands there are certain boundaries best left uncrossed. Dumbledore did not respond, but merely patted his shoulder lightly, the hem of his robe stirring a faint scent of lemon. Christmas approaches, Kronos. Remember to reserve some time for yourself. Kronos lowered his gaze, his silver hair concealing the fleeting complexity in his eyes. Of course, Professor. Severus Snape has been frequently consulting tomes on soul magic lately, Dumbledore murmured. That boy is more perceptive than you realize. The class bell shattered the silence. As Kronos turned, he noticed Snape standing at the corridor's corner, clutching the gilded ancient tome, emotions swirling enigmatically in his black eyes. You knew all along. Snape's voice was low, almost squeezed from between his teeth. Kronos did not reply immediately, but raised his hand, silently casting a silencing charm. The clamor of the corridor faded instantly, leaving only the clarity of their breaths in the stillness. Knew what? Kronos countered, his green eyes calm as still water. Snape's chest rose and fell slightly. He flipped to chapter 12 of the ancient text, his fingertip pressing heavily against a particular passage, soul imprint and magical rebound. This, he gritted through clenched teeth. The markings on your hand are not the result of a potion mishap nor a common curse, but rather. Snape's fingertip pressed insistently on the text, knuckles whitening from the pressure. His voice dropped to a low murmur, akin to a question emerging from the depths of his throat. Soul imprint. Stemming from the rebound of time and fate, the bearer shall pay the price. Kronos' gaze fell upon the line, his green eyes flickering momentarily but remaining composed. He gently closed the tome, his fingertip gliding over the serpent emblem embossed on the cover, a flash of silver glimmering momentarily. "Severus," he began, his voice soft yet imbued with undeniable gentleness. "This is not something you should be delving into at present." Snape's breath quickened slightly, his black eyes fixated on Kronos' wrist, where silver markings had once adorned his skin but had now vanished without a trace. "What have you done?" he whispered. Kronos refrained from offering a direct answer, instead lifting his hand, his wand tracing a silvery green arc through the air as the silencing charm expanded, enveloping both of them in absolute quietude. "The book Lucius provided you is one of the Norn family's forbidden tomes," he stated slowly. "The theories it contains regarding soul imprints are incomplete, and some aspects are even misleading." Snape's brow furrowed, a flicker of skepticism crossing his black gaze. "Misleading?" "Indeed," Kronos nodded slightly. "The true essence of a soul imprint is not a curse, but rather a contract." He paused, his green eyes meeting Snape's, his voice calm, yet resolute. "Like potion recipes. Certain ingredients must be included, but there are always alternatives." Snape's fingertips tightened slightly, the gilded edges of the tome pressing against his palm. He remained silent for a few moments before quietly inquiring, "What is your price?" Kronos smiled, his silver hair shimmering softly in the corridor's candlelight. "Just some inconsequential matters." He dismissed lightly, then shifted the topic. "More importantly, I'm curious if you've been burning the midnight oil researching countercurses again?" Snape's ears tinged slightly, and he averted his gaze. "Just a personal interest." Kronos raised an eyebrow, gently tapping his forehead. "Liar. Your dark circles are more prominent than the headlines in the Daily Prophet." Snape pressed his lips together, refraining from further rebuttal. Kronos withdrew his hand, maintaining a light tone. "Very well, let us leave it at that. As for Lucius." His green eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. "He is testing not only the Norn family, but also you." Snape's brow knitted tighter. "Me? Your modified starlight calming draft has piqued the interest of certain parties." Kronos lowered his voice, especially those who delve into soul magic. Snape's pupils constricted slightly as he grasped Kronos' insinuation, "Voldemort." Kronos said no more, merely patting his shoulder gently. "Don't worry, I'm here." His tone was calm, yet imbued with undeniable certainty. Snape stared at him for a few seconds before finally giving a gentle affirmative. The waters of the Black Lake shimmered in the night, and Kronos stood by the window, his fingertips lightly caressing the silver sickle. The runes on the coin flickered subtly, delivering Grindelwald's message. "The werewolf threat has receded, Albus has intervened personally, and Hogsmeade is safe." Kronos pocketed the coin, his green eyes gazing out the window. At the edge of the forbidden forest, a silvery figure glided silently by. It was Dumbledore's Patronus, a soaring phoenix. The werewolf threat was temporarily alleviated, yet the shadow of Voldemort loomed ever larger. He lowered his gaze to his wrist, where once silver lines had adorned his skin, now vanished without a trace. The price has been paid, the path home obliterated in the whirlpool of fate. Chapter 21. The Invitation from Malfoy. The December snow cloaked Hogwarts in the spirit of Christmas, with the great hall's ceiling adorned with twinkling ice crystals, and the long tables laden with roasted turkeys and syrup-filled pies. Lily sat beside the Gryffindor table, waving at Snape. "Severus, are you really not coming to my house during the Christmas holidays? Mother said she could teach you how to make Muggle gingerbread houses." The corners of Snape's mouth twitched slightly, clearly unimpressed by the idea of gingerbread houses, but before he could articulate his refusal, Kronos interjected with a smile. "Sorry, Lily. Severus has already promised to spend Christmas with me." Lily blinked, her green eyes sparkling. "Really? That's wonderful. The Christmas party at Norn's house must be quite lively." Snape replied. "I did not agree." Kronos conjured a cup of hot cocoa and pushed it toward him, his protests falling on deaf ears. Snape stared at Kronos for 2 seconds, ultimately drinking the hot cocoa in silence. Lily giggled. "Then remember to send me a Christmas card." The Christmas decorations at Norn Manor were even more extravagant than those at Hogwarts. A 12-foot-tall fir tree stood majestically in the entrance hall, its branches adorned with singing golden bells and magically changing colored ornaments. Snape stood on the marble steps, his black robe reflecting the twinkling starlight from the tree's pinnacle, shifting hues of blue and green. "Is this what you call a quiet Christmas?" he said, glaring at the house elf orchestrating the arrangement of decorations. Kronos descended the spiral staircase, snowflakes clinging to his silver hair, while Bubble insisted on adhering to tradition. He conjured a dark green scarf, specially crafted from Norn's temperature-regulating wool. The scarf automatically wrapped around Snape's neck, exuding a subtle scent of peppermint. Suddenly, a house elf appeared at their feet, a sprig of holly pinned to its pointed ear. "Master, an owl from Malfoy Manor." A gilded envelope floated in the air, its wax seal bearing a coiling serpent emblem. Kronos tapped it with his wand, and the letter unfurled automatically. "Dear Mr. Norn, you are cordially invited, along with Mr. Snape, to the Christmas Eve ball at Malfoy Manor." Lord particularly mentions looking forward to discussing improvements to the soul potion. Lucius Malfoy. The parchment ignited in ghostly blue flames the moment it was read. Snape's dark eyes narrowed slightly. He knew I had read that book. No. Kronos scattered the ashes toward the Christmas tree, the flames transforming into dancing silver butterflies. Curious to discover how much I had read, the door to the library creaked open, breaking the silence. Unlike Hogwarts' restricted section, the Norn family's forbidden library resembled a miniature museum, with crystal cabinets displaying tomes that flipped their own pages and shelves woven from starlight suspended from the ceiling. Kronos retrieved a gilded ancient tome from the innermost crystal box. The Ouroboros emblem on its cover was even more intricate than the one on Lucius's book, with snake eyes embedded with rotating emeralds. The complete edition of Soul Potion and Eternal Magic. He placed the book on the emerald velvet tablecloth, noting that 7 chapters following chapter 12 had been torn out by Malfoy. As Snape's fingertips brushed the spine of the book, it suddenly flipped open to a specific page. The words on the page no longer described the horrific details of soul branding and backlash, but rather detailed the balancing laws of soul contracts, price and gift entwined like the Ouroboros. An eternal cycle. It was the mark of a contract, not a curse. Kronos explained calmly, his fingertips tracing an ancient rune on the page, resembling the reaction in potions. Where there is consumption, there is generation. Outside, the snow fell heavier, the flakes tapping against the glass with a delicate sound. Snape's lashes cast fine shadows in the firelight as he stared at the rune for a long time before suddenly asking, "What is your price? And what is your gift?" Kronos laughed, his silver hair cascading over his shoulders, knowing now would be far too mundane. Bubble burst through the library door. Her holly leaves askew. "Master." The owl from the Black family is fighting with the Malfoy owl. In the entrance hall, 2 owls were entangled in combat above the Christmas tree, feathers and ornaments raining down like confetti. Kronos waved his wand, and the 2 raptors were instantly separated by a silver net of light. Regulus Black's letter was far more modest. "Dear Senior Norn, Mother insisted I deliver the invitation to the ball. I hope Sirius's situation will not affect your opinion of me." Rab. Snape fixed his gaze on the second gilded invitation. Malfoy and Black inviting simultaneously was peculiar. "Quite normal," Kronos replied, levitating both letters side by side. Lucius is probing, while Walburga is compensating. He turned to the house elf. "Prepare 2 outfits, the one with emerald green and silver patterns." On Christmas Eve, the snowfall ceased, and luxurious carriages lined the gilded gates of Malfoy Manor. Kronos's silver-green robe shimmered under the moonlight, flowing with a watery sheen, while the Ouroboros brooch on his chest sparkled more radiantly than usual. Snape followed half a step behind, his black robe's cuffs embroidered with the same silver thread. "Remember," Kronos whispered, "under no circumstances should you touch any drinks." Lucius awaited them in the entrance hall, his platinum hair tied with a dark green ribbon. "Kronos, you finally." His gaze faltered momentarily upon Snape, brought a companion. The crystal chandelier illuminated the banquet hall as if it were daylight. Regulus stood in a corner, his gray-blue eyes brightening briefly upon seeing them. Walburga Black, draped in a black gown adorned with emerald gemstones, was conversing softly with several pure-blooded ladies. "Mr. Norn." She inclined her head elegantly. "I hear you have been quite attentive to my younger son." Kronos accepted the ginger ale handed to him by the house elf. "Mr. Black is an exemplary Slytherin." Suddenly, Lucius's serpent-headed wand tapped the marble floor. The banquet hall fell silent, all eyes turning to the spiral staircase. Voldemort stood at the top of the steps, his wand twirling gracefully between his fingers. His crimson gaze swept over the crowd, lingering particularly long on Kronos. "Merry Christmas, my friends." His voice, like silk encasing ice, resonated. "Let us toast to a purer, magical world." House elves weaved through the gathering, offering champagne to each guest. Glasses were raised in response, and Voldemort slowly approached them, the liquid in his goblet shimmering in an eerie gold-red hue. "Kronos, I hear the Norn family has delved into soul magic." Chapter 22, Voldemort and the Horcrux. Merely a slight engagement. Kronos sipped the champagne, a fleeting silver glimmer in his eyes counteracting the effects of the truth serum. Merely a slight engagement? Voldemort elegantly swirled his goblet, his tone as soft as a serpent's hiss. "The Norn family's research in soul magic is as renowned as their prophetic talents. I wonder if the Norn Manor Library holds any records on." His voice suddenly dropped, audible only to the 3 of them, the records of immortality. The crystal chandelier in the banquet hall dimmed momentarily. Kronos, while adjusting his cuff, slipped the silver sickle into his palm. "Immortality is a perilous subject, my lord. Just like the unstable ingredients in potions, a slight miscalculation could obliterate the entire cauldron." What an intriguing analogy. Voldemort's gaze swept over Snape, who stood behind Kronos. "Speaking of potions, This gentleman here is the genius who improved the calming draft, is he not? The Starlight calming draft can stabilize the soul to a certain degree. Kronos' pupils narrowed slightly. The initial Starlight calming agent had failed to stabilize the soul, as Severus had made further modifications during his demonstration. It was evident that Severus possessed an innate talent for potion making. Kronos subtly shifted half a step to the side, effectively obstructing Voldemort's gaze directed at Snape. When compared to the study of soul potions, it was clear that the foundational education at Hogwarts was far more suited to him. The value of foundational education is often underestimated. Voldemort's fingertips glided across the rim of the cup, causing the golden red liquid to ripple, reminiscent of those antiquated textbooks from Hogwarts, which would never impart to students the true essence of power. As Kronos raised his glass, the silver sickle discreetly slipped into the hidden pocket of his sleeve. The edge of the coin began to grow warm as the word Horcrux was inscribed upon it. Power necessitates a vessel. He feigned indifference while responding, his green eyes scanning the fine cracks on Voldemort's wand, akin to how even the most exquisite potions require an appropriate cauldron. Voldemort's pupils constricted abruptly before swiftly regaining their composure. Indeed, the prophetic talents of the Norn family were well earned. He suddenly turned to Snape. Young man, what type of vessel do you believe is most suitable for harboring a soul? Snape's dark eyes, unfathomable under the candlelight, reflected a calmness that was almost eerie. Advanced potion making mentions that vessels crafted from unicorn horn can temporarily contain a fractured soul, but there is a price to pay. A sly smile played upon Voldemort's lips. A price? The user will be cursed for eternity. Snape's fingertips unconsciously rubbed against the silver thread of his sleeve, as if mixing poison with antidote, appearing balanced, yet ultimately self-destructive. Lucius's snake-headed wand suddenly struck the ground, producing a sharp sound as Mrs. Walburga approached with Regulus. My lord, the guests from Austria have arrived, Lucius whispered. Voldemort's gaze flickered between Kronos and Snape before he drained his cup, remarking on the intriguing insight. Perhaps we may continue our discussion on the relationship between potions and vessels another day. As he turned to depart, the hem of his black robe brushed past Snape's boot, and an almost imperceptible silver glimmer flashed from Kronos' fingertips, vanishing into the folds of the fabric upon contact. Are you out of your mind? Snape hissed, a rare fury bubbling in his dark eyes. That was a tracking charm. Kronos exchanged his champagne for the ginger ale just delivered by a house elf. It was merely a standard detection charm, he replied, a perfect social smile gracing his lips, while simultaneously confirming he currently possessed 5 special vessels. The silver sickle in his sleeve was astonishingly hot. Under the pretense of adjusting his bow tie, Kronos slid the coin into Grindelwald's communication channel. The edge of the sickle now inscribed, Horcrux 5, confirmed. Regulus stood awkwardly behind his mother, his gray-blue eyes occasionally darting towards Snape. Mrs. Walburga engaged Kronos in small talk. Mr. Norn, I hear you've improved the ancient runic defense array of the Black family? I merely adjusted a few rune nodes, Kronos replied, conjuring a silver and green Christmas card, a design blueprint for the manor's protective shield, intended as a Christmas gift for Regulus. As Mrs. Walburga accepted the card, her fingertips lingered momentarily in Kronos' palm, a subtle dark magic detection charm passing through. Upon discovering no anomalies, she elegantly nodded. The Black family remembers this goodwill. Suddenly, the music shifted to an exhilarating waltz as Lucius approached the terrace with several ministry officials, the flow of his robes revealing glimpses of a dark mark on his left arm. Kronos keenly observed that one of the officials bore an insignia that matched that of the fire scene in Diagon Alley. We should take our leave, Kronos said abruptly. Professor Slughorn has a potion club activity scheduled for tomorrow morning. Snape instantly understood and executed a standard farewell gesture toward Mrs. Walburga. Regulus stepped forward hesitantly. Senior Norn, regarding the runic defense array. You are always welcome to discuss it at Norn Manor, Kronos replied, patting his shoulder. The silver and green pin left a faint magical imprint, sufficient to withstand a single lethal dark magic attack. As they exited Malfoy Manor, the winter night sky was exceptionally clear. Kronos' silver-green robes cast mottled shadows upon the snow, while Snape silently trailed half a step behind him. 5. Snape suddenly spoke, his voice colder than the biting wind. You knew he would split his soul. Kronos did not respond directly, but waved his wand to summon a carriage drawn by a thestral. Chapter 19 of Soul Potions and Eternal Magic discusses the stability of soul vessels. At least 7 anchor points are required to maintain a permanent split. Snape seamlessly continued, a glint of sharpness flickering in his dark eyes. But you said he currently has only 5. The carriage moved slowly, the outline of Norn Manor emerging in the distance. Kronos gazed at the winding thestral tracks in the snow. The 6th is the key, but it will not appear until 1981. Snape abruptly turned to face him. A prophecy? Sort of, Kronos smiled, yet clearly did not wish to elaborate. As the carriage descended upon Norn Manor, Snape suddenly inquired, "So Dumbledore is still unaware of the Horcruxes?" Kronos flicked his finger, the silver sickle's afterimage flickering out in the snow. "Now he knows." Chapter 23. The Vanished Diadem. Hogwarts still retained traces of the Christmas spirit. The ornaments on the cedar twinkled softly, and the corridors were filled with the scent of peppermint. The tapestry of the Room of Requirement appeared particularly eerie under the moonlight. Kronos stood before the tapestry, contemplating. "I wish to find a place to conceal something." After pacing back and forth 3 times, the oak door materialized, and the serpent emblem on his sleeve suddenly grew hot. Inside lay centuries of clutter, broken cauldrons, rusty swords, legless chairs, faded tapestries, and even a copy of Advanced Potion-Making gnawed by mice. Kronos' gaze fell upon a half-figure statue of a wizard in the corner. He waved his wand, clearing the dust from the statue. However, the place where the crown should have rested was now empty. The diadem had been relocated. Silver patterns instantly spread across Kronos' arm. The probing of the Christmas gala had made Voldemort wary. He deemed this place no longer safe, thus relocating the diadem in advance. Yet a significant smile of meaning crept upon Kronos' lips. Finally, an essential thread of fate had been altered. The sigh of mother echoed in his ears, and the silver patterns on his hand receded like the tide. Kronos gasped slightly. The tips of his silver hair lost their luster, turning into dry white strands. "You are truly mad, sacrificing your soul to offset the backlash." Grindelwald's voice seeped from the shadows, dangerous flames flickering in his mismatched eyes. Kronos did not turn around, but merely cleared his throat. "It is but a portion of the power within my soul. It is the price I agreed upon with him." Grindelwald tossed the silver sickle to Kronos, reporting, "The Order of the Phoenix has news. Dark magic fluctuations have been detected in Albania. Albus has gone to investigate. There are currently no Horcruxes there." Kronos waved his wand, and the Room of Requirement revealed the scene from days prior when Voldemort had taken the diadem. The tracking charm left behind dissipated in this place. The diadem of Ravenclaw, one of the Horcruxes, was regrettably removed. "Kid, your secrets are multiplying." Grindelwald leaned closer to Kronos, scrutinizing him. "Does Albus know you might become the second Dark Lord?" "I have no ambitions akin to yours or Voldemort's." Kronos chuckled lightly, stowing away his wand. "Gunter's old manor harbors another Horcrux, the Resurrection Stone, which perhaps is yet to be relocated. Remember, whatever you do, do not let Professor Dumbledore come into contact with that object." "You are suggesting that Grindelwald's fingers unconsciously caressed his wand. I understand." When Kronos returned to the dormitory, Severus Snape was leaning against the headboard, perusing the tome Elixirs of the Soul and Eternal Magic. Upon hearing the door creak open, he withdrew his attention from the book and glanced at Kronos. The dim light cast a warm hue upon the young man's face, yet the pallor of his lips betrayed his current state. Clearly, Snape had noticed this. He refrained from further inquiry and retrieved a small vial of potion from the bedside, presenting it to Kronos, an updated stabilizer. Kronos accepted the potion and drank it down immediately. It was indeed effective. Did it contain Phoenix Tears? "Ah," Snape nodded and explained. "A Christmas gift from Professor Dumbledore." "Severus," Kronos' voice took on an unusually grave tone, "do ensure that Voldemort remains unaware of your brewing this potion." "I understand," Snape replied, resuming his examination of the book. "Did you go to see Dumbledore?" "Professor Dumbledore has gone to investigate the whereabouts of the Horcruxes," Kronos said as he settled onto his bed, waving his wand to brighten the candlelight. "Voldemort is testing whether I am aware of the location of his hidden Horcruxes." At this revelation, Snape's book remained unopened, his gaze fixed on Kronos. "I know." He seemed to sense Snape's unasked question. Kronos chuckled lightly, adding, "But fret not. He won't do anything to me, at least for now." The boy's brow furrowed, clearly unsatisfied with this response. He regarded Kronos with earnest intensity. "Is there anything I can do? Potions or otherwise?" Seeing the boy's serious demeanor, a wider smile broke across Kronos' face. "Engage in what you wish, study potions, or anything else. Your well-being is the greatest assistance to me." Snape averted his gaze in embarrassment, choosing not to respond. The following day, the great hall buzzed with its usual liveliness. Kronos cast a glance toward the staff table, noting the 2 empty seats of Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Grindelwald must have returned to the Gaunt residence. Lily sprinted over from the Gryffindor table, a box in hand. "Severus, Senior Kronos," she exclaimed, placing the box on the table. "This is a little cake my mother taught me to bake. Thank you for the Christmas gifts." "Thank you, Lily. How is the complete theory of animagi?" Kronos asked, taking a bite of a small cake and placing another on Snape's plate. "It's incredibly detailed," Lily remarked with enthusiasm. "James and the others even asked to borrow it. Merlin help him if he turns himself into something absurd." Snape scoffed derisively. Only a reckless Gryffindor would dare practice dangerous transfiguration on their own. "Well, as much as I hate to admit it, That is indeed something James and his friends would do, Lily giggled. By the way, are you participating in the Quidditch match this weekend, senior? Snape turned to Kronos, recalling that he hadn't attended a single Quidditch practice this year. He still remembered how dazzling Kronos had flown the previous year. Kronos shook his head. The new Seeker is Agard Selwyn, a third year. This Saturday, Gryffindor faces Slytherin, and James and the others have devised numerous strategies targeting you. Lily imitated Potter's demeanor in the Gryffindor common room. We must ensure Norn gets what's coming to him. Such arrogance, Snape commented sharply. Kronos raised an eyebrow, remaining silent as he handed Lily a glass of pumpkin juice. A voice calling Lily's name drew their attention. At the Gryffindor table, Mary was waving to her. I must go to class with Mary. Goodbye, Senior Kronos, Severus. Lily waved cheerfully as she departed. Shall we head to the library? Kronos asked Snape, recalling that he had no classes that morning. Yes, Snape replied, swallowing the last bite of shepherdess pie. There are some theories in the book that need verification. As the two prepared to leave the hall, Dumbledore's Phoenix Patronus fluttered before Kronos, bearing a message. Kronos, would you care for some honeydew sweets for dessert? Chapter 24. The relocated Horcrux. As Kronos entered the headmaster's office, Grindelwald and Dumbledore were already present. The air thick with a sweet caramel aroma that did little to dispel the somber atmosphere. Kronos conjured a lemon sherbet with a gentle flick of his wand and offered it to Dumbledore. Would you care for a lemon sherbet, Professor Dumbledore? Dumbledore chuckled softly at Kronos' gesture and accepted the treat. Little seer, the Horcrux from Gaunt's old residence has vanished, Grindelwald remarked, extracting a strand of memory and placing it into the pensieve. The dilapidated scene of Gaunt's residence materialized, having been relocated just days prior. Kronos had anticipated this outcome. There was one Horcrux he would never allow to be easily relocated, the Locket of Slytherin. He had set up layers of enchantments there to acquire the Horcrux. One would undoubtedly have to pay the price of their life. With a resolute expression, Kronos closed his eyes, the tip of his wand igniting with silvery light as it descended into the pensieve. Within the pensieve, a dark cliff emerged, waves crashing relentlessly against its face, followed by a magical entrance that required blood to unlock, and finally, a profound black lake, concealing countless wraiths at its depths. The final image froze on an island at the lake's center, where a smooth stone platform cradled a vibrant emerald potion, beneath which lay a golden locket. One must consume the potion to retrieve the Horcrux. Kronos opened his eyes, his expression grave. However, this potion would render the drinker increasingly weak, evoking their most painful memories, and could not be dispelled by magic. Once the Horcrux was retrieved, the wraiths would unleash their assault. Dumbledore gazed intently into the pensieve, his cerulean eyes deep as the vast ocean, his fingers unconsciously tracing the edges of the lemon sherbet. What a cunning death trap, he remarked, his sugary morsel still in his mouth. It seems Tom has finally learned to conceal his treasures more securely. Indeed, a splendid anti-theft charm. Grindelwald dismissed the images within the pensieve. Our esteemed Dark Duke has finally demonstrated a hint of creativity. He turned his attention to Kronos. Little seer, what is your perspective? Fiend fire can destroy Horcruxes. That is your expertise, Professor, Kronos replied with a teasing tone, evoking a flicker of nostalgia in Grindelwald's gray eyes. Grindelwald's gaze glimmered with an unusual light as he lightly tapped the edge of the pensieve. I would relish the opportunity to scorch that black lake dry. However, it seems our headmaster prefers to sample this sweet poison rather than resort to practical flames. Gellert, some prices are unavoidable, Dumbledore stated with a glint of determination in his eyes. Kronos Norn, Grindelwald suddenly addressed him solemnly. I hope you have not forgotten. Of course not. Kronos gestured lightly with his palm. Professor Dumbledore, it is not yet time to destroy the Horcrux. At the earliest, we must wait until 1980. Until then, we have ample time to strategize. With that, Kronos waved his wand again, and symbols of fate and time materialized in the pensieve. As the symbols gradually faded, Dumbledore adjusted his crescent-shaped spectacles. It seems the surveillance perimeter of the Order of the Phoenix needs to be reconfigured. Gellert, could you please contact the Old Saints and closely monitor any activity in Albania? A playful smile danced across Grindelwald's mismatched eyes. For you, Albus, I would gladly send those old fellows on another errand. He flicked his fingers, and a silver thimble spiraled toward Kronos. However, some must remember the agreement made in 1970. Kronos caught the thimble deftly, tucking it into his sleeve. At the right time, we shall do the right thing. As he concluded his speech, he rose to his feet, remarking that if there were no further matters at hand, he ought to make his way to the library. Severus was likely growing anxious. Exiting the spiral staircase, he spotted Peeves dangling upside down from the ceiling, hurling chalk pieces at passing first-year students. With a flick of his wand, Kronos accurately struck Peeves on the nose with a piece of chalk, causing the mischievous spirit to screech and flee in a flurry. The grand oak doors of the library stood ajar, where Madame Pants was reprimanding a few Hufflepuff students who were using their copies of A History of Magic as pillows. Kronos silently navigated through the shelves and found Severus in the far corner of the restricted section. The figure clad in black robes nearly melded with the shadows. His desk strewn with 3 hefty tomes, The Forbidden Art of Soul Separation, Ancient Runes and Curses, and the Master Potioneer's Secret Recipes. Without lifting his gaze at the sound of approaching footsteps, he continued to sketch complex potion formulas on parchment with his quill. Dumbledore seeks you for. Before he could finish his sentence, Kronos discreetly tapped the table with his wand, enacting a subtle anti-eavesdropping charm. Following this, he conjured 2 cups of mint tea, the aroma instantly masking the mustiness of the corner. Voldemort had relocated 2 of his Horcruxes, leaving only the Slytherin locket behind. What do you require of me? Severus suddenly inquired, his knuckles turning white from the tension, betraying his inner urgency. Kronos slid the tea towards him, urging him to continue his potion studies. To obtain the locket, one must ingest the poison, he said, his gaze both gentle and resolute as he looked at Severus. Thus, I need you, Severus. I will. Severus replied, meeting Kronos' eyes with a look filled with seriousness and commitment. At that moment, a slight rustle emerged from behind the shelves. Lily Evans's red hair peeked out from behind the intermediate transfiguration shelf, her arms laden with 3 hefty tomes. Upon seeing the 2, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she hurried over, several sheets of parchment slipping from the top of her stack. Kronos, Severus, she exclaimed, squeezing between them at the table, her green eyes shimmering with enthusiasm. Have you seen the latest issue of Potion Innovations? It mentions that you can substitute the blood of fire lizards with the stings of billywig insects. Kronos timely conjured a cup of hot cocoa and pushed it toward her, noting that Slughorn had just dismissed this suggestion last week, deeming it too unstable. Lily took a sip of her drink and suddenly leaned closer to Kronos, a look of concern on her face. Kronos, you look awfully pale. Are you coming down with something? Perhaps you should visit the hospital wing? I merely stayed up late researching some materials, Kronos replied with a smile, deftly shifting the conversation. I heard Potter turned a classmate into rabbit ears during Transfiguration. Lily rolled her eyes and then whispered, by the way, have you heard? Professor Gross's practical training ground built at the edge of the Forbidden Forest was blown up. Severus's quill paused on the parchment as he processed this news. Practical lessons in defense against the dark arts were often fraught with surprises. Professor Gross has permitted me to bring 2 individuals to participate in the practical lessons every Tuesday at 7, he said, glancing meaningfully at Lily and Severus. Chapter 25, Practical Training in Defense Against the Dark Arts. Lily's green eyes sparkled as if she had uncovered a treasure, and she grabbed Kronos' sleeve. By Merlin's beard. You must take me with you. Severus's fingers, concealed beneath his black robes, instinctively caressed his wand, his dark eyes flickering with a mixture of wariness and curiosity. What will the training entail? Combat against dark magic identification, along with techniques not taught in certain textbooks, Kronos replied, his silver hair shimmering subtly in the library's candlelight. Lily's fork suddenly clinked against her teacup. Goodness. Surely, they won't teach us the unforgivable curses? Unless you wish to spend Easter in Azkaban, Severus scoffed. Yet he inconspicuously shifted half an inch closer to Kronos. Kronos turned to Severus with a smile, his silver hair glowing softly in the library's candlelight. Severus? The young boy's sleeve twitched slightly, and a small ink blot spread on the parchment. He pressed his lips together and finally nodded ever so slightly. Splendid, Lily whispered excitedly, her red ribbon bobbing with her movements. I heard that Professor Gross's practical training will involve real magical creatures. Madame Pants's cough echoed from the entrance of the restricted section, prompting the trio to instinctively gather their parchment and books. On Tuesday evening, the air at the edge of the Forbidden Forest was thick with the scent of pine needles and decaying leaves. Wrapped in Gryffindor's scarlet scarf, Lily kept exhaling warm breath into her palms. Is Professor Gross really waiting for us here? Kronos halted, the tip of his wand glowing with silver light, illuminating the abruptly revealed stone circular training ground. We have arrived. Grindelwald leaned against a stone pillar, his mismatched eyes glowing like 2 eternal flames in the darkness. You're 2 minutes late. He lazily tossed a silver sickle in the air. Gryffindor loses 5 points. Lily was about to protest when the coin suddenly hovered in front of her, flipping to reveal the inscribed words along its edge. Rule 1 of practical training. Always arrive before your opponent. Rule 2. Grindelwald's wand pointed to the sky, unleashing a burst of silver light that shattered into countless fine needles. Never allow your opponent to predict your moves. The silver needles rained down. Yet upon reaching above the trio's heads, they were deflected by an invisible barrier. Lily gasped, while Severus instinctively raised his wand to his chest. Passable reaction. Grindelwald's mismatched gaze swept over Severus, but true defense should be executed like this. He suddenly pivoted, his wand tracing a peculiar arc, shooting a red light at Kronos. The silver-haired youth did not even glance up. The spell dissipated a mere half an inch from him. Lily's eyes widened, while Severus's pupils constricted as he discerned the subtle angle of Kronos' wrist rotation, reminiscent of the silent shield charm variant mentioned in Advanced Defensive Theory. A splendid countercharm. A dangerous smile curled at the corners of Grindelwald's mouth. Now, the real combat begins. With a snap of his fingers, he conjured 3 wooden boxes, their lids automatically flipping open with his gestures. Today's lesson is silent spells. Known, you shall demonstrate. Kronos stepped into the center of the clearing, and 3 creatures with bat-like wings leapt from the boxes, their claws glimmering with a sinister green light. Variants tainted by dark magic. Grindelwald's voice resonated ominously in the dark. Each claw bears a slight curse. Severus's knuckles tightened around his wand. Lily gasped, this isn't allowed. 4th years haven't learned curse-breaking yet. In combat, there are no grade distinctions. With a flick of Grindelwald's wand, the 3 creatures lunged towards Kronos. The silver-haired youth did not even blink. The first creature abruptly froze mid-air, ice crystals forming upon its wings. The second bounced back as if it had struck an invisible wall, while the third became ensnared by its own shadow, crashing heavily to the ground. Not a single spell was uttered throughout the process. The essence of silent spells lies in willpower. Grindelwald waved his hand, dispersing the creatures. Your thoughts must outpace your tongue, and your magical flow must, like controlling the heat while brewing potions. Severus interjected suddenly, his dark eyes fixed intently on the position Kronos had just occupied. First anticipate, then make slight adjustments. A flicker of approval crossed Grindelwald's mismatched gaze. It seems someone understands my teaching philosophy. He conjured 3 silver goblets. Now, each of you choose a creature to combat. Lily selected a fire-breathing tree guardian, while Severus faced off against a venomous serpent. Kronos was assigned a semi-transparent Dementor hatchling, which, despite being only a third the size of an adult, exuded a chilling aura that caused the moisture in the air to crystallize into frost. Begin. Lily's guardian tree WIRM was the first to unleash a burst of orange-red flames. The red-haired girl hastily rolled to evade, her wand flailing in the air, but only a few sparks sputtered forth. Severus's boggart had circled behind him, its venomous fangs glinting ominously. Armored, silver light erupted from Severus's wand tip as the boggart collided with the barrier, emitting a piercing shriek. Simultaneously, the Dementor hatchling before Kronos suddenly froze mid-air, as if an invisible hand had clutched its throat. Focus. Grindelwald's voice cracked like a whip in the air. Magic is not summoned through mere shouts. Lily bit her lip and raised her wand anew. This time, her wrist arced perfectly, a beam of silver light striking precisely at the WRM's brow, causing the small creature to collapse limply. Severus's silent, ironclad charm grew increasingly steadfast, the boggart's fangs scraping against the barrier with a shrill sound. Kronos remained rooted in place, his silver hair shimmering with a mysterious halo under the moonlight. With a deft flick of his wrist, a brilliant silver light erupted from his wand's tip. Patronus. As the incantation fell, the silver light suddenly expanded, transforming into a magnificent feathered serpent guardian. It shone with a luminescence reminiscent of moonlight, silver patterns flowing between its scales, and its outspread wings glistened as smoothly as the finest silk. The feathered serpent gracefully spiraled upward, each feather radiating pure magical resonance. The Dementor hatchling emitted a shrill screech, instinctively retreating, but the guardian serpent dove down, its elongated form ensnaring the dark mist. Silver light clashed fiercely with the black fog until the serpent opened its mouth, releasing a sound akin to countless hourglasses simultaneously flipping. With a soft pop, the Dementor hatchling dissipated into a cloud of black smoke. The feathered guardian spiraled in the air, ultimately transforming into specks of silver starlight that gently settled upon the shoulders of the 3. Lily's green eyes widened in astonishment. Is that a feathered serpent? Merlin. I've never seen such a Patronus. Severus's dark eyes reflected the lingering silver light, his voice unusually tinged with emotion. The advanced Patronus form mentioned in Patronus charm. Higher application states that the feathered serpent guardian is an extremely rare ancient form. Grindelwald interjected, his heterochromatic pupils glinting with curiosity. Typically, it only appears in ancient families associated with time prophecies. He cast a meaningful glance at Kronos, affirming the esteemed reputation of the Noon family. Kronos brushed away the silver starlight from his shoulder, a faint smile gracing his lips, merely a hereditary trick of the family. Very well, today's training concludes here. Grindelwald languidly stowed away his wand. Next time, I shall teach you something far more intriguing. Chapter 26, Training in Mind Cloaking. The mist at the edge of the forbidden forest shimmered with silver under the moonlight as the 4 made their way back to the castle along the banks of the Black Lake. Lily skipped across the frosted grass, remnants of their practical training still clinging to her red hair. The feathered serpent guardian was simply astounding. She turned to Kronos, her green eyes sparkling in the twilight. Could you teach us? Severus walked beside Kronos, quietly explaining. The advanced applications of the Patronus charm indicate that its form is related to a wizard's soul characteristics. Correct, Grindelwald's voice floated from behind, but before that, you must first learn to build walls for your mind. Lily gasped, as Severus's wand instinctively met Grindelwald's wand tip. Yet, Kronos merely placed a gentle hand on Severus's shoulder, mind cloaking, a specialty of Professor Glass. Clever, Grindelwald retracted his wand, a playful smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Next Tuesday at the same time, bring your brains. Hopefully, they won't be as empty as some Gryffindors. Lily stomped her foot in indignation, grass clippings cascading from her red hair. The courage of Gryffindor is worth 10 spells. Courage is commendable. Grindelwald lazily waved his wand, conjuring a biting rose to dangle from her collar. Unfortunately, when siphoning thoughts, the enemy won't grant you time to cast spells. The rose suddenly clamped onto Lily's collar, and she squealed and jumped up. Kronos promptly snapped his fingers, causing the rose to dissipate into a wisp of green smoke. Good night, Professor. Kronos nodded slightly, as Grindelwald's heterochromatic pupils flickered with understanding before he turned and vanished into the shadows of the forbidden forest. The castle's lights drew nearer, and Lily abruptly halted. Wait, did you hear something? Severus's wand instantly pointed towards the source of the rustling in the bushes, and a ginger cat sprang forth, clutching half a chocolate frog in its mouth. It's Filch's cat. Lily exhaled in relief. We should hurry back. Curfew is fast approaching. The three hastily passed through the oak doors, parting ways before the Gryffindor Tower. Lily embraced Kronos, hesitated for a moment, then gently hugged Severus. Good night. See you in Charms class tomorrow. Severus nodded stiffly, watching as Lily's red hair disappeared behind the spiraling staircase before turning to Kronos. She is far too trusting of others. Lily has her strengths. Kronos conjured a peppermint for Severus, just as you have yours. Severus accepted the candy, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against Kronos's palm. A faint tingle of electricity spreading from the point of contact. He quickly withdrew his hand, the peppermint melting on his tongue, a refreshing sweetness lingering. You have no classes tomorrow afternoon, Kronos suddenly stated. Would you care to visit the lab? Slughorn just received a new batch of African tree snake skins. Severus's black eyes brightened momentarily before swiftly regaining composure. Sure. Tuesday's twilight was gloomier than usual. In the practical training arena, the glowing vines on the 12 Roman columns transformed into a haunting blue hue, casting the space in an underwater ruin-like glow. Grindelwald stood atop the central stone platform, his gaze imposing as it swept across the group. The essence of mind cloaking is that forgetting is superior to lies, and truth is superior to forgetting. He tapped his wand lightly, and 3 wisps of silver mist materialized in the air. Now, attempt to bury your most painful memories deep within your mind. Lily tightly closed her eyes, her red hair damp with sweat as the mist twisted before her, morphing into a blurred shadow of the moment when Petunia smashed her first magical toy. Too shallow. Grindelwald snapped his fingers, dispersing the silver mist. A dark wizard would excavate it as easily as reaching into a pocket. Severus's mist took on the contours of the attic and Spinner's End. But as the image began to form, he shattered it himself. The dark-cloaked boy gritted his teeth, his knuckles whitening from exertion. Too deliberate. Grindelwald's critique was as sharp as a blade. You invite the enemy to dig deeper. Kronos suddenly stepped to the edge of the platform. Care for a demonstration? Without warning, Grindelwald's wand lunged toward Kronos's brow. The silver-haired youth neither flinched nor shied away, his green eyes as tranquil as a still lake. As the wand tip made contact with his skin, Grindelwald's brow suddenly furrowed. Interesting. Your memories consist entirely of candy shops? The inventory list of honeydukes. Kronos smiled. Care to try a memory flavored like lemon sherbet? Lily burst into laughter, instantly diffusing the tense atmosphere. A flicker of understanding passed through Severus's dark eyes, as Kronos had showcased the highest level of mind cloaking, concealing core secrets with inconsequential truths. As the training concluded, Grindelwald tossed each of them a handwritten note. Next week's assessment. Those who fail will find themselves facing a venomous Jabberwock, receiving my special attention. Lily recoiled in terror, as the Jabberwock bared its teeth at her. Do not worry, Kronos softly reassured. Professor Glass simply enjoys the dramatic effect. As they made their way back to the castle, Lily persistently endeavored to construct a memory barrier, while Snape silently trailed behind Kronos, occasionally tapping his temple with his wand, his brow furrowing ever deeper. Do not exert yourself too much. Kronos abruptly turned, his fingertips brushing against Snape's forehead. Imagine you are brewing a potion. The timing must be just right. Snape's breath momentarily faltered, Kronos' fingers were cold yet imbued with an uncanny sense of tranquility. He closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing rhythm as instructed. Much better. Kronos' voice carried a hint of amusement. You learn swiftly. Lily gazed at them with envy. Do all you Slytherins possess such talent? It is merely a matter of practice. Kronos conjured 2 cups of hot cocoa. With more practice, you shall master it. In the ensuing weeks, Tuesday evenings became the most anticipated yet nerve-wracking moments for the two of them. Grindelwald's teaching style remained as incisive and efficient as ever, offering them no respite. Each training session akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. Memories are not meant to be concealed, Grindelwald's voice echoed in the training arena, but rather to be camouflaged. Lily's progress was the most pronounced. She cleverly interwove her most painful memories, Petunia's neglect and the mockery of her classmates, into joyful scenes. When Grindelwald's legitimacy pierced her mind, all he beheld were the cheers of a Quidditch match and the triumphs in Charms class. Well done, Grindelwald nodded in rare approval. At least they will not be easily discerned. Snape, however, opted for a different approach. He layered his memories, using potion recipes and spell theories as a facade. Grindelwald's wand lingered at his forehead for an extended moment, ultimately extracting only a tedious discussion regarding the enhancement of a calming draft. Cunning, Grindelwald remarked, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, yet effective. Kronos stood by, his expression consistently serene, as if all of this were anticipated. Chapter 27, A Letter from Eileen. After the Easter holidays, Hogwarts seemed to have been pressed with an acceleration button. The upperclassmen busily flitted between the library and classrooms, making their final preparations for the impending OWLs and Newt's examinations, while the younger students dared not relax even for a moment, immersing themselves in the intense final review. In the private research room of the dungeon, Snape was validating the formulas in the soul elixir and eternal magic. The liquid in the cauldron swirled slowly, gleaming with a pearlescent sheen and exuding a faint minty aroma. Snape gazed intently at the cauldron, scrutinizing the changes in the liquid. Yet, despite his complete focus on the experiment before him, one matter lingered in his thoughts, the silver mark on Kronos' hand. That mysterious silver mark weighed heavily upon his heart like a stone, and although it had vanished, the unknown cost loomed above him like the sword of Damocles, poised to fall at any moment. A faint creaking of the door suddenly broke his reverie. He looked up to see Kronos entering, holding a petite crystal vial. Tears of a phoenix. He placed the vial on the table. It took considerable effort to procure this from Fawkes. Snape regarded the crystal vial with a flicker of surprise in his dark eyes. The liquid within glimmered with a golden red hue under the candlelight, flowing as if alive. He carefully picked up the vial, tilting it slightly to let a single drop of the crystalline liquid slide down the neck and accurately fall into the boiling cauldron, which instantly transformed into a translucent silver, tiny stars emerging on its surface. Snape deftly bottled the potion into several clean vials, then handed one directly to Kronos, who stood nearby. Stabilizer version 40, Snape's voice was low and calm. Theoretically, it should alleviate your pain. Kronos accepted the potion, somewhat astonished. How did you? His words were cut off by Snape. I hear everything, nearly every night. Snape's voice remained steady, but bore an undercurrent of barely concealed anger. I can hear your suppressed sounds. With that, he turned away from Kronos, seemingly reluctant to continue the topic. Are you angry? Kronos followed Snape, observing as he meticulously stored the stabilizer. Snape remained silent, and Kronos grasped his wrist, giving it a gentle shake. Snape looked at Kronos with confusion. Once you graduate, Kronos' tone turned serious. I shall reveal the entire truth to you. Snape responded quietly, returning to his study of the book. Kronos conjured a honey fizz candy and placed it atop Snape's book. Severus, he drawled playfully, smiling at Snape, have a candy and smile for once. A playful jest. Albeit Snape accepted the candy. By the way, next month Professor Glass will conduct a final assessment for you and Lily. Should you not pass, Kronos intentionally paused, eliciting a glare from Snape. Professor Glass mentioned he would broadcast your blunders in the Hogwarts Great Hall for 3 days and nights. I shall certainly pass. For some reason. Snape's cheeks flushed slightly. Before long, May arrived. On the final Tuesday of May, Kronos and Snape appeared punctually at the training ground. The final assessment was rather straightforward. Grindelwald conjured 3 pocket watches, each inscribed with a 5-minute countdown. Whoever can withstand my onslaught for 5 minutes shall pass. Lily gasped in disbelief. That is impossible. You are the Professor of Dark Arts Defense? Grindelwald lazily interjected. Fear not. I shall only employ 3rd-year level spells. His gaze swept over Kronos, except for you. Kronos shrugged. Fair enough. The assessment proved more challenging than anticipated. Although Grindelwald had tempered the intensity of his magic, the angles of his spells were exasperatingly cunning. A small tuft of Lily's red hair was singed. Meanwhile, Snape stood like a steadfast rock in the center of the arena, his black-robed figure unwavering. Grindelwald's stunning spells rained down like a tempest, yet they were deflected just before reaching Snape by a well-timed shield charm. Well done. Grindelwald suddenly ceased his assault. A glimmer of approval in his eyes, 20 points for Slytherin. Kronos' assessment resembled more of a performance. The silver-haired youth and Grindelwald's wands traced brilliant arcs in the air, spells colliding and erupting into dazzling sparks. When the 5-minute bell tolled, both ceased their movements, and a playful smile crept across Grindelwald's lips. Do not squander your minds over the summer. Practice your occlumency. He conjured 2 notebooks and tossed them to the students. Next year, I shall teach you more intriguing subjects. June enveloped Hogwarts in warm sunshine, and the examination season for OWLs and Newts finally drew to a close. Students gathered in small groups on the grass, relishing the leisurely moments at the semester's end. Kronos and Snape sat beneath a beech tree by the Black Lake, watching the young witches and wizards attempting to use magic to sail paper boats across the water. What plans do you have for the summer? Kronos conjured 2 glasses of chilled lemonade, the rims adorned with color-changing sugar crystals. Snape accepted the cup, his fingers gently caressing the cold glass surface. The library at Noon Manor, should the invitation still stand. Of course, Kronos smiled. The room has been prepared for you, just like last year. A gray-brown owl suddenly descended from the heavens, dropping a letter onto Severus Snape's lap. The familiar handwriting on the envelope caused the boy's expression to freeze instantly. It was the script of Eileen Snape. Chapter 28, Return to Spinner's End. Kronos keenly observed the slight tremor in Snape's fingers. Should I avert my gaze? Snape shook his head, a flicker of complex emotions flashing in his dark eyes as he slowly opened the envelope and unfurled the parchment within. The sunlight remained warm. The rippling surface of the Black Lake glimmered as ever, yet Snape's world seemed to come to a standstill at that moment. His gaze was fixed on the letter, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. Kronos refrained from asking questions, merely sitting quietly beside him, his silver hair gently swaying in the breeze. At last, Snape lifted his head, his dark eyes swirling with emotions Kronos had never witnessed before. Tobias is dead, he murmured, his voice dry and unrecognizable. There was a knife involved in a brawl at the tavern. Kronos grasped his cold hand, attempting to offer warmth. I will accompany you back to Spinner's End. Thank you. Snape was at a loss for words to describe his current feelings. The term father had long been synonymous with a violent drunkard. Upon hearing of his demise, he felt more bewilderment than relief. He had expected liberation, perhaps even joy, yet his heart felt achingly hollow. Kronos borrowed access to the Flu network from Dumbledore, bringing them back to the fireplace in Spinner's End. Just as Snape steadied himself, Kronos turned to cover his eyes. Severus, do not look. His tone was filled with compassion for the boy. Kronos sensed the tremor in Snape's eyes as they quivered beneath his palm. The sound of Snape's breath caught in his throat manifested as a barely audible gasp. Kronos placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. Do not look yet. Eileen Snape lay quietly on the faded velvet sofa, her hands folded across her chest, the corners of her mouth even hinting at a smile. Had it not been for her pallid complexion and the stillness of her chest, she might have seemed merely asleep. Kronos swiftly waved his wand, letting a deep green curtain descend from the ceiling, tenderly draping over Eileen's form. Only then did he release his grip and turn to Snape. The boy stood rooted to the spot, his body trembling slightly beneath his dark robes, his black eyes locked on the vague outline beneath the curtain. His gaze swept across the overturned potion bottles on the coffee table, remnants of colored liquid, the draft of death, lingering at the bottom. A sedative explicitly marked as fatal if overdosed in his potion textbooks. She chose to leave with him. Snape's voice was as dry as sandpaper. The boy swayed unsteadily, and Kronos silently conjured a chair for him to collapse into. Kronos crouched down, meeting Snape's gaze. Shall we notify the Prince family? Snape shook his head vehemently, his dark hair brushing against his pale cheek. My mother severed ties with them 20 years ago. He paused. Did she leave anything behind? Kronos approached the desk, where an old potion notebook lay open, alongside a half-written piece of parchment. His fingertips brushed the paper's surface, revealing faint silver glimmers of hidden magical ink. A letter for you. He handed the parchment to Snape. The boy's fingers trembled slightly upon touching the parchment. Eileen's handwriting was elegant and clear, as if she were whispering softly in his ear. My dearest Severus, by the time you read this letter, I shall have departed this world alongside your father. Please do not blame my choice. Some bonds, despite their torment, cannot be severed easily. My potion notes are hidden beneath the attic floorboards. I hope they prove useful to you. The final page is an incomplete love potion improvement recipe. How ironic that the love I devoted my life to salvaging should conclude in such a manner. You possess far more courage than I, having chosen the right path. Mr. Norn is a trustworthy individual. I am relieved you have his guidance at Hogwarts. Forever loving you, Mother. A corner of the parchment was slightly stained with moisture. Snape stared at that mark, as if he could see his mother's tears falling as she wrote. Kronos gently pressed on his shoulder. I will prepare for the arrangements. You may go upstairs to gather your belongings. Snape nodded mechanically, trudging toward the staircase with heavy steps. The small window in the attic remained thick with dust, sunlight filtering through the dirty glass to cast slanted patches of light on the floor. Snape knelt at the spot where he once curled up to read his mother's notes, his fingers probing the edge of a loose floorboard, concealing a thick stack of parchment. The top page bore the title improvement plan for the Amortentia, the ink still fresh. Not yet dry. Snape's throat tightened. His mother had penned these words that very morning, just before deciding to leave with his father. From downstairs, he could hear Kronos softly incanting spells. Snape tucked the notes into his robe and made his way to his former bedroom, where a narrow single bed was covered with faded sheets, and the walls bore the scorch marks left by childhood magical mishaps. His fingers traced the carvings along the desk's edge. Those were marks made with a fork in a fit of excitement upon receiving his Hogwarts letter on his 11th birthday. That day, his mother had secretly mended his old shoes with magic, while his father drunkenly cursed them as monsters. Severus, came Kronos' voice from the doorway. Everything is ready. Snape turned to see the silver-haired boy standing at the top of the stairs, his green eyes filled with gentleness. Yes, Snape replied softly, taking one last look at the room that held so many painful memories. Eileen's funeral was simple and quiet. There was no priest, no eulogies. Only Kronos magically causing the white roses in the garden to bloom overnight, encircling her grave. Snape stood before the newly erected gravestone, his black robes fluttering slightly in the summer breeze. The Prince family has a traditional requiem, Kronos said softly. If you wish, I can perform it. No, thank you. Snape shook his head. She chose to leave as Eileen Snape. Let her rest in peace. Kronos nodded, waving his wand lightly. Intricate silver patterns appearing on the gravestone, an ancient protective charm to ensure the deceased would not be disturbed. On the return journey, Snape clutched his mother's potion notes. Silent as a statue, Kronos did not use apparition. Instead, he walked slowly alongside him on the suburban path, allowing the summer breeze to disperse the shadows of Spinner's End. Let us go to Ireland, Kronos suddenly declared. There is a magical enclave in County Clare, with cliffs and beaches invisible to muggles. Chapter 29, The Starry Sky of Ireland. Snape looked up, a flicker of confusion passing through his dark eyes. To change the scenery, Kronos' lips curved into a gentle smile. And there lies the finest moonlight grass in the world, perfect for brewing calming potions. Snape wished to refuse, but Kronos had already grasped his wrist. A silver flash enveloped them, and the gray sky of Spinner's End was instantaneously replaced by the azure expanse of the Irish coast. The sea breeze, laden with salt, rushed towards them. They stood at the edge of a towering cliff, where transparent waves crashed against the black rocks below. The magical side of the cliffs of Moher. Kronos conjured 2 steaming mugs of butterbeer, visible only to them. Snape accepted a cup, the warm liquid soothingly sliding down his throat, bringing him a measure of comfort. He gazed at the endless horizon of the sea, the tension in his shoulders finally easing. Kronos conjured a deep green beach chair for him to sit upon while he stood at the cliff's edge, his silver hair dancing in the wind. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting a golden halo around him. My inaugural visit to this place was marked by Kronos' abrupt halt, a fleeting emotion flickering in his emerald eyes. One that Severus Snape found inscrutable long ago. Snape refrained from probing further, and in silence, they beheld the sun gradually sinking, its descent casting the sea in hues of gold and crimson. The distant melody of mermaids echoed, ethereal and haunting. I loathe him, Snape suddenly declared, his voice barely rising above the gentle roar of the waves. That drunkard, that brute, who ruined my mother's life, a muggle. Kronos pivoted, his green gaze fixated upon him. But I despise her more. Snape's fingers clenched tightly around the armrests of the beach chair, harboring resentment for her weakness, for her inability to let go, for her abandonment of him. The dying light of the sun bathed Snape's pallid cheeks in a warm glow, while his obsidian eyes churned with anguish and fury. Kronos approached him, squatting to meet his gaze. Emotion is not the recipe for a potion, Severus, he spoke softly. There exists no absolute right or wrong. It is entirely natural to love someone while simultaneously harboring hatred for them. Snape's breath quickened, the glistening sheen of unshed tears surfacing in his dark eyes. He abruptly turned his face away. Yet Kronos had already witnessed a single tear carving its path down the taut line of his jaw, vanishing into the sands below. Kronos chose not to acknowledge it, instead conjuring a deep green handkerchief and placing it gently upon Snape's lap, before rising to step towards the cliff's edge, granting him space. As dusk fell, they took refuge in a magical inn perched upon the cliffs. Kronos had reserved a suite on the top floor, the floor-to-ceiling windows framing a breathtaking vista of stars and sea. The house elf had retrieved Snape's belongings from the spider's tail, arranging them neatly beside the bed. "Tomorrow, we shall gather moonlight grass," he stated, accepting 2 steaming plates of seafood risotto from the innkeeper, advising Snape, "Make sure to rest well tonight." Snape nodded, mechanically consuming the food on his plate, his gaze vacantly fixed outside the window. In the deep of night, Kronos was stirred awake by the faintest of sounds. He tread lightly into the living area, discovering Snape standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, his dark robe blending seamlessly with the night, the moonlight illuminating his pale profile. "Unable to sleep?" Kronos inquired softly. Snape did not turn, his thoughts lingering on the final page of his mother's notebook, where the recipe called for moonstone powder and unicorn tears, yet the proportions were amiss. Kronos approached him, standing shoulder to shoulder as they gazed out at the ocean beneath the star-studded sky. "She could have become a great potion master." Snape's voice trembled with suppressed emotion. "If she hadn't met him." Kronos gently clasped his hand. "Yet she left you her most remarkable creation." Snape abruptly turned to face him, his dark eyes shimmering with a tumult of emotions. Kronos regarded him with a gaze that was both tender and resolute. In that moment, Snape suddenly comprehended that this individual standing before him understood him more profoundly than anything else in the world, embracing every shadow and flaw within him. The sea breeze slipped through the crevice of the window, brushing the salty mist against Snape's cheek. He gazed toward the distant lighthouse, its beam flickering at the horizon, and felt the tension within him gradually dissipate. Kronos conjured a pot of peppermint tea, the verdant liquid glowing softly in the moonlight. "Give this a try." He offered the teacup to Snape, a magical peppermint tea from Clare County, known for its calming effects. Snape accepted the cup, the tips of his fingers inadvertently grazing Kronos's, causing him to retract his hand in haste, though the fragrant aroma of the tea lingered in the air. The dawn is the opportune time for gathering moonlight grass. Kronos pointed to the faintly visible white blossoms below the cliff, merely ordinary wildflowers in the eyes of muggles. Snape took a sip of the tea, the coolness accompanied by a hint of sweetness. "The enhanced sedative requires the flower's stamen," he murmured. "Slughorn mentioned that the Irish variety possesses greater purity. We can collect some to bring back to Hogwarts." Kronos conjured a piece of parchment depicting a topographical map of the cliffs, noting the sparsely populated eastern bay, which likely harbored numerous rare species. Night deepened, yet neither spoke of rest. Snape perused his mother's notes, occasionally jotting down thoughts, while Kronos quietly gazed at the stars, his fingers twitching as if predicting the paths of celestial bodies. "Do you believe in fate?" Snape suddenly asked, his dark eyes glimmering with complexity. Kronos turned, his green gaze appearing particularly profound in the night. "I do, yet I believe even more in choice," he replied softly. "Just as in potion making, identical ingredients can yield vastly different results depending on the approach." Snape nodded thoughtfully, his fingers unconsciously tracing the edges of the notes. Outside, a shooting star streaked across the night sky, casting a fleeting silver glow upon the sea's surface. The pre-dawn breeze carried a cool dampness. Kronos and Snape descended the steep cliff path, the tip of their wands illuminating the dew-laden grass. "Look there," Kronos suddenly halted, pointing to a crevice in the rocks. Several pure white plants swayed gently in the breeze, their stamens gleaming with a pearlescent sheen. Snape carefully crouched down, retrieving a specially crafted silver knife from his dragonhide pouch. To retain maximum potency, the root must remain intact, he explained in a hushed tone, skillfully excavating a moonlight grass plant by its roots. Kronos conjured a crystal box, watching as Snape meticulously arranged the collected plants within. "Your technique surpasses even Slughorn's precision," he marveled quietly, "a born potion master." Snape's ears flushed slightly, yet his hands remained steady. The morning light gradually tinged the eastern sky with crimson, outlining the contours of the 2 figures in golden relief. Upon arriving at the bay, the tide had just receded, revealing a damp sandy shore. Kronos removed his shoes, feeling the soft granules beneath his bare feet. "Give it a try," he turned to Snape. The muggles refer to it as beach therapy. Snape hesitated for a moment before removing his boots as well. The cool sensation made him frown slightly. Yet he soon acclimated to this novel experience. The gentle waves caressed the shore, leaving behind a trail of frothy bubbles. "There is something over there." Snape suddenly pointed at a smooth rock polished by the sea. Beneath the rock, a pool of water shimmered with several strands of blue seaweed. Chapter 30, Potion Research. Kronos' eyes sparkled with excitement. Moonlit seaweed, a rare ingredient for crafting advanced tranquilizers. He waved his wand, encasing the seaweed in a transparent bubble that slowly ascended into the air. Throughout the morning, they traversed the coastline, gathering various magical plants. Kronos occasionally shared insights about the local magical fauna, while Snape diligently recorded the characteristics and preservation methods of each material. At noon, They discovered a flat rock near the cliff's edge. Kronos conjured a picnic blanket and a basket brimming with food. A traditional Irish lunch, he introduced with a smile. Black pudding, soda bread, and this, he produced a steaming pot of delectable soup. Snape took a sip, his dark eyes widening slightly. Better than Hogwarts, he remarked, rather uncharacteristically. Kronos chuckled softly. Don't let the house elves hear you say that. The afternoon sun was warm, yet not oppressive. Kronos conjured 2 sun loungers, and they reclined on the cliff's edge, listening to the rhythmic sound of the waves. Snape perused his mother's notes, jotting down ideas intermittently, while Kronos closed his eyes, his silver hair flowing gently in the breeze. This recipe, Snape broke the silence. If we incorporate moonlit seaweed, it may enhance stability. Kronos opened his eyes, leaning closer to examine the passage Snape had indicated. Their shoulders brushed lightly, silver and black hair intertwining in the wind. Theoretically feasible, he pondered. Yet it necessitates an adjustment in the quantity of fire lizard blood. Snape nodded, his quill swiftly documenting the details on parchment, a glimmer of concentration illuminating his dark eyes. As twilight descended, they returned to the inn. Kronos conjured an exquisite array of potion-making apparatus, setting up a makeshift workbench upon the coffee table in the sitting room. Shall we test your theory? He proposed. Snape's eyes sparkled with intrigue as they sat side by side at the workbench, commencing their endeavor to refine the formula. Kronos managed the heat, while Snape meticulously added each ingredient, the liquid in the cauldron transitioning from blue to a transparent silvery hue, tiny stars glimmering upon its surface. We succeeded, Snape murmured, a rare excitement lacing his voice. It is at least 3 times more stable than the original. Kronos smiled as he conjured 2 small crystal vials, carefully dividing the potion to surprise Slughorn. Nightfall enveloped them once more as they dined on the inn's terrace. In the distance, several local wizards soared through the air on broomsticks, tracing vibrant arcs that enlivened the evening. Snape gazed up at the twinkling lights, the stars mirrored in his dark eyes. Would you like to give it a try? Kronos conjured an ancient oak broom. Though not on par with the latest Nimbus series, it was sufficiently steady. Snape hesitated briefly before accepting the broom. Kronos positioned himself behind him, gently adjusting his grip on the wrist. Relax, his voice whispered in Snape's ear. Allow the magic to flow naturally. The broom ascended gradually, Snape's tense form slowly unwinding. Kronos rode alongside on his own broom, the two gliding smoothly just above the ground. Look over there, Kronos pointed toward the sea. Beneath the moonlight, a cluster of glowing jellyfish bobbed in the waves, resembling floating lanterns. A fleeting smile graced Snape's lips. In that moment, the shadows of Spinner's End felt as though they were an eternity away. One morning, a silver-gray owl flitted through the inn's window, dropping a letter beside Kronos's breakfast plate. The familiar script of Dumbledore adorned the parchment. The cave address has been confirmed, along with a sample of the potion. P.S. Highly corrosive. A.D. What is this? Snape queried, his gaze fixated on the crystal vial, within which the green potion violently collided with the walls, emanating an ominous black mist. A collection of Voldemorts. Kronos secured the potion. Our vacation must conclude prematurely. Indeed, Snape's eyes gleamed. I can assist you this time. Very well. In the laboratory of Norn Manor, the tiny vial of potion was divided into 12 portions. Let us commence with the foundational tests. Kronos conjured 2 pairs of dragonhide gloves to avoid direct contact. Snape donned the gloves, carefully retrieving a silver stirring rod from the shelf, cautiously dipping it into the potion. A sizzling sound immediately erupted as the silver rod's point turned black, corroded at a visible pace. Snape's dark eyes widened slightly as he swiftly discarded the stirring rod into a nearby corrosive-resistant container. This is even more potent than basilisk venom. Kronos frowned, lightly tapping his wand to conjure a set of crystal vessels. Let us test this. He poured the potion into a crystal beaker, casting a basic protective charm. The spell's aura enveloped the crystal vessel, yet it only held for 3 seconds before violently fluctuating. Indeed, there is an anti-detection charm. As the spell's glow dissipated, the potion erupted, and Snape immediately pulled Kronos back, waving his wand to shield against the splattering liquid, though a few drops inevitably stained his hands. Agonizing pain caused Snape to gasp, and Kronos, sharp-eyed, noticed the wound on his hand. He grasped Snape's hand and attempted a healing spell, which proved ineffective. Kronos's fingers glimmered silver as they lightly touched the wound, and Snape felt a cool sensation as his skin returned to its pristine state. Snape observed Kronos's actions closely, quickly spotting a slender silver line appearing on Kronos's hand. He grasped Kronos's wrist in a firm hold, his grip surprisingly powerful. It is merely a side effect of time magic. It will fade in a couple of days. Unlike the previous instances, Kronos reassured, gently smoothing the furrow between Snape's brows. That is forbidden magic. Snape's expression deepened with concern and ire. Are you not aware of the consequences of employing such dark arts? Norn is a family favored by time. I am well aware, and it will only be uncomfortable for 2 days at most, Kronos soothed. But your injury is of greater concern. You, Snape sighed. I wish you would take better care of yourself, Kronos. I assure you. Kronos smiled as he tidied the aftermath. Waving his wand to summon another sample, this is of utmost urgency. Noting Kronos' adeptness at diverting the topic, Snape scoffed, returning to the potion research. Another explosion resonated through the air. The reaction of the unicorn horn powder differed from the other ingredients, and Kronos pondered this anomaly. Chapter 15 of the Soul Potion and the Elixir of Eternity contains a cursed unicorn blood, Snape added. But there is also a unique ingredient that enhances the curse. The arrival of the owl interrupted their contemplation. Chapter 31, the start of term and the curse. The owl's feathers brushed against Kronos' fingertips, bringing a chill. He unfurled the parchment, his gaze sweeping to the end of the book list, his green eyes narrowing slightly. With a tap of his finger, a line of small print appeared. The Book of Eternity by Merlin Ambrosius. The Book of Eternity? Snape leaned closer, his dark hair cascading onto Kronos' shoulder, carrying a faint scent of potion herbs. Merlin's work. Yes, but few are aware of it, Kronos replied, erasing the line. For it pertains to the forbidden knowledge of souls, and it was retracted by Merlin himself after circulating for a decade. A flicker of surprise crossed Snape's dark eyes as he unconsciously stroked his wand. Professor Dumbledore is researching this. You must have noticed, Kronos levitated the discarded potion. A silver light merging with the liquid as black mist was instantaneously released. This contains a curse targeting the soul. The potion twisted and contorted in the silver light, ultimately crystallizing into a pitch-black gem, its surface marred with web-like fissures. The visualization of a soul's fragmentation, Kronos whispered, his green eyes reflecting the eerie luminescence of the crystal. Voldemort infused this potion with a byproduct of the Horcrux creation process. Outside, the chime of a bell rang, and Dobby, the house elf, suddenly appeared at the laboratory door. Master, the start of term notice from Hogwarts has arrived. The parchment unfurled in Kronos' hand, the silver-green ink outlining the class schedule. His gaze lingered on the line, detailing the responsibilities of the Slytherin prefect before turning to Snape. It appears we must pack our belongings. Dobby will deliver the textbooks directly to Hogwarts. Snape was sealing the last vial of sample when he paused at the remark. The potion analysis is only a quarter complete. Thus, we should transfer these to Hogwarts. Kronos gathered the instruments and samples into a dragonhide case. Professor Dumbledore has granted special approval. Sunlight streamed through the high window, illuminating the intertwined shadows of the two. Snape suddenly reached out, pressing his hand against Kronos' wrist as he organized his notes. Does your promise still hold? The silver-haired youth lifted his gaze, a smile flickering in his green eyes. Which promise? To teach you how to refine the Felix Felicis formula? Or the truth after graduation? Snape's dark eyes were unfathomable as his fingertips unconsciously traced the Ouroboros emblem on Kronos' sleeve. Kronos clasped Snape's wrist in return. It is eternally binding. In the stillness of the night, within the library of Noan Manor, Kronos stood before the most ancient row of bookshelves, his fingertips gliding over the spines of venerable tomes, ultimately pausing on a volume adorned with the emblem of the Ouroboros. At last, he had found it. He pressed down on the book, and the sound of the wooden frame shifting resonated through the air, revealing a hidden passage beside him. Kronos stepped inside, entering the forbidden realm of Noan Manor, known as Kukulkan. This expansive chamber was adorned with statues of feathered serpents at its four corners, while a crystal orb rested upon a circular pedestal in the center, beneath a vast dome encircled by a colossal Ouroboros. Approaching the crystal orb, Kronos lightly tapped it with his wand. A stone box soared from the darkness, hovering before him, revealing the illustrious Book of Eternity. The moment Kronos grasped the tome, the orb emanated a brilliant light, and a spectral figure appeared, locking eyes with Kronos before he departed with the book. The commencement of the school year at Hogwarts remained lively, with the exception of Slytherin, particularly for the 7th years, most of whom would directly join the Death Eaters upon graduation. Voldemort's actions had grown increasingly extreme over the past 2 years, with numerous Death Eaters subjected to the Cruciatus Curse for their failures. I must visit the headmaster's office. Upon arriving at Hogwarts, Kronos called out to Snape. To the research room. Snape nodded and proceeded to gather his belongings for the meeting. Hazelnut toffee. The stone beast at the entrance of the headmaster's office turned aside, permitting Kronos to enter. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, while Grindelwald amusingly interacted with a bare-feathered bird, which Kronos recognized with some difficulty as Fox. How did you spend your summer? The views of the Irish magical enclave must have been splendid, Dumbledore remarked with a smile, conjuring a cup of hot cocoa for him. Kronos placed the Book of Eternity upon the oak table, noting that the Noan family had fortuitously acquired a copy. Merlin's manuscript? Grindelwald lifted his gaze from his playful antics with Fawkes, his heterochromatic eyes narrowing slightly. I had presumed this artifact had long since been consumed by his own flames. Dumbledore gently caressed the pages, pausing at a specific passage. The integrity of the soul, akin to the flow of time, is profaned by division. It seems Merlin had long warned posterity. Grindelwald approached, his mismatched eyes scanning the text. Those who divide their souls shall ultimately be forsaken by time. It appears our prophetic Merlin was far more candid than certain individuals. He directed a pointed glance at Kronos. The data researched by Severus. Kronos conjured 3 crystal vials and placed them on the table, their contents exhibiting varying shades of black, categorized by corrosiveness. With the vial on the far right containing unicorn tears. Suddenly, Grindelwald levitated the leftmost vial with his wand, blue flames erupting from the tip of his ebony staff. Let me see what Dark Lord has added to the mix. The moment the flames met the vial, the potion began to bubble violently, transforming into a swirling mass of black mist, within which the outline of a screaming shack briefly materialized before dissipating. Intriguing. Grindelwald's heterochromatic pupils narrowed slightly. A variant of the memory extraction spell? Closer to the principles of the pensive. Dumbledore turned to another page, his fingertip alighting on a passage written in runic, yet intermingled with a binding charm. The imbiber will incessantly relive their most excruciating memories, while their magical essence is directed towards a specific location, the Cavern of the Shadows. All 3 men arrived at the same realization. Tom's proficiency in certain aspects surpasses my expectations, Dumbledore sighed softly. Kronos, we require the Book of Eternity to unravel the spell within the potion. Naturally, the antidote shall be entrusted to Severus and myself. Although Severus possessed talent, Dumbledore regarded Kronos thoughtfully, contemplating how to persuade him otherwise. Talent necessitates practice, and he has already proven his capabilities, has he not? Kronos gestured toward the samples on the table. In that case, your research room requires fortified protective runes. This was an agreement. As he departed the headmaster's office, Kronos made his way toward the research room, but halted suddenly as he approached the cellar. Come forth. Chapter 32. Regulus's Dilemma. A boy with black hair and gray eyes emerged from the shadows. Senior Noan. Kronos regarded the youth stepping into the light, noting the evident dark circles beneath Regulus's gray eyes. Mr. Black. Kronos inclined his head slightly, tapping his wand to conjure a silencing barrier as he spoke. Wandering the corridors during curfew is not characteristic of you. Regulus's knuckles tightened in his sleeves, the silver clasp bearing the Black family crest digging painfully into his palm. I need to speak with you. His voice was lower than usual, laced with an age-inappropriate weariness. It's about the oath. Kronos's gaze swept over the boy's pallid face, a flicker of understanding crossing his emerald eyes. He conjured a peppermint and placed it in Regulus's hand. The third empty classroom to the right of the cellar. The passphrase is Ouroboros. Regulus's fingers trembled slightly as he clutched the candy wrapper. The cool touch of the sweet melting in his palm reminiscent of the rain on the night Sirius left home. He glanced down at the tiny silver patterns on the wrapper, the Noan family mark echoing the Ouroboros on Kronos's brooch. 10 minutes hence, Kronos instructed softly. Remember to avoid peeves. The oak door of the empty classroom slid open silently before Regulus, revealing Kronos waiting by the window. His silver hair cascading over the dark green badge of a prefect, his fingertips gently tapping the windowsill. Sit. He conjured an armchair, leaning against the edge of a lectern piled high with dusty tomes. Has Mrs. Walburga set a date for you? Regulus sat stiffly on the edge of the armchair, the characteristic proud contours of the Black family appearing particularly sharp in the moonlight. Christmas. He stared at the dancing moonlight on the floor, his mother having declared that since Sirius had betrayed the family, he must assume responsibility ahead of schedule. Your brother's defection has rendered Mrs. Walburga more radical. Kronos's voice was calm, nearly indifferent. However, Voldemort will not lower his standards based on your age. The initiation test for Death Eaters includes at least one application of an unforgivable curse. Regulus's breathing grew noticeably rapid, his gaze filled with despair and fragmentation. I witnessed Avery using the Cruciatus curse on a muggle. His voice faltered in his throat. That man was smiling with such glee. The clouds outside obscured the moon, plunging the classroom into brief darkness. Kronos's green eyes glimmered faintly in the shadow, akin to a serpent's gaze. So you sought me out. You have declined the Dark Lord's invitation. Regulus suddenly looked up, his gray eyes ablaze with intensity. But Senior Malfoy stated that you are still held in high regard. I wish to know how to remain vigilant amidst the serpents? Kronos chuckled softly, his wand flicking to conjure the ethereal image of an Ouroboros encircling an hourglass in the air. The Noan family excels at discovering equilibrium within the interstices of time. Regulus fixated on the slowly spinning emblem, his fingers unconsciously tracing the ornate armrests of the chair, the knuckles whitening from the pressure. What should I do? His voice was so faint it was nearly drowned out by the crackling of the firewood in the hearth. When Sirius left home, my mother shattered his portrait with a vase, declaring that the Blacks no longer had this son. His slate blue eyes fixated on his trembling fingertips. Yet now she expects me to do those things. His throat bobbed as he recalled the scene he had witnessed the previous week at Malfoy Manor. Avery directing his wand at that muggle-born Hufflepuff. The red light of the Cruciatus Curse illuminating the faces of the onlookers with excitement. What horrified him the most was that as the student writhed in agony on the ground, his cousin Narcissa was elegantly sipping her tea, as if the screams were nothing more than inconsequential background music at a banquet. Kronos did not rush him, merely allowing a steaming cup of peppermint tea to drift toward Regulus, placing it gently before him. Sirius often refers to me as Mother's obedient darling. Regulus suddenly tugged at a bitter smile, the reflection of the tea shattering into disarrayed silver shards in his eyes. Yet, if obedience entails witnessing others writhe under the Cruciatus Curse, his voice faltered, fingers gripping the teacup tightly, the scorching porcelain walls searing his palms, utterly oblivious to the pain. Mother proclaimed this our destiny. He mechanically recited the words he had heard since childhood, the glory of pure blood, the obligations of an ancient lineage. However, the distorted visage of that Hufflepuff student incessantly resurfaced, overlapping with the haughty faces of the Black ancestors in the portraits. Suddenly, the teacup erupted with a crack, hot tea splattering onto the cuff embroidered with the family crest. He released the cup abruptly as if scalded, the vessel suspended in midair, while Kronos silently restored it. Do you know what is most absurd? Regulus' voice suddenly bore a hint of frantic laughter. I find myself envious of Sirius. Envious of his ability to simply walk away. His nails dug deeply into his palm, while I could only sit in this gilded cage, counting the days until I am destined to become the executioner. What am I to do? This whisper barely resembled a question, more akin to the final gasps of a drowning soul. Regulus lifted his gaze, his gray-blue eyes brimming with unprecedented confusion and anguish, as if he were a lost child at a crossroads. If I refuse, I shall be the family's disgrace. But if I acquiesce, his voice dwindled, then I become the very kind of person I despise most. Kronos suddenly straightened, listening intently. Regulus. For the first time, he used his given name, his voice as gentle as a breeze skimming the surface of water. 3 days before the swearing-in ceremony, come to Norn Manor and seek me. Regulus' gray eyes widened slightly. Bring your wand and a piece of silverware. Kronos produced a silver sickle from his dragonhide pocket, the edge engraved with delicate runes. Use this to contact me, and refrain from employing the family owl. The moment Regulus accepted the coin, the runes emitted a ghostly blue light, swiftly extinguishing. He carefully concealed it in the pocket of his shirt, resting against his heartbeat. It is time to return. Kronos waved his wand, the soundproof barrier dissipating like mist. The password is Moonlight Grass. Turn right and proceed straight to avoid Filch. As Regulus stood, the hem of his black robe brushed against the armchair, stirring a slight cloud of dust. He paused at the doorway, the moonlight in his gray eyes clearer than when he had arrived. Thank you, Senior Norn. Kronos merely inclined his head slightly, his silver hair falling to obscure his expression. Once the footsteps faded completely, he turned towards the shadows in the corner of the classroom. Have you heard enough? Chapter 33, Undercurrents Rising. Grindelwald emerged from the darkness, his mismatched eyes shimmering in the moonlight. The Black Scion is more intriguing than I anticipated. Kronos conjured 2 steaming mugs of cocoa. Have you finished your discussion with Professor Dumbledore? The silver spoon stirred within the cup, the scent of cinnamon wafting between the two. A certain little rascal seems to have concealed crucial chapters from the Book of Eternity. Grindelwald suddenly leaned in, reflecting Kronos' calm visage in his eyes. Then you have wronged me. Kronos chuckled lightly, his fingertips tapping the rim of the cup, and the cocoa-s froth unexpectedly formed ancient runes. That is a scrying charm set by Merlin. The runes flickered 3 times beneath the moonlight before vanishing. Only a true seer can perceive the entirety of the text. He lifted his eyes, green irises clashing silently with the mismatched pupils in the darkness. You and I. Grindelwald suddenly muttered a curse in German, his mismatched pupils narrowing dangerously. What exactly do you intend to do, little seer? What benefit do you gain from aiding that black whelp? Kronos observed the swirling foam in his cup, a glimmer of silver flashing deep within his green eyes. In the river of time, every pebble creates ripples. He looked up at Grindelwald, just as you released that pair of twins in Paris years ago, who later became the most loyal aides of the saints. Grindelwald's pupils constricted slightly, his ebony wand twirling in his fingers. You are more infuriating than Trelawney's nonsensical ramblings. He suddenly leaned forward. mismatched eyes locking onto Kronos' gaze. But if you dare to let Albus, Professor Dumbledore will witness Voldemort's demise. Kronos replied calmly, this is our agreement. Distant bells tolled, midnight approached. Grindelwald straightened, the fire in his mismatched pupils gradually extinguishing. The black whelp is sharper than you think. Be cautious not to play with fire and get burned. Kronos smiled. Thank you for your concern, Professor. Outside the potions laboratory, candlelight seeped through the cracks of the door. I am late. As Kronos entered, Snape was bottling potions. What did Dumbledore say? Snape set aside the potion, turning to Kronos. Your research data is quite valuable, Severus. Kronos leaned against the table. He agreed that we should continue our work on the cave potion. Snape's expression finally relaxed a bit. I will continue the research. Of course, my potions master. Kronos' voice carried a hint of mirth as he produced a pile of phoenix feathers on the table. Did you pluck Foxbear? Observing the table, which resembled a wholesale stash of phoenix feathers, Snape's lips twitched. Fox is currently molting. Snape nodded, placing the feathers into a storage cabinet. Regulus sought me out earlier. He conjured 2 steaming mugs of cocoa, the rims adorned with color-changing star-shaped candies. He came to consult me regarding his career path. Snape scoffed softly, accepting the cocoa. The career path for the Black family has always been singular. That is why he requires consultation. A silver sickle flipped between Kronos' fingers. Mrs. Walburga requested that he join the Death Eaters by Christmas. Snape's fingers tightened around the cup's rim. Knuckles widening. He is unqualified. Only in his second year. The heir of a pure-blood family does not consider age. Kronos interrupted. Only blood purity and loyalty matter. You wish to assist him. Snape's tone was resolute, tinged with a barely perceptible anger. If Voldemort were to discover the Blacks hold a significant position among pure-blood families, and we require eyes. Snape regarded him steadily, ultimately saying nothing. He knew that Kronos' decisions were seldom altered. Silence enveloped the potions laboratory. Let us return to the dormitory for rest. Observing Snape still lost in thought, Kronos broke the silence. Kronos, I hope you remain safe. Snape's words were soft yet clear enough. Such a forthright expression had already warmed his ears. Kronos suddenly laughed, I will. The two walked side by side into the dormitory corridor. Snape slightly turned his head, beneath the shimmering waters of the Black Lake. The corners of the youth's lips held a smile, as if everything were under his control. His hands clenched within his sleeves, loathing this feeling. As if he had returned to Spinner's End, reduced to pleading for others' pity. Late at night, lying in bed, he tossed and turned. While he reveled in the success of a modified potion, Kronos had already engaged with individuals of a higher echelon. Can't sleep? Kronos' voice emerged from the darkness. Snape's voice was muffled beneath the covers. In the prophecies you've seen, what am I like? Severus. Kronos' tone grew cautious. Prophecies are but one of the potential timelines, and before such possibilities become established outcomes, everything can be altered. So you have seen, and it is not a favorable future, is it? After more than 2 years of companionship, Severus Snape had come to discern certain truths. Each timely appearance of Kronos revealed his profound understanding of Snape and his foresight regarding Voldemort's schemes. Severus, your future is not mine to dictate. Nor is it determined by what I perceive. You possess an infinite array of possibilities. It was no wonder that someone capable of becoming a double agent could exhibit a level of acuity that surpassed Kronos' expectations. I comprehend now, Kronos mused inwardly. He heard the rustling of the blankets, followed by the deliberately masked rhythm of steady breathing. In the days that followed, Kronos observed Snape's increasing diligence. Whenever afforded a moment of respite, he would immerse himself in the potions of the cave, and during Grindelwald's specialized training, he refused to relent until every ounce of his magical energy was expended. After yet another session, Snape leaned against a tree, attempting to alleviate the weakness that accompanied magical exhaustion. Kronos offered him a cup of hot cocoa, infused with a magical restorative. Snape accepted it, taking a sip that steadied his breath. Professor Glass mentioned that your spells have reached Newt level. Not sufficient, Snape replied, his eyes glinting with an unwavering dedication to mastery. Severus, you need not push yourself so relentlessly. After a moment of silence, Snape lowered his gaze and spoke. I do not wish to be a burden in your plans. Kronos' gaze lingered on the sweat-drenched hair at Snape's temples, the moonlight casting fragmented shadows upon his pallid face. The youth's jawline was taut, akin to a drawn dagger. You have never been a burden, Kronos assured him, placing a hand upon his shoulder. Your various improved formulas have even garnered praise from Slughorn. Yet still not enough. Snape suddenly crushed the star-shaped sugar at the rim of his cup, colorful dust cascading onto the hem of his robes. Are you aware of what the Death Eaters have been doing in Nocturne Alley? Chapter 34, Cursed Objects. A flicker of silver briefly illuminated the depths of Kronos' green eyes. 3 days prior, 3 Muggle corpses, tortured to death by the Cruciatus curse, were discovered in the back alley of Borgin and Burke's. Yet the Daily Prophet merely reported an alchemical explosion. Severus, he gently pressed down on Snape's trembling wrist. Look at me. The events in Nocturne Alley do not concern you. Kronos' fingertips lightly traced his wrist, a cool sensation seeping into the skin. What you must focus on now is completing your studies at Hogwarts. Snape's breathing gradually steadied, yet his brow remained furrowed. Those muggles. The Order of the Phoenix will handle it, Kronos interjected, his voice soft yet resolute. And your battleground lies within the research laboratory. The distant chime of the curfew bell resonated. Kronos conjured a deep green scarf, gently wrapping it around Snape's neck. Return now. You have potions class tomorrow. The faint scent of mint from the scarf allowed Snape's tense shoulders to relax slightly. He nodded in silence, and the two walked side by side towards the castle. As dawn's light pierced through the curtains over the Black Lake, Kronos had already arranged his attire. He turned to observe the sleeping Snape, whose pale cheek was nestled into a dark green pillow, disheveled black hair spilling about him, the faintest shadows beneath his eyes. With a gentle flick of his wand, Kronos placed a steaming cup of peppermint tea on the bedside table, the aroma gradually filling the air. Just as he prepared to leave, he heard the sound of fabric shifting behind him. What time is it? Snape's voice was hoarse from sleep, his dark eyes half opening to gaze at the lake outside. Just past 7, Kronos replied, conjuring a floating class schedule. Your potions class is at 10. You can afford to sleep a bit longer. Snape pushed himself up from the mattress, his black hair falling into his eyes. No need. He reached for the potions textbook at his bedside, the sleeve of his black robe slipping back to reveal faint marks left by training. Kronos conjured a plate of toast slathered with blueberry jam. At least finish your breakfast, he insisted, tapping his fingertip, causing a silver knife to cut the toast into neat triangular shapes. Snape took the plate, suddenly inquiring, Aren't you free today? Professor Dumbledore asked me to assist Professor Glass. You know how unpredictable her defense against the dark arts class can be. The corners of Snape's mouth twitched slightly. Ever since Professor Glass took over, her class had transformed into the most dreaded subject at Hogwarts. Last week's practical training had sent 4 Ravenclaws to the hospital wing. Good luck, Snape replied dryly, a hint of mockery flashing in his dark eyes. I hear you'll be practicing counter curses today. Kronos chuckled softly, his silver hair shimmering gently in the morning light. At least it's safer than last week's boggart transformation. He adjusted his silver and green tie. See you in the afternoon for defense against the dark arts. Kronos stood by the window of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, observing third-year students meandering across the lawn. Grindelwald lounged lazily against the lectern, his mismatched pupils swirling with a dangerous gold blue in the morning light. Your little friend has been working diligently of late. Has this senior of yours spurred him on? He tossed a silver sickle, the coin tracing a brilliant arc through the air. Kronos conjured a stack of parchment and placed it on the lectern. Severus is simply too focused. He tapped his fingertip, causing the sheets to align neatly into a structured lesson plan. Are we practicing counter curses today? Plans have changed. Grindelwald suddenly flicked the silver sickle towards the corner of the classroom. The coin morphed mid-air into a silver hummingbird, darting towards Kronos' face. Without flinching, he watched as the hummingbird exploded into a shower of starlight just an inch from his nose. Satisfactory reaction, Grindelwald noted, his mismatched pupils narrowing. Today, we shall teach them to identify cursed magical items, starting with the latest trinkets circulating in Nocturne Alley. He conjured an ornately carved wooden box, its lid automatically lifting to reveal a pendant emanating an eerie green glow. Kronos' green eyes widened. This was a counterfeit Slytherin locket, its edges inscribed with the same corrosive runes as the potions in the cave. The Avery children ordered 20 of these last week from Nocturne Alley. Grindelwald prodded the pendant with his wand, the green light surging ominously, intended as a Christmas gift for students in the Muggle Studies course. The classroom door swung open, and third-year students filed in. Lily's red hair stood out vividly among the crowd as she animatedly discussed something with Mary McDonald, her green eyes sparkling. James Potter and Sirius Black ambled in at the rear, their hair more tousled than usual. Put that away, Kronos murmured, casually stowing the wooden box in the lectern drawer. Unless you wish to see half the class in the hospital wing. Grindelwald laughed derisively, his mismatched gaze sweeping across the classroom. It seems some have not prepared for identification of common cursed magical items. His gaze lingered momentarily on James and Sirius, 10 points from Gryffindor. Lily quickly flipped open her textbook, the bow in her red hair swaying gently with the movement. Mary quietly asked, Aren't we supposed to have prepared up to page 37? Silence. Grindelwald's ebony wand rapped against the lectern, producing a sharp sound. Today, we will learn to identify cursed objects. Miss McDonald, please step forward. Mary approached the lectern nervously, and Grindelwald conjured a standard gold galleon. Tell me, what is this? A galleon, Professor. Wrong. Grindelwald's wand tapped the galleon. which suddenly contorted and transformed into a small spider with venomous fangs. This is a cursed coin that has recently become popular in Nocturne Alley. Place it in your wallet. And within 3 hours, all coins will sprout venomous fangs. Gasps of terror erupted from the girls. Kronos seized the moment to conjure a silver knife. Key point of identification: cursed metal will exhibit unnatural temperature fluctuations. He handed the knife to Lily. Would you care to try? Lily cautiously accepted the knife. Her green eyes widening. It's warm. It's almost as if it has a life of its own. Miss Evans has secured 5 points for Gryffindor. Grindelwald conjured a dozen items of various shapes and sizes upon the lectern, instructing the students to pair up and identify those that had been cursed. James immediately leaned towards Lily, asking, "Shall we work together?" "I'll be with Mary," Lily replied without hesitation, her red hair swishing past James's nose. Sirius let out a low whistle, his gray eyes sparkling with mischief. Chapter 35, The Patronus. As Kronos patrolled the classroom, he overheard Sirius whispering to James, "I heard the boggart often appears mysteriously at the edge of the forbidden forest. Isn't that peculiar?" "Focus on your practice, Mr. Black," Kronos admonished, lightly tapping his wand on their desk. A flash of silver light erupted as their quills transformed into 2 writhing snakes. "Or would you prefer to converse with them?" James sprang from his chair, nearly toppling the desk. The snakes flicked their tongues, their emerald eyes fixed intently on him. "No," he exclaimed. "I can," Kronos replied softly. Yet his voice commanded immediate silence in the room. "As a prefect, I possess the authority to curtail inappropriate discourse during class." With a flick of his fingers, the snakes reverted to quills. "Continue your practice, Mr. Potter." Lily's green eyes darted between the 2 boys before finally lowering to inspect the silver pocket watch on the desk. Mary quietly asked, "Is the watch's hand moving backward? Is that a sign of dark magic?" "Clever," Kronos nodded in approval. Cursed timepieces typically do disrupt the normal flow of time. Suddenly, Snape's voice echoed from the doorway. The black-clad boy, carrying a stack of heavy tomes, scanned the classroom, his dark gaze lingering for a moment on James's flushed face. Kronos raised an eyebrow. "Class dismissed early?" "Slughorn has gone to a potion society meeting," Snape replied. Placing the books in the corner of the lectern, his tone unusually calm, he asked me to deliver these to Professor Glass. Grindelwald lazily flipped through the top book. "Advanced curse breaking. Do extend my gratitude to Professor Slughorn for his concern," he remarked, casting a pointed glance at Kronos. "It appears our potions master fears I might send students to the infirmary." A sound of a quill snapping resonated from the back of the classroom, and Sirius, his gray eyes ablaze with indignation, glared at the Slytherin crest emblazoned on Snape's robe. Lady Walburga had previously sent a howler warning him not to provoke the serpent. "Since you're here, you might as well join the lesson." Grindelwald suddenly conjured a 3rd chair, perfectly timed for a demonstration of advanced defensive spells. Snape's brow furrowed slightly, but he silently stepped into the demonstration area. "Today's topic is the identification of cursed items," Kronos explained to the class, lightly tapping the silverware on the lectern. "Cursed objects often exhibit unusual temperatures and erratic magical fluctuations. Just like some people's brains," Lily muttered under her breath, her butterfly hair bow swaying gently as she examined the silverware. Grindelwald's mismatched eyes glimmered with interest. "Well said, Miss Evans. 5 points for Gryffindor." He conjured a brooch inlaid with emeralds. "Now, who would like to attempt identifying this?" Mary timidly raised her hand. "Professor, it seems to be breathing." Indeed. The gem on the brooch pulsated as if alive, dark mist seeping from its edges. Snape suddenly drew his wand, stepped back. A flash of silver light erupted as an invisible force ensnared the brooch midair. Kronos simultaneously waved his wand, summoning an ancient Nivern barrier around it. "Excellent reflexes, Mr. Snape." Grindelwald applauded. "A Ravenclaw student encountered the same brooch last week and is currently recuperating in the infirmary." James's face paled. "Is that truly a cursed object?" A recent trend in Nocturne Alley, Kronos' voice turned cold, specifically targeting the overly curious students. As the bell rang, the students fled the classroom in haste. Lily tidied up the parchment on her desk, her green eyes occasionally glancing towards Snape by the lectern. Kronos was quietly conversing with Grindelwald, his fingers lightly tapping the cursed brooch. "Severus," Lily approached, clutching her books. "Did Professor Slughorn truly dismiss class early?" Snape lifted his gaze, his dark eyes sweeping over the defensive magic against the dark arts guide in her hands. "Yes, he is hurrying to the Potion Society meeting." Lily wrinkled her nose. "Will you be going to the lab this afternoon?" Mary mentioned she wanted to borrow your advanced potion, making to take a look. "No," Snape's voice was curt. But upon seeing Lily's disappointed expression, he added, "That book contains dangerous content, unsuitable for 3rd years." Lily pouted. "Fine, you only make exceptions for Kronos." Snape's ears reddened slightly, but before he could retort, Kronos approached, his green eyes sparkling. "Lily, Professor Glass mentioned your significant progress in upcoming practical training. He may teach you any WTS-level spells. Oh, really? Lily exclaimed, pleasantly surprised. I thought I wouldn't meet his standards. Indeed. He may even teach you the Patronus charm later on. That would be amazing. Lily cheered. Your Patronus is so cool. I wonder what mine will be. Their essay book in the restricted section, Advanced Spell Explanations. You could study in advance. Kronos produced a piece of parchment bearing Professor Glass and Professor Dumbledore's signatures. Thank you, upperclassmen. I'll go right away. Goodbye, Severus. Lily joyfully dashed away with the signed slip. To the lab? Snape nodded. Once inside the lab, Snape, who had been silent throughout the journey, suddenly spoke. The Patronus charm requires a sufficient number of happy memories. Do you remember the incantation and the wand movements? Kronos stepped closer to him. Yes, Snape replied, his lips pressed tightly. Kronos placed his hands on Snape's shoulders. Closing his eyes, Snape complied, feeling Kronos' proximity as their foreheads touched. He instinctively wanted to retreat, but found himself firmly anchored in place by Kronos. Close your eyes, Severus. Kronos instructed, listen to me. Kronos' breath brushed against his face. Snape closed his eyes, and Kronos' voice seemed to emanate from a distant place. He felt warmth surging through his body, his memories sharpening. The joy of receiving his acceptance letter, the exhilaration of successfully brewing a potion for the first time. The last memory lingered on a scene with Kronos in Ireland. Expecto Patronum, he heard Kronos say. Chapter 36, The Cave of Secrets. Silvery mist poured from Snape's wand tip, coalescing mid-air into translucent, scaled patterns as a long, elegant serpent took shape. This silver serpent, graceful and elongated, shimmered with a silvery glow, its head bowing slightly as it nuzzled Kronos' head. Snape's face flushed crimson. It's me. Kronos chuckled, nudging the silver serpent playfully. They say a Patronus reflects the emotions of its master. It seems Severus has a favorable impression of me. The silver serpent circled Snape twice before dissipating, and Snape maintained a stoic expression, emitting a barely audible HM. Kronos' smile broadened, though he refrained from teasing Snape further, redirecting the conversation to potions. When discussing potions, Snape regained his usual calm demeanor, showcasing his recent research findings to Kronos. Using phoenix feathers and powdered unicorn horn can mitigate the toxicity of potions. However, curses will diminish the effectiveness of antidotes. Snape furrowed his brow, evidently displeased with the outcome. You have done remarkably well, Severus. We have ample time. The curse has been a subject of extensive research by Dumbledore and Grindelwald. But the very fact that Dumbledore was able to make the decision to consume the potion in the original timeline indicates that this potion will not be easily unraveled. The previous samples are nearly depleted. I require more. Very well, Kronos mused, contemplating a visit to the cave to personally investigate the obstacles set by Voldemort. Soon, the Halloween holiday arrived. Are you going out? Snape inquired, watching Kronos don a different style of attire, a hint of confusion in his tone. Some family matters, Kronos replied. Adjusting his cuffs. Lily invited you to Hogsmeade? Indeed. Snape nodded as Kronos placed a silver sickle into his palm. This will allow you to contact me. Enjoy yourself. But be cautious. Snape tucked the sickle away without noticing the fleeting silver glow of the protective charm left by Kronos. Outside the forbidden forest, Grindelwald, clad in black robes, awaited their arrival. It is time to depart, young prophet. Both were dressed in a manner befitting their purpose, and Kronos urged Grindelwald to explore the cave. Professor Dumbledore is unaware, I presume. If Albus knew I was taking an underage student to that location, he would surely confine me once more. They apparat to a rocky outcrop, where the waves churned beneath the dark cliffs, frothing and splashing amidst the biting cold wind. There, Grindelwald pointed to a fissure at the cliff's base. Albus marked it last time. Kronos approached the crack, slicing open his palm, and lifted his bleeding hand to press against the rock. In an instant, the fissure gaped open like a greedy maw, revealing a pitch-black passageway. They stepped through the crevice, the chill enveloping them like a parasite. The glow of their wands illuminated the stone walls, casting their shadows into distorted forms. Suddenly, the cave opened up, revealing a dark lake that stretched in all directions, devouring all light. An island at the lake's center stood like a tombstone, silently awaiting. A small boat rested upon the water's surface, beneath which countless pale figures hovered, their decaying faces turned upwards, long hair drifting like aquatic vegetation. Shall you go or shall I? Grindelwald mused, gazing at the island. Last time, I did not allow Albus to venture here. Otherwise, he might have truly consumed the potion. Let us go together. I may require your assistance shortly, Kronos replied as he boarded the boat, using his wizarding bloodline to gauge their numbers. You harbor more secrets than I anticipated, young prophet, Grindelwald scoffed, stepping into the boat. The vessel rocked slightly before gliding steadily toward the island's heart. As they neared, Kronos could hear faint moans, and hallucinatory whispers echoed in his mind, trying to incite fear and despair. Such an aesthetically displeasing creation, Grindelwald remained unfazed. The boat reached the shore, where Grindelwald lightly touched the island's edge with his wand, dispelling its protections. The two ascended the island, moving toward the central stone basin, where a pendant box shimmered faintly in a green glow, exuding a deadly allure. After collecting some potion samples, Kronos made a decision Grindelwald had not anticipated. He took a sip of the potion. "You are utterly mad." Grindelwald's pupils dilated as he cast a detection spell upon Kronos. The young man's complexion turned ashen, a silver mark appearing upon his hand, while the charm concealing his hair dissipated, leaving half of it stark white. He heard the warning from Mother. You were correct. Kronos felt the changes within him, realizing that it was indeed Dumbledore who had consumed the potion here, 27 years prior. You never mentioned any of this to me, young prophet. Grindelwald's voice turned menacing, his wand pressing against Kronos' chin. It is not too late to learn. Kronos brushed aside the wand. I am fulfilling our agreement. Grindelwald lowered his wand. Your magic is waning. The backlash intensifies. Not yet. Kronos took another swig of the potion. Truly insane. Minutes passed, and as the potion's effects fully manifested, Kronos produced an antidote he had crafted from Snape's research and drank it. His complexion improved slightly. Apparently, that boy's talent exceeds Slughorn's descriptions. Grindelwald raised an eyebrow, casting a spell to counteract the curse, albeit with mere conjecture. The direction is correct. Silver light emanated from Kronos' fingertips, enveloping him. When the radiance faded, he had recovered from the potion's effects. Time magic? Noon is indeed favored by time, he mused. There are limitations. The cost of directly altering fate through the timeline is one I cannot afford at present. A soft chuckle escaped Kronos as silver light flickered in his eyes. My objective is achieved. We must depart. Upon returning to the dormitory, Kronos was met with Snape's dark, penetrating gaze. The antidote is missing. Snape's tone remained calm, his eyes fixed upon Kronos, who felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. You were not attending to family matters. Snape stepped closer, grasping Kronos' wrist and rolling back his sleeve, revealing a silver mark to their shared view. You ventured into the cave. You still carry the pungent odor of that potion. Snape's tone grew colder. Noon. The moment his full name was uttered, Kronos knew he could not evade the matter. The potion contained an enhancement derived from the blood of a nightmare, along with that stone basin. Do not evade the topic, Mr. Noon. Chapter 37. The Point of No Return. The use of honorifics had enraged him, further deepening Kronos' guilt. Severus. Kronos' hand rested upon Snape's. Snape felt Kronos' skin was as cold as ice, his concern overshadowing his anger. He noticed Kronos sway before collapsing into his arms. Kronos. Snape's panic was palpable as he caught Kronos, realizing the boy's body bore no warmth. He laid Kronos upon the bed, pressing his ear to his chest, the slow, rhythmic heartbeat reassuring him that Kronos was still alive. Kronos' consciousness sank into a realm of pure white, where an indistinct figure sat above. Approaching, Kronos knelt beside him, resting his head upon his lap. Mother, why have you summoned me? He gently stroked Kronos' silver hair. This is your final opportunity, Kronos. Do you wish to return? Mother. Kronos raised his gaze, observing an hourglass to his left and a loom to his right. Fate has been rewoven. I shall not return. Then, Kronos, I bid you farewell. My child. He sent Kronos back from this space, and in the final moment, Kronos heard him utter, the cost will be collected at the end of the thread. Thank you, Mother. This was Mother's final act of mercy, granting Kronos temporary reprieve from the backlash. When Kronos opened his eyes once more, he beheld the white ceiling of the infirmary. He turned slightly to see Dumbledore standing at his bedside. You have been unconscious for 7 days, Kronos. Dumbledore cast a detection spell. Madame Pomfrey assured me you were merely asleep. Kronos propped himself up, the bitter scent of potions clearing his mind. Just a minor mishap. Where is Severus? He surmised that his sudden fainting spell must have alarmed the young man. The child is exceedingly worried about you, remaining here during his free periods. Dumbledore failed to identify any issues and has set aside the Elder Wand. You are hardly a true Slytherin, as Gellert has informed me. You once stated, Professor, that some prices must be paid. Kronos, you are merely an underage wizard now. Dumbledore sighed. Certain costs should not fall upon your shoulders. The door to the infirmary swung open, and Grindelwald entered alongside Snape. Our little prophet has finally awakened. Grindelwald approached Dumbledore, appearing quite well. Thank you for your concern, Professor. Kronos waved at Snape. Severus, aren't you going to check on your poor upperclassmen? Snape swiftly approached the bedside, his pale face tinged with an unnatural flush. His dark eyes fixed on Kronos with an intensity that seemed to pin him to the infirmary sheets. You have been unconscious for 7 days. His voice was as cold as ice. yet his fingers unconsciously rubbed the silver button on his sleeve. Madame Pomfrey found no traces of spells, only magical exhaustion. Do you take me for a fool? Snape suddenly raised his voice. Does magical exhaustion reduce body temperature to 0? Does it cause a heartbeat of merely 20 beats per minute? Dumbledore cleared his throat softly. Perhaps we should allow the young one some space. He exchanged a discreet glance with Grindelwald, and the two quietly exited the infirmary. Kronos observed the trembling lashes of Snape, filled with anger, before suddenly grasping his wrist. Severus, look at me. The boy struggled but could not break free. Fear and fury swirled in his dark eyes, while Kronos' palm regained its former warmth. I need you. Kronos' voice was as soft as falling snow, not as a potion assistant, but, be silent. Snape jerked his hand away, his black robes swirling like ominous clouds. Do you think yourself invincible? To contend with Voldemort, to ally with the former Dark Lord, and to intentionally ingest poisons you know to be toxic. His fingertips dug deeply into his palm. Do you know what Madame Pomfrey said? That you might never awaken? The last few words shattered in the damp air of the infirmary. Kronos was taken aback. He had never seen Snape so unhinged. The boy resembled an agitated black cat, fur bristling, yet his tail nervously curled behind him. I'm sorry, Kronos whispered, the silver glimmer in his green eyes flowing gently. This truly was an accident. Snape's chest heaved violently, and he suddenly produced a crystal vial from his dragon hide pocket. Drink this. The pale golden liquid rippled within the bottle. And Kronos caught the scent of evening primrose and phoenix feather. This was a new potion, far more complex than Stabilizer 40. You modified the formula? While you were pretending to sleep. Snape averted his gaze. Drink it, or I will force it down your throat. Kronos tilted his head back and drank the potion. Its sweetness tinged with a bitter aftertaste. A warm current spread from his stomach, filling the void within his soul. He noticed a faint redness around Snape's eyes. Had the boy not slept at all during these 7 days? Severus Snape. Madame Pomfrey suddenly burst in, pushing a cart of potions. Who permitted you to administer medication to a patient without authorization? I approved it. Dumbledore's voice resonated from the doorway, his blue eyes sparkling with mischief behind his crescent-shaped spectacles. After all, this is our potion genius's latest creation. Grindelwald leaned against the doorframe, his mismatched eyes glancing over the empty crystal vial. It appears someone can finally reign in the reckless prophet. Snape's ears turned crimson, and he grasped the empty vial as if to leave, but Kronos caught the hem of his robe. Severus, your poor upperclassman requires a companion for his discharge. You have met the discharge criteria. Madame Pomfrey tossed a pile of clothes at him. Now, immediately, disappear from my sight. On their way back to the dungeons, they encountered Regulus, who glanced at Kronos before quickly lowering his head, hurrying past them. Avery had been boasting about how they had caught the attention of that individual at the Halloween ball, claiming they were in contact with the Blacks. Snape recounted recent events to Kronos. Upon returning to the dormitory, Kronos retrieved a heated silver sickle. Midnight, Astronomy Tower. Black's news, Snape asserted, after Halloween. He has been inquiring about your condition. Astute observation, Kronos tucked away the silver sickle. It seems the Black family's Halloween feast was quite eventful. At the stroke of midnight, Kronos stood atop the Astronomy Tower, while Regulus hid in the shadows, dark circles under his slate blue eyes. Chapter 38, Choices. They had Travers use the Cruciatus curse on a muggle. The boy's voice trembled as he recounted how that individual convulsed for 10 minutes at the dining table, only stopping after expelling blood. Kronos pressed a steaming mug of cocoa into his trembling hands. What did Madame Walburga say? She applauded. Regulus stared at the reflection of the waning moon in his cup. She said this is the demeanor expected of purebloods. Suddenly, he looked up. Senior Norn. Is there a spell that can temporarily strip someone of their magic? Kronos regarded the boy's slender frame, recalling a different timeline where Regulus had sunk to the depths of the lake of corpses and made a decision. There is, he replied softly, but it cannot deceive Voldemort's detection. Regulus's shoulders slumped, and the light in his gray eyes began to fade. Is there practice for the mind-blocking charm? Kronos inquired abruptly. Regulus nodded, bewildered. Kronos pointed his wand at him. Legilimens. Taken by surprise, Regulus found his memories of Halloween being read by Kronos. But he quickly activated the mind-blocking charm, burying those memories deep, leaving only inconsequential school life. Very good. Kronos sheathed his wand. Continue practicing the mind-blocking charm. After curfew every Thursday, come to the room of requirement. Remember, do not let others know. Regulus's eyes lit up. Senior Norn, what should I do? Voldemort fears Dumbledore. He will not mark you at this time. The Christmas oath is merely the Black family's submission. You need leverage to demonstrate your value as Regulus. Understand? I understand, Senior. After all, he was a scion of a pure-blood family. Regulus grasped the nuances readily. If Kronos was using prophecy as leverage, what could he gain? I will teach you a potion. Remember, this potion is one you will create and modify. Kronos pressed down on the boy's shoulder. 3 days before the oath ceremony. Come to Norn Manor as planned. The silverware must be made of goblin silver. Moonlight streamed through the high windows, casting dappled shadows between them. I understand. Thank you, Senior Norn. In the morning hall, Kronos sat at the Slytherin table, while Avery and others continually cast curious glances in his direction. Dumbledore had effectively concealed the news of Kronos' unconsciousness. Slytherin was intrigued about what kind of family affairs could detain him for 7 days. Kronos Sr. Lily rushed over from the Gryffindor table. You're finally back. While you were away, Severus seemed rather distracted. I wasn't. Snape retorted quietly as he cut through the buttered toast on his plate. Lily let out a light laugh and turned to recount their practical training from a few days prior. Professor Glass really taught us the Patronus charm. Severus succeeded on his first try. Did Kronos Sr. give you extra tutoring? Snape suddenly halted, recalling that day's scene, the somewhat intimate posture. Just some theoretical explanations. Kronos handed pumpkin juice to the two. We need an abundance of joyful memories. Lily grasped the pumpkin juice with resolve, declaring, next time, I shall certainly succeed. By the way, Professor Slughorn has asked me to convey a message to you. Suddenly, recalling something, Lily rummaged through her pocket and produced a gilded invitation. The Slug Club has a special event this Friday, rumored to showcase a new type of potion ingredient. Snape took the invitation, his dark eyes scanning its contents. A slight frown creasing his brow. The heartstring of a Norwegian ridgeback? ISNT, that material strictly regulated by the Ministry of Magic? Precisely why it is a special event. Lily replied with a smile, her green eyes sparkling. I've heard that Slughorn went to great lengths to acquire a small segment. Kronos stirred his pumpkin juice thoughtfully. Dragon materials hold particular significance in dark magic, especially those derived from the heart. Voldemort's faction has recently been making substantial acquisitions of such contraband in Nocturne Alley. Slughorn's sudden presentation of this material seems rather fortuitous. I shall attend, Snape said, tucking the invitation into the inner pocket of his black robe. Casting an absent glance at Kronos. And you? A prefect's meeting, Kronos replied with a hint of regret. But you could assist me by noting the properties of the dragon heartstring. Lily glanced at the enchanted clock in the great hall and suddenly leapt up. Merlin's beard. I'm going to be late. She hurriedly grabbed her bag, aware that Transfiguration class was in the East Tower. And Professor McGonagall has been in a particularly foul mood of late. The red-haired girl burst out like a whirlwind, her robes billowing behind her. Snape watched her depart, then turned to Kronos. Do you suspect Slughorn? I merely find the timing too coincidental. Kronos lowered his voice. The smuggling of dragon materials in Nocturne Alley has surged threefold. A glimmer of understanding flickered in Snape's dark eyes. What should I be vigilant for? Observe who exhibits particular interest in the dragon heartstring. Kronos conjured a silver sickles and pressed it into Snape's hand, especially Avery and Mulciber. Snape accepted it, his fingertips brushing against the edge of the coin, inscribed with runes. They inquired about dragon materials during potions class last week. Kronos smirked slightly. Clever. Morning light streamed through the high windows, casting a golden hue upon the faces of the two young men seated at the long table. The distant chime of the class bell rang out, prompting Snape to rise, his black robe swaying gently. Shall we meet in the laboratory? Indeed, Kronos nodded. Remember to bring your tome on soul potions and eternal magic. Some new materials have recently arrived, which we could experiment with. Snape's eyes briefly sparkled before returning to their usual calmness, though Kronos caught the almost imperceptible upward twitch of his lips. After curfew on Thursday, Kronos stood before the room of requirement, murmuring, I need a potion research laboratory. On his third pass before the tapestry, the oak door materialized. Upon pushing it open, he found Regulus already waiting inside, his gray-blue eyes shining brightly in the candlelight. Noon, Senior. The young boy stood, the cuffs of his robe adorned with the intricate black family crest. I've been practicing the mind-closing charm daily, just as you instructed. Excellent. He conjured a piece of parchment, densely filled with recipes and procedures. This is an improved version of the soul stabilizer, substituting evening primrose for unicorn tears. The effect will be slightly diminished, but it won't raise Voldemort's suspicions. Regulus scrutinized the recipe, his brow furrowing gradually. This is not a potion that a second year could accomplish. Chapter 39, the layout begins. Precisely why it is suitable as leverage. Kronos retrieved several crystal vials from his dragonhide pocket, pre-prepared and processed materials. Regulus accepted the vials, his fingertips trembling slightly. If we are discovered. Remember, this is your invention. Kronos' voice was calm and resolute. The black family must demonstrate its worth beyond mere loyalty. A flicker of determination crossed the boy's gray-blue eyes. He straightened his back, carefully stowing the materials into his inner pocket. 3 days before the oath. I will arrive promptly at Noon's Manor. Kronos nodded. Use the silver sickles to contact me if needed. Do not let Avery and the others believe we have been too close. His pale cheeks seemed to gain a hint of color. Thank you, Noon. I shall do well. The Potion Club event on Friday was more boisterous than usual. Slughorn, his rotund belly protruding, stood before the display table, cradling a crystal box containing a slender thread glimmering with a dark red sheen, the heartstring of a Norwegian ridgeback. The old professor's voice trembled with excitement. An exceedingly rare material that remarkably enhances potion potency. Snape lingered in a corner, his dark eyes scanning the room. Avery and Mulciber were squeezed into the front row, their eyes fixated on the dragon heartstring. Lily stood beside Slughorn, her red hair ablaze like flames in the candlelight. Who can enlighten us on the peculiarities of this material? Slughorn surveyed the room, his round face beaming with delight. The heartstring of a Norwegian ridgeback can extend the duration of dark magic defense potions. Kronos' voice rang out from the doorway, instantly capturing everyone's attention. He placed a box upon the display table. Professor, a horn from a Romanian longhorn, a gift for you. Oh, Mr. Noon has once again provided us with a rare ingredient. Slughorn opened the box to reveal a section of black dragon horn adorned with spiral patterns. His wand tapped the horn, and amber light began to pulse between the spirals. What a specimen! This must belong to a mature longhorn. His rounded fingers caressed the surface with reverence. Mr. Noon always manages to procure astonishing materials. Avery's gaze was glued to the dragon horn. He nudged Mulciber with his elbow. If only the batch from Nocturne Alley had such quality. Snape's dark eyes narrowed slightly as he stealthily approached the display table. Avery fell silent, yet the greed in his eyes remained unabated. Slughorn was now examining the patterns on the horn with a magnifying glass, excitement radiating from his round face. Mr. Noon, this horn is at least 200 years old. The Romanian reserve would never allow such a treasure to circulate. A family heirloom, Kronos interjected casually, his silver hair shimmering subtly in the candlelight. It is said to enhance certain specialized potions. Avery's ears perked up. Snape noted the slight tremor in Avery's clenched fist, as if he were attempting to mask his inner excitement. Lily curiously leaned in closer to observe. The purification method for horn powder is mentioned in advanced potion making. It requires the juice of moonlight grass. Snape interjected suddenly, his robe brushing against the edge of the display table. Otherwise, it may result in a toxic reaction. Kronos' lips curled slightly. Correct. Last week's issue of Potion Innovations published a related paper. He cast a pointed glance at Avery. Of course, such materials are currently under strict regulation by the International Magical Trade Office. After the event concluded, the crowd dispersed in small clusters. Avery hastily pulled Mulciber away, revealing a shimmering green double-sided mirror tucked within his inner pocket as their robes billowed. Snape deliberately slowed his pace, eavesdropping on their hushed conversation. Noon's connections must inform Mr. Rosiel. Kronos conjured a notebook with a gilded cover and handed it to Lily. As promised, here is the illustrated guide to advanced transfiguration. He turned to Snape. Shall we head to the laboratory? The black-robed boy nodded slightly, watching as Lily bounced away, clutching the book. Once the corridor fell silent, Kronos suddenly waved his wand, a silver light enveloping the two of them like a veil. Avery carries the scent of dark magic marks. Kronos' voice was lower than usual, though still faint. Snape's pupils constricted slightly. He is yet to graduate. Thus, he was merely a preparatory member. Kronos led him into a concealed passage. Though the smuggling of dragon materials in Nocturne Alley was undeniably linked to the Death Eaters, who were preparing for some grand dark magical ritual, the torches in the passage elongated their shadows. Snape's fingertips unconsciously traced the patterns of his wand. You deliberately showcased that dragon horn. The bait must be sufficiently enticing for the fish to bite. Kronos' green eyes flickered in the shadows. The Order of the Phoenix needed to be apprised of their supply channels. Suddenly, 3 rhythmic knocks echoed from the stone wall. With a light tap of his wand, Kronos caused the bricks to reconfigure into an archway. Grindelwald leaned against the doorframe, his mismatched eyes scanning the two. The headmaster's office, he stated succinctly, his robe still damp with dew from the Forbidden Forest. Albus has received a message from Romania's guardian. Dumbledore's office was more disordered than usual. The pensive hovered above the desk, and Fawkes's perch was piled high with files marked top secret. The old headmaster was adding a 4th sugar cube to his teacup, and his blue eyes gleamed upon seeing them. Ah, just in time. He conjured 2 armchairs, mentioning that Mr. Ivan Draculescu from the Romanian Dragon Sanctuary had reported that 12 longhorn dragons had their heart tendons illegally extracted last week. Snape's brow furrowed imperceptibly. Kronos accepted the parchment that Dumbledore handed him, adorned with intricate runic diagrams consistent with the smuggled items seized in Nocturne Alley. Suddenly, Grindelwald drew his wand. The tip of the ebony would erupting in blue flames, revealing that Voldemort was gathering materials to enhance his Horcruxes. Dumbledore sighed softly. sliding a plate of lemon sherbet towards Snape. Care to try? A new offering from Honeydukes. Snape stiffly shook his head. Slughorn's dragon heartstrings come from legitimate sources, Dumbledore remarked. However, the Avery family transferred a significant sum of galleons to Bulgaria through Gringotts last week, presumably to procure more contraband. Snape interjected quietly. They need to test whether the materials can withstand a soul. Clever. A flicker of approval passed through Grindelwald's mismatched gaze. So, is our potion prodigy willing to assist? Chapter 40. The plan. No. Kronos interrupted him, his tone cold. Severus will not partake in extracurricular activities. The office fell into a brief silence. Dumbledore popped a sherbet into his mouth, the sweet aroma masking some bitterness. Of course not. The old headmaster replied gently, but perhaps he could help analyze this? He pushed a small vial of black powder towards Snape, a residue found at the Romanian border. Snape took the vial, tapping it with his wand, causing the powder to float into constellations. A blend of horn-grinding powder and moonstone, he noted, narrowing his eyes. A fundamental material for stabilizing soul containers. Kronos exchanged a glance with Grindelwald. Memories from the pensive surged, conjuring images of the cavernous lake of the dead. Grindelwald muttered a curse in German. That man is becoming increasingly insane. Kronos tapped his fingers against the rim of his teacup. Have the locations of the Horcruxes been confirmed? Tom may have entrusted one to the Malfoy family. 2 others are being investigated by the Order, and 1 remains unaccounted for. Dumbledore waved his wand, and a map materialized, dotted with flickering points of light, suspicious locations. Fawkes emitted a clear, bright cry. Snape's gaze shifted between the 3, suddenly realizing he stood on the precipice of a vast chessboard, while Kronos consistently shielded him from the most perilous storms. As they departed the headmaster's office, dusk enveloped the castle. Kronos conjured a silver lantern, illuminating the steps leading to the cellar. Avery will contact the Death Eaters, Snape suddenly remarked, through his father. Kronos nodded. Thus, someone must monitor the Borgin and Burke shop in Knockturn Alley. I can do it. Too perilous. Kronos interrupted him, a glint of silver flashing in his green eyes. The Order has professionals for that. Snape abruptly halted, his black robes casting a sharp shadow against the stone wall. I am not some fragile porcelain in need of protection. I know, Kronos' voice softened, but your battlefield is in the laboratory. Deciphering the cave potion is worth more than a dozen spies. The sound of dripping water in the cellar rang out sharply in the silence. Snape's knuckles turned white as he suddenly grasped Kronos' wrist. Then at the very least, tell me the complete plan. The silver-haired youth paused for a moment. The lantern's glow bathed them in a gentle outline, while distant echoes of Peeves' cackling flitted through the air. Before Christmas, the Avery family will host a pure-blood soiree. Kronos finally murmured. Voldemort has requested they present valuable new findings, which explains Avery's obsession with dragon materials. Snape's breath quickened slightly. Regulus will attend as well. Thus, we need to prepare sufficient leverage for him. Kronos guided him into the passage leading to the laboratory, asserting that the Black family must prove their worthiness over the Averys. The copper lamps in the laboratory flickered to life automatically. Snape observed as Kronos extracted a parchment from his dragonhide pocket. Your soul stabilizer formula. Refine it into a version that Regulus can master before Christmas. Very well. Snape accepted the parchment, retrieving soul potions and eternal magic to peruse it. Kronos conjured a box of glowing blue powder, a pre-processed essence of moonlight, capable of simplifying the first 3 steps. The black-robed youth suddenly looked up, his dark eyes swirling with complex emotions. You had everything planned from the beginning. No. Kronos gently pressed down on his hand. Plans are always outpaced by changes. Just like your modified soothing potion, it was not foretold in any prophecy. The flame of the lantern flickered unexpectedly. Snape's fingertips tightened on the formula before slowly releasing. He recalled Kronos' icy touch in the infirmary, the silver lines left by the cave potion, and that gentle yet weighty declaration of I need you. I will teach him. Snape finally declared, his voice low and resolute, but only under one condition. Kronos raised an eyebrow. Next time you engage in peril, Severus. He locked his dark gaze with Kronos' eyes. Inform me in advance. The silver-haired youth suddenly smiled, the silver glint in his green eyes resembling melting stars. Agreed. The weather grew colder, and the Christmas holidays arrived with the snowfall. In the study of Noon Manor, the crackling fire in the hearth dispelled the chill of winter. Snape nestled in the sofa by the fireplace, his book untouched for quite some time. Worried? Kronos swapped the book in his hands for a steaming cup of cocoa. Snape's fingers, gripping the teacup, turned pale as he nodded. If discovered, there will be no mishaps, trust me. Kronos' hand rested on Snape's shoulder, the warmth transmitted bringing him some solace. Suddenly, the house elf, Bubbles, appeared, a sprig of holly pinned to his pointed ears. Master. Young Master Black is waiting for you in the parlor. The 2 entered the parlor, where Regulus set down his teacup. his eyes no longer clouded by confusion as they had been 2 months prior. Noon Senpai, Snape Senpai. Regulus stood, presenting a box to Kronos. Fairy silver. Kronos tapped his wand on the box, inspecting its quality. The Christmas banquet has been moved to the Black ancestral home. Regulus paused. Avery failed to produce materials that satisfied that person. The order has taken action. Snape glanced toward Kronos, a flicker of discontent in his eyes. As Kronos had not divulged this news to him. Kronos, sensing Snape's gaze, readily apologized, my fault. Snape huffed, but chose not to dwell on it. Regulus's gaze shifted between the two before ultimately settling on the ceiling. Follow me. Setting aside the topic, Kronos led the two individuals into an underground chamber. The walls of this room were intricately inscribed with magical runes, and at its center stood an altar-like pedestal. Kronos positioned himself before the platform, opened a box, and with a flourish of his wand, transformed the mithril into a liquid state. Runes were imprinted upon the mithril, ultimately forming a rose-shaped brooch, capable of withstanding 2 soul-stealing curses. Kronos handed the brooch to Regulus, after which the most crucial phase was to commence. The Ouroboros on the circular pedestal opened its eyes, and a silvery light flickered between the 3 of them. Severus, hand me the stabilizers you prepared earlier. Snape promptly presented 2 small vials to Kronos and Regulus. Drink it. Under Regulus's bewildered gaze, Kronos consumed the liquid from the vial. What is this? Although confused, Regulus followed suit and drank the potion. I am going to overwrite your memories. Chapter 41, Memory Overwriting. Overwrite memories? Regulus's voice echoed faintly in the stone chamber. His slate blue eyes widened, fingers subconsciously tracing the rose pattern on the mithril brooch. Snape's dark eyes turned toward Kronos, his brow furrowed. No book has documented such a spell. Kronos's silver hair shimmered subtly in the candlelight as he approached the circular stone platform, lightly touching the Ouroboros carving at its center. The silvery light in the serpent's eyes intensified, awakening the magical runes throughout the room, casting a web-like pattern of silver lines upon the walls. Because this is not an ordinary spell. Kronos's voice was soft yet imbued with undeniable authority. It was a secret art passed down through the known family. Regulus instinctively took a step back, his back against the cold stone wall. However, Snape advanced a step closer to Kronos. What are the risks? With your stabilizers in place, the success rate exceeds 80%. Kronos conjured 3 high-back chairs surrounding the stone platform. Regulus, sit here. The boy sat stiffly, his throat bobbing slightly. Will it hurt? Far gentler than the Cruciatus curse. Kronos's lips curled ever so slightly, though his green eyes bore no trace of mirth, as if caught in a dream. Suddenly, Snape grasped Kronos's wrist. The silver patterns on your hand. His voice was low, almost a whisper. Kronos looked down to discover that fine silver lines had indeed emerged on the inner side of his right wrist, flickering gently with his pulse. He gently extricated himself from Snape's grasp. It's a normal expenditure. They will vanish once this concludes. Kronos gestured for Regulus to place the brooch at the center of the stone platform, then withdrew his wand, pointing it at the boy's brow. Close your eyes and recall every detail of the stabilizer you concocted. Regulus obediently shut his eyes, his lashes casting delicate shadows upon his pale cheeks. The tip of Kronos's wand gleamed with silver light, tracing intricate paths in the air. Those luminous trails hung suspended, gradually forming a swirling hourglass shape. Snape's gaze was fixed on the ritual's progress. He noted Kronos's breathing becoming slow and deep, the tips of his silver hair beginning to lose their luster. Memory extraction. Kronos murmured softly, as his wand suddenly thrust toward Regulus's temple. A thread-like silvery substance was drawn out slowly, twisting in the air to reveal a blurred image of Regulus studying a potion in the underground classroom. Snape's pupils constricted slightly as he observed his own figure in the vision, instructing Regulus on how to handle moonlight grass, which clearly contradicted what Kronos had stated about overriding memories. Severus. Kronos suddenly called to him, the stabilizer. Snape immediately retrieved a crystal vial from his dragonhide pocket. Kronos took the potion and downed it in one swift motion. As he swallowed, the silver patterns on his wrist gleamed brightly for an instant. Memory reconstruction. He waved his wand with urgency, and those silver threads began to reconfigure. The image of Snape vanished, replaced by a scene of Regulus studying late into the night in the Black family library. The open books on the table transformed into the ancient art of potion making and an exploration of soul magic, both props that Kronos had prepared in advance. Regulus trembled slightly in his chair, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Final phase, Kronos' voice remained steady. His left hand lightly tapped the wand. A brighter silver light spilling from his fingers, flowing along the wand to Regulus. The altered memories suddenly became vivid, even incorporating details of Regulus discussing potions with the house elf creature. The air in the stone chamber thickened, as if filled with an invisible web. Snape's eardrums felt a pressure akin to the sensation of diving deep into water. He saw Kronos' complexion pale, and his silver hair visibly dulled at an alarming rate. "Kronos!" Snape couldn't help but exclaim. "I am fine," Kronos reassured him, forcefully pressing his wand downward. Memory anchoring. At the moment the silver light erupted, Regulus seemed to be pushed back by an unseen hand, tilting backward. Snape caught him just in time, discovering the boy had succumbed to slumber. Kronos leaned against the chair, breathing slightly heavier. Snape grasped his hand, realizing Kronos' body temperature was plummeting rapidly, reminiscent of that time in the infirmary. Backlash. Snape's voice was tight as his right hand instinctively reached for the stabilizer pocket. Kronos shook his head, his knuckles whitening as he grasped Snape's arm. "It is merely magical exhaustion." He forced a pale smile. "See, the silver patterns are fading." Indeed, those peculiar silver lines were gradually diminishing. Yet Snape noted that nearly a third of Kronos' once silver hair had turned a stark white. "You are expending soul energy." Snape's voice was ominously low. "Not ordinary magical energy." Kronos did not refute this, simply closing his eyes in weariness. The flickering firelight cast their overlapping shadows upon the stone wall. Snape allowed Kronos to lean against his shoulder, conjuring a steaming cup of peppermint tea and bringing it to his lips. When he awakens, will he truly believe those false memories? "As surely as the sun rises in the east," Kronos replied, sipping the hot tea, his voice regaining some strength. "The mithril brooch will continually reinforce the memory anchors, leaving no trace for even Voldemort's legitimacy to detect." Snape gazed down at Regulus's serene, slumbering face. The boy's lips even curled into a smile, as if lost in a delightful dream. It was hard to imagine that just a few hours prior, this second-year Slytherin had been anxious about the Christmas feast. Why help him? Snape suddenly inquired. The Black family is steeped in blood purity fanaticism. Kronos' fingers absently traced circles around the rim of his teacup. "Every piece on the chessboard has its value. Regulus will serve as our eyes within the Death Eaters. Far more reliable than any informant the Order of the Phoenix could deploy. Because of memory manipulation? Because of hope." Kronos lifted his gaze, his green eyes reflecting the flickering flames of the hearth. "I have given him the chance to choose his destiny, rather than being pushed by his family toward the abyss." Snape fell silent for a moment before reaching out to brush aside the silver hair that obscured Kronos' eyes. The gesture felt so natural that both were momentarily taken aback. "Your hand is trembling," Snape awkwardly explained, yet he did not withdraw his fingers. Kronos' skin was as cold as marble, reminiscent of the smooth pebbles washed by the sea for millennia along the Irish coast. Kronos chuckled softly, his breath forming white mist against Snape's wrist. "Concern for me?" Snape recoiled as if scalded, refraining from answering Kronos' question. A soft groan suddenly echoed in the stone chamber. Regulus rubbed his eyes and sat up, confusion clouding his slate-blue gaze. "Did I fall asleep?" Chapter 42, Kukulkan. "How do you feel?" The voice of Kronos resumed its usual gentleness. Regulus furrowed his brow in contemplation. Suddenly his eyes lit up. "I've remembered. Last week, I discovered a formula in the family library that substitutes moonlight grass juice for unicorn tears." He excitedly reached toward his chest. "Merlin, have I truly succeeded?" The mithril brooch glimmered at his fingertips, traces of magic coursing through the rose patterns. Snape and Kronos exchanged a knowing glance. "Tonight at midnight, a house elf will escort you back to the Black ancestral home," Kronos declared as he rose, his silver hair cascading like a waterfall in the firelight. "Remember, this formula is the result of your solitary research and has never been to Noon Manor." Regulus nodded gravely, the confusion in his gray-blue eyes wholly replaced by determination. Snape suddenly realized that Kronos had not only altered memories, but had subtly fortified the boy's inherent resilience. As the bubbles carried Regulus away, the stone chamber fell silent once more. Outside, the snow fell heavier. The spire of Noon Manor's tower loomed in the blizzard, resembling a silver sword pointing toward the somber sky. "You should remain at Noon Manor for the upcoming holidays," Kronos remarked suddenly, his voice as soft as falling snow. "It is time for you to learn certain things." Snape's heart skipped a beat as he beheld Kronos extend his palm, where rested an ancient silver key that perfectly matched the shape of the locks in the Noon Manor library. "This key can unlock every door within Noon Manor," Kronos had told him upon handing it over. Soon, Snape would come to understand the true significance of this key. On Christmas Eve, Kronos led him to the innermost depths of the library. "Behind here lies the forbidden grounds of the Noon family," he explained, his hand gliding over a row of bookshelves. "Aside from me, only you, possessing the key, may enter." Kronos removed a book, revealing a lock within. "Severus, remember this location." He guided Snape's hand to insert the key, and a passageway appeared beside them. "This is inappropriate." "There is nothing inappropriate, Severus," Kronos insisted, not releasing Snape's hand as he pulled him into the passage. The corridor was steeped in an ancient scent, the flickering candlelight casting a dim glow upon the walls. Snape nervously followed Kronos, his heartbeat quickening involuntarily. At the end of the passage stood a massive stone door, which Kronos gently pushed open, revealing a vast circular stone chamber. For intricately carved stone pillars upheld a soaring dome, and at each corner stood statues of the feathered serpent, their eyes set with rubies. Suspended above the central black dais was a silent crystal ball, and the Ouroboros adorning the dome appeared to swim languidly in the firelight, the serpent's head biting its own tail in an eternal cycle. This is Kukulkan, established by the first head of the Noon family. Where the deepest secrets of the Noon lineage are concealed, Kronos' voice was low and enigmatic. The study of soul and time has always been a focus of Noon's research. He waved his wand, intensifying the light upon the walls to illuminate the entire room. It was then that Snape noticed the walls were composed of individual stone boxes. "Why reveal this to me?" he inquired. "Because I know that in the days to come, you may find this knowledge invaluable," Kronos replied, turning to gaze at Snape, his expression gentle yet complex. "What else do you see?" Snape's voice was hoarse, the implications of Kronos' past weighing heavily on his mind. Kronos did not answer. Instead, his finger traced the Ouroboros emblem on Snape's chest, which he had adorned him with on the day of his enrollment. "If I were to suddenly disappear one day, return here and place the emblem upon the crystal ball. It will guide you." With a flick of his wand, the crystal ball emitted a soft white glow. Snape glimpsed a fleeting figure within its depths. "Severus, this is my only escape route, entrusted to you. Is this also part of the cost?" The words tumbled from his throat. Kronos noticed the redness at the corners of the boy's eyes and gently brushed his fingertips against Snape's cheek, sighing, "Severus, I truly wish you weren't so perceptive." Snape turned his face away, petulantly evading his touch, remaining silent. "Severus," Kronos leaned closer, "this is the worst-case scenario. I will be fine, you must trust me." Snape's tone was heavy. "Mr. Noon's credibility is even lower in my eyes than that of Black. You have hurt me, Severus." Kronos pressed a hand to his heart, feigning exaggerated sorrow. "So it seems I am so unworthy of trust?" Snape regarded Kronos' comical antics, a fleeting smile gracing his lips. Kronos adeptly captured this shift in Snape's demeanor, guiding him toward a wall. "I did not bring you here merely for this." With a wave of his wand, all the stone boxes from that wall floated into the air. These contain manuscripts and works from every master of potion-making since the 5th century. You may select one to take with you, and of course, this place will always be open to you. This is far too precious. Snape's words were interrupted by Kronos. "It is past midnight. You must accept your Christmas gift." Under Kronos' earnest persuasion, Snape selected a box containing the manuscripts of the 6th century potion master, Modred. As Snape opened the box, he discovered letters discussing potions between Modred and another, the latter's signature unmistakably reading Kronos Noon. "What is this?" Snape pointed at the name inscribed on the letter. "The first head of the Noon family, Kronos Noon, whose social network spans the entire magical community. You can even find his correspondence with Merlin in the alchemical library," Kronos explained. Snape nodded, continuing to peruse the documents in his possession. These manuscripts and letters were remarkably well preserved. The ink remained clear even after centuries. "Severus, it is quite late. You should rest," Kronos reminded him, observing Snape's deep immersion in the material. Snape acknowledged this with a nod, and together they departed from Kukulkan. Upon returning to his room, Snape did not immediately retire. He retrieved the letter from Kronos Noon from the box. The handwriting was all too familiar, mirroring Kronos' own style. Every S bore a small loop at the beginning, reminiscent of a serpent's eye, with the same name, the same script, and writing habits. It was difficult not to draw connections between them, yet no one could live for so long. Chapter 43, The News of the Golden Cup. Following the Christmas holiday, Hogwarts was still imbued with the lingering spirit of the festivities. In the laboratory, Snape was engrossed in examining Modred's manuscripts, his fingertips gently gliding over the yellowed parchment, his brow slightly furrowed. The master believed that everything could be used for potions, including the blood of the nocturnal steed. Snape was focused on the manuscript, verifying how to negate the curse of the nocturnal steed's blood on the potion. In the cauldron, a dark red liquid was slowly boiling, its surface bubbling with an eerie silver foam. Cautiously, he added a pinch of unicorn tail hair. The liquid immediately transformed into a deep purple, only to erupt with a loud pop the next moment, a foul stench pervading the entire room. Another failure. Snape's expression darkened as he waved his wand, attempting to salvage the potion, but the contents of the cauldron had already devolved into a murky black sludge. "Clean it up," Kronos' voice came from the side, as he waved his wand, instantly dissipating the waste and odor. He leaned against the edge of the lab table, idly toying with a silver sickle, the coin deftly flipping between his fingers, occasionally reflecting a sharp glimmer of light. Suddenly, the sickle pulsated twice, revealing a line of tiny script on its surface. Room of Requirement, RAB. Kronos' gaze flickered momentarily as he pocketed the coin and addressed Snape, stating that he was heading out regarding news about Regulus. Snape, engrossed in his manuscript, merely grunted in acknowledgement, remaining oblivious to the world around him as he endeavored to uncover the cause of his failures. As Kronos traversed the corridor, moonlight streamed through the tall windows, casting a silvery sheen upon his silver hair. With curfew approaching, the tower was sparsely populated by students, leaving only Peeves' occasional cackles and the hushed whispers of portraits behind. Upon passing the third floor, a familiar laughter echoed from around the corner. James Potter, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and little Peter Pettigrew were huddled together, seemingly engrossed in some discovery. Norrin. Remus was the first to notice him, nodding politely. Kronos' gaze swept over the quartet, ultimately settling on Potter, who was hurriedly stuffing a piece of parchment into his robes, his face betraying an unnatural expression. Curfew is imminent, Kronos remarked coolly. You lot ought to return to Gryffindor Tower. When did the Slytherin prefect start policing Gryffindor? Sirius raised an eyebrow, crossing his arms defiantly. Kronos chuckled lightly, directing his gaze toward him. Surely, you wouldn't wish to be confined by Professor McGonagall for roaming the halls at night, would you, Mr. Black? You and Mr. Potter have already set a record for the longest detention. Norrin. James's face flushed crimson, his fists clenched, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Peter shrank behind Sirius, striving to diminish his presence. Sirius scoffed, about to retort, but Remus hastily interjected. Thank you, Norrin, we'll head back now. He grasped James with one hand and pulled Sirius with the other, forcibly guiding them away. Kronos watched them depart, a slight smile gracing his lips. Thanks to his intervention, the conflicts between Snape and the Marauders had been considerably diminished along the original timeline. Although James still occasionally provoked, it was no longer mere bullying. As the curfew bell tolled, Kronos arrived at the Room of Requirement, where Regulus stood before the potion cabinet, turning at the sound of the door opening. Norrin. Regulus appeared somewhat bewildered, the effects of his suppressed memories still lingering. Kronos pointed his wand at the rose brooch, lifting the memory anchor's enchantment. Regulus staggered back, clutching his head. When his hand fell away, clarity returned to his gaze. Norrin, that person is quite satisfied with me and has not marked me. Regulus spoke in a hushed tone, his gray-blue eyes flashing with caution. The flickering candlelight of the Room of Requirement cast dancing shadows across his face, accentuating his already slender frame. That person gave my mother a golden cup. He leaned forward, unconsciously stroking the rose brooch on his chest, claiming it as a testament to the Black family's loyalty. Kronos' silver hair shimmered with a cold sheen in the candlelight as he leaned against the potion cabinet, gently tapping his fingertips against the door, producing a rhythmic sound. The Hufflepuff golden cup? He inquired, his voice calm as if discussing the weather for the morrow. Regulus appeared momentarily taken aback before nodding. How did you? Just a guess, Kronos interrupted, a subtle glimmer flashing in his green eyes. Voldemort's interest in the relics of Hogwarts' founders was no secret. Regulus's gray-blue eyes flickered anxiously in the candlelight. The cup is kept in the Black family vault, which my mother personally inspects 3 times daily. Kronos discreetly waved his wand, a silvery veil enveloping them both. The vault's protective spells? An ancient pureblood family's standard configuration. Thief's downfall, repelling curses. Regulus suddenly fell silent, producing a piece of parchment from his inner pocket. I copied the runes from the vault. Kronos took the parchment, his green eyes narrowing slightly. Clever. He lightly tapped it, causing the parchment to transform into a silver butterfly that dissipated into the air. But do not take risks in copying again. The Dark Lord will sense the magical fluctuations. Outside, Peeves' cackling echoed through the halls. Regulus suddenly grasped Kronos' sleeve. That person has placed a very malevolent curse on the cup. Creature said he could hear screams emanating from it. Kronos maintained an unperturbed demeanor as he conjured a cup of peppermint tea and handed it to Regulus. House elves have a more acute magical perception than wizards. Not only that, Regulus sipped the tea, the warmth flushing his pale cheeks. Euphemia visited yesterday and specifically inquired about the vault's temperature. She mentioned that the Dark Lord prefers a cool preservation environment. Kronos' silver hair fell forward, concealing the fleeting glint in his eyes. Continue to observe, but do not actively probe the cup, he advised quietly. Continue communicating through the sickle, avoid using family owls. Regulus nodded and bid farewell to Kronos, who smiled as he watched him leave until the sound of his footsteps faded into the distance. As Kronos exited the Room of Requirement, the castle had succumbed to slumber. Moonlight streamed through the tall windows, casting a silvery glow upon the cold stone steps. As he descended the spiral staircase, a sudden rustling sound emerged from around the corner. Norrin? James Potter's voice resonated oddly in the darkness. Kronos halted, directing his gaze toward the source. James and Sirius were huddled together, staring intently at a piece of yellowed parchment, while Remus stood behind them, a look of confusion on his face, and Peter nervously tugged at Remus's sleeve. "It is curfew, Mr. Potter," Kronos remarked coolly. James abruptly looked up, his eyes wide with disbelief. "That's impossible. You're not on the map at all." Chapter 44, The Marauder's Map. Sirius snatched the parchment, his gray eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. "I watched you come out of the room of requirement. Yet the map only shows the names of the four of us." Kronos' gaze fell on the parchment in their hands, the Marauder's Map. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, an intriguing toy. "However, you ought to be more concerned about the consequences of Professor McGonagall discovering your nocturnal escapades." Remus suddenly stepped forward, his gentle tone laced with caution. "Norrin, what were you just doing?" "Prefect patrol," Kronos replied nonchalantly, producing his prefect badge from his robe pocket and affixing it to his chest. "Do you require assistance returning to Gryffindor Tower?" Peter gasped in terror, his small eyes darting between Kronos and his companions, his fingers nervously twisting together. Yet Sirius broke into a grin, revealing his canine teeth. "This is amusing, truly amusing." He tucked the parchment away, his gray eyes fixed intently on Kronos. "What are you exactly? Someone who cannot even be found on the Marauder's map?" Moonlight cast dappled shadows along the corridor. Kronos chuckled lightly, twirling his wand between his fingers. "Just an ordinary fifth-year student?" "An ordinary student wouldn't be emerging from the room of requirement at this hour." James's fingers tapped anxiously on the parchment, revealing his inner turmoil. "Besides, the name of the rat always appears in some room in the cellar." His implication was clear, the map never aired. Kronos' green eyes narrowed slightly. "An overabundance of curiosity is not a commendable trait, Mr. Potter." Remus suddenly pressed down on James's shoulder. "We should head back." His brown eyes locked onto Kronos's. "Good night, Norrin." Kronos gazed at their silhouettes as they vanished around the corner, listening to James's indignant mutterings gradually fade away. A subtle smile gracing his lips. The unexpected revelation that the Marauder's map failed to display his name would undoubtedly keep the quartet of Marauders awake throughout the night. Suddenly, the torches in the corridor flickered. Kronos turned to find Grindelwald leaning against a stone pillar. "The little rascals have uncovered your little secret." The Defense Against the Dark Arts professor drawled lazily, twirling a silver sickle between his fingers. "Shall I dispose of it?" His tone was so nonchalant, as if discussing the weather rather than the fate of four students. "No need," Kronos replied as he approached him. "The mechanics of the Marauder's map are a fusion of name magic and the castle's contract, and he hesitated, lie beyond the conventional magical recognition." Grindelwald scoffed. "Arrogant little brat." He flicked the silver sickle towards Kronos. "Dumbledore awaits you in the headmaster's office regarding news of the Blacks." The spiral staircase to the headmaster's office swallowed the figures of Kronos and Grindelwald. The stone beasts on the bronze door automatically leapt aside as the two approached. Inside the headmaster's office, Dumbledore stood beside the pensive, his blue eyes, hidden beneath crescent-shaped glasses, shimmering with sharp intensity. Fawkes was preening his golden-red feathers on his perch, occasionally emitting gentle trills. "Regulus's intelligence," Kronos stated as he approached the pensive. "The fifth Horcrux, the Hufflepuff Cup, is confirmed to be in the Black family manor." "The Hufflepuff Cup," the old headmaster murmured, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. "Tom's collection grows ever richer." Grindelwald languidly leaned against a bookshelf. "The Black family's vault is no easy breach." His mismatched eyes glimmered with a dangerous light. "Do you require my assistance?" "Not for the time being." Dumbledore conjured a plate of lemon sherbets. "Another piece of news. Suspicious dark magic fluctuations have been detected in Albania." Grindelwald's heterochromatic pupils narrowed slightly. "The crown? Highly likely." Dumbledore's voice grew grave, "but it shifts location every time we draw near." "There is a connection between the Horcruxes and the main soul," Kronos mused. Dumbledore's eyes flickered with contemplation, his blue gaze seemingly piercing through all. "I shall have the members of the Order retreat first. Since the professor has a plan, I shall take my leave." Kronos nodded slightly, preparing to depart. Dumbledore nodded back, a gentle glimmer in his eyes. "Please send my regards to Severus." Kronos popped a lemon sherbet into his mouth, the sweet and sour flavor blooming on his tongue. As the laboratory door swung open, Snape was diligently recording his experimental notes, ink flowing neatly across the paper. Without looking up, he said, "Is Regulus's information of any value?" "The last remaining Horcrux." Kronos conjured a cup of hot cocoa and placed it beside Snape. "Madame Walburga guards it as a matter of honor, day and night." Snape scoffed. "The arrogance of pure-blood families." He set down his quill and looked up at Kronos, bewildered. "Your hair." Kronos instinctively touched the ends of his hair, which had originally only been tinged with white at the tips, now cascading to his ears. "You look aged," Snape remarked dryly. yet handed over a crystal vial containing a stabilizer. Kronos accepted it with a smile, drinking it down to restore his hair to silver, with only a hint of white remaining at the tips. Simultaneously, in a dormitory of Gryffindor Tower, the Marauder quartet huddled at James's bedside. The Marauder's map spread out upon the blankets. I'll say it again, Sirius gritted his teeth, pointing at the map, when None exited the room of requirement. There were no other names here besides the four of us. Lupin furrowed his brow, his voice laced with uncertainty. It could be some advanced concealment charm, a spell that even the castle's contract cannot breach. James ruffled his already disheveled hair, exclaiming, "That makes no sense." Peter timidly suggested, "Maybe we should tell Dumbledore?" His small eyes darted between the three, seeking support. "And admit we were out at night?" Sirius rolled his eyes. "Great idea, Wormtail." His sarcasm made Peter shrink back. Lupin suddenly looked up. Lily said None often tutors younger students in spells. So, James raised an eyebrow. "So we can approach him openly for assistance." Lupin's brown eyes glimmered with mischief, like asking about the Patronus charm. Sirius whistled, "Cunning Moony, I like this plan." Meanwhile, in the Slytherin dungeon at the other end of the castle, Kronos suddenly sneezed. "Caught a cold?" Snape asked without looking up, the quill scratching against the paper. Kronos rubbed his nose. "I feel as if someone is plotting against me." Chapter 45. Potter's actions. Morning light filtered through the stained glass windows of Gryffindor Tower, casting a golden-red hue upon the dormitory. James sprang up from his bed, his hair more tousled than usual. "Today," he declared loudly, throwing off the covers, "we are going to find None to learn the Patronus charm." Sirius Black poked his head out from behind the canopy of his four-poster bed, his gray eyes glinting with mischief. "The plan is simple. Moony will ask the questions, I'll observe his reactions, Wormtail will take notes. And you, I'll look for an opportunity to touch his wand." James grinned, pulling the Marauder's map from beneath his pillow. "His wand must have some issues." Lupin frowned as he donned his robe. "We shouldn't be so reckless." "Oh, come on, Moony." Sirius lazily twirled his wand. "Aren't you curious why he doesn't appear on the map? Even Filch and his cat are clearly marked." Peter timidly raised his hand. "What if Professor McGonagall finds out?" "Then we'll just say we want to practice for our OWLs." James conjured a copy of Advanced Defense Theory and stuffed it into his bag. "Let us go. Lily will surely know where None is during breakfast." In the bright morning light of the Great Hall, Lily was sharing a plate of blueberry muffins with Mary. The red-haired girl wore a newly purchased butterfly hairpin that sparkled in the sunlight. "Lily," James squeezed onto the bench beside her. "Do you know where None has class today?" Lily shot him a wary glance. "What are you up to this time?" "I haven't forgotten about the time you slipped dung bombs into Severus's potion notes during Transfiguration." "That was ages ago." James dramatically clutched his chest. "We only wish to inquire about the Patronus charm. I heard None's Patronus is a rare feathered serpent." Lily's eyes brightened at the thought of Kronos's Patronus. "Indeed, that is quite rare," she involuntarily remarked. "More special than any form recorded in books." Mary leaned in curiously. "I heard that a Patronus's form is related to a wizard's personality." "What does a feathered serpent represent?" "Prophecy and time." A gentle voice came from behind them. Kronos stood there, having approached unnoticed, his silver hair shimmering softly in the morning light. "Good morning, Lily Mary." James nearly fell off the bench. While Sirius swiftly tucked the Marauder's map into his sleeve, his movements so quick they almost left an afterimage. "Kronos," Lily exclaimed in surprise. "Perfect timing. James and the others want to ask you about the Patronus charm." A glimmer of understanding flashed in Kronos's green eyes. "Is that so?" He walked over to the long table and picked up a steaming cup of red tea. "I recall that this spell is taught in 5th year. We, wanted to get a head start." James stammered, his eyes frequently darting to Kronos's sleeve where his wand was tucked away, not made of any common material. Sirius suddenly stood up, his gray eyes filled with challenge. "I heard your Patronus is quite special. Could you demonstrate it for us?" A sudden hush enveloped the auditorium. A few Ravenclaw students turned their heads in curious unison, and even Professor McGonagall, seated among the faculty, set down her copy of the Daily Prophet. Kronos gently stirred his teacup, the silver spoon clinking against the porcelain, producing a crisp sound. The Patronus charm necessitates a sufficiently powerful happy memory as its foundation, and breakfast time may not be the most suitable moment for such an endeavor. However, Professor Glass remarked that you are the most adept student he has ever encountered regarding this spell. Remus interjected at the opportune moment, his tone warm and polite, expressing their genuine desire to learn. Kronos's gaze danced between the four of them, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "In that case, shall we convene at 3 o'clock this afternoon, by the shores of the Black Lake? It offers ample space." James's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Splendid. We shall be there punctually." Kronos inclined his head slightly, rising to approach the Slytherin table. He agreed, so effortlessly. Peter murmured softly, his round face reflecting disbelief. Sirius narrowed his eyes. "It's too easy." There must be a catch. Lily frowned in disapproval. What kind of attitude is that? Senior Norn has always been eager to assist his classmates. Just last time, when Mary encountered difficulties in Charms class, it was Senior Kronos who helped her. Mary, blushing, nodded in affirmation. Senior Norn explains things more clearly than Professor Flitwick. James scoffed, continuing to stuff his mouth with sausage, yet his eyes remained fixed on Kronos, who was engaged in hushed conversation with Snape at the Slytherin table, their silent understanding irking him inexplicably. Don't forget the Marauder's map, Sirius whispered. Bring it along this afternoon. At 3 o'clock that afternoon, the open space by the Black Lake was kissed by a gentle breeze, rippling the water's surface into shimmering reflections. Kronos stood upon a flat rock, his silver hair dancing lightly in the wind, while Snape leaned against a nearby tree, his dark cloak merging with the shadows. Vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings. The quartet arrived punctually, with James and Sirius leading the charge, Remus walking in the middle, and Peter timidly trailing behind. Are you ready? Kronos asked with a smile, his wand poised in hand. James nodded eagerly. Let us get started. Kronos' wand traced an elegant arc through the air, expecto patronum. A silvery light erupted from the tip of his wand, coalescing into a magnificent serpent of feathers, shimmering with a moonlit glow, its scales adorned with flowing silver patterns, gracefully spiraling above their heads. Merlin's beard. Peter gasped, nearly collapsing to the ground. James and Sirius widened their eyes in astonishment. The feathered serpent swooped down, circling each of them before finally alighting in front of Snape, affectionately nudging his cheek with its head. The tips of Snape's ears turned a shade of crimson, yet he did not flinch away. Now it is your turn. Kronos retracted the Patronus, reminding them that it requires a sufficiently strong happy memory. Remus was the first to attempt. He gripped his wand tightly, brow furrowed. Expecto patronum. A plume of silver mist erupted from the wand tip, vaguely forming the outline of a wolf, only to dissipate swiftly. That was quite commendable, Kronos praised. Just concentrate a bit more. Sirius pushed past Remus. Watch me. He waved his wand, exclaiming, Expecto patronum. Silver light exploded, forming a more solid, albeit blurry, shape of a large dog. James, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed a dazzling burst of silver light from his wand, and the silhouette of a stag leaped in the air a few times before vanishing. Wow. Peter looked at them in awe. You're all incredible. Kronos raised an eyebrow. Not bad at all. Seizing the moment, James leaned closer to Kronos. Senior Norn, may I see your wand? It appears to be of an uncommon material. Chapter 46, Remus's Secret. His hand swiftly reached for Kronos' sleeve, only to be intercepted mid-motion by another pale hand. Don't touch him. Snape's voice was as cold as ice, a warning glimmering in his dark eyes. James sheepishly withdrew his hand. I was merely curious. Sirius suddenly produced the Marauder's map, feigning to check the time. Oh dear, it's nearly dinner time. We ought to return. Kronos' gaze lingered on the parchment for a moment, a slight smile curving his lips. Indeed, it is getting late. Let us continue our practice another time. That night, in a deserted classroom within the castle, the Marauders huddled together, whispering conspiratorially. He is still not on the map. James lowered his voice. He is clearly right there. Sirius frowned. His wand must be problematic. The grain does not match that of common wood. Remus pondered. Perhaps the Marauder's map can only display students registered at Hogwarts? Is Senior Norn a transfer student? Peter suddenly had a thought. I've heard the Norn family is quite ancient. Could there be some family magic at play? Who cares? Sirius replied impatiently. I still think he is not simple. Next time, there will be no next time. A chilling voice interrupted from behind them. The four turned sharply, finding Snape lurking in the shadows, his black cloak nearly blending into the night. What a toad. James instinctively drew his wand. Have you been following us? Snape sneered. Gathering in conspiracy during curfew? 20 points from Gryffindor. You're not even a prefect. Sirius shouted in anger. But I am. Kronos' voice emerged from the darkness as he stepped beside Snape. Wandering the castle during curfew results in 10 points deducted from each of you, and a week of detention. James opened his mouth to retort, but Remus quickly restrained him. We'll head back now. As they slinked away, tails between their legs, Snape quietly inquired, what did they discover? Kronos chuckled softly. Just curiosity, but we must return now. James and his friends remained undeterred in their pursuit of uncovering Kronos' wand secrets. Kronos often encountered them, feigning interest in spells, yet growing increasingly exasperated. He led them to Grindelwald's training grounds, where the world finally grew quiet. Those little rascals possess considerable talent. Grindelwald leaned against a stone pillar in the training area. Especially Remus. His magical fluctuations are quite unusual. Kronos stood beside him, observing the Marauders as they clumsily evaded the Cornish pixies unleashed by Grindelwald. Werewolves, Kronos murmured softly. The full moon is merely 3 days away. Interesting. Does Dumbledore know? Of course. Kronos raised his wand, increasing the difficulty for the group. Otherwise, why would Hogwarts prepare for the Whomping Willow and the Shrieking Shack? Albus is always too soft-hearted. He scoffed lightly, his heterochromatic eyes sweeping over Kronos's nearly white hair. Just as you are with him. That is different. Kronos' gaze wandered to the distance, where the Cornish pixies suddenly turned en masse, charging towards James, who clumsily rolled to evade them, his wand casting a poorly executed freezing charm that only managed to encase the hem of his robes in ice. Merlin's stinky socks. James cursed as he tugged at the frozen fabric, only to meet Kronos's bemused gaze. The silver-haired youth leaned against the stone pillar, twirling a silver sickle between his fingers, the coin tracing a blinding arc of light in the sun. Your focus is far too lacking, Mr. Potter. A true dark wizard would not grant you a second chance. Sirius suddenly charged from the side, his gray eyes alight with predatory intensity. His wand aimed directly at Kronos's throat. Yet it was repelled by an invisible barrier just 3 inches from its mark, the recoil causing him to stagger back, where Remus caught him just in time. Is ambush a required lesson in defense against the dark arts? Snape's voice sliced through the air, icy and sharp. Unbeknownst to them, he had appeared at the edge of the training grounds, his robes still bearing the distinctive scent of the potions classroom. Kronos chuckled softly, and Silversicle suddenly halted upon his thumb. Mr. Black at least understood the element of surprise, though his control over magic resembled a troll swinging a club. He turned to the panting quartet, pondering why the Marauder's map did not reveal his presence. James's pupils dilated sharply, while Peter let out a small gasp, his wand clattering to the ground. For certain entities, a silvery glimmer sparked in the depths of Kronos's emerald eyes, which would not be recorded by ordinary magic. The temperature in the training ground plummeted abruptly. Lupin's complexion turned ashen, his fingers instinctively tugging at the cuff where the scars from the full moon's scratching lay concealed. Kronos's gaze swept over his wrist, a subtle smile curving at the corners of his mouth. For instance, a werewolf, the silver-haired youth remarked, and what of an illicit animagus? Silence enveloped the training ground. Even the most boisterous Cornish pixies ceased their shrieking, huddling in the shadows cast by Grindelwald's mismatched eyes. James's throat constricted, the Marauder's map slipping from his rigid fingers. Snape approached Kronos silently, the fabric of his black robes entwining with that of the silver-haired youth's dark green school robe in the breeze. His obsidian eyes scanned the four, a rare malevolent smile gracing his lips. It seems someone needs to reconsider the price of curiosity. Sirius's voice caught in his throat, the fury in his gray eyes replaced by a more complex emotion. He glanced at Lupin, who was staring at his shoelaces, his knuckles whitening from the strain. Kronos bent to retrieve the Marauder's map, a commendable alchemical creation. A pity, it appears, in the eyes of a true seer, as transparent as a crystal ball. He remarked nonchalantly, tossing the map back to James. Silversicle traced one last arc in the air. Should there be a next time? Those emerald eyes may sweep over Lupin's trembling shoulders, and St. Mungo's research lab on Wolfbane will warmly welcome fresh samples. Lupin shot up abruptly, fear and relief mingling in his brown eyes. You wouldn't. Of course, Kronos interrupted, his tone unexpectedly softening. As long as you all keep to yourselves. He cast a pointed glance at James's clenched fists, which included ceasing those childish pranks. The iron gate of the training ground swung open spontaneously. Grindelwald's mismatched eyes glinting in the shadows. Class dismissed. He announced lazily, with a flick of his wand, causing all the Cornish pixies to dissipate into wisps of smoke. The Marauders fled towards the castle like pardoned prisoners. Snape watched their hasty retreat, the shoulders beneath his black robes subtly relaxing. Too merciful, he muttered, his fingertips brushing against the patterns on his wand. Professor McGonagall ought to be informed of their illegal transformations. Chapter 47, A Letter from Malfoy. Kronos shook his head with a smile, his silver hair cascading to obscure the silver lights swirling within his eyes. Fear is a far more effective constraint than punishment. He conjured a peppermint and placed it into Snape's palm, adding that Lupin would keep them in check for the sake of his own secret. Snape accepted the candy, his fingers pausing momentarily as he stared at the translucent sweet, suddenly recalling how Kronos would always offer him candy after engaging in perilous antics. You seem distracted. Kronos' voice pulled him back to reality. Snape closed his fingers, the edges of the peppermint pressing against his palm. Just pondering, can Lupin truly manage them? As long as he wishes to preserve his secret, Kronos replied softly, his gaze drifting towards the surface of the Black Lake. Once a werewolf's identity is exposed, his days at Hogwarts will be over. The two walked along the Black Lake towards the castle, the water reflecting the pale tips of Kronos' hair, reminiscent of melting snow. Snape suddenly spoke. How do you know about the animagus? Kronos continued without pausing. Observation. Black always ceases his provocations 3 days before the full moon, and Potter suddenly becomes interested in astronomy. He hesitated, recalling that Lily had mentioned before that they always vanished on the night of the full moon. Impulsive, foolish lions. Snape scoffed lightly. A gray-brown owl suddenly swooped down, dropping a letter at his feet. The gilded letter M shimmered on the parchment, the Malfoy family crest. Snape's brow furrowed tighter. Lucius? Kronos nonchalantly tucked the letter into his sleeve. It seems our old friend has new tidings. Kronos and Snape returned to the Slytherin dungeon. The copper lamps in the lab flickered to life, illuminating the open tome, elixirs of the soul and eternal magic. Kronos unfolded Malfoy's letter, which contained only a brief line. New stock in Nocturne Alley. Come quickly. LM. Snape glanced over. A trap? Highly likely, Kronos replied, incinerating the letter. Recent searches by the Ministry in Nocturne Alley have cost me several collectibles. You intend to go? Snape's tone was not a question. Lucius's new stock in Nocturne Alley is worth a look. Kronos conjured 2 silver sickles, pushing one across the table, returned before midnight. Snape's fingers tightened around the edge of the silver sickle, the coin's sharp edges digging painfully into his palm. I will accompany you. Too dangerous. Kronos donned his dragon hide gloves. His dark green robe shimmering coldly in the candlelight. The Death Eater surveillance in Nocturne Alley is more numerous than Hogwarts ghosts, which is why understanding potions is even more crucial. Snape retrieved a crystal vial from the drawer of the workbench. Within it swayed a pearlescent liquid. I can disguise myself. An improved version of the polyjuice potion. Using young Black's hair as a sample. When did you prepare this? During your last bout of unconsciousness. Snape's ears tinged slightly red as he swiftly shifted the topic. The potion lasts 8 hours, sufficient to handle basic detection spells. The lab fell into silence, only the remnants of potion in the cauldron occasionally bubbling. Kronos observed the taut line of the youth's jaw, the silver light swirling in his green eyes. Fine, he finally relented, but you must stay closely behind me. As dusk enveloped Hogsmeade, 2 figures traversed the back alley of the Hog's Head Inn. Kronos' silver hair was concealed beneath a black hood, the tip of his wand glowing faintly. Snape trailed half a step behind him, his black robes merging seamlessly with the night. The key. Kronos produced a rusted copper canute from his pocket, gripping it tightly. The moment his navel was hooked, Snape felt a steady hand on his shoulder. When he opened his eyes again, a putrid stench assaulted him. They stood at the darkest corner of Nocturne Alley, a shop sign creaking overhead, depicting a black cat missing an ear. Kronos suddenly shoved Snape against the wall. Avery, he whispered, his breath brushing against the youth's ear. Remember, you are now an apprentice of the Norn family. Speak less. Footsteps grew closer, and the Avery twins flashed past the alleyway. Snape held his breath. The polyjuice potion rendering his pale skin a sickly gray, perfectly suiting the characteristics of prolonged exposure to dangerous potions. Borgin and Burks. Kronos released him, pointing towards the storefront adorned with a skull lamp at the alley's end. Lucius will be waiting for us on the 2nd floor. The shop window displayed biting mirrors and screaming skulls. As they pushed the door open, a bell rang out piercingly, and Borgin lifted his head from behind the counter. His slick, middle-parted hair framing eyes that resembled 2 moldy grapes. Mr. Norn, he rubbed his hands together in welcome. Young Master Malfoy is here. Lead the way. Kronos tossed a gold galleon, the coin tracing a perfect arc in the air, caught deftly by Borgin. The wooden floorboards creaked beneath their feet. The 2nd floor parlor was thick with the scent of cigars and dragon's blood ink, where Lucius lounged in a carved armchair, his gray-blue eyes narrowing slightly upon their entrance. You've brought a little friend? He remarked, casting a pointed glance at Snape. Let us discuss business. Kronos seated himself opposite Lucius, his fingertips lightly tapping the surface of the table. Lord holds the soul stabilizer presented by Regulus in high regard, he murmured. Yet it is known to me that the Black family's library is rather deficient in this domain. Snape's breath imperceptibly hesitated for a moment. Kronos, maintaining his composure, accepted the cup of red tea offered by the house elf. The Malfoy family's investigative efforts are consistently exceptional. He took a sip of tea, acknowledging that Regulus indeed possesses a certain talent. Lucius chuckled softly, remarking that the Norn family's library is far more extensive than that of the Blacks, is it not? He continued with deliberation. There are several techniques in the formula presented by Regulus that seem quite familiar. The principles of potions, while ever-changing, remain fundamentally unchanged. Kronos' voice remained calm, akin to the fact that although the Malfoy and Norn families pursue different research directions, they both strive for the purity of magic, do they not? Lucius's gray-blue eyes narrowed slightly, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing the embroidered patterns on the cuff of his left arm, concealing the dark mark. Purity. He echoed the term, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Lord has grown increasingly stringent in his definition of purity of late. A fleeting glimmer of silver flashed in Kronos' green eyes. He set down his teacup, the porcelain clinking against the wooden surface with a crisp sound. You mentioned new acquisitions? Lucius retrieved an antiquated box from his dragonhide pocket, opening it to reveal a ring. The ring appeared worn, etched with serpentine patterns, adorned with a black stone. Chapter 48, The Ring of Gaunt. One of the Horcruxes, Gaunt's ring, is also one of the Deathly Hallows. The Resurrection Stone Lord is quite curious if the Norn family's tomes record such artifacts. Lucius pushed the box towards Kronos. Kronos' fingertips hovered above the ring. The surface of the black stone rippled ominously, as if countless tiny whirlpools were swirling within its depths. The candlelight on the second floor of Borgin and Burke's flickered suddenly, casting distorted shadows. A rather unique collectible, Kronos remarked, his voice as tranquil as still water. The heirloom of the Gaunt family? Lucius's eyes narrowed slightly. Are you familiar with it? The fundamentals of heraldry. Kronos withdrew his hand, the ring box closing automatically. Yet the origins of this black stone are likely older than the Gaunt family itself. Older than the Gaunt family? The Norn family's tomes indeed live up to their reputation. Kronos unobtrusively pushed the box back to the center of the table. You must be familiar with the legendary tale of the Peveril brothers. The Deathly Hallows. Lucius chuckled lightly, dismissing it as a cliché from fairy tales. The legend of the Peveril brothers is indeed merely a fairy tale. Kronos' voice remained as calm as ever, though the Dark Lord seems to hold a certain admiration for the power within such legends. Lucius methodically smoothed out the non-existent creases of his cuff. Lord's understanding of the nature of magic far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. The prophetic talent of the Norn family might provide some unique perspectives. Snape stood behind Kronos, his fingers tightening slightly beneath his black robes. His gaze was fixed intently on the box, the dark aura emanating from it more potent than that of cave potions. Kronos suddenly chuckled lightly, his silver hair cascading to obscure the glimmering silver within his eyes. Lucius, when did you become the Dark Lord's mouthpiece? Lucius's expression stiffened momentarily before swiftly regaining its elegance, merely a mutually beneficial suggestion. He cast a pointed glance at the ring. The Norn family's position within pure-blood society is unique. Lord greatly appreciates such independence and hopes you will make the right choice. A fleeting glimmer of silver flashed deep within Kronos' green eyes. He reached for his teacup, the porcelain clinking against the wooden surface, producing a crisp sound. Please convey my gratitude to that esteemed individual for their appreciation. He sipped his tea, adding, however, that the Norn family is more accustomed to maintaining neutrality. Lucius's fingers lightly tapped on his serpent-headed wand. Neutrality can sometimes be misconstrued as ambiguity in stance. Much like this ring. Kronos abruptly shifted the topic, his fingertips hovering above the box. The Gaunt family's lineage is indeed ancient, yet inbreeding has led to a certain regression in their magical talents. Snape noted a fleeting glimmer of silver flash across Kronos' wrist, vanishing in an instant. An intriguing perspective. Lucius leaned forward slightly. Lord once mentioned that the magical fluctuations of the last heir of the Gaunt family are exceedingly unstable. Tom Riddle. Kronos softly uttered the name, his green eyes locking onto Lucius, or rather, Voldemort. The air instantly thickened. Lucius's pupils dilated sharply, his left arm twitching involuntarily. You, merely stating a fact, Kronos interjected, his tone remaining gentle. Bloodline magic can sometimes yield unforeseen side effects. Lucius's expression grew subtly nuanced. He leaned back against his chair, the calculations in his eyes becoming more pronounced. The prophecies of the Norn family are indeed as advertised. Kronos noncommittally shrugged, placing the teacup back on the table. If there is nothing further, we should return to Hogwarts. The curfew approaches. As they departed from Borgin and Burke's, the fog in Nocturne Alley was denser than before. Kronos' fingers lightly tapped on Snape's wrist, and the two apparat to the outskirts of Hogsmeade. The effects of the polyjuice potion gradually wore off, and Snape's demeanor returned to normal. He grasped Kronos' wrist firmly. That ring. One of the Horcruxes. Kronos' voice was soft, and it also serves as the resurrection stone among the Deathly Hallows. Snape's dark eyes widened slightly. The one from the tales of Beetle the Bard? Kronos nodded, his silver hair glinting coldly in the moonlight. Voldemort transformed it into a Horcrux, but more perilous is its inherent allure. He paused, particularly for those who have lost loved ones. Snape immediately grasped his implication. Dumbledore. Grindelwald must be made aware of this matter. Kronos conjured a silver sickle. You return to the cellar. I will seek him out. Snape pressed his lips together, ultimately nodding in agreement. The two parted at the castle entrance, Kronos' figure swiftly vanishing into the shadows of the spiral staircase. The door to the Dark Arts Defense Professor's office stood ajar. Grindelwald leaning against the window, toying with a silver sickle, the coin fluttering between his fingers like a butterfly. A late-night visit from the Little Prophet, he remarked languidly. It seems the Malfoy family's new acquisition is quite extraordinary. Kronos locked the door behind him, silently casting several silencing charms. The Resurrection Stone. The coin abruptly halted at Grindelwald's fingertip. The temperature in the office seemed to drop a few degrees. Are you certain? His voice took on an unusually grave tone. Kronos released a memory strand into the air, which unfurled into the scene of the second floor of Borgin and Burke's. The ring personally retrieved by Lucius. The heirloom of the Gaunt family. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Grindelwald's mouth. Tom Riddle has a knack for turning treasures into trash. Dumbledore must not learn of this. Kronos interjected suddenly. The allure of the resurrection stone for those who have lost loved ones. You understand better than I. Grindelwald recalled a future he once glimpsed, his voice suddenly turning dangerous. Of course, he conjured 2 steaming cups of coffee. So, how do you intend to deal with this ring? Kronos accepted the coffee, the steam blurring his pale cheeks. First, ascertain its whereabouts. Lucius was merely probing. The ring will inevitably return to Voldemort's possession. A wise choice. Grindelwald sipped his coffee. You should be on your way, little prophet. That black-haired lad outside is waiting for you. Kronos downed the coffee in one gulp, awaiting your good news, Professor. Upon departing from the office, Kronos beheld Severus Snape standing at the corner of the corridor. It's all right, Severus, let us return, he said. Once they were back in the dormitory, Snape could not restrain himself from speaking. Malfoy seems to have recognized me. He, or rather Voldemort, has begun to suspect you? Chapter 49, Closeness. The Malfoy family has never been one to place all their eggs in a single basket. Kronos handed Snape a cup of warm milk, asserting that Voldemort is not as loyal to you as you might think. Snape furrowed his brow, accepting the milk but refraining from drinking. As for Voldemort, Kronos displayed an air of indifference. The value of the Norn family was sufficient for him to temporarily disregard such matters. Snape's fingers tightened around the rim of the milk cup, the warmth seeping through the ceramic to his skin. Voldemort has begun to collect the Deathly Hallows, he said. His voice lowered to a near whisper, his dark eyes fixated on the pale tips of Kronos's hair, the ring on his hand, the allure of the Elder Wand. Grindelwald will handle it. Kronos loosened his tie and hung up his robe. You should rest instead. Snape remained unmoved. His gaze fell upon Kronos's wrist, where the skin was so pale it appeared almost translucent, faint blue veins barely visible beneath the surface. You are changing the subject again. Snape's voice grew colder. It is always like this. Kronos chuckled lightly, his silver hair cascading over his shoulders, shimmering softly in the candlelight. I merely wish to spare you concern. Then speak the truth. Snape suddenly stood, his black robes swirling behind him like storm clouds. Does the resurrection stone affect you? Kronos paused for a moment. Yes. He finally replied, his voice soft, but not in the manner you imagine. Snape's breath caught slightly. Kronos rarely admitted anything so directly. He usually evaded such topics with humor or diversion. What is it? Snape pressed, his voice more urgent than he had anticipated. Kronos lifted his gaze, his green eyes meeting Snape's. It reminds me of certain events from the past. The past? Snape inquired, certain unchangeable things. Kronos's fingers unconsciously traced the Ouroboros emblem on his cuff, but it had become irrelevant. Snape scrutinized him for a few seconds before striding forward, seizing Kronos's wrist. Kronos's skin was cold, akin to the depths of the Black Lake. You are lying, Snape's voice was low. Your temperature is lower than usual. Kronos did not resist. He merely sighed softly. Severus. Do not call me Severus. Snape's fingers tightened. Every time you use that tone, you are avoiding something. Kronos paused. Then a slight smile graced his lips. What should I call you then? My dear potions genius? Snape's ears flushed crimson, yet he did not release his grip. Do not change the topic. Kronos regarded him, the mirth in his green eyes fading, replaced by a rare seriousness. The resurrection stone can summon shadows of the deceased. He spoke gently, but those shadows are merely projections of obsession, not reality. Snape's brow furrowed deeper. Have you tried it? Kronos contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. No, but I understand its essence. How would you know? Kronos did not respond immediately. His gaze drifted past Snape, looking out towards the Black Lake, as if something only he could perceive lay beyond. Some matters are not yet ripe for disclosure, he finally said, his voice as soft as falling snow. But I assure you, when the time is right, you shall know everything. Snape's knuckles whitened from the pressure of his grip. He yearned to argue, to question, but the intensity of Kronos's gaze rendered him incapable of further inquiry. You are always like this. Snape relinquished his hold, a hint of frustration lacing his voice. Forever concealing secrets, eternally keeping me at bay. Suddenly, Kronos reached out, gently clasping Snape's wrist. His palm remained icy, yet the touch offered an inexplicable sense of comfort. You are already quite close, Severus, he murmured, closer than anyone else. Snape's breath caught in his throat. Then do not push me away again, he implored, his voice barely audible. Kronos gazed into his eyes, the silver light within his green depths shimmering momentarily, ultimately transforming into a smile. Very well. His fingertips grazed Snape's palm, leaving a cool sensation reminiscent of the gentle ripples of the black lake against skin. "Sleep," Kronos whispered. Snape returned to his bedside, yet his gaze lingered on Kronos until the latter's breaths gradually evened out. The Hogwarts campus remained tranquil, but Snape was acutely aware that the winds of change were stirring within the wizarding world. Kronos received owls from various locations weekly, becoming increasingly occupied. He had missed today's potions class, marking the third time that week. "Severus?" Lily's voice floated in from the doorway as she entered, cradling a stack of books. Her green eyes scanned the empty workstation. "Is Senior Kronos not here again?" Snape's stirring rod tapped lightly against the edge of the cauldron. "Senior meeting," he replied tersely, his tone deeper than usual. Lily placed the books on a corner table, which consisted of several volumes on advanced charms and defensive magical theory. "He seems terribly busy lately," she remarked thoughtfully. "Professor McGonagall asked about him after Transfiguration class yesterday." Snape's hand faltered as he recalled waking in the dead of night, seeing Kronos standing by the window, his silver hair glimmering in the moonlight, holding a shimmering silver sickle. Their previous conversation had borne fruit. Kronos had disclosed his sources and forthcoming actions. Potter and his friends have been uncharacteristically subdued, as if under a silencing charm, Lily suddenly stated, yet they have not abandoned their inquiries into Senior Kronos. A faint smirk appeared on Snape's lips. "They overestimate their own capabilities." "I am somewhat worried," Lily said, biting her lip. "They seem to be convinced that Senior Kronos harbors some secret." "Do not involve yourself in such matters," he said stiffly. "Kronos will handle it." Lily opened her mouth to question further when the door to the laboratory swung open. Kronos stood at the threshold, his silver hair slightly disheveled. "Apologies for my tardiness." His voice remained gentle, but Snape keenly noted the faint shadows beneath his eyes. "Professor Slughorn called an impromptu senior meeting." Lily's eyes brightened. "Perfect. I was just about to ask you about the Patronus charm. Professor Gross said we will learn more advanced applications next week." Kronos smiled, conjuring a cup of pumpkin juice and handing it to her. "I recall your Patronus has taken form, has it not?" Chapter 50, Sunlight Orchids and Unicorns. Lily accepted the pumpkin juice from Kronos, her red hair's ribbon bobbing with her excited movements. "It is a dough," she declared, taking a sip of the beverage. Though her stability was far inferior to Severus's. A matter of focus, Snape offered curtly. Kronos chuckled lightly. "The Patronus charm requires sufficiently powerful happy memories to sustain it." "What memory did you use?" "When I first successfully cast the Transfiguration charm." Lily's green eyes sparkled like two emeralds. "Professor McGonagall gave me full marks." Snape scoffed softly, the sleeve of his black robe stained with potion residue. Kronos timely conjured a dark green handkerchief and offered it to her with a slight smile. "It seems we need to help you find some stronger memories." Lily suddenly glanced at her watch. Merlin's beard. "I am going to be late." She hurriedly grabbed her bag. "Mary is still waiting for me in the library." "Senior Kronos, I shall ask you about the Patronus charm next time." The door of the laboratory closed behind Lily, and an immediate silence enveloped the room, interrupted only by the gentle bubbling of the liquid in the crucible. Severus Snape's quill scratched across the parchment, meticulously documenting the changes in the potion. "Has the matter been resolved?" he inquired, sensing the proximity of Kronos. "Well, the remaining issues should be addressed by the professors." Kronos replied nonchalantly, producing a small pouch from within the folds of his robe. "Look what I have brought you." Inside the package lay several luminous silver herbs, their leaves still adorned with the dewdrops of night. Snape's pupils constricted slightly. "This is the silver variant of the Sunlight Orchid. How could this be found in the Forbidden Forest? A byproduct of Grindelwald's alchemical experiments." Snape gingerly accepted the Sunlight Orchid, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against Kronos' palm. The chill of his touch sent a shiver through him. He feigned organizing the herbs and swiftly conjured a steaming cup of peppermint tea. "Drink it," he said brusquely, pushing the teacup towards Kronos. "Your hands feel like ice." Kronos chuckled lightly, deliberately letting his fingers graze Snape's palm as he accepted the cup. "Concern for my well-being?" Snape's ears flushed slightly, yet his demeanor remained impassive. "I simply wish to avoid being awakened by your nocturnal moans." Kronos sipped the tea, the steam blurring his pale cheeks. Snape noticed a few more strands of white at the tips of his silver hair, as if touched by frost. "Shall we continue the experiment tonight?" Kronos set down the teacup, his green eyes scanning the open book titled Elixirs of the Soul and Eternal Magic. "I see you are researching methods to purify the blood of the nightmare." Snape nodded, turning to the marked page. "Theoretically, the essence of the Sunlight Orchid can neutralize the cursed elements within the nightmare's blood, but it requires precise magical control." "How many Sunlight Orchids are needed?" "At least 3 mature specimens." Snape hesitated. "Will the transplants from the Forbidden Forest suffice?" Kronos rose, his silver hair shimmering subtly in the candlelight. "Not enough, but I know where to find more." His tone was casual, Yet Snape immediately grasped the underlying implication of further risk. "I will accompany you." Snape's voice brooked no argument. Kronos raised an eyebrow. "After curfew? Do you think I care for school regulations?" Snape scoffed, a hint of defiance flickering in his dark eyes. Kronos regarded him, the silver light in his green eyes swirling momentarily before transforming into a smile. "Very well." As night descended, the corridors of Hogwarts were so quiet that the only sound was the crackling of torches. Snape trailed behind Kronos, his black robes blending seamlessly with the shadows. While Kronos's disillusionment charm enveloped them, the occasional flicker of wand light illuminating their path. "This way," Kronos murmured, stopping before a suit of armor. He tapped the helmet lightly with his wand. The armor silently moved aside, revealing a hidden passageway behind it. The damp scent of mildew wafted towards them. Snape squinted, adjusting to the darkness. "This leads to the edge of the Forbidden Forest," Kronos explained, discovered by Grindelwald. Snape snorted softly. He certainly became familiar with Hogwarts' hidden passages. Kronos chuckled in response. The two proceeded in silence, their footsteps echoing through the narrow corridor. Approximately 20 minutes later, a faint moonlight appeared at the passage's exit. The night in the Forbidden Forest was brighter than Snape had anticipated. The full moon hung high, its silvery light cascading over the treetops, casting everything in a dreamlike hue. Kronos lifted the disillusionment charm, his silver hair nearly merging with the night. "Over here," he whispered, leading the way to an open grassy area. In the center of the field lay a small pond, its surface reflecting the starry sky. Surrounding the pond were several silver-glimmering plants, indeed, the sunlight orchids, even more lush than they had appeared in daylight. Snape approached, crouching to collect samples, his fingertips brushing against the leaves of the sunlight orchids, which immediately emitted a stronger silver glow, as if responding to his touch. "They seem to favor you," Kronos remarked with a light laugh. Typically, the sunlight orchids exhibit a rejection response toward strangers. Snape remained silent, focused on placing the gathered samples into a specially crafted dragon hide pouch. Just then, a rustling sound erupted from the nearby thicket. Kronos instantly stood, his wand aimed at the source of the noise. Snape swiftly drew his own wand, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. The underbrush parted, revealing not the anticipated threat, but a mature unicorn. Its coat shimmered like pearls under the moonlight, yet its once pure silver mane was entwined with tendrils of dark mist. "It has been tainted," Snape murmured, his dark eyes narrowing slightly. The unicorn emitted a pained whinny, its front hooves anxiously pawing at the ground. Its eyes were no longer the clear blue they should have been, but glowed with an eerie red light. Kronos stepped forward. "Back away, Severus." His voice suddenly turned foreign and authoritative, his silver hair stirring without the aid of wind. Snape had never seen this side of Kronos. The silver light within his green eyes intensified, enveloping him as if bathed in moonlight. The unicorn suddenly charged at Kronos, its horn aimed directly at his heart. Snape raised his wand, but Kronos was faster. Luxpurga Aeterna. A beam of silver light erupted from the tip of Kronos's wand, like an arrow forged from condensed moonlight, piercing the unicorn's forehead. The dark mist clashed with the silver light, producing a piercing hiss. The unicorn cried out in agony, sinking to its front knees. Kronos did not falter, his wand continuing to release silver light until the dark mist was completely dissipated. He lowered his wand, breathing slightly unevenly, while Snape stood beside him, warily watching the unicorn. The unicorn rose, affectionately nudging Kronos with its head. A sudden sound of air splitting reached them, and Kronos pulled Snape back. An arrow had struck precisely where they had just stood. Chapter 51, The Centaur. Another sound of hooves echoed, and a silver-haired, blue-eyed centaur appeared before them, his bow drawn and aimed at the two. Upon seeing Kronos, he suddenly took 2 steps back, lowering his weapon. "It is you," Forenza said, bowing his head, his right fist resting against his heart in a gesture of respect towards Kronos. Kronos nodded. "Forenza, it has been a long time." The unicorn's breath brushed against Kronos's silver hair, and Forenza's blue eyes shimmered in the darkness like distant stars, observing the scene. "Your hair has been touched by the frost of time," he remarked, his voice flowing like a stream through the woods. Kronos's fingers gently stroked the unicorn's mane, his silver hair falling to obscure the fleeting silver light in his eyes. "Just some minor issues." Snape stood half a step behind Kronos, his black robes nearly merging with the night. His gaze flickered between the centaur and the unicorn, a mixture of wariness and curiosity glimmering in his dark eyes. Forenza suddenly turned to Snape, his front hooves lightly tapping the grass. The celestial trajectory of this young wizard has shifted. His once dim fate is now encircled by silver light. Snape's brow furrowed deeper, his knuckles tightening around his wand. "Astrology is exceedingly unreliable." Kronos chuckled softly, his silver hair gently swaying in the breeze. "The centaurs possess a unique prophetic ability, Severus." Forenza gazed up at the starry sky, his mane shimmering like quicksilver under the moonlight. The darkness in the depths of the Forbidden Forest is denser than in previous years. The nightmare herd has avoided the oak groves in the north, and the unicorns no longer drink from the tributaries of the Black Lake. Kronos exchanged a glance with Snape. The tributaries of the Black Lake are near the direction of the Shrieking Shack. The darkness of Albania is merely a facade, Forenza continued, his voice echoing as if from a distant realm. The true shadows have already infiltrated the depths of the Forbidden Forest. At midnight, crows congregate upon the eastern beech tree, a sentinel far older than Hogwarts itself. Kronos' green eyes narrowed slightly, perceiving the tremors in Albania as mere illusions. The thought of the crown being concealed within the Forbidden Forest flitted through his mind. "Thank you for your reminder," he said, gently patting the unicorn's head and whispering a few words to it. "You may take it now." Reluctantly, the unicorn stepped away from Kronos. Before departing, Forenza cast a deep glance at Kronos, the watcher of the stars. The threads of fate, spun by your hand, have diverged into unpredictable paths. The centaur and the unicorn turned and vanished into the thicket, their hooves fading into the distance. Kronos remained standing, bathed in moonlight, which lent him an ethereal silver lining. "It is time to return," he suddenly said, his voice as soft as the wind brushing through the blades of grass. Snape frowned. "Are we to let the lead slip away just like that?" "Not tonight." Kronos conjured 2 silver sickles. "We require further preparations." He handed one to Snape. "Keep this safe. Seek Lily after breakfast tomorrow." "Lily?" "She has been rather close with Potter and his lot lately." A slight smile curled at the corners of Kronos' lips. "I intend to borrow the map they possess." They entered the hidden passage for their return, Snape trailing behind Kronos, his black robe sweeping across the moss-covered stone walls. His fingertips unconsciously brushed against the silver sickle, the coin's edge warm to the touch. "Forenza referred to you as the Watcher of the Stars," Snape suddenly spoke, his voice producing a faint echo in the narrow corridor. Kronos paused momentarily, his silver hair glinting in the darkness. The centaur's prophecies are always laden with metaphor. Much like their mention of divergent fates? Snape pressed. "Has my celestial trajectory truly shifted?" The passage abruptly ended, and Kronos turned, his green eyes deep as pools in the shadows. He reached out to lightly touch the Ouroboros brooch on Snape's chest. The silver emblem shimmered with rippling light at the moment of contact. "Each star harbors countless potential trajectories," he murmured, akin to potion reactions, where the introduction of different catalysts yields entirely distinct outcomes. Snape wished to retort, but Kronos had already pushed aside the concealed stone at the passage's exit. "Let us conclude our endeavors for tonight, Severus." Moonlight poured in, outlining their figures in silver. In the distance, Hogwarts' towers stood silently beneath the starry sky, the flickering candlelight of late-night study occasionally illuminating the window panes. Once again, they had managed to evade scrutiny. Snape gritted his teeth, ultimately refraining from further inquiries. Morning light streamed through the high windows of the great hall, gilding the Gryffindor table in a golden sheen. Lily was spreading blueberry jam on her toast when she noticed Snape standing at the corridor's corner, his black robe nearly melding with the stone wall shadows. "Severus," Lily waved, her green eyes sparkling. "Are you joining us for breakfast?" Snape approached slowly, the hem of his robe brushing the bench. "I need to speak with you." He lowered his voice, "About the Marauder's map." Lily's fork halted mid-air, jam dripping onto the tablecloth and spreading a purplish stain. "James's precious map?" She eyed her surroundings warily. "What do you need it for?" "It's for my use." Kronos appeared behind Snape. "You know, they've misconstrued my intentions." Lily couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of James's exasperation whenever Kronos' name was mentioned. James and the others truly are misled. He is quite the amiable upperclassman. However, I'm not sure if he will lend it. Lily shrugged helplessly. After all, it is a treasure they worked hard to acquire. I have ways to persuade them. Kronos raised an eyebrow. Just then, James and Sirius burst into the great hall, laughter fading into an instant frown upon seeing them. "What is a Slytherin snake doing in Gryffindor territory?" James crossed his arms, hostility etched on his face, while Sirius snickered beside him, eyes gleaming with provocation. "Since we VE crossed paths, it saves Lily a trip." Kronos maintained a calm demeanor. "I wish to borrow your Marauder's map." Sirius appeared to find the situation amusing. "What makes you think we would lend it to you?" 10 days ago, full moon, the Shrieking Shack. Kronos shot him a pointed glance. "Do I need to say more?" Sirius found his words caught in his throat, his face reddening. "No, you said you wouldn't." James glared at Kronos like an angry lion. "I never claimed otherwise, Mr. Potter." Kronos replied with a hint of a smile. "Rest assured, it will be returned within 3 days at most." James, disgruntled, tossed the Marauder's map in front of Kronos. "You better keep your word." Chapter 52, The Trail of the Crown. Kronos pocketed the Marauder's map. "Of course, farewell, Lily." He turned and left the Great Hall alongside Snape. As they were about to exit, Kronos suddenly turned back to the assembled quartet. "Oh, Professor Grubbly-Plank has decided that you will attend his special training every Wednesday. Do not be late tonight." Snape smirked at the sight of Potter being put in his place. Walking beside Kronos, he inquired, "Off to see Dumbledore?" "Indeed." Kronos waved the parchment in his hand, a sly grin forming. "One should never pass up a free master of alchemy. Al, you've been sneaking sweets again. You've exceeded your quota for dental fortifying potions this month." "Gellert, that was my last batch." Upon entering the headmaster's office, they were greeted with such banter. Snape looked at Kronos in bewilderment. "Is this always how they are?" Kronos whispered a few words in Snape's ear, successfully shocking him. "Is that truly the case?" The revelations were overwhelming, and Snape felt slightly dazed. It was no wonder Dumbledore could keep a rival on staff at Hogwarts. The two had evidently shared a deeper connection. "Hey, kid." Grindelwald turned and glared at Kronos. "If you can't speak, then be quiet." Dumbledore seized the opportunity to tuck away the last pack of Honeydew sweets, conjuring 2 cups of hot cocoa for them. "Sit down. How did last night's adventure unfold?" Kronos and Snape settled across from Dumbledore. The steam rising from the cocoa obscuring Kronos's face, it yielded unexpected findings. The dark magic fluctuations in Albania are an illusion. The crown has been concealed within the Forbidden Forest. Cunning Tom, hiding his spoils in the enemy's backyard. Grindelwald scoffed. "Do you require my assistance in retrieving it?" "No. Voldemort would not rely solely on illusions to protect a Horcrux." Kronos shook his head, conjuring a piece of parchment depicting a rudimentary map of the Forbidden Forest. Firenze mentioned the crows gathering at that ancient beach. Near Aragog's lair, Grindelwald's fingers traced the map, a wise choice. The Acromantula will shred any intruder. Snape's dark eyes narrowed. Recalling the truck-sized Acromantula in the Forbidden Forest, XXXXX class, dangerous magical creature. "It seems we need to pay certain old friends a visit." Dumbledore adjusted his glasses, his elder wand tapping the parchment to sketch a detailed map of the Forbidden Forest. Kronos produced the Marauder's map and handed it to Dumbledore, Potter's prank item. "Perhaps it will save us some effort." Dumbledore accepted the map, his blue eyes shimmering with interest behind his crescent-shaped glasses. He lightly caressed the surface of the parchment, and the tip of his wand emitted a few golden sparks. A remarkable piece of name magic, the old headmaster marveled, combining castle contracts with alchemy. James and his friends possess astonishing talent. Grindelwald let out a derisive snort, his heterochromatic gaze sweeping over the minuscule footprints traversing the map. A frivolous prank tool wasting talent. Yet, it serves our purpose of surveilling the Forbidden Forest. Kronos pointed to a nebulous area at the map's edge. The active map only encompassed the castle grounds, but its principles could be extended, a task not overly challenging for the professor. "A commendable notion," Dumbledore remarked as he spread the active map across the table. Tapping it lightly with the Elder Wand, the parchment's edges began to unfurl, revealing the contours of the Forbidden Forest, though additional materials were required. "I'll procure them and simultaneously scout the periphery of the spider lair," Grindelwald declared, rising to accept the list Dumbledore had compiled. The office door closed silently behind him. "Severus." Dumbledore suddenly turned to Snape. "Is your research proceeding smoothly?" Snape stiffened, responding in a dry tone. "Everything is progressing well." Dumbledore smiled and conjured a roll of parchment. "This manuscript by the 12th century potion master, Paracelsus, contains a chapter on moonlight grass and curse breaking that may prove beneficial to you." Snape accepted the parchment, his fingertips trembling slightly as they brushed against the ink, while Kronos leaned in to observe, his silver hair cascading over Snape's shoulder, faintly scented with mint. "Paracelsus's Moonlight Cantata," Kronos murmured. "The library at Noon Manor only has fragments." Dumbledore winked. "The library at Hogwarts always holds surprises." "Now, it is time for your classes, Severus, potions class. Kronos, if memory serves. You have transfiguration this morning." Upon departing the headmaster's office, Snape's robe billowed behind him like dark clouds across the stone steps, with Kronos trailing closely behind. "How long will it take Dumbledore to modify the map?" Snape suddenly inquired, his voice pitched low. Kronos gently traced the edge of the active map with his fingertips. "By breakfast tomorrow at the latest," he replied, glancing at Snape. The efficiency of the Elder Wand was always remarkable. "Now, you should attend potions class. Professor Slughorn has been particularly stringent with tardiness lately." Kronos indicated towards the potions classroom ahead. After watching Snape enter the classroom, Kronos turned towards the Forbidden Forest. Having previously tasked the unicorn with delivering a message to Firenze, he was to gather the location of the sunlit orchids, and Firenze was already waiting there. "You have arrived." Firenze approached Kronos. "Since that thing appeared, we have lost 3 unicorn foals." A look of contemplation crossed Kronos' face. A normal Horcrux would not have such a profound effect on unicorns. After severing the smuggling routes, Voldemort still managed to amass sufficient materials for his enhancement rituals. Are the unicorns still affected? Not for the time being. They have migrated to the far west. The thing has made Aragog's kin exceedingly irritable, making it quite difficult to approach. Forenza recounted the recent changes within the Forbidden Forest. I understand. Do not venture near Aragog's territory. We will address it in due time. May the stars protect you. Forenza inclined his head in an ancient gesture of respect. As Kronos reached the perimeter of the Acromantula lair, he found it already ravaged by Grindelwald, remnants of the giant spiders scattered about. While collecting the Acromantula venom, Kronos lamented, "Such wastefulness, Professor. Every time you intervene, it is utterly devastating." Grindelwald approached, appearing as if he had just emerged from a fierce battle, kicking aside a severed spider leg. "This is the most efficient method." He glanced behind Kronos. "Has your little friend not accompanied you? Perhaps you recall we are still students." Kronos secured the venom and stood. "What is the situation? Come now, little prophet. No student resembles you in quite the same manner." Grindelwald snickered. Tom has finally begun to think. Chapter 53, The Acromantula. Grindelwald continued. "I have set alarm spells around the perimeter. Disturb one spider, and the entire lair will awaken. For now, they are lying dormant." It seemed rather troublesome. Kronos' fingers stroked his wand as he picked up a piece of parchment and began sketching. Once finished, he handed the parchment to Grindelwald. "The Horcrux has been enhanced. We must first isolate its essence." Grindelwald accepted the parchment. "Tom, want to notice? Prepare a counterfeit that can mimic the Horcrux's fluctuations." I had previously aired. Despite the connection between a Horcrux and its primary soul, the fragmented spirit yearns for cohesion. This will impact Voldemort's control over his magic. He will not easily connect with the Horcrux. Kronos' wand pointed to the ground, emitting a white light that inscribed ancient runes upon the earth. "You modified the magical nodes." Grindelwald walked over to a nearby tree, etching runes into the ground as well. Otherwise, such a grand spell could not be accomplished by two individuals. The runes inscribed by the two encircled the entire lair, and as the last two incantations fell, the ground's runes emitted a golden light before swiftly vanishing. In the distance, the chimes of Hogwarts rang out softly. Grindelwald turned to Kronos, a hint of mockery in his gaze. "Little prophet, if you do not depart soon, your little friend may grow anxious. Professor Dumbledore is also awaiting your report." Kronos turned and walked towards Hogwarts. At the entrance to the Great Hall, just as he was about to step inside, a cold voice suddenly echoed from behind him. "You did not attend class earlier, and there is still mud from the Forbidden Forest on your shoes." Kronos froze, slowly turning to meet Snape's ink-black eyes. "Severus, explain." Snape's voice was so calm it sent chills down Kronos' spine. "I swear, I did not engage in any dangerous activities." Kronos' expression was earnest, tinged with innocence. "I merely visited the Acromantula lair." Grindelwald appeared from around the corner, coolly interjecting, then nonchalantly strode into the Great Hall. Snape snorted derisively, his sharp gaze fixated on Kronos, but ultimately said nothing as he turned to enter the hall. Kronos hurriedly followed, quietly explaining himself, repeatedly emphasizing that he had only been assessing the situation at the perimeter. Snape's expression softened slightly, yet throughout the meal, he maintained a stony silence towards Kronos, merely slicing through his food, while occasionally casting reproachful glances in Kronos' direction. Upon returning to the laboratory in the afternoon, Kronos carefully presented the Acromantula venom before Snape, noting the brief flicker of intrigue in the boy's eyes, which allowed him to exhale in relief. "Is this what you call not engaging in dangerous activities?" Snape shook the crystal vial in his hand. "You seem to have relaxed too soon." This was Grindelwald's doing. "I merely collected a few materials." Kronos unhesitatingly deflected the blame. Snape snorted once more, raising his hand to cast a detection spell on Kronos, confirming he was unharmed before his furrowed brow eased slightly. "Do not hide such matters from me again. I have always remembered my promise to you." Kronos interjected, stepping forward to gently grasp Snape's hand. "My plans will not exclude you." Snape lowered his gaze, remaining silent for a moment before retracting his hand and turning toward the cauldron. The manuscript of Mordred mentioned the reactions of venom and thestral blood. "You shall be my assistant." "At your service, my future master of potions." Kronos exaggeratedly bowed, then approached Snape to assist in preparing the materials. The potion in the cauldron exuded an ominous aura as Snape dripped the Acromantula venom into it, causing the mixture to churn violently, a pungent stench assailing their senses. Snape promptly added the extracted essence of the sunlit orchid, and for a fleeting moment, the potion settled before erupting. Instinctively, Kronos cast a shielding charm, the foul liquid splattering to the ground with a hissing sound. The direction was correct, but the proportions were off. Snape meticulously disposed of the cauldron's waste liquid and poured in a fresh sample. At that moment, flames suddenly erupted from the fireplace as Fawkes dropped a piece of parchment before Kronos and soared back into the air. Kronos unfurled the parchment, tapping his wand lightly. And the terrain of Hogwarts materialized on the page, with various colored dots moving across the map. What are these dots? During the interval, while waiting for the potion to react, Snape leaned closer, pointing at the map. Kronos tilted his head, the youthful visage magnified in his gaze. And after a brief moment of astonishment, he returned his attention to the map. The black dots represented acromantulas, the red ones were werewolves, the blue indicated centaurs, and the silver dots signified unicorns. Snape interjected, placing his finger on the green dot in the library, and asked, "What about this one?" Kronos tapped the map again with his wand, causing the colored dots to vanish, replaced by names. Dumbledore and Grindelwald's names overlapped in the headmaster's office. Yet Kronos' name remained absent. Observing the prominently marked names of Avery and others, a flicker of understanding crossed Snape's eyes. "I shall venture into the Forbidden Forest again tonight," Kronos declared, marking a spider icon on the map. Snape scrutinized the newly appeared spider symbol. "Aragog's lair lies in the northeast corner, less than half a mile from that beech tree. Do you intend to confront an entire colony of acromantulas alone?" "Certainly not," Kronos shook his head. "I merely wish to scout the lair. We shall go together." He flashed a smile at Snape. "I do not go back on my word. I will prepare the potion." As night fell, Kronos and Snape stood at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. The enchanted Marauder's map hovered between them, revealing a flickering red near Aragog's lair. "The crown," Kronos whispered, illuminating his wand. "Stay close to me." The canopy of the Forbidden Forest shrouded the moonlight, with only the occasional firefly providing a faint glow. Snape's boots sank into the damp layer of decaying leaves, each step eliciting an unsettling creak. Suddenly, the Marauder's map trembled violently as dozens of small black dots appeared around the red acromantula patrols. "Hide!" Kronos urgently pulled Snape close, and the two pressed against the hollow oak tree. From a distance came the chilling rustle of movement, as several spiders the size of small cars crawled from the underbrush, their pincers gleaming coldly in the moonlight. Snape's back was pressed against Kronos' chest, feeling the steady rhythm of the latter's heartbeat. The silver-haired boy's breath brushed against his ear, imbued with a refreshing hint of mint. Once the swarm of spiders had passed, Kronos released his grip. "It is safe now." They continued toward the beech tree. As they ventured deeper, the stench in the air grew increasingly pungent. At last, the colossal beech tree came into view, dozens of crows perched upon it, their scarlet eyes resembling floating drops of blood. "That is the spot." Kronos indicated a hollow in the tree trunk, where moonlight revealed a rusted diadem, the diadem of Ravenclaw. Chapter 54, The Crown Reclaimed. The earth surrounding the hollow trembled slightly, and several fist-sized spiders emerged, their compound eyes glinting with excitement. "Aragog knows there is treasure here." Kronos grasped Snape's hand, the tip of his wand glowing faintly with silver light, creating a transparent barrier around them to shield against the spider's perception. "We must leave." The soil around the hollow continued to quiver as more small spiders scuttled out, as if driven by some invisible force, rapidly dispersing in all directions. Kronos gently pressed a finger against Snape's wrist, and the two retreated silently, each step deftly avoiding the brittle twigs on the ground. "Those small spiders are sentinels." Kronos' voice was barely a whisper. Snape's dark eyes remained fixed on the hollow, the diadem casting an ominous shadow in the moonlight. His fingertips unconsciously traced the patterns on his wand. "We need to divert their attention." Kronos shook his head, his silver hair appearing almost translucent in the shadows. "Any disturbance will alert the entire lair." He conjured a silver sickle, its edge inscribed with runes faintly glowing in the darkness. "Let us return to consult Dumbledore." The mist in the Forbidden Forest thickened, and the two retraced their steps, Snape's boots crackling softly on the decaying leaves, each sound tightening his muscles in apprehension. Kronos led the way, his silver hair resembling a faint beacon in the dark, guiding their path. Upon reaching the spiral staircase of the headmaster's office, the portrait of a former headmaster blinked at them. "Password?" "Lemon drop," Kronos replied, and the stone guardian immediately stepped aside. Dumbledore and Grindelwald stood beside the pensieve. A map unfurled on the table, with the black dots representing acromantulas moving toward a particular location. "Audacious prophet," Grindelwald scoffed lightly. The castle's enchantments did not affect Kronos. So Dumbledore inscribed a tracking charm on the map in Kronos' possession. "I have always felt that the Sorting Hat placing you in Slytherin was a misunderstanding," Dumbledore sighed. Looking at Kronos with concern, "It is far too perilous." "But worth it," Kronos replied, directing his wand at the map. The diadem perched at the edge of Aragog's lair, surrounded by at least 30 sentinel spiders. Snape suddenly spoke. "We could use a confundus charm to create a diversion." He pointed to the beech tree's location on the map. "If we can make the spiders believe the diadem remains in its original position, it seems we are of one mind." Kronos smiled at Snape, waving his wand to project an image of the diadem into the air. "Professor," How long will it take to prepare a replica? Grindelwald's wand tip erupted in azure flames. Sketching intricate alchemical runes in the air, it will take 7 days. Simulating the Horcrux's fluctuations requires certain special materials. His gaze lingered meaningfully on Kronos, such as the blood of a prophet. Kronos observed the diadem's phantom gradually forming within the flames, a fleeting glimmer of silver in his green eyes. It can be done. 3 days before the full moon, Aragog will lead his brood out to hunt, Dumbledore added, tapping the map. I will arrange for members of the Order of the Phoenix to coordinate our actions. He handed each of them a cockroach cluster, his tone brooking no refusal. Now, it is time for you two as students to return and rest. Boy, keep an eye on that prophet. Grindelwald's voice echoed in Snape's ears just before the office door closed. As they walked down the corridor back to their dormitory, the moonlight poured through the windows, illuminating Kronos. His silver hair nearly merging with the luminescence. Snape caught a fleeting glimpse of Kronos's form becoming transparent, as if he might dissipate into the air. He suddenly grasped Kronos's wrist, his fingertips feeling as cold as ice. Kronos turned his head to him, curiosity flickering in his green eyes. Snape felt the warmth gradually returning to his hand, yet the previous chill was no illusion. What was happening? Have you employed forbidden magic again? Kronos hesitated momentarily, then nodded. Returning Snape's grip, his body temperature now normal, just a slight aftereffect. It is nothing to concern yourself with. You always act without regard for the consequences, rivaling the foolish Gryffindors. Snape furrowed his brow, retrieving a vial of stabilizer from his pocket and consuming it. Kronos, under Snape's watchful gaze, also drank the stabilizer. Shaking the empty vial at him with a slight smile, let us proceed. Snape huffed lightly, yet did not release Kronos' hand. Kronos felt Snape's grip firmly resting on his pulse, as if fearing he might vanish at any moment. 3 days before the full moon. The teacher's table in the Great Hall was vacant of Grindelwald and Dumbledore, and Snape followed Kronos' gaze, whispering, "Have they made their move?" Kronos nodded, gesturing for silence. Severus Snape noticed several 7th-year Slytherin students glancing their way, whether intentionally or not, prompting him to halt his conversation and focus on his meal. After breakfast, Professor McGonagall specifically instructed the heads of houses to intensify their patrols over the next few days. Kronos exchanged a knowing glance with Snape, understanding that this was to coordinate their actions. As Mr. Norn was departing the Great Hall, Professor McGonagall called out to him, "Come with me. We shall meet in the study this evening." After relaying this to Snape, Kronos followed McGonagall. She led him to her office, where Professor Dumbledore informed him that he had missed too many classes and needed to attend remedial lessons. A pile of books pertaining to OWL spread out before Kronos. Accompanied by assignments from several professors, Grindelwald's paper was particularly burdensome, requiring a full 15 inches of parchment. He suspected that Dumbledore had done this deliberately, and he had proof. Throughout the day, Kronos was confined to the office, laboring over essays, and McGonagall even conjured a pot of coffee to ensure he couldn't escape. It wasn't until evening that she reluctantly released him. Upon returning to the study, Kronos, weary from the day's scholarly torment, bore a fatigued expression. Kronos, seeing his haggard appearance, Snape felt a tightening in his chest. "I'm fine," Kronos replied, wiping his face to appear more alert. "Dumbledore has tasked McGonagall with tutoring me to prevent me from venturing into the Forbidden Forest today." It seemed Mr. Norn's reputation was not held in high regard anywhere. Snape's voice carried a rare hint of amusement. "Dumbledore even sent word to keep an eye on you." Severus enveloped the youth in an embrace from behind, resting his head on his shoulder. "You mock me as well." Snape's body stiffened momentarily before relaxing, his ears tinged with crimson as he pushed Kronos' head away. "You bring danger upon yourself." Kronos slumped onto the sofa, accepting the glass of milk laced with dreamless sleep potion that Snape offered him. Hearing Kronos' steady breathing, Snape carefully lightened his hold. He bottled the last potion, and a silver sickle appeared abruptly on the table, inscribed with the words "Crown has been reclaimed." Chapter 55, The Handling of Horcruxes. When Kronos awoke, he found himself covered with a deep green blanket, Snape beside him, his head drooping against Kronos' shoulder, hand clasped around his wrist. The fire in the hearth had long extinguished, leaving only a few embers flickering in the ashes. Kronos gently shifted his stiff shoulders, his gaze resting on Snape's weary face. The boy's dark circles were striking against his pale skin, and even in slumber, his brow remained slightly furrowed. Kronos reached out, intending to smooth away the crease, but halted just before contact. "Transformation charm," he silently recited, the tip of his wand shimmering with a faint light as the sofa transformed into a spacious four-poster bed. Kronos carefully laid Snape down. Snape stirred at his movement, his lashes fluttering before he opened his dark eyes, his voice thick with sleep. "Kronos, it's nothing, go back to sleep." Kronos' voice was low and soothing, imbued with an ancient charm. Snape blinked, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately offered only a vague response before slipping back into slumber. Kronos gazed at the boy's relaxed visage, waving his wand to cast a warming charm over the entire bed, ensuring the night's chill would not disturb the sleeping potion prodigy. After a moment's thought, he reclined himself. Let Dumbledore handle the Horcruxes. With this resolution in mind, Kronos closed his eyes, but as soon as he did, he felt Snape's hand unconsciously resting on his wrist, fingertips pressing against his pulse. Kronos reopened his eyes. Witnessing Snape instinctively confirming his presence even in sleep, his brow relaxing as if he had found some measure of safety. A wave of indescribable emotion washed over Kronos, and he gently turned his wrist, enclosing Snape's hand within his palm. The following morning, Snape awoke to the gentle insistence of his internal clock. Initially enveloped in warmth, he soon realized he was lying in an unfamiliar bed. To his astonishment, he found Kronos' face mere inches from his own. Snape's face flushed deeply, and he became aware that Kronos was still holding his hand. He attempted to withdraw it, but, fearing he might wake Kronos, he moved with utmost caution, his fingertips trembling slightly from anxiety. Yet, the subtle movement roused Kronos from slumber. Their eyes met, and a delicate atmosphere enveloped them. "Good morning." Kronos' voice was hoarse with sleep. "Good morning," Snape stammered, hastily sitting up, pretending to fix his disheveled black hair to mask his embarrassment. Kronos chuckled softly, joining him in sitting up and reaching out to smooth down Snape's jutting hair. As his fingers glided through Snape's dark locks, the boy went rigid, his breath nearly stalling. The silver sickle, forgotten from the previous night, leaped to the forefront, bringing with it a new message. After breakfast, Headmaster's office. It seemed their undertaking had borne fruit. Kronos grasped the sickle, watching as the coin transformed into a wisp of silver smoke at his fingertips. Snape nervously licked his lips. "Shall we go have breakfast?" Kronos nodded, adjusting the slightly askew collar of the youth's shirt. "Let us proceed." In the great hall, morning light streamed through the towering stained glass windows, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the long tables. Snape mechanically sliced through the pie on his plate, the clatter of knife and fork amplifying in his ears. He could feel Kronos' concerned glances directed at him, heightening his restlessness. The pie had been reduced to mere fragments, yet not a single bite had crossed his lips. "Severus?" Kronos' voice startled him, making his fork clatter onto the plate. With a swift movement, Snape stood, declaring, "I must attend class." He nearly fled, oblivious to Kronos behind him, perplexedly clutching a half-eaten pastry. In the headmaster's office, an ornate wooden box rested upon Dumbledore's desk, its lid intricately engraved with runes, now faintly glowing blue. With a light tap of Grindelwald's wand, the lid opened, revealing the Ravenclaw diadem nestled within. "Has the professor made arrangements for the diadem's location?" Dumbledore inquired. Brushing his hand across its surface, a wisp of dark mist emerging from the diadem, twisting grotesquely in the air. With a flick of his elder wand, Dumbledore dispelled the dark mist with a golden light, adding several complex containment charms to the box, the runes entwining around it like chains. "Perhaps the Room of Requirement is an ideal location," Dumbledore suggested, causing Kronos' pupils to constrict as fate began to shift. Noticing Kronos' sudden stiffness, Dumbledore continued, "It can block detection magic, and that will suffice," Kronos interjected, his gaze flickering, ultimately conceding to the plan. "Leave it to me." His voice was notably graver than usual. Dumbledore observed the fleeting seriousness in Kronos and nodded, pushing the box toward him. "Prophet," as Kronos reached for the box, Grindelwald unexpectedly stepped forward, interrupting him. "Such overt emotions. What are you worried about?" "Gellert," Dumbledore softly called, shaking his head at Grindelwald. He let out a soft scoff, reluctantly releasing his grip on Kronos' hand. Yet his gaze remained unyieldingly inquisitive. Kronos picked up the box and turned towards the door. At the moment the door clicked shut, he caught Grindelwald's words directed at Dumbledore. "What is he concealing, Albus?" "Everyone has the right to keep their secrets, Gellert." Dumbledore's response faded with the sound of the door closing. Kronos appeared at the entrance of the Room of Requirement, re-entering that concealed sanctuary. He magically enveloped the diadem, placing it once again upon the statue of the half-blood wizard. "Until I can deal with you myself." Kronos retrieved a vial of dragon's blood, dipping his finger into it to inscribe intricate runes upon the statue. As the final rune was etched, a thick black mist erupted from the diadem, attempting to breach the barrier Kronos had established. A silvery glint flickered in Kronos' eyes as the black mist struggled in defiance, ultimately retreating back into the diadem. Upon exiting the Room of Requirement, the torches in the corridor stretched his shadow long. Snape stood at the threshold of the shadows, the hem of his black robe fragrant with freshly harvested herbs, evidently just returned from the greenhouse. "Herbology class finished?" Kronos gestured towards the earth, smudged on Snape's sleeve. Snape pressed his lips together, his dark eyes scanning Kronos' pale fingertips. Have you dealt with the diadem? For the time being, Kronos' voice betrayed an unusual weariness. Leaning against the stone wall, his silver hair fell to obscure his eyes. Some things cannot be altered, even with foresight. Chapter 56, The Anchor of Fate. Snape's breath hitched slightly. This was the first time Kronos had displayed vulnerability before him. The young wizard's fingers curled and unfurled beneath the black robe, his throat bobbing several times before he took a step forward, placing a hand on Kronos' shoulder. There will be a way. Kronos lifted his gaze, the complexities of his green eyes shimmering as he grasped Snape's hand resting on his shoulder, their gazes intertwining in the dim corridor. Moments later, Kronos bowed his head, resting his forehead against Snape's hand. I will manage it. His voice was low yet resolute, almost a promise to Snape, and perhaps a vow to himself. I certainly will. Snape watched Kronos intently, allowing him to grip his hand tighter. He could feel the subtle tremor emanating from Kronos' palm, igniting an unfamiliar ache in his chest. I need to return to Norn Manor. Kronos suddenly raised his head, the earlier fragility vanishing entirely, transforming back into the powerful and confident senior that Snape recognized. Very well. Snape did not press further, merely nodding, his black eyes fixed on Kronos, cautious of everything. Kronos released his grip, his fingertips lightly tracing Snape's palm, leaving a cool sensation in their wake. He turned and departed, swiftly disappearing around the corner. Snape remained rooted to the spot, gazing down at his palm. There lingered the warmth of Kronos, akin to the icy depths of the Black Lake. Chill, yet inexplicably comforting. Kukulkan. Kronos stood once more before the crystal ball. Placing his hand atop it and chanting an ancient incantation, the chamber gradually suffused with silver light. Kronos' silver hair swayed without wind, his eyes transforming into radiant silver orbs as the brilliance within the crystal intensified, ultimately coalescing into a line of ancient runes. The anchor of fate cannot be altered. Beneath the inscription appeared several symbols: a sword, a pendant box, a golden cup, a diadem, a ring, a diary, a lightning bolt, and Nagini. Kronos' fingers glided over the symbols, golden threads extending from them, intertwining and weaving, while several points of light flickered upon the fabric of fate's anchors. So it is. His voice barely above a whisper. These anchors of fate cannot change their beginnings or ends, but their journeys can be altered. The brilliance of the crystal ball gradually waned, returning to tranquility as Kronos withdrew his hand, noticing a few more strands of white among his silver locks. Upon returning to the dormitory, it was already late at night. Kronos gazed at the light seeping through the door crack, a sudden sense of calm washing over him. He gently pushed the door open, discovering Snape seated at the table, the flickering candlelight casting shadows upon his focused profile. Hearing the door creak, Snape looked up, a barely perceptible relaxation crossing his features. You're back. Yes, Kronos affirmed, closing the door and stepping beside Snape, his eyes sweeping over the open books on the table, the neat annotations filling the margins densely. Is everything resolved? Snape set down his quill, raising his gaze to meet Kronos's. Kronos leaned against the table, conjuring a cup of warm milk to place beside Snape, more smoothly than anticipated. A slight smile graced his lips. With less than a month until summer break, do you have any plans? Snape accepted the teacup, the warmth seeping through the ceramic into his skin. He took a sip, lowering his gaze. Spinner's End. Has Norn Manor lost its allure for our potion's prodigy? The last syllable rose in pitch, and Snape detected the teasing lilt in Kronos' voice, turning his head away to avoid his gaze. If the invitation still stands, Snape murmured. Norn Manor is always open to you, Kronos replied, elongating the final syllable, though I have a splendid proposal. The Romanian Dragon Reserve. Why? Have you not been studying the use of dragon materials to mitigate potion toxicity? Kronos' fingertip tapped on the scattered parchment on the table, filled with Snape's research notes. Materials stored for too long can lose potency. Going there would yield the freshest ingredients. Kronos ardently coaxed Snape. Snape's eyes flickered with interest at the proposal, ultimately nodding to Kronos. What preparations are needed? Such matters need not concern my potion's genius, Kronos remarked, retrieving the empty teacup, gently guiding Snape to the edge of the bed. Now, you ought to rest. Snape frowned but did not resist, sitting at the bed's edge, his gaze trailing over Kronos' hair. Your hair has grown whiter. Kronos chuckled lightly, tucking a strand behind his ear. Merely a consequence of magical exhaustion. It shall soon return to normal. He reached out, seemingly wishing to stroke Snape's hair, but his hand halted midair. Snape stared at the suspended hand, his heartbeat quickening. He tilted his head slightly, allowing his hair to brush against Kronos' fingertips. Kronos' green eyes widened momentarily before he tenderly caressed Snape's dark locks, his touch gentle, as if handling precious potion ingredients. Sleep now. Snape nodded, yet refrained from lying down immediately. He watched as Kronos moved toward his own bed, suddenly calling out, Kronos. Yes? I'm looking forward to Romania. Kronos turned, a genuine smile gracing his lips. So am I. Once the candlelight extinguished, the dormitory was enveloped in darkness. Snape listened to the rhythmic cadence of Kronos' breathing and gradually closed his eyes. At the end of term feast, Lily's eyes brightened as she spotted them entering the hall, hastening toward them. Severus, do you have any plans for the summer? Will you be traveling with Senior Kronos? Snape nodded, offering a vague reply about traveling. And you, Lily? Kronos inquired, draping an arm around Snape's shoulders. Mum's planning to take Penny and me to Norway. Excitement sparkled in Lily's eyes. Nearby, Mary waved at Lily. Oh, Mary is calling me. Senior, Severus, see you next time. Kronos watched Lily's cheerful departure, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on Snape's shoulder. The fjords of Norway are indeed a sight to behold, he murmured, his voice tinged with contemplation. Yet for our potion genius, the Dragon Reserve holds far greater allure. Severus Snape tilted his head slightly. You seem quite intrigued by Lily's travels. His tone was unremarkable, yet it caused Kronos' fingers to falter for a brief moment. Just curiosity, Kronos retracted his hand. After all, she is one of your few friends. Snape's lips pressed into a fine line, offering no reply. Severus, Kronos suddenly leaned in closer, a glint of mischief flickering in his green eyes. Surely you aren't. Silence. Snape interrupted, reaching for the cup before him, taking a sip of pumpkin juice as a facade. Kronos chuckled lightly, but did not pursue the topic further. His gaze drifted over Snape's shoulder to the teacher's table. Grindelwald had cleared the dessert from Dumbledore's plate, prompting the old headmaster to tap his plate in protest. Tomorrow is the departure day, Kronos remarked, regaining his buoyancy. Puffskein will send our belongings to Romania in advance. Chapter 57. The journey to Romania. The Dragon Reserve lies deep within the Carpathian Mountains of Romania, where desolate, rugged landscapes teem with primordial forests and volcanic caverns. The air thick with the scent of sulfur. Kronos guided Snape through the Floo network at Noon Manor to the Dragonfire Sanctuary. Upon emerging from the fireplace, they were greeted by an enthusiastic voice. Mr. Noon, the reserve's researcher, Ivandra Draculescu, approached Kronos, shaking his hand and expressing gratitude for the previous donations from the Noon family. And my thanks to Mr. Draculescu for providing dragon materials for Noon Manor, Kronos replied courteously. Ivandra then turned to Snape. This must be Mr. Snape, the young potion genius Albus mentioned. Snape shook his hand, while Kronos leaned in to whisper, Ivandra and Dumbledore are old friends. They collaborated on the application of dragon blood and magical healing. Come with me, both of you. Your accommodations are prepared. Ivandra led them to a room deep within the Research Institute. Upon opening the door, Snape was astonished to find the room was a perfect replica of Noon Manor's bedroom. He cast a puzzled glance at Kronos, his dark eyes brimming with questions. Puffskein feared we might be uncomfortable, Kronos explained, insisting on relocating everything. We? Snape keenly seized upon that word, his gaze sweeping over the sole bed in the room, his throat involuntarily tightening. Space is limited here. You both will need to share a room, Ivandra remarked, checking the time on a pocket watch. Your passes and map are on the table. Dinner is served at 7 in the central hall. Enjoy yourselves. He winked sympathetically before closing the door behind him. The room fell abruptly silent, save for the crackling of wood in the fireplace. Kronos regarded Snape, who stood frozen, and couldn't help but chuckle. Severus, are you shy? He deliberately elongated the last syllable as he nudged Snape inside, casting a silencing charm with a flick of his wrist. No. Snape finally managed to utter after a prolonged silence, yet his flushed ears betrayed his true state. He hurried to the desk, feigning interest in the map to mask his fluster. Both men tacitly disregarded the nonverbal spells that would have easily resolved their predicament, neither daring to mention it. Kronos approached from behind, close enough to catch a whiff of the subtle aroma of potions in Snape's hair. If you wish, we could visit the habitat of the Chinese fireball this afternoon, he suggested, pointing to the red area on the map, and with a stroke of luck, we might witness their flame display. A flicker of anticipation crossed Snape's gaze as he examined the designated area on the map, a barely perceptible nod of agreement following. Kronos then handed Snape another piece of parchment. This is a distribution map of potion materials. Dragon's firegrass can be found there, perhaps suitable for explosive potions. Snape's eyes brightened further. He accepted the distribution map and began contemplating which materials would suit which potions. As they prepared to leave, Snape donned the specially tailored attire Kronos had provided, a lightweight black robe imbued with protective features, adorned with runes meticulously drawn by Kronos himself. They boarded the nocturnal thestral carriage, embarking toward the central plateau meadow. As the altitude increased, the scent of sulfur intensified, causing Snape to wrinkle his nose in discomfort. Kronos offered him a peppermint. It can be a bit overwhelming on your first visit. Snape popped the candy into his mouth, the refreshing mint flavor exploding within, alleviating the acrid sulfur odor. The carriage halted at the edge of a crimson meadow. "The rest of the way, we shall walk," Kronos announced, leaping down and offering a hand to assist Snape. They continued along the winding path toward the heart of the reserve, the flora gradually replaced by a blood-red grass. Not far ahead, a delicate pink flower caught Snape's attention. "Wait," he instructed, approaching cautiously to uproot the blossom. "Dragon's blood flower," he exclaimed, showcasing it to Kronos. "The probability of finding a dragon's blood flower amidst dragon's blood grass is 1 in 1,000. It seems our luck is favorable." They pressed onward as the sound of dragon roars echoed through the air, revealing the majestic form of the Chinese fireball in the distance. These colossal dragons bore heads resembling lions, their backs adorned with crimson scales edged in gold, gleaming in the sunlight like flames ablaze. The male fireball's horns curved backward, reminiscent of coral. One dragon appeared to sense their presence, releasing a thunderous roar and unleashing a torrent of flames that coalesced into a splendid dragon-shaped totem in the sky. Another male fireball swooped down from the air, charging directly toward them. Snape instinctively drew his wand, yet Kronos merely stepped forward, unobtrusively shielding him. The fireball circled above them before descending, scrutinizing them intently, and then called out to Kronos. Kronos approached with a smile, stroking its scales. "Xeroro, it has been too long. You seem to be thriving." Xeroro regarded Snape, then Kronos again, letting out another call that seemed tinged with discontent. "Severus is someone very important to me. You have matured into a grand dragon. No need for such antics." Kronos gently tapped Xeroro with his fingers. Upon hearing Kronos' words, Snape's breath hitched momentarily. Xeroro exhaled a plume of sparks, its golden slit pupils fixated on Snape. "Do not frighten him, Xeroro," Kronos turned to explain to Snape. "I found him 4 years ago on the Albanian border when he was no larger than a puppy, his wings half corroded by dark magic. Would you like to pet him?" Kronos' eyes sparkled with encouragement. Snape took a cautious step forward, his black robe fluttering slightly in the heat. Xeroro suddenly lowered its head, its snout nearly brushing against Snape's chest, its scorching breath carrying the unmistakable scent of sulfur. "He is assessing the potion materials on you," Kronos chuckled. "Dragons are quite sensitive to scents." Xeroro emitted a low growl before turning toward the rocky wall, its robust tail sweeping across the ground, stirring up a gust of warm air. After rummaging through a crevice for a moment, it returned, clutching a glowing red crystal in its jaws, and dropped it at Kronos' feet. "Dragon crystal?" Kronos bent down to pick up the semi-transparent crimson crystal, within which flames seemed to dance, its quality quite remarkable. He presented the crystal to Snape, saying, "A gift for you, a token of our meeting. He is rather fond of you." Snape received the dragon crystal, feeling a warm sensation at his fingertips. Khosrow snorted in displeasure, his golden eyes fixated intently on Kronos, his tail striking the ground, sparking with irritation. "Greedy creature." Kronos shook his head in resignation, retrieving a glimmering piece of fluorite from his dragonhide pouch. Khosrow immediately grasped the fluorite in his claws, flapping his wings joyfully, his tail swishing behind him. The gust created by his wings tousled the hair of both men, and Kronos conjured 2 windbreakers, the black one landing perfectly atop Snape's head. He tightened the chin strap and inquired, "Would you care to ride a dragon?" Chapter 58, Meteors and Wishes. Before Snape could respond, Kronos yanked him onto Khosrow's back. The dragon's scales were warm, and the dorsal fin had just enough space to accommodate 2. Kronos' arms encircled Snape's waist, his fingers gripping the protrusions along the spine. Breath brushing against Snape's ear, hold on to the gaps in the scales. A sudden sensation of weightlessness enveloped them as Khosrow soared vertically. Snape's fingertips turned pale from gripping tightly, while Kronos' voice, mingled with the rushing wind, urged, "Look to the east." They found themselves amidst a sea of clouds, the breathtaking panorama of the Carpathian Mountains sprawling before them. In the distance, a silver-blue shadow swept by, revealing a pack of Swedish short-snout dragons on the hunt. There lay the territorial markers of the Hungarian tree hornets. Kronos pointed to a distant volcanic mountain emitting sulphurous smoke. Suddenly, Khosrow dove, Snape's back pressed firmly against Kronos' chest, his heart racing uncontrollably, instinctively tightening his grip on Kronos' hand around his waist. He heard Kronos chuckle softly, his embrace tightening slightly. Khosrow halted before his lair, proudly gesturing towards the cave, inviting them to explore. The dragon firegrass that thrived in Khosrow's den was of exceptional quality. As they entered the cave, Snape followed Kronos' indication and indeed discovered several plants, entirely transparent, with veins flowing like flames. He disregarded the dazzling array of gemstones in Khosrow's lair, heading straight towards the corner where the dragon firegrass grew. Khosrow let out a disgruntled roar, perplexed as to why those few weeds captivated Snape more than his glittering collection. Kronos produced a larger, more radiant gemstone, and Khosrow was instantly entranced, promptly offering all the dragonfire grass in his lair to Snape. On their return, the setting sun bathed the clouds in golden reds. The night steed carriage meandered along the winding mountain path, Snape leaning against the window, observing the fiery patterns of the dragon crystal as they danced in the twilight. "What are you pondering?" Kronos inquired. "You seem to possess an innate understanding of many things. Is it a gift of the seer?" Snape turned to Kronos, his eyes filled with curiosity and inquiry, but more so with concern. A flicker of complex emotion passed through Kronos's green gaze, quickly replaced by his customary lazy smile. "Indeed," he drawled. "I also know that tonight there will be a draconic meteor shower, with the northern observation point of the reserve being the ideal vantage." Kronos's laughter was exuberant, and Snape found himself relaxing in response. As the carriage approached the research institute, night had fully descended. Ivan greeted them at the entrance, his round face beaming with smiles. "What treasures have you brought back?" Snape displayed the collected materials, and Ivan's eyes widened with delight. "Merlin, such pure dragon crystal. It must be from the Chinese fireball dragon region. The last time I encountered such quality was 3 years ago. It was dinner time, and Ivan led them to the central hall, where house elves had prepared a lavish feast of roasted meats and vegetables, accompanied by a large jug of bubbling butterbeer. "The meteor shower is expected to commence at midnight," Ivan remarked, slicing a piece of roasted lamb. "The observation point is already equipped with blankets and warm beverages." Upon returning to their room, Kronos retrieved 2 thick cloaks from the wardrobe, as the temperature would plummet at night. Snape noted that one of the dark green cloaks had the edges embroidered with tiny Ouroboros patterns, one of the gifts Kronos had bestowed upon him last Christmas. Unexpectedly brought to Romania. "Do we need to bring any observational tools?" Snape asked, carefully stowing the dragon crystal in his dragonhide pouch. Kronos shook his head. "Merely bring your eyes, that will suffice." He paused, adding, "and this." He conjured a small box of buzzing honey candies, the perfect companion for the meteor shower. The observation point was perched on the edge of a cliff, a wooden platform extending from the mountainside, overlooking a bottomless chasm. The night breeze carried the scents of pine and sulfur, brushing against their faces. There, Kronos pointed towards the southeastern sky, between Draco and Lyra. "The meteors will originate from that direction." He spread out the blanket, and they sat side by side, the hems of their cloaks overlapping, the dark green and silver gray nearly blending together in the moonlight. As the first meteor streaked across the sky, Snape was adjusting the clasp of his cloak. Kronos gently tapped his arm. "Look." It was a silver-blue streak, plummeting from Cygnus towards the horizon, its tail lingering in the night sky for several seconds before dissipating, followed swiftly by the second and third meteors. Soon, the entire southeastern sky was illuminated by the meteor shower. "Make a wish." Kronos' voice was particularly soft against the backdrop of the meteor shower. It is said that the meteors in Romania are particularly potent. Snape closed his eyes. What to wish for? The title of Master of Potions? The shadow of Voldemort to vanish forever? Or, he opened his eyes to find Kronos gazing at him, the starlight reflecting in his green eyes. In that moment, Snape suddenly understood what he truly desired. The return journey was nearly at dawn. The two walked silently along the mountain path, the only sound being the crunch of their boots upon the dry twigs. Kronos abruptly halted. "Something is following us." Snape instantly drew his wand, scanning the surroundings with vigilance, as rustling sounds emanated from the bushes. A shadow darted out, Khosrow, clutching a bundle made of leaves in its mouth. "Still awake at this hour?" Kronos took the bundle, revealing several shimmering dragon scales inside. "For me?" Khosrow growled softly, nudging Kronos' hand with its head before affectionately rubbing against Snape, then flapping its wings and soaring towards the volcano. "It likes you more than I expected," Kronos remarked, handing one of the dragon scales to Snape. "These are the shed wing membrane scales, perfect for crafting protective gear." Snape accepted the scale, feeling its warm, smooth surface, the edges glinting like metal. Later that evening, back in their room, Snape found himself grappling with the dilemma of sharing a bed with Kronos. He curled up on the sofa, engrossed in a book, attempting to evade the issue. "Severus, it is time to rest," Kronos called from the bed, patting the vacant space beside him. Snape's fingertips unconsciously traced the edges of the book pages. "You go ahead and sleep." Suddenly, a flurry of movement emanated from the bed. He heard Kronos' footsteps as a shadow fell across his book. "You." His words were cut off by a gasp as Kronos scooped him up and playfully jostled him. "Kronos." "No." The book tumbled to the ground, Snape being pinned to the bed. Kronos tucked him in, lying beside him, the faint aroma of mint enveloping Snape's senses. His body stiffened, forcing himself to close his eyes. Time passed, and eventually, Snape allowed himself to draw closer to the warmth. In his dreams, Kronos accurately grasped the hand Snape had hidden beneath the covers. Chapter 59, News and Antidotes. The morning sun streamed through the window, illuminating the faces of the two slumbering figures. Snape furrowed his brow slightly as his consciousness gradually returned. The first sensations he registered were the warmth emanating from behind him and the arms encircling his waist. Kronos' breath was steady and rhythmic, the exhalations brushing against the nape of his neck, instigating a slight itch on his skin. Snape opened his eyes, his awareness slowly coalescing. Over the past month, he had grown accustomed to Kronos' presence, his scent, and his touch. He let out a soft sigh, deftly shifting the arm draped over him aside. "Stop pretending. I know you're awake," Snape remarked without turning his head, his voice still tinged with the raspiness of sleep. He could sense the subtle shift in the breathing pattern of the man behind him, transitioning from the languorous rhythm of slumber to the deliberate steadiness of wakefulness. A quiet chuckle followed, and Kronos' arm encircled him once more, this time with a firmer grip. "Good morning, Severus," he said, his tone imbued with evident delight. "What brings you to wake so early today?" Snape felt Kronos' warm breath caress his ear, igniting a blush on his earlobes. He resisted the urge to rub his ears, merely tilting his head slightly. "Biological clock," Snape replied tersely, yet he had no intention of extricating himself again. He understood the futility of such resistance in Kronos' presence. A sudden, urgent tapping sound echoed from the direction of the window. Snape turned to see an owl persistently pecking at the glass, several letters tied to its talons. Kronos finally released him and rose to open the window. The owl immediately hopped onto the table, and Kronos retrieved the 3 letters from its feet, casually grabbing a biscuit from the bedside tray to offer it. "Whose letters are they?" Snape inquired as he sat up, his hair tousled from sleep, several rebellious strands sticking out in defiance. He instinctively ran his fingers through his hair. Kronos quickly scanned the signatures on the envelopes: Lily, Dumbledore, and my OWL's results. He handed Lily's letter to Snape while opening the one bearing the Hogwarts seal. Snape pretended to focus on unsealing Lily's letter. Yet he couldn't help but steal glances at Kronos' expression while he read the results. "Guess how many OS I received on my report," Kronos said, a confident smile gracing his lips as his gaze traversed the parchment. "All OS," Snape replied without hesitation, barely lifting his gaze. "If you didn't achieve all OS, I would suspect the examination board had collectively fallen victim to a confusion charm." His tone was flat. Kronos' abilities had long surpassed the standards of Hogwarts, and even the strictest Professor McGonagall had turned a blind eye to his truancy. "Correct. Would you like a reward?" Kronos casually set the report on the bedside table. Snape finally lifted his head, casting a glare at Kronos. "Do not treat me like a child." Kronos shook his head with a laugh and reached for Lily's letter, while Snape proceeded to open Dumbledore's correspondence. Lily's letter brimmed with her characteristic exuberance. She had sent them magical candies from Norway that were said to induce dreams of the aurora, along with several hand-drawn postcards depicting magnificent fjords and glaciers. At the end of her letter, she strongly recommended they experience the midnight sun in Norway and included the address of the quaint inn where she was staying, known for its view of the phenomenon. "A splendid suggestion," Kronos commented, returning the letter to its envelope. "Perhaps we could venture to Norway next time." He moved to the desk and picked up a quill, beginning to compose a reply to Lily. "What did Dumbledore's letter say?" Kronos inquired without looking up, the quill gliding smoothly across the parchment. Snape frowned as he handed over the parchment. The headmaster's handwriting remained as indecipherable as ever. Yet the message was clear. They had discovered a method to break the potion's curse, a purification charm developed by Merlin, though the conditions for its implementation were exceedingly stringent. Kronos finished reading, tapping his finger on the letter, and with a flash of silver, the parchment vanished. Snape pursed his lips and walked to a small cabinet in the corner of the room, carefully retrieving a bottle of dark red liquid, his significant research achievement during this time, capable of counteracting the toxic effects of the cave potion. "The antidote. It should prove beneficial for you," Snape said as he handed the vial to Kronos, his voice steady and devoid of any emotional inflection. Kronos accepted the bottle, clasping the youth's hand tightly, aware of Snape's late-night experiments and the countless failures he had endured. "Severus, thank you," he said, tucking the antidote carefully into his dragonhide pocket. "There is no need for such words," Snape replied, turning his gaze toward the window. The roar of Xoloro echoed from outside. This fireball dragon had become a regular visitor to the research institute. Snape approached the window, observing Xoloro soaring above, clutching a shimmering object in its talons. "Right on time." Kronos chuckled, joining Snape at the window. "He always drops by at this hour." Snape watched as Xoloro dove down, discarding the object onto the windowsill, a peculiar piece of volcanic rock, its surface adorned with crystalline cavities, with a faint magical pulsation emanating from within. Kronos took the volcanic rock, carefully attuning himself to the magical energies it contained. "Xoloro has brought us another fine gift," he remarked, breaking the rock open to reveal a red crystal nestled within. "This is crystal essence," Snape exclaimed, having only read about it in books. Kronos nodded, conjuring a crystal box to safeguard the essence. The components contained within this essence are theoretically equivalent to 10 pieces of the previous dragon crystal. "Our potion's prodigy will have ample work ahead. We can create an even more perfect antidote," Snape said, determination flickering in his eyes. "However, until then, you must not." Xaloro, feeling neglected, interrupted their conversation with a disgruntled roar. Kronos tossed a piece of luminescent stone to Xaloro, turning to Snape with a smile. "Don't be so hard on yourself, Severus. What we need to do now is enjoy the holiday." Chapter 60, Stringent Conditions. On their final day in Romania, they bid farewell to Xaloro, who stubbornly nudged Kronos with its head, unwilling to let him leave. "All right," Kronos said, patting Xaloro on the head and tossing him a few shiny stones. "I will come to see you again next time." Xaloro emitted a low whine but contentedly caught the stones in its talons, finally nudging Kronos' palm before spreading its wings and soaring into the sky. He turned to Snape, who had been silently observing. "Severus, it is time for us to depart." Upon returning to Hogwarts, they had scarcely set foot in the castle when they encountered Grindelwald descending the spiral staircase. "Just in time. Lad, Headmaster's office," he called out, hastily departing. The password to the Headmaster's office remained Dumbledore's beloved lemon sherbet. Upon entering, they found Dumbledore nearly buried beneath a mountain of parchment. Hearing their footsteps, he waved his wand, causing the papers to rearrange themselves, and looked up at them. "How was your summer?" he inquired, conjuring 2 cups of lemon tea for them. "Ivan mentioned he would like you to work there after graduation. It seems the dragons of Romania have taken quite a liking to you." Kronos accepted the tea with a smile. It was quite delightful. The dragons of Romania are indeed fascinating. He placed the antidote Snape had concocted on the table. Severus' research outcome, the antidote for the cave potion. Dumbledore cast a detection charm over the potion, gazing kindly at Snape, praising him for his remarkable achievement, truly impressive for one so young. "It's just that I conducted a few more experiments," Snape replied tersely, his eyes fixed on his teacup. "No need for modesty. You have indeed excelled," Dumbledore reassured him, returning the potion to Kronos. "Yet, the conditions for breaking the curse are exceedingly harsh." A rare note of concern crept into his voice. "The potion must be consumed by a soul untainted, using unicorn blood that has never been cursed. And the spell of eternal purification must be cast at the height of the moon's glow, its documentation long since lost." Snape turned his gaze toward Kronos, recalling that it was the same spell he had used during the unicorn's purification. Kronos patted his hand reassuringly and addressed Dumbledore. "The spell invented by Merlin drains an adult wizard of all their magical power with a single use, which is why it has been supplanted by later purification spells. Yet this incantation is the only one that targets the soul. Are there more records of it in the Noon family's archives?" Dumbledore inquired. Kronos shook his head. "Only a few scattered notes, but I shall do my utmost to search." "Then it must be so," Dumbledore remarked, casting a deep glance at Kronos, emphasizing, "You must never act alone again, and do not incite Gellert." "Of course," Kronos replied with a faint smile before bidding farewell to Dumbledore. Once outside the headmaster's office, Kronos was pulled into a corner by Snape, who raised his hand to cast a privacy charm, gripping Kronos' collar tightly. "You are planning another reckless adventure," Snape accused. Kronos raised his hands in surrender. "I had no intention of keeping it from you. It's just that Professor Dumbledore must not know." Snape's grip loosened momentarily but tightened again as he recalled Kronos' past transgressions. "Your plan?" "I intend to take Regulus to retrieve the locket." Kronos leaned against the wall, his smile masking an emotion in his eyes that Snape found inscrutable. "Why him?" Snape's throat tightened as he released Kronos. "He's only 13. What can he possibly do?" "Severus," Kronos sighed, his tone laced with resignation. "Some paths must be traversed, and I cannot alter them. This time, it must be Regulus." "It has to do with your price, doesn't it?" Snape keenly sensed that the path Kronos referred to was far from simple. "It is related, but not primarily so," Kronos replied, prying Snape's fingers from his collar. "He will be safe." Snape fell silent for a moment, ultimately refraining from pressing further. He had heard enough of Kronos' evasive remarks, and now merely hoped to graduate quickly to uncover the truth. The first years arrived as promised in the evening, and Kronos and Snape entered the Great Hall only after the sorting ceremony concluded. They slipped in through a side door, yet still attracted some attention. The younger Slytherins curiously scrutinized the legendary prefect, having been warned by their cousins not to provoke the one named Noon. "He's really handsome," a first-year girl with light golden hair whispered to her companion, her eyes fixed on Kronos, seated at the head of the long table. "That one beside him is just a nobody," the boy began, but was silenced by a third-year girl who clamped her hand over his mouth. "Be quiet," she hissed. The last person to say that is still in St. Mungo's. Kronos seemed to sense the stirrings of conversation, his green eyes sweeping over the first years as he raised his goblet, wishing everyone a pleasant time in Slytherin. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of all present. After the feast, Kronos ensured the first years were settled before exchanging a brief look with Snape and then proceeding alone to the room of requirement, where he instructed Regulus to wait for him. Prefect Noon, Regulus greeted, still wearing the rose brooch, which after Kronos' latest enhancements, now perfectly covered false memories without affecting true ones. That person came to my house again during the summer. He hopes I can create a more effective soul stabilizer. Regulus recounted calmly, I've made several improvements. Yet he remains dissatisfied. After the enhancement of the Horcrux, the effects of soul fragmentation on Voldemort were intensifying. His dissatisfaction was not aimed at Regulus' modifications, but rather stemmed from deepening suspicions regarding Regulus, seeking to find someone who could assist him. Alter it according to your own thoughts. There's no need to rush. Kronos spoke in a calm and resolute tone, presenting himself as a gifted student still in need of guidance, allowing Regulus to lower his guard. I understand, Regulus nodded. Did you summon me for anything else? Kronos paused for a moment, scrutinizing the prematurely mature boy before him. Soon, I will take you to do something, Kronos finally spoke, his voice low and serious. Of course, this matter must remain unknown to Voldemort, but should he ever become aware, you will stand irreversibly against him. Are you willing? Regardless of Regulus' willingness, Kronos would indeed take him, though the manner of doing so would differ. Regulus hesitated. I need to think. You have ample time to contemplate. Kronos assured him, remember, whatever decision you make, do not let anyone know of our meeting tonight. Thank you, Prefect Noon. As Regulus departed, the room of requirement fell silent. The anchor points of fate could not be altered. Only Regulus could retrieve the locket, yet Kronos could hasten the fulfillment of that destiny. Chapter 61. The Recovery of the Locket. The Forbidden Forest was dark and silent, as Kronos, cloaked, advanced beneath the dappled shadows of the trees. You have once again disturbed the trajectory of the stars. A deep voice emerged from the darkness, accompanied by the sound of hooves cracking dry branches. Kronos halted, revealing no surprise, and slowly raised his gaze to see Forenza, the centaur, emerging from behind an ancient oak. The stars will not cease their course. They merely lead to another possibility. Kronos looked up at the night sky, his voice soft yet imbued with undeniable resolve. I have matters that must be attended to. Forenza approached Kronos, towering over the young wizard with a gaze that held a hint of unperceived concern. Even if the cost is great? Even if the cost is great. Kronos affirmed decisively, having wagered all his chips at the table of fate from the very beginning. Forenza sighed heavily. The stars have already foretold your choice. I hope you understand that some paths, once taken, are difficult to retrace. I am aware. Kronos seemed to recall something, a smile gracing his lips, his eyes shining with determination. I will not turn back. Forenza said nothing further, merely nodding slightly before turning and disappearing into the depths of the forest. Kronos watched the centaur depart, continuing his journey toward the northern part of the Forbidden Forest. At a lake in the forest's northern reaches, its surface mirrored the starry sky, where a few unicorns were leisurely drinking, including the one Kronos had saved. This unicorn was the first to sense Kronos' presence, whinnying joyfully as it approached him, circling affectionately around him. Lealdor, Kronos whispered, his hand brushing through the unicorn's mane. Could you assist me with something? The unicorn represented the purest of beings, if possible. Kronos wished not to impose a favor. Lealdor understood his request, gently nudging Kronos' hand with its head and emitting a soft whinny, signifying its willingness. I need some of your blood. The statement resonated like a stone cast into a placid lake, causing the surrounding unicorns to halt their movements, gazing warily at Kronos. Their eyes reflected confusion and vigilance, with a few assuming defensive stances, while an elder unicorn even pointed its horn toward him. Lealdo remained gently at Kronos' side, nodding in agreement with his request, before turning to emit a soothing call to the other unicorns, gradually easing their watchful gazes. Kronos produced a silver blade, making a small incision on Lealdo's neck, the silvery blood quickly filling a crystal vial. I apologize, he murmured, as his fingertips shimmered with silver light, healing the wound as if it had never been. Thank you, Lealdo. Kronos' voice was deep and sincere as he carefully stowed the crystal vial in his pocket. Lealdo bowed his head, and a warm white light emanated from his horn, bathing Kronos in a comforting glow, akin to being enveloped in warm water. He heard Lealdo say, May fate bless you. This was the unicorn's blessing. Upon returning to the castle, as Kronos opened the door to his chamber, he locked eyes with Snape, who was seated in an armchair by the window, engrossed in a hefty ancient tome. How are preparations coming along? Snape scrutinized Kronos as he unfastened his cloak. ensuring he bore no injuries before diverting his gaze. Everything went smoothly, Kronos replied, shedding his cloak and settling beside Snape. The bitter aroma of potions emanating from the boy alleviating his fatigue. He placed the vial containing the unicorn's blood on the table. Snape's pupils contracted sharply at the sight of the liquid, his hand instinctively tightening around the book. Are you truly going to drink that? His voice emerged as a strained whisper. Do you have any idea? If there's a curse, you could exist in a state of half-life forever. One must slay a unicorn and consume its blood to invoke such a curse. Kronos gently patted his taut shoulder, his tone calm and gentle. The restricted section of the manor contains detailed accounts of unicorn blood. Rest assured, Severus, I would not undertake this lightly. I hope you can keep your word. Snape laid down the book, reclining on the bed and burying himself under the covers, leaving only a tangle of black hair visible. Kronos recognized this as a sign of his dissatisfaction. Shortly thereafter, Snape felt a slight indentation beside him. Since returning from Romania, Kronos' bed had remained unoccupied. Snape had protested a few times, but Kronos had skillfully sidestepped the issue, ultimately tacitly accepting this intimacy. Before the full moon in November, Kronos received a response from Regulus. The marks on the silver parchment deeper than ever, inscribed with, I am willing. On the day of the full moon, they returned to the cliffside, the sea breeze causing their robes to flutter. Regulus's complexion appeared even paler than usual, his fingers tightly gripping his wand, knuckles whitening. Norn, what do you need me to do? Regulus's voice was muffled by the wind, yet his feigned composure was evident. Just follow my lead. Nothing else is required. Kronos replied tersely, his expression unruffled, as if this were merely an ordinary excursion. As they traversed the tunnel, crossed the Black Lake, and reached the island in the lake, the moon hung directly above the central stone basin, casting an eerie glow upon the emerald potion within. Once I drink the potion, immediately retrieve the pendant box. Kronos instructed Regulus, his voice brooking no argument. Regulus nodded nervously, his wand trained on the stone basin, poised for action. Kronos withdrew the crystal vial, inhaled deeply, and tilted his head back to drink the unicorn's blood, bathed in moonlight. He drew his wand toward the basin, uttering, Luxpurga Aeterna. Dark mist swirled within the basin, forming twisted human faces, and Regulus seemed to hear anguished wails. As the black fog dissipated, Kronos consumed the potion from the basin, his expression remaining serene, though his trembling body betrayed the agony he endured. The pendant box emerged, and Regulus wasted no time, using magic to envelop it and swiftly replacing it with a replica. At this moment, Kronos' complexion turned ashen, his body swaying precariously as he forced himself to drink the antidote he had prepared. The antidote took effect swiftly, restoring some color to his face. Leave this place. Kronos' voice was weak yet resolute. As they boarded the rickety wooden boat once more, the drowned spirits beneath the water stirred, pale arms reaching out to grasp the edge of the vessel. Chapter 62. The New Developments of the Golden Cup. Fire Shield. A burst of blue flame erupted from Kronos' wand, forming a protective barrier of fire around the boat, driving back the encroaching spirits. Upon reaching the shore, Kronos retrieved a doll from his pocket and cast it into the lake, imbued with Regulus's essence. This doll would substitute for Regulus, swallowed by the lake's depths. Regulus watched as the doll transformed into a teenage boy, dragged into the lake's abyss by the spirits. What was that just now? Regulus finally asked, unable to contain his curiosity after exiting the tunnel. Just a little trinket to divert the spirits, Kronos replied nonchalantly, then grasped his arm tightly. In the next moment, the world spun, a sensation of compression enveloping them, and when they opened their eyes again, they stood at the edge of the forbidden forest. The prophet, Kronos, Grindelwald, and Snape spoke in unison. The two stood in the shadows beneath the trees, one with arms crossed, his demeanor stern, while the other fixed an intense gaze on Kronos, an almost imperceptible worry lurking in his eyes. Snape stepped forward first, steadying Kronos' arm, his heart tightening at the sight of his pale countenance. Are you all right? I'm fine. Your antidote works well, Kronos replied, shaking his head but leaning against Snape for support. Grindelwald's gaze flickered to Regulus, his tone icy. Mr. Black, you should return to the cellar. Regulus nodded in understanding. Very well, Professor Glass. He recognized that the ensuing conversation was beyond his purview and turned to walk toward the castle, his figure soon vanishing into the night. Prophet, my intention in concealing matters from Albus is not to indulge in trivial chatter with you and this boy, Grindelwald interrupted as Kronos and Snape engaged in hushed conversation. Kronos chuckled softly, retrieving a pitch-black wooden box from his robes. I have acquired the pendant box. The soul fragments within remain quite active. As the box opened, a chilling aura spread forth, revealing a hazy figure hovering above the pendant box, hissing in parcel tongue. Bow to me. I can grant you the glory of Slytherin, and also Enough, Kronos interrupted, dispersing his words with a wave of his hand. I will keep the pendant box safe. We need the professor to focus on the information regarding the ring. The remnants of the saints have been monitoring the Malfoy manor, Grindelwald remarked, a rare frown crossing his face. The Malfoy boy is far more cautious than his father. It was precisely due to this caution that Voldemort could entrust him with the safeguarding of the Horcrux. Kronos returned the pendant box to his possession, his tone steady. We must also keep an eye on the movements of the Black family. After all, Regulus is merely a student. Madame Walburga sent you an invitation, Snape interjected suddenly. It arrived tonight, Bellatrix Black and Rodolphus Lestrange's wedding, scheduled for the end of this month. Grindelwald scoffed. Both of them are loyal followers of Tom, Prophet. Be careful not to play yourself into a corner. I am but an ordinary guest at the banquet, Kronos chuckled, a flicker of shadow passing through his eyes. In the original timeline, the golden chalice was indeed brought to the Lestrange family as part of Bella's dowry and subsequently deposited in Gringotts' vault. Grindelwald snorted disdainfully, choosing not to elaborate further. Upon returning to the castle, Kronos feigned weakness, allowing Severus to assist him into the dormitory, where he was then firmly seated by Severus, who forcefully administered the stabilizing potion. Severus watched as Kronos swallowed the potion, a teasing smile curling at the corners of his lips. Your fragile senior cannot withstand such rough treatment. Silence, Severus snapped, casting him a pointed glare. If you are aware of your fragility, refrain from engaging in perilous endeavors. His capacity for inflicting pain upon the weak was considerable. Kronos chuckled softly, pulling Severus closer, naturally draping an arm over his shoulder. The subsequent matters could be entrusted to Dumbledore and the others. All he needed to do was play the role of a diligent student. A diligent student? You? Severus raised an eyebrow, skepticism evident in his gaze. Severus, you have wounded your senior's delicate heart, Kronos lamented theatrically, clutching his chest. Severus couldn't help but smile at his antics. The tension that had gripped him began to ease. Seeing that Kronos still possessed the energy for jest, he finally allowed himself to relax. Rest was indeed necessary. When Severus fell into a deep slumber, Kronos permitted his breathing to become erratic, perhaps due to his bodily condition. The potion's potency exceeded his expectations. The following day, upon awakening, Severus noticed that Kronos was unusually still asleep, his breathing steady, yet his body temperature markedly lower than usual. Grasping his wrist, Severus felt the strong pulse beneath his fingers and exhaled in relief. He left a cup of tea infused with stabilizer by Kronos's bedside and quietly exited the dormitory. In the dining hall, students congregated in small clusters for their meals. Regulus inadvertently found himself seated beside Severus, lowering his voice to inquire, "How is he?" "He is well," Severus replied softly, raising his pumpkin juice in a gesture. Regulus nodded almost imperceptibly, diverting his attention to the food before him. "Severus." Lily's voice chimed from nearby, her cheerful demeanor drawing closer. She surveyed Severus's surroundings, noticing the absence of Kronos. "Where's your senior?" she asked, surprised. "He didn't accompany you?" "He stayed up late studying and is resting," Severus succinctly explained. "Merlin, is that how your senior maintains all O's?" She mused, resting her chin on her hand, a hint of frustration evident. "My divination class has consistently yielded only A's." "He possesses a remarkable talent in that area," Severus replied vaguely. "Ah, I see." Lily perked up. "I recently came across prophecies regarding the Norn family in my readings." She animatedly shared tales from Hogsmeade with Severus, while his thoughts wandered back to the dormitory. In the Slytherin common room, Kronos awoke to the faint aroma of tea, spotting a note left by Severus. "Drink this, and do not wander off, SS." He chuckled softly, folding the note and placing it in a drawer before lifting the teacup to his lips and drinking it all. At that moment, the silver sickle in his pocket began to radiate warmth. He retrieved it, revealing a message from Regulus, the golden chalice. Understanding dawned in Kronos' eyes. At midnight, during their meeting in the room of requirement, Regulus handed him a letter from Mrs. Walburga. "My mother states that due to my inability to produce a potion satisfactory to that individual, the golden chalice must accompany cousin Bella to the Lestrange family." Chapter 63, Bella's Wedding Feast. The Lestrange family estate, nestled against the mountains, was adorned in the silver and green favored by pure-blood families, occupying the entire hall. Tapestries symbolizing the unbroken purity of the Black family, and those embroidered with the Lestrange family crest hung side by side on the walls. By the time Kronos arrived, the hall was already bustling with guests, as this wedding feast had invited nearly all pure-blood families. Several older Slytherins had also been brought by their parents. Hoping to catch Voldemort's attention, Regulus was busily attending to guests alongside Mrs. Walburga, surrounded by several pure-blood matrons who praised his youth and the favor he had garnered from the Dark Lord. "Kronos," Lucius approached him with a wine glass in hand. "I had thought you would not attend." Kronos raised his glass in a courteous gesture, a matter of etiquette. Lucius chuckled lightly, feigning casualness as he inquired. I hear you traveled to Romania over the summer? Merely gathering potion ingredients, Kronos replied, sipping his drink. Wasn't your family also seeking dragon materials? Lucius's eyes flashed with disdain. Dealing with the mess Avery created, he muttered before lowering his voice. However, speaking of potions, the Lord is quite interested in those with potion-making talent, and your companion, Mr. Snape, falls into that category. Kronos' expression remained inscrutable, his voice low yet resolute. Severus will not join the Death Eaters. Lucius raised an eyebrow, taken aback by Kronos' forthrightness. He drained his glass, saying meaningfully, I understand. As the wedding commenced, Bella appeared in a dark green robe embroidered with silver serpents, adorned with the Black family's ancestral black gemstone. Beside her stood Rodolphus, clad in a deep red robe bearing the Lestrange crest. Voldemort descended from the second floor, causing conversations to halt as he scanned the room, his gaze lingering momentarily on Kronos. The ceremony began solemnly under Voldemort's watchful eye, as Bella and Rodolphus exchanged rings, pledging their loyalty to one another and to the Dark Lord. Once the wedding feast formally commenced, Voldemort's voice unexpectedly resonated behind Kronos. He turned to face the Dark Lord, inclining his head slightly, my lord. Lucius reported to me regarding the conversation in Nocturne Alley. You seem to know more than I anticipated. Voldemort's indifferent red eyes fixed upon him. Perhaps you can enlighten me further about that prophecy from 1980. Kronos felt a chilling surge of magic wash over him, a form of legitimacy. He maintained his composure, allowing Voldemort to perceive only a vague recollection of that conversation. The Norn family's gift enables me to see events of the past. However, the future is rife with variables. Kronos paused. But I can see you traversing the path of prophecy. A flicker of intrigue sparked in Voldemort's gaze, seemingly satisfied with this answer. He shifted his attention to the newlyweds receiving congratulations from their guests and suddenly remarked, the Black family has offered sufficient loyalty, and the Golden Chalice will receive the protection of the Lestrange family. Kronos' gaze swept over the gilded box that Bella held, within which the Hufflepuff Golden Chalice was concealed. He nodded slightly. The Gringotts' vault was safer than any other place. A cold smirk danced upon Voldemort's lips. You understand my collection habits better than I imagined. His fingertips grazed the Ouroboros pin before Kronos. The prophetic gift of the Norn family is indeed remarkable, but Voldemort's tone carried a hint of threat. Some secrets are best kept shrouded in mystery. Kronos lowered his head slightly, his silver hair veiling the glimmering silver in his eyes. Of course, my lord. The seer knows best what to say and what to keep unsaid. Excellent. Voldemort chuckled softly, shifting the conversation to Severus's stabilizing potion. If I recall correctly, Mr. Severus Snape, a beneficiary of the Norn family, also possesses such talent. He extended a glass of wine towards Kronos. Such a gift should not be squandered on the classrooms of Hogwarts. Kronos' fingers tightened around the wine glass, yet his demeanor remained unperturbed. Severus is merely too focused on potion making. Hogwarts' classrooms are more suited for him. Kronos, your defense of Mr. Snape transcends the mere bounds of benefaction towards a student. Voldemort regarded Kronos with an inscrutable gaze, taking a sip of his drink. Yet to my mind, such a talent can only realize its utmost potential in my vicinity. Kronos downed the potion-laced drink, expressing gratitude for the flattering words. But I hope he can complete his studies first. The Norn family indeed places great emphasis on education, Voldemort remarked with a cryptic smile. I trust your graduation response will not disappoint me. Certainly. By the time they returned to Hogwarts, it was already late at night. The torches in the Slytherin dungeon elongated Kronos' shadow. Upon entering the dormitory, he found Snape leaning against the headboard, his dark hair cascading over advanced potion-making, his wand still grasped in hand. Kronos tiptoed to retrieve the book, only to have his wrist seized in an instant upon touching the wand. Kronos? Snape's voice was husky with sleep, his dark eyes slowly sharpening in focus. What time is it? 2 hours past curfew. Kronos conjured a cup of hot milk. Weren't you supposed to be asleep first? Snape released his grip, accepting the milk and taking a sip. How was the wedding? He inquired casually. Yet his gaze remained fixed upon Kronos' expression. A tedious social affair, Kronos replied, shedding the cumbersome formal attire. Bellatrix's wedding gown was embroidered with dark magic runes, and Rodolphus's brooch concealed a spyglass, a quintessential display of pure-blood pretensions. Snape made a dismissive sound. Voldemort? As ever, difficult to handle. Kronos settled beside the bed. He seems quite intrigued by my dear potion prodigy. Snape's fingers tightened around the rim of the cup. Someone approached me today, urging me to join the Death Eaters, claiming you are destined to align with the Dark Lord. His gaze bore into Kronos. What have you promised, Voldemort? Allegiance after graduation. The actions you've undertaken are hardly aligned with loyalty, Snape mused, contemplating Kronos' motives for attending the wedding, his lips twitching slightly. Is the news regarding the gold cup confirmed? Gryffindor, Lestrange's vault. We need not concern ourselves with it for now. Grindelwald will arrange surveillance. Kronos wearily rubbed his temples. Snape nodded, setting the empty cup down on the table, offering Kronos half of the bed. It's late. You should rest. As Kronos lay down, Snape's voice suddenly broke the silence. I will not join the Death Eaters. The words were so faint they were nearly inaudible. I know. Chapter 64, The Ring Returns. During breakfast the following day, owls flooded into the hall. A gray owl dropped the Daily Prophet in front of Snape, the headline glaringly proclaiming, Gringotts enhances security, goblins refuse to disclose details. Your Daily Prophet. Snape pushed the newspaper back, his fingertip lingering momentarily on the headline. Does this relate to last night? Kronos was slicing into a syrup pie, winking at him meaningfully. After all, certain valuable items require more stringent protection. He deliberately enunciated the words valuable items lightly, so only Snape could hear. Suddenly, Lily's red hair peeked out from between them. Good morning. What secret are you two discussing? She held a Transfiguration textbook in her arms, her green eyes sparkling with curiosity. New regulations at Gringotts, Snape replied tersely, folding the newspaper and tucking it into his pocket. In the distance, James's exaggerated laughter echoed. He was directing sausages to dance upon his plate with a fork, while Sirius clapped in approval, inadvertently spilling his pumpkin juice. And Remus waved his wand to assist Peter in cleaning up the mess. Merlin's beard. Lily rolled her eyes. Can they not eat a meal without causing chaos? Kronos handed her a cup of hot cocoa. I heard Potter and the others were once again confined by Professor McGonagall. Lily accepted the hot cocoa. Casting a disgruntled glance towards them, they blew up the cauldron in the potions classroom during their nighttime escapade. Professor Slughorn was furious. The laughter grew more boisterous, as James transformed his fork into a miniature broomstick, sending a sausage soaring onto Ravenclaw's long table, landing perfectly in some boy's pumpkin juice. 34, Potter. Professor McGonagall's voice pierced through the hall. James lazily responded, Professor, we merely wish to make breakfast a bit more entertaining. One more week of detention, Mr. Potter. McGonagall's words froze the expression on James's face, causing Lily to chuckle softly. Serves him right, she whispered, though her tone lacked genuine malice. Snape scoffed quietly, his dark eyes coldly scanning the Gryffindor table, reckless oaf. Kronos swallowed the last bite of his pie, smiling as he deftly diverted the conversation away from Potter. Shall we head to the library afterward? Snape nodded, though Lily sighed in frustration. I still have Transfiguration class. She exhaled dramatically. Professor McGonagall said their essay test today. I was up until 2 last night studying. Then you should prepare for class now. Kronos pointed towards the staff table, where McGonagall had already departed. Leaving behind a half-finished cup of steaming tea, there are 20 minutes left. That's ample time for a quick review. See you later, Severus, Lily said. Rising with her book, walking over to Mary, the two girls immediately huddled together in discussion, their laughter chiming intermittently. In the library, Kronos spun the silver sickle in his hand, casually perusing a book, while Snape sat beside him, organizing the potion formulas from the Mordred manuscript. Suddenly, Snape spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. Grindelwald wasn't in the hall during breakfast. Kronos set the silver sickle down, revealing the information Grindelwald had left. Gringotts. He went alone? Snape paused, surprised. Just to investigate. More people would merely hinder him. Kronos picked up the sickle, offering Snape a cup of mint tea laced with a wakefulness potion. Relax. Sev. Kronos' hand smoothed over Snape's furrowed brow, gently pressing his fingertip against his temple, casting a calming spell. Our Professor Glass is, after all, a former Dark Lord. A wizard of Dumbledore's caliber. There will be no issues. He spoke softly, nearly in a whisper, while simultaneously casting a silencing charm. Snape grasped his wrist, his dark eyes intensely focused on him, the pupils reflecting the hazy outline of Kronos. You always enjoy walking the edge of a knife. Kronos smiled slightly. So you were worried about me. His tone held a teasing lilt, yet his gaze was extraordinarily tender. Snape pursed his lips, releasing Kronos' hand and averting his gaze. Returning to his parchment, though his handwriting was noticeably more chaotic than before. Kronos grasped his hand firmly, his voice low and resolute. I will be fine. Everything is steering towards a brighter future. Snape remained averted, the quill hovering over the paper, the ink blurring into a splotch. Will there be a place for you in that future? A flicker of surprise crossed Kronos' face, yet he responded earnestly, of course. At that moment, Lily unexpectedly emerged from behind a bookshelf. Severus, Kronos. Her voice rang out clearly in the quiet library, drawing Madame Pance's warning gaze from afar. Snape instinctively withdrew his hand, bowing his head to continue studying the manuscript, but the quill remained motionless, his dark hair cascading down to obscure his expression, though the flush creeping up to his neck was unmistakable. Lily stifled a laugh, her green eyes glimmering with mischief. Did I interrupt something? Not at all. Kronos waved his hand, pulling out a chair magically. Care to write your transfiguration essay? Professor McGonagall assigned a 10-inch essay, and Lily, cradling her transfiguration textbook, settled into her seat across from him, her voice jubilant yet measured. Professor Slughorn was organizing a Christmas ball. This was announced just before the final Friday of exam week. As Kronos turned a page in his book, he caught sight of an unusual mark on the silver sickle. He discreetly pocketed it and inquired of Lily whether the professors had all agreed. Lily nodded, producing a partially written essay from her bag. Professor McGonagall had stated that they could relax a bit, provided she mimicked her serious tone, warning that certain students must ensure the classroom did not devolve into a zoo, a typical act of Potter. Severus finally lifted his gaze, his expression now composed, though the undercurrents of his emotions had yet to fully settle. Professor Slughorn remarked that one must bring a partner, and Mary had already received 3 invitations. Lily sighed. Propping her chin on her hand, she mused that James was busy inquiring about her dance partner. Merlin, surely he doesn't intend to invite me? Kronos raised an eyebrow, questioning whether she would accept him. I don't know, Lily replied, her cheeks tinged with a subtle blush as she feigned focus on her essay, her lips involuntarily curving upwards. Severus, will you be attending? Lily suddenly asked, her green eyes sparkling with anticipation as they turned to Snape. No, he replied, his quill swiftly crossing out an erroneous formula on the parchment. I have no interest in such tedious social gatherings. Who will the senior student invite as a partner? Slughorn had asserted that the prefects must attend. Lily regarded Kronos with curiosity, and Snape, too, turned his gaze upon him. The professors never specified a requirement for a partner. Kronos stated, offering Lily a cup of honey tea. She accepted the tea and took a sip. Well, it seems they shall all be disappointed, she said in a conspiratorial whisper. Hufflepuff's Yorick has set a wager on whom the most sought-after Slytherin will invite as a partner. Her gaze flitted between Kronos and Snape, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. Snape's grip on his quill tightened, nearly breaking it. The silver sickle in Kronos's pocket suddenly grew warm, prompting him to excuse himself to the restricted section. The sickle bore news of Grindelwald. Unexpected gain. Ring returns to its position. Protective charm, X3. Chapter 65. Crossing boundaries. Snape appeared silently behind Kronos. What's the matter? Kronos leaned against the bookshelf, flicking his fingers as the sickle arced gracefully through the air before landing securely back in his palm, as if it had traversed a journey only to return to its destined anchor point. That matter can be put to rest, Kronos said lightly. From here on, it is simply a matter of playing the good student at Hogwarts, occasionally dealing with Voldemort. Snape stepped closer, raising his hand to cast a privacy charm. Horcrux? Yes. Now we merely wait until 1980. Kronos concealed the coin, his fingertips tapping lightly on the bookshelf, a flicker of intensity flashing in his eyes. Were it not for the constraints of fate, he would not choose to bide his time, nor would he need to navigate such convoluted paths. He could have resolved Voldemort from the very outset. Snape's gaze fixed upon Kronos' face, his dark eyes swirling with complex emotions. After a brief silence, he suddenly grasped Kronos' wrist, pulling him closer. What after 1980? His voice was low, as if uncertain whether to voice the question. What will you do? What is the cost? Magic or soul? The last word was nearly squeezed from between his teeth. Kronos paused slightly, feeling the pressure of Snape's fingers, almost leaving a mark on his wrist. He did not pull away. Instead, he turned his wrist, grasping Snape's hand in return, his thumb gently rubbing over the prominent knuckles, as if soothing a wary black cat. Severus, I assure you, I will be fine. Snape's throat shifted, his eyes stubbornly fixed on Kronos' face, as if seeking to verify the truth of this statement, hoping Mr. Norn would remember his promise. Of course, Kronos replied, raising an eyebrow and curling his lips into a faint smile as he pulled Snape's hand, guiding him out of the restricted section. The news of the ball had permeated Hogwarts, the corridors thrumming with excited discussions among students. On their way to the Great Hall, a Ravenclaw girl suddenly dashed out from the crowd, blocking their path, specifically Snape's. With her light golden curls and hazel eyes, the Ravenclaw badge on her chest gleamed in the sunlight. Aminalyn Lockwood, Mr. Snape, she spoke rapidly, as if fearing interruption. Would you be my dance partner? Without waiting for Snape's response, she eagerly added, I've read your paper in Potion Innovations, and we would make the perfect pair. Snape's brow furrowed even deeper, his mouth opening as if to utter a refusal. Yet before he could articulate his response, Kronos stepped forward, subtly positioning himself to shield Snape, wearing a polite, yet distant smile, though his eyes lacked warmth. Miss Lockwood, he said, his voice lower than usual, I fear Severus may already have a prior engagement. Ainolin hesitated, her gaze flitting between the two. But I haven't heard. It's an internal arrangement within Slytherin, Kronos interjected, his tone leaving no room for debate. Einalin's face flushed, and she hurriedly apologized before vanishing back into the throng, until the girl's figure completely disappeared. Kronos remained perplexed by the source of his own agitation. When did I acquire such an engagement? Snape raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with amusement. A flicker of an inscrutable emotion shining in his dark eyes. Curiosity, perhaps, or some secret anticipation. Kronos found himself unusually at a loss for words. He opened his mouth, but could not conjure a reasonable explanation. Finally, he managed to stammer, last-minute plan. The rest of the afternoon found him plagued by this vexation. He made rare mistakes during potions class, prompting Professor Slughorn to regard him with astonishment on several occasions. At dinner, Kronos had little appetite, poking absently at the pie on his plate, while Snape occasionally glanced at him, a thoughtful expression on his face. Drink something, Snape said, pushing a glass of pumpkin juice toward him. You've hardly eaten since noon. Kronos sipped the pumpkin juice, the sweet flavor spreading across his tongue, yet failing to dissipate the turmoil within. I'm heading to the astronomy tower, he suddenly announced, rising from his seat. Don't wait up for me tonight. Without waiting for Snape's reply, Kronos strode out of the great hall. At the astronomy tower, Kronos leaned against the railing, gazing up at the vast expanse of stars above, lost in thought, when familiar footsteps approached. Grindelwald. What is the matter? Even the seer finds himself perplexed at times. Grindelwald offered Kronos a glass of fire whiskey. Kronos took a sip, then spoke slowly. I believe I understand human emotions well enough, yet when certain feelings arise within me, I cannot discern their origin. Grindelwald chuckled lightly, leaning against the railing, his fingertips tapping gently against the glass, producing a crisp sound. You can perceive the myriad paths of fate, yet remain blind to your own heart? Your concern for that boy has long transcended the bounds of ally or friend. Kronos' fingers tightened suddenly, a crack appearing in the frost that had formed on the glass. You will pay heed to every subtle expression of his. Feeling a twinge of irritation when others draw near him, instinctively positioning your body to shield him. Grindelwald's voice gradually unveils the nuances that Kronos had previously overlooked. These reactions are far from those one would exhibit towards a mere companion. Kronos continues to gaze at the heavens, where Snape's celestial trajectory intertwines tightly with his own, and memories of moments spent with Snape resurface. The habitual preparation of invigorating potions for him after class, the immediate thought of him upon acquiring rare potion ingredients, and even the unconscious vigil kept beside him during his late-night potion brewing until dawn breaks. Merlin, how amusing. Kronos chuckles softly, covering his eyes. It dawns on him that the inexplicable vexation and fluttering sensations, the instinctual protectiveness, all point to a singular conclusion. Grindelwald swirled the dregs of his glass, remarking that our seer has finally come to enlightenment. Kronos drained his cup in one swift motion, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for tonight, Professor, before setting the glass down and striding out of the astronomy tower. In the Slytherin dungeon, as Kronos pushed the door to his dormitory open, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of cream. Your dinner, Snape remarked, leaning against the headboard with a book in hand. On the central table lay a bowl of steaming creamy pasta, accompanied by a cup of warm peppermint tea. A warm tide surged within Kronos as he realized that Snape, too, cared for him in his own way, remembering his preferences, attuning to his state, and even preparing food after his capricious departure. After finishing his meal, Kronos suddenly declared to Snape, I have found my dance partner. Chapter 66, The Starry Ball. As soon as his words fell, Snape's page-turning motion paused imperceptibly. He lifted his gaze, his dark pupils appearing particularly profound beneath the candlelight. Oh, Snape's voice was deliberately calm. Who is so fortunate? A mysterious smile graced Kronos' lips as he leisurely wiped his mouth, placing the napkin on the table, opting to keep the details to himself for the moment. He winked. However, I can assure you, it shall be an unforgettable day. Snape's brow furrowed slightly before relaxing once more. Suit yourself. He returned to his book. Yet Kronos observed that for the next several minutes, Snape did not turn a single page. In the days that followed, Kronos maintained his air of mystery, returning to the dormitory only just before curfew, reeking of various magical essences. Snape feigned casual inquiries, but Kronos merely smiled and deftly changed the subject. On the eve of the ball, during the Slug Club meeting, Professor Slughorn announced a special task in preparation for the event, to concoct a love potion perfume. This fragrance would not evoke genuine love magic, but would elicit feelings of joy. 1 bottle each, to be submitted before the ball tomorrow, Slughorn proclaimed, animatedly announcing it as the highlight of our soiree. Snape and Kronos were assigned to the same group. As Snape skillfully handled the petals of moonlight flowers, Kronos spoke up. I have heard that this perfume will reflect the scent of the one you admire. Is that so? Snape showed little interest in the perfume, yet when it was completed, the aroma he detected was unmistakably Kronos' unique mint fragrance. On the day of the Christmas ball, Hogwarts was awash in a joyous atmosphere. The corridors were adorned with holly and mistletoe, and the great hall transformed into a grand ballroom. Yet, this revelry held no allure for Snape, who busied himself in his dormitory transcribing potion recipes in a rare state of disarray, pondering the identity of Kronos' dance partner. Halfway through the ball, a silver paper crane fluttered in through the door, landing before him. Snape unfolded the crane to reveal a familiar script, Astronomy Tower, CN. A warm wave surged within Snape as a clandestine thought began to take shape. The corridor was deserted, everyone lost in the merriment of the ball. Snape quickened his pace, almost breaking into a run. Upon reaching the Astronomy Tower staircase, he noticed each step adorned with tiny starlight, as if someone had scattered fragments of stars. The door at the top of the tower stood ajar, and as Snape pushed it open, he was left breathless by the sight before him. The ceiling of the Astronomy Tower had vanished, revealing countless twinkling stars overhead, with the floor strewn with silver-blue lights that rippled with each step. Kronos stood at the center of the tower, clad in a silver-gray ceremonial robe embroidered with subtle star patterns. His hair was neater than usual, though a few rebellious strands still fell over his forehead, adding a touch of effortless charm. He smiled at Snape, his voice deep and gentle. "You've come." Snape remained rooted in place, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. His heart raced as he beheld a side of Kronos he had never seen before. His eyes brimming with an emotion Snape dared not name. "Shouldn't you be at the ball?" Snape finally inquired, his voice drier than intended. Kronos stepped forward, the starlight trailing in his wake. "I know you dislike crowded gatherings, so for this ball, it shall be just the two of us." His answer skirted the question, but Snape understood. "Will you be my dance partner?" Kronos inclined slightly, extending his hand in invitation. Snape's fingertips trembled beneath his robe. Did he truly comprehend what he was proposing? Kronos' fingers lingered patiently in the air as he raised his gaze. "Of course I do. My choice of dance partner has always been Severus Snape." Snape's fingers curled slightly within the confines of his sleeve, as if yearning to grasp something, yet hesitating to reach out. "Are you certain this is not some jest?" Snape's voice was low, laced with an almost imperceptible tension. Kronos did not withdraw his hand. Instead, he took a step closer, diminishing the space between them. "Severus," Kronos murmured softly, "I began preparing for this moment from the day we met. I dedicated 2 whole weeks in the restricted section studying celestial magic, sneaking up to the Astronomy Tower at midnight to set up the starlight. All for today, for this moment." A subtle smile graced his lips. "Do you truly believe I would go to such lengths for a mere jest?" Snape's breath hitched momentarily, as if an invisible force tightened around his chest, the sound of his heartbeat echoing in his ears. He had never imagined someone would go to such lengths for him, that someone would orchestrate a ball uniquely for his desires. It felt as though from the moment he encountered Kronos, he had been chosen resolutely by him. Kronos' fingers gently reached forward, finally brushing against Snape's fingertips. "So," his voice barely above a whisper, "will you dance with me?" Snape's fingertips trembled slightly, yet he did not withdraw his hand. He slowly lifted his gaze, his obsidian-hued eyes reflecting Kronos' figure. "You know I cannot dance," he replied softly, though his tone bore no hint of refusal. Kronos chuckled, tightening his grip around Snape's hand. "That matters not," he said. "I can teach you." He waved his hand gently, the starlight tracing patterns of dance upon the floor, as a soft melody drifted through the air on the breeze. Kronos' hand rested lightly on Snape's waist, guiding him forward. Initially, Snape's movements were a touch stiff, yet he soon adapted to the rhythm. This was not the clamor of the ball, nor the scrutiny of a crowd. It was merely the two of them, sharing this luminous moment beneath the stars. "You dance better than I imagined," Kronos remarked. Kronos chuckled softly, his breath brushing against Snape's ear. The corners of Snape's mouth twitched imperceptibly. "Do not take pride in this, for I merely wish to avoid stepping on your toes." "You may tread," Kronos replied with a playful tone. "I do not mind." Snape offered no retort, yet he tightened his clasped hands, a silent acknowledgement. Kronos gently pressed his forehead against Snape's, their breaths intertwining, the sense of mint and potions mingling in the air. Suddenly, Severus Kronos spoke, his voice barely above a whisper, almost like a sigh. I have affections for you." Snape paused momentarily, tilting his head slightly, his earlobes tinged with a blush. "I am aware." Kronos chuckled softly. "Is that all?" Snape fell silent for a brief moment, before finally tightening his grip on Kronos' shoulder, his voice deep and resolute. "I feel the same." Chapter 67, Confession. The day after the Christmas ball was a weekend, and Snape awoke once more in the embrace of Kronos. Although he had grown accustomed to such intimacy, he still felt a warmth upon his cheeks. The words "I like you" from the previous night still burned in his ears. He shifted slightly, attempting to turn over without rousing Kronos, but the latter's arm tightened immediately. "What time is it?" Kronos' voice was husky from sleep as he rubbed his chin against the top of Snape's head. It is just dawn, Snape replied softly, his fingertips unconsciously clutching the sheets. Kronos chuckled lightly, suddenly pulling him back, causing Snape to tumble completely into his embrace. Let us rest a while longer. I heard you only fell asleep in the dead of night. The warmth of Kronos's breath caressed the nape of Snape's neck, long and soothing. Snape could distinctly feel the rise and fall of his chest, along with the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. You, Snape turned to face Kronos. You always seem to know me so well, yet even at this juncture, I find I know so little about you. Snape's words dissipated Kronos's drowsiness somewhat. As he tenderly caressed Snape's face, I can divulge anything you wish to know, including the truth after graduation. Snape grasped Kronos's wandering hand. That is rather unfair. Severus, Kronos said, pulling Snape's hand to his lips, his eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. Ultimately, he added, of course, as long as it is just me. Kronos left his thought unfinished, merely resting their foreheads together. Severus, I shall share my memories with you. Close your eyes. Snape complied, feeling his consciousness gradually detach. When his vision cleared once more, he found himself in the shrieking shack. The air was thick with dust and the metallic scent of blood. Snape beheld a silver-haired man, Kronos in his mature form, draped in a silver robe he did not recognize, standing in the shadows of the room. Not far off, he saw a figure in black robes sprawled on the ground, encircled by 3 youths, despite the blood that marred the man's face. Snape's instincts told him that this black-robed figure was none other than himself. No, Snape heard his own whisper. He yearned to approach, yet found himself unable to move, relegated to the role of a mere observer. He witnessed his future self laboring for breath, blood gushing from a wound on his neck. As his future self struggled to utter, "Look at me," it was a hoarse murmur barely audible. Snape heard Kronos's sigh, a profoundly unsettling emotion emanating from it, its origins unknown. Then, the space around Snape began to warp, time reversing, scenes shifting. He found himself in the Great Hall of Hogwarts during the sorting ceremony, where a child named Harry Potter was assigned to Gryffindor, the crowd erupting in cheers, heralding him as the chosen one. Meanwhile, Kronos appeared as an 11-year-old Slytherin, a figure he had never encountered, observing the proceedings with calm detachment. He also glimpsed his own self, a brooding, greasy potions master, reluctant to acknowledge that this was his future. The Professor Snape stood at the staff table, his expression impassive as he watched the ceremony. When his gaze swept over Harry Potter, Snape caught a flicker of complex emotion in his eyes. Time accelerated, scenes unfolding before Snape's eyes. He saw himself clandestinely guarding Harry Potter, acting as a double agent for both Dumbledore and Voldemort. Those nights, he watched his future self alone in his office, brewing intricate potions or engaging in secret discussions with Dumbledore, his eyes heavy with fatigue and resolve. In these moments, he seldom glimpsed Kronos, yet felt the ever-present gaze following him. Sometimes in the library's corners, sometimes in the shadows of the corridors, Kronos always silently observed Professor Snape. The final scene returned to the shrieking shack, where he witnessed himself shielding those 3 students, perishing at Voldemort's hands, Nagini's fangs piercing his neck, blood spewing forth. Time froze. Kronos reappeared, this time standing directly before Snape. "Professor, you do not deserve such a fate." Snape heard the sound of an hourglass being turned, silver light pouring forth from Kronos. Snape was thrust into another cycle, yet the outcome remained unchanged. A vague voice echoed, "The loom of fate cannot be altered unless new threads are woven from the very beginning, and presently, you are unrecorded by the loom." "I understand, Mother." Snape finally heard Kronos respond in kind, the last image lingering on their first meeting in Spinner's End. When Snape opened his eyes once more, Kronos was gazing at him, the tenderness in his eyes threatening to drown him. "Are you well?" Kronos gently massaged Snape's temples. Snape's breath still came in quick bursts, his fingertips unconsciously clutching the fabric of Kronos's clothing. His voice was hoarse. "How many times have you reversed time? What did you sacrifice?" Kronos embraced him, soothingly patting his back. "This is the 3rd time, using a portion of my strength as collateral." "So your approach to me was for..." Snape slightly pulled away from his embrace, lifting his gaze to Kronos. "Certainly not. Initially, the plan was merely to have you attend school as a benefactor of the Norn family." Kronos leaned closer to Snape. "However, when I received your first letter, I realized you were different, and thus I allowed myself to draw near." Kronos pressed his lips to Snape's forehead. "I fell for you, the one who would spend months refining the stabilizer for me, awkwardly caring for me at every turn." "Severus." "Flattery," Snape retorted, though the tips of his ears betrayed him, turning a shade of crimson. "Severus Snape." Kronos softly intoned his full name. "This time I want you to live, to be seen by all, to receive everything that rightfully belongs to you." Another kiss landing on his brow. Snape's lips formed a straight line, his hands interlaced with Kronos's. "This time we shall rewrite the ending together. You must not." The unfinished words were sealed by Kronos' lips. I will remain by your side until the end of fate. Chapter 68. The Ring. Since the day they shared memories, it seemed as though the final invisible barrier between them had been shattered, drawing their relationship closer. This was evident in Kronos' increasingly audacious demeanor. At this moment, he lounged languidly in the library's armchair, one hand flipping through advanced charms, while the other idly played with the tips of Snape's hair. Focus, Snape admonished softly without raising his head, the quill scratching against the parchment. I am utterly focused. Kronos chuckled lightly, twirling a strand of black hair around his fingertip, but you are far more captivating than the study of charms. Severus Snape's ears flushed slightly, yet he maintained his stern demeanor. If you continue to distract me from completing this essay, you shall sleep alone tonight. How cruel. Kronos feigned a wounded sigh but withdrew his hand, propping his chin on his palm to gaze at him. However, your serious expression is indeed quite enchanting. Snape's quill paused momentarily, ink spreading into a small blot upon the parchment. He pressed his lips together, finally lifting his gaze to glare at Kronos. Could you remain silent for 10 minutes? Certainly. Kronos blinked innocently, suddenly leaning closer and whispering in his ear, but you must accompany me to the Black Lake afterwards. Snape's breath hitched, his fingers instinctively tightening around the quill. Why? Because I wish to kiss you, Kronos declared with unassailable confidence, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. And the library is hardly the ideal setting. Snape's face instantly flushed crimson, and he abruptly bowed his head, pretending to concentrate on his essay. Satisfied, Kronos reclined against the chair's back, resuming his reading as if their previous conversation had never transpired. As evening descended upon the shimmering surface of the Black Lake, the setting sun cast golden flecks upon the water. Snape stood on the grassy bank, his gaze fixed upon the tranquil waters. Kronos wrapped his arms around him from behind, resting his chin gently on his shoulder. Nervous? There are people, Snape replied quietly, noting a few Slytherin students practicing spells not far off. Then we can find another spot. Kronos chuckled softly, leading him behind a massive beech tree. Leaning against the trunk, Snape swallowed, his eyelashes fluttering slightly. Relax, Severus. Kronos' fingers gently caressed his cheek, his thumb brushing tenderly against the outer corner of his eye, his gaze warm and focused. You always look at me like that, Snape murmured. Because I can never get enough, Kronos replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Snape's breath quickened, and he cast his eyes downward, his lashes casting a small shadow across his face. Kronos, no longer hesitating, lowered his head and pressed his lips against Snape's. The kiss was soft, like a feather's touch, yet it nearly halted Snape's heart. Instinctively, he grasped Kronos' clothing, his fingertips trembling ever so slightly. Kronos drew back a fraction, their noses brushing together as he spoke with a teasing lilt. Breathe, Severus. It was then Snape realized he had been holding his breath. He inhaled sharply, his cheeks aflame. Unable to resist, Kronos kissed him once more, and this time Snape finally reciprocated, albeit awkwardly, which melted Kronos' heart into a puddle. Upon returning to the Great Hall, Kronos caught sight of Lily regarding him with a playful glint in her eyes. What is it? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Lily's gaze flitted between the two of them, and she stifled a laugh behind her hand. Merlin, I saw you by the Black Lake just now. What they all knew. Snape discreetly pinched Kronos' arm, heat rising to his ears. Kronos drew in a sharp breath at the pinch, but couldn't help laughing even more heartily. He exaggeratedly rubbed his arm, winking at Lily. Lily, peeking is hardly a commendable habit. I wasn't peeking, Lily retorted playfully, but your chosen location was rather conspicuous. Snape's ears nearly burned with embarrassment at her words, while Kronos entwined his fingers under Snape's sleeve, giving a gentle squeeze. Severus, Lily suddenly met his eyes with seriousness. As a friend, I wish you both happiness. Her sincere blessing caused Snape's tense shoulders to relax slightly. He pressed his lips together, his gaze resting on Lily before he softly replied, Thank you, Lily. Noticing that Snape's fingers had become less rigid beneath his sleeve, Kronos boldly slid his fingers between Snape's, their hands intertwining. This gesture made Snape's ears redden further, yet he did not withdraw his hand. All right, I shall not disturb you any longer, Lily winked, her emerald eyes sparkling with mischief, a smile playing on her lips. Just remember to find a more discreet location next time. She cast a knowing look at Kronos before turning to leave. Next time, Snape warned Kronos through clenched teeth. No more public displays. As you wish, my dear Severus, Kronos feigned innocence, his tone dripping with affected sorrow. Later that night, upon returning to their dormitory, Snape's eyes were immediately drawn to a velvet box that had appeared on his desk. What is this? I had Bubbles deliver it, Kronos replied, lifting the box to reveal a pair of silver rings, each adorned with a miniature hourglass. I know you worry I might suddenly vanish. He slipped one ring onto Snape's ring finger. This will guide you to my location. Kronos gently placed the other ring in Snape's palm. his fingertips teasingly brushing against the inside of Snape's wrist. "Now it is your turn, Severus." Snape stared at the silver ring in his palm, swallowing hard. As he grasped the ring, Kronos suddenly pulled his hand behind his back, tilting his head playfully to tease him. "There is a condition. You must say something sweet." Snape's ears turned crimson, and his fingers trembled slightly around the ring. "Do not push your luck." Kronos feigned a sigh, turning to walk towards the bathroom. "Then I shall wear it myself." Snape's wrist was suddenly seized, and he was yanked back, his lips pressed into a thin line. Under Kronos's playful gaze, he inhaled deeply, his voice barely above a whisper. "Give me your hand, Kronos." "I can't hear you." Kronos leaned closer to Snape's flushed ear. "Extend your hand." Snape barked in frustration. Yet as Kronos extended his hand with a smile, he handled it delicately, as if it were a fragile treasure. As the silver ring slid onto Snape's ring finger, the hourglass on its face erupted in a shower of twinkling starlight. A silver thread suddenly leapt from the two rings, intertwining like strands of moonlight around their fingertips. Snape stared in astonishment as the delicate thread stretched with Kronos's retreating motion. "Now you can always find me." Chapter 69, The Visit from Voldemort. The ring remained on Snape's hand for just one night. He threaded it onto a slender silver chain, hiding it beneath the collar of his robe. "Am I truly so unpresentable, Severus?" Kronos pouted playfully, his fingers gently teasing the silver chain that peeked out from Snape's collar. Snape swatted his hand away, his ears tinged with red. "Do not be ridiculous," he murmured, adjusting his disheveled collar. "Potions class is messy, and," he hesitated, "it is rather conspicuous." Kronos raised an eyebrow, pulling Snape closer until their noses nearly touched. "So you're not shy then?" Be quiet." Snape turned his face away in annoyance. All right, I shall be silent." Kronos mimicked, sealing his lips. "Childish," Snape scoffed, though he could not conceal the slight upward curve at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, Kronos leaned in and pecked Snape's lips before darting back, grinning like a mischievous cat. Snape, taken aback, blinked in surprise before shooting him a glare filled with a mix of embarrassment and irritation. "You." Kronos blinked innocently, pointing to his own lips, his eyes alight with playful laughter. Snape took a deep breath, striving to quell the heat rising to his face. "I have class to attend." After Snape left the dormitory, Kronos received a letter from Malfoy Manor. Lucius's elegant handwriting graced the page, yet the message conveyed within caused Kronos to furrow his brow slightly. At the dinner, Father alluded to the Book of Prophecies belonging to the Norn family, piquing Lord's interest. He anticipated hosting a small seminar in your family's library on the night of the full moon in July. The parchment in Kronos's hands turned to ash, a flicker of coldness passing through his eyes. The Book of Prophecies was never a collection displayed openly. Voldemort was evidently aware of the Norn family's secrets. The contents of the book would automatically update with significant historical milestones, predicting the trajectory of events. Lucius served as a reminder, while Voldemort tested his loyalty. Kronos withdrew a piece of parchment and penned a response. "It is with great pleasure that I extend an invitation to the Dark Duke to visit Norn Manor on the night of the full moon in July. The library shall be open to you." Indeed, the Book of Prophecies contains many intriguing predictions. However, the most recent update suggests that certain overly radical actions may lead to repercussions. Perhaps this meeting will provide us with a more prudent direction. He dried the ink and stamped it with the Norn family's Ouroboros crest. Kronos gazed at the letter, a cold smile gracing his lips, hoping that Voldemort would appreciate the carefully embellished truth. On the night of the full moon in July, Kronos awaited Voldemort alongside Snape in the manor's parlor. "You need not involve yourself," Kronos murmured, his fingertips tapping lightly against the teacup's rim. Voldemort's fervor for prophecies surpassed ordinary imagination. Tonight's discourse would hardly be pleasant. Snape shot him a sidelong glance, his dark eyes swirling with a stubborn emotion. "Assuming you remember our relationship." "Of course," Kronos replied with a serene smile, grasping Snape's hand. "Yet, rather than subjecting you to Voldemort's trials, I would prefer to witness you concoct a flawless potion." Just as Snape was about to retort, the flames in the hearth surged, twisting into a distorted silhouette. Lucius stepped forth first, his silver-gray cloak still dusted with the sparkles of flue powder, giving a nearly imperceptible nod to Kronos before stepping aside. Voldemort's figure emerged from the green flames, his crimson pupils scanning the room, ultimately settling on Kronos's face. "Kronos," he said, a semblance of pleasure tugging at the corners of his mouth, "your manner is more intriguing than I had anticipated. I am honored by your compliment." "The library is prepared for your visit," Kronos replied, glancing at Lucius and lightly tapping his teacup, signaling him to wait. "As for you, Severus, do extend your hospitality to him," he added, his gaze fixed on Snape, conveying an unyielding insistence. Snape's brow furrowed for a fleeting moment, but quickly returned to its calm demeanor. He inclined his head slightly, his voice low. "As you wish." Lucius raised an eyebrow. a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes as he offered Snape a feigned smile. Much obliged. Snape huffed softly, gesturing for Lucius to follow. The two walked towards the sofa area on the opposite side of the parlor, a subtle tension enveloping the air. Kronos turned to Voldemort, a perfectly measured smile of respect gracing his lips. Please, follow me, my lord. The library is on the 3rd floor. Voldemort's scarlet gaze narrowed slightly, as if appraising every nuance of Kronos' expression, before he slowly nodded and followed Kronos up the spiral staircase. In the parlor, Lucius lounged languidly against the back of the sofa, his fingers tracing the contours of his serpent-headed cane. Mr. Snape, your relationship with Kronos is quite unexpected. Snape, maintaining a stoic expression, poured him a cup of red tea. I had thought the Malfoy household's upbringing included a clause against prying into others' affairs. Lucius chuckled lightly as he accepted the teacup, merely concerned for an old friend. After all, he sipped his tea. Kronos has exhibited an extraordinary degree of care for you from the outset. He suddenly lowered his voice. He has gone to great lengths to keep you from excessive contact with the Dark Lord. Snape's fingers tightened momentarily around the teacup's handle, yet he remained composed. The Dark Duke would hardly take interest in a student who has yet to graduate. What if this student possesses sufficient talent for potions and happens to be the Achilles heel of a seer? Lucius set down his teacup, regarding Snape with a meaningful glance. Kronos claims you will not join the Death Eaters, he mused. He is more adept at walking the precipice of danger than any wizard I have encountered. The Malfoys are no less remarkable, Snape retorted with a cold laugh. You are hardly loyal to the Dark Lord. Lucius allowed a genuine smile to surface. He indeed divulged everything to you. Do relay to Kronos that the Malfoys will always remain friends. Suddenly, the ring on Snape's chest flared with heat. Kronos was returning. The sound of footsteps silenced both men as Kronos entered, accompanied by Voldemort. Voldemort appeared satisfied with the conversation, noting, the insights of the Norn family are invariably enlightening. Perhaps we should reevaluate certain plans. It is my privilege to alleviate your concerns, my lord. Kronos inclined his head slightly. I look forward to our next meeting. Voldemort signaled to Lucius, and the two departed from Norn Manor. As the flames of flue powder extinguished, Snape grasped Kronos by the wrist, the warmth of his fingertips easing his apprehension slightly. What did the book truly say? Chapter 70, Wolfbane Potion. Kronos seized Snape's wrist, pulling him into the room. He waved his wand to cast a silencing charm before releasing his grip. Kronos offered a soothing smile, revealing that Voldemort would encounter the backlash of the Horcruxes in the future, yet refrained from divulging specific details. Snape frowned. Did you alter the prophecy? Not entirely. Kronos stepped closer, gently brushing his fingers along Snape's taut shoulder line. I merely adjusted the wording slightly to convince Voldemort that he could resolve the backlash and achieve his desires. Snape's brow remained furrowed as he captured Kronos's wandering fingers, his dark eyes swirling with concern. Voldemort is not so easily deceived. Kronos chuckled softly, drawing their proximity closer, his other hand trailing along Snape's nape, his fingertips caressing gently. The Norn family excels at the game of prophecy. Those ambiguous words are sufficient to ensnare him in self-interpretation. Kronos's fingers glided down Snape's spine to his waist, suddenly pressing him into an embrace. Snape's breath hitched as Kronos's low voice whispered in his ear, more than Voldemort, I am concerned about the look in your eyes tonight. What did Lucius say to you? Snape pulled away slightly. He suggested you view me as a weakness. Clever Malfoy. Kronos's hand enveloped Snape's waist. Yet they seem to underestimate the capabilities of my family's potion prodigy. He gazed directly into Snape's eyes. Severus, you are my only vulnerability, but not a weakness. Snape's ears tinged slightly at Kronos's candidness, and he turned his face away, though his voice held a trace of softness. Flattering words. Kronos chuckled, his fingers lifting Snape's chin to force him to meet his gaze. Do you enjoy it? Be quiet. Snape glared at him, yet could not escape the grip around his waist. Kronos suddenly leaned in, lightly biting his lips before retreating, a mischievous smile dancing in his eyes. It seems you do enjoy it. Snape's breath grew slightly erratic, his fingers clenching the fabric of Kronos's clothing, yet he could not articulate a rebuttal. Seizing the moment, Kronos pinned him against the bookshelf, fingers weaving through his dark hair, softly murmuring, Severus, did you know that your eyes shine brighter than usual whenever you pretend to be angry? Snape's throat constricted as he swallowed, his voice low and husky. You observe too closely. Certainly, Kronos chuckled lightly, for you are the sole individual I wish to observe. Snape's eyelashes fluttered before he ultimately closed his eyes, surrendering to the kiss that fell from Kronos. In the final days of summer, the study at Known Manor was cluttered with unopened textbooks and parchment. Kronos lounged lazily in an armchair, his fingers toying with a silver sickle that had remained untouched throughout the season, while Snape sat opposite him, engrossed in his potion essay. Severus, Kronos leaned over the table, rolling the silver sickle onto Snape's parchment, lamenting, You seem to devote more time to your potion essay than to my company. Shall I now compete for your affection with your cauldron? Snape, without lifting his gaze, pushed the sickle aside with his quill, retorting, if you could cease your monstrous interruptions, perhaps I would consider granting you 5 minutes. Only 5 minutes? That S2. Kronos' words were swiftly quelled by the sharpness of Snape's gaze. Very well. Snape returned his attention to the essay. It wasn't that he didn't wish to accompany Kronos, but rather that Kronos had a tendency to overreach, turning every 5 minutes into an entire day, leaving him with half of his essay yet to complete. Kronos fell silent for barely 2 minutes before he stood, claiming the other half of Snape's chair, his arm naturally encircling Snape's waist. Snape's quill paused on the parchment, the ink smudging slightly. Kronos, Snape snapped, turning his head to glare at him. I'm here, Kronos replied, his hand tracing circles on Snape's side, his gaze sweeping across the parchment on the table. The Wolfbane potion? Is that the one featured in the latest issue of Potion Innovations? Snape grasped the restless hand. Indeed, a rather challenging potion. And should we successfully modify it, it would provide us with a significant advantage. The Wolfbane potion will become an essential tool in gaining the allegiance of werewolves. Kronos placed a gentle kiss on Snape's cheek. It is indeed a valuable study, but do you not think your essay can wait for a while? Your warm breath against Snape's neck sent shivers down his spine. You've been working continuously for 6 hours, from 8 this morning until now. You deserve a break. Observing Kronos' concerned expression, Snape sighed. Very well, but just for 10 minutes. The moment Snape acquiesced, Kronos pulled him onto the nearby sofa, where Bubbles brought forth tea and biscuits. Kronos placed the cup of tea in Snape's hands, his fingers brushing against Snape's cool knuckles. There's no rush with the modification of the Wolfbane potion. We have ample time. This is your final year, Kronos, Snape said, his fingers whitening around the teacup. Are you truly willing to accept his mark upon graduation? I have my methods, Severus. I hope that your motivation for modifying the Wolfbane potion derives from passion, not merely to enhance my leverage. Kronos' fingers brushed over Snape's tense knuckles, liberating the teacup from his grasp and intertwining their fingers. Your talent should not be constrained by my plans. Snape's fingers curled slightly in Kronos' palm, a flicker of struggle appearing in his dark eyes. You know I cannot stand idly by. Kronos sighed, drawing him closer and planting a tender kiss on his brow. Trust me, nothing will happen. After a brief silence, Snape suddenly seized Kronos' collar, compelling him to lean down and biting firmly at his lips. If you dare take risks alone on graduation day, your potion will forever be the most bitter one. Kronos stifled a laugh. How fierce, Severus, as he embraced him tightly. Do not worry. For our sake, I assure you, I shall remain unharmed. On the eve of the new term, Kronos had just instructed Bubbles to prepare their luggage when he turned around to find Snape bent over the parchment, writing. What are you writing? We lack some materials for modifying the Wolfbane potion in the lab, Snape replied thoughtfully, adding another item to the parchment. I shall prepare them, Kronos declared, sweeping Snape off his feet from behind the desk. We ought to take a break. Chapter 71, Confrontation. On the day of the new term. The moment Kronos and Snape boarded the Hogwarts Express, several pairs of eyes fell upon them. Kronos keenly sensed the hostility permeating the air. The first-year Hufflepuffs shrank back in their compartment like startled puffskeins, while the older Ravenclaws whispered behind their glasses. From the Gryffindor table, unmistakable scoffs echoed. Ever since the Daily Prophet reported on numerous Slytherin graduates joining the Death Eaters, the prejudice against the Snake House had reached its zenith, branding it as the cradle of dark wizards. Is it them? That 7th year, reputedly formidable. Be cautious of Slytherin now. As they passed through the carriage corridor, Kronos caught snippets of hushed discussions, realizing that this year would not be tranquil. This will not do, he murmured, tapping his fingers lightly on his wand. Foolish prejudice. Snape scoffed, pushing open the door to an empty compartment. As the door closed gently, shielding them from prying eyes, Kronos cast a silencing charm, leaving only the rhythmic sounds of the train's journey within the compartment. Kronos clasped Snape's hand, teasing, rather than addressing these rumors. Wouldn't it be wiser to consider whether you require extra tutoring from the upperclassmen for your OWLs? Snape shot him a sidelong glance, refusing to withdraw his hand. Mr. Known, you might be better off worrying about your own Newt's results. Just then, a knock sounded at the compartment door. May I come in? Lily's voice drifted through, laced with evident concern. Upon receiving permission, Lily opened the compartment door and took a seat across from them. Severus, Kronos, are you both all right? I've heard some troubling rumors. Lily's fingers anxiously twisted the hem of her robe. Kronos conjured a steaming cup of tea and handed it to Lily. There's no need to worry, we're fine. As Lily accepted the tea, her fingers gently caressed the rim of the cup, her brow still furrowed. She turned to Kronos, her tone hesitant, but they're saying you'll join the Death Eaters after graduation. At this, Kronos chuckled lightly. merely some baseless gossip. His words eased Lily somewhat, yet she couldn't help but press further. But what about the reports in the Daily Prophet? Lily, Snape interrupted, his voice deep yet resolute. Most of what is printed in the papers is exaggerated. Kronos nodded slightly, his fingers lightly tapping the edge of the teacup. Not all Slytherins will choose to join the Death Eaters. Kronos' ambiguous response was sufficient for Lily to let the topic slide. As the train sped through the wilderness, dusk began to settle outside, and their conversation shifted to lighter subjects, such as OWL's revision plans. Lily even found herself playfully rebutting Kronos' jests about Gryffindor's potion grades. During the sorting ceremony that evening, the atmosphere was far less fervent than in previous years. When the sorting hat called out Slytherin, only sparse applause echoed in the hall, and some from the Gryffindor table even hissed derisively. After the feast concluded, Kronos prepared to escort the first years back to the Slytherin dungeon. Kronos, would you care to share some of the new Honeydukes fudge with me? Dumbledore, his blue eyes twinkling behind half-moon glasses, sported a bit of sugar on his silver beard. Of course, Kronos paused, turning to Snape. Severus, please take the first years to the dungeon first. He discreetly squeezed Snape's wrist, and they exchanged a knowing glance. Snape inclined his head slightly, leading the trembling first-year student down to the dungeons. Kronos followed Dumbledore to the headmaster's office. Inside the office, Grindelwald was playfully teasing Fawkes, the magnificent phoenix pecking affectionately at his fingers. Upon their entrance, Fawkes emitted a melodious trill. Prophet, it seems you've enjoyed a splendid summer with your little friend. Grindelwald conjured 3 cups of tea, observing Kronos with keen interest. It might have been even better without a certain incident. Kronos took a sip of tea, his tone unremarkable. Tom, it appears, has not given up on probing into the secrets of the Norn family. The old headmaster sighed. More than one Death Eater was surveilling Norn Manor. As expected, Kronos scoffed softly. He needs to ensure my loyalty at least appears intact. He set down his teacup, the base clinking crisply against the table. But you did not summon me today merely to discuss information I already possess, did you? Dumbledore slid a plate of lemon sherbet towards Kronos, concern palpable in his gaze. As more pureblood families join the Death Eaters, the divisions within the school are more severe than we had anticipated. What do you wish for me to do? Kronos placed his teacup down, his fingertips tracing the rim. For instance, to prevent third years from using mudblood as a casual greeting. Grindelwald suddenly traced a serpentine shape in the air with his wand, showering green sparks. And to make certain individuals understand that following the Dark Lord and inheriting Salazar's will are 2 distinct matters. Dumbledore pushed a Ministry of Magic document across the table, revealing that half of the graduating Slytherins had joined the Death Eaters. I hope that if anyone strays, the head boy can illuminate the way. I shall. Kronos rose. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Severus is waiting outside. The warmth emanating from his ring signaled that someone awaited him. Dumbledore and Grindelwald exchanged a knowing glance, both wearing meaningful smiles. Ah, youth is a delightful thing. The old headmaster's beard quivered with amusement. Go on. Kronos pushed open the heavy oak door of the headmaster's office to find Snape leaning against the stone wall of the corridor, awaiting him. Finished? Snape straightened. Kronos nodded. Approaching his side, Dumbledore is concerned about the divisions within the school. That is evident. Snape turned to walk alongside him towards the dungeon, his voice low. Those foolish lions have etched the notion that Slytherins equate to Death Eaters into their barren minds. Therefore, Kronos chuckled softly, as head boy. I must provide some much-needed guidance to certain Slytherins. As they rounded a corner, Regulus emerged from the shadows. Norn, Snape, he paused, lowering his voice. The Dark Lord sends his regards to both of you. Kronos and Snape exchanged a glance, sensing Voldemort's scrutiny and probing. Voldemort suspected that Regulus had ties to them and wished to bind them to the Death Eaters. Given that the Black family had publicly declared their support for the Dark Lord, should they draw too close? Tomorrow's news of the Norn family's allegiance to him would echo throughout Hogwarts. What else did he instruct you to do? Kronos inquired, raising his hand to cast a privacy charm. He hoped Regulus was prepared enough to divulge the remaining information, aiming to win Snape over by any means necessary. Chapter 72, The Blending of Houses. As the final word fell, Regulus felt the temperature around them drop a few degrees. Understood. Kronos' voice carried a chilling edge. You may report to him as usual. Once Regulus departed, Snape grasped Kronos' hand. I will not join the Death Eaters. He had reiterated this sentiment more than once. I know. Kronos regarded Snape, the chill in his eyes slightly thawing. He tightened his grip on Snape's hand. But be cautious. Voldemort's methods are anything but noble. Regardless of his tactics, I will not allow him to touch you. Kronos realized that the barrier he erected to shield Snape from his destined path also rendered him a more valuable, controllable target in Voldemort's eyes, a prodigious potions master cherished by the sole heir of the Norn family. The stone walls of the dungeon silently parted as the two drew near. the silvery green glow of the Slytherin common room casting their shadows upon the damp walls. A few lower-year students hastily tucked away the Daily Prophet they had been circulating. Kronos' gaze lingered momentarily on the front page's image of the Dark Mark, causing the children to freeze as if caught in the gaze of a serpent. Kronos' eyes swept over the paralyzed students. With a gentle tap of his fingers on his wand, the Daily Prophet in their hands disintegrated into a pile of ashes. When did the Daily Prophet become your career guide? Kronos' voice, though not loud, was sufficiently clear. But I hope you understand that the futures depicted therein are not the only options for Slytherin. In the corner, Avery and Mulciber gazed at Kronos with sinister eyes. Yet he couldn't be bothered to return even a glance. He strode directly to his dormitory, with Snape closely trailing behind. As the door closed, Snape cast a listening charm on it and turned to Kronos. Avery and the others will report your words to the Dark Lord. Their reports are of no consequence. Kronos pushed Snape down onto the edge of the bed, wrapping his arms around him, his hands restlessly toying with Snape's. Avery seeks to prove his worth. It is expected that he would be eager to bite. His words will merely indicate that I have heeded the headmaster's advice and have no intention of leading Slytherin to embrace the Dark Lord, at least for now. He deliberately slowed his speech, for now, sufficient to make Voldemort believe he remained within controllable bounds. However, Voldemort would tolerate no ambiguity in allegiance. Snape pressed down on Kronos' hand, his brow furrowed. Severus, Kronos smoothed the crease of his brow. I am the last direct descendant of the Norn family. He will not act against me as long as I do not openly oppose him. Snape's fingers curled within Kronos' palm. What if? Kronos chuckled softly. Severus, my return to reset the timeline was not to allow my beloved potions prodigy to tread the same path. He rested his forehead against Snape's, his tone gentle yet resolute. There are no what-ifs. I never undertake ventures without certainty, and I will not let him lay a finger on you. Kronos' fingers wove through Snape's dark locks. Tenderly caressing the nape of his neck, Snape's eyes fluttered shut, the tension in his shoulders finally easing. At the morning feast the following day, the aroma of food remained enticing, yet compared to the usual clamor, the atmosphere was peculiarly subdued, an invisible barrier separating Slytherin from the other houses. As Kronos and Snape entered the Great Hall, they felt a more concentrated and frigid gaze than the day prior on the express train. At the Gryffindor table, James and Sirius glared at them unabashedly, their disdain almost palpable. As Kronos' gaze swept past, Peter instinctively recoiled, while James exaggeratedly sneered, scraping his fork across his plate, producing a jarring noise that drew a stern glare from Professor McGonagall. Look who has arrived, future Death Eater gentlemen. A senior Gryffindor girl crossed her arms. Her voice not loud, but sufficiently audible to the nearby Slytherins. Shouldn't their robes be embroidered with the dark mark in advance? Lily sat among them, her complexion pale. She attempted to speak, but was restrained by Mary beside her. The long table of Hufflepuff exuded an atmosphere of excessive silence, as several first-year students hunched over their plates, hastily consuming their meals, as if they were ensconced in a den of dragons, too fearful to lift their heads. A few seats near the Slytherin side remained conspicuously vacant, as though they were evading a contagion. A handful of bolder Hufflepuffs cast wary and distant glances towards Slytherin. Most of the wizards from Ravenclaw maintained an outward semblance of composure, yet their eyes betrayed curiosity and scrutiny. Several students even paused their dining, engaging in hushed discussions, their gazes flitting between the Slytherin table and the staff dais. Look, the elite of Slytherin has arrived, murmured a seventh-year Ravenclaw boy, nudging his glasses up the bridge of his nose, addressing his companions. I wonder what grand ambitions were deliberated during last night's cellar meeting. A plot for an attack, perhaps, or the practice of unforgivable curses. His companion stifled a restrained chuckle. The atmosphere within Slytherin was equally nuanced. Avery and Mulciber sat at the far end of the table, whispering conspiratorially with several other pure-blood devotees, their eyes occasionally darting towards Kronos, laden with calculation and ill intent. Regulus sat quietly in a more central position, his expression serene, as if entirely detached from the unfolding drama. As Kronos and Snape approached the headmaster's table, one could palpably feel the complex gaze cast upon them from the entire long table, an amalgamation of awe, scrutiny, fear, and a chill hostility reminiscent of Avery and his ilk. Dumbledore rose, his silver hair glimmering in the morning light, and his sharp gaze, framed by crescent-shaped spectacles, swept across the hall, plunging it into an instant silence, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Good morning, students of Hogwarts. Dumbledore's kind voice seemed to possess an enchanting quality, barely dispelling the oppressive atmosphere. I believe it is time to inject some vitality into this stifling air. He paused, allowing his gaze to linger on each long table, particularly those students with tightly drawn faces. In light of the critical importance of the defense against the dark arts course, Its essence lies not only in the fluency of spells and mastery of theory, but also in one's ability to react judiciously in the moment. His voice lowered slightly, gaining a penetrating quality, as well as in the capacity for collaborative synergy with various partners. A subtle stir rippled through the hall. Kronos raised his silver goblet, taking a sip of pumpkin juice, his gaze darkening slightly. Beside him, Snape ceased his slicing of sausage, lifting his head. Therefore, Dumbledore declared with clarity and conviction, from this academic year onward, all practical sessions of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts will transcend house boundaries. Students will be mixed into groups. At this pronouncement, a shockwave rippled through the hall, akin to cold water splashing into boiling oil. What? Erupted incredulous gasps from the Gryffindor table as James sprang to his feet. Professor, practice with that bunch of snakes. His tone brimmed with disdain and protest, echoed by numerous other Gryffindors. This is unfair, protested a fourth-year Hufflepuff girl. Her voice clear yet soft. The Ravenclaw table buzzed with a cacophony of discussions, rife with apprehension and cautious evaluations. The Slytherin side erupted as well. Avery and Mulciber's faces darkened instantaneously, exchanging fierce looks, nearly on the verge of striking the table. Even some previously silent neutral Slytherins furrowed their brows, evidently displeased with the arrangement. Regulus's lips twitched slightly, a hint of complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Mr. Potter, Dumbledore's gaze settled calmly on James. His voice gentle, yet imbued with undeniable authority. I believe true courage lies in confronting challenges, rather than retreating in fear or prejudice. In the face of genuine threats, barriers are not delineated by color. Remember my words, the unknown dangers often pose a greater concern than deliberate antagonism. The specifics of the mixed grouping will be announced by Professor Gross in class. His gaze traversed the now commotion-filled hall, pausing momentarily on the faculty table. Where Professor McGonagall pressed her lips tightly together, Professor Sprout appeared concerned, and Professor Slughorn held his cup with a somewhat inscrutable expression. Grindelwald, elegantly slicing a lamb chop, bore a faint smirk of amusement, subtly raising an eyebrow when meeting Kronos' gaze. Dumbledore spoke again, successfully reining in the escalating situation. Now, enjoy your breakfast. I hope this news aids in your digestion. He seated himself, leisurely popping a lemon sherbet into his mouth. The hall fell into an eerie stillness. The clinking of cutlery resumed, albeit quieter than usual, interspersed with suppressed whispers. Kronos cut a small piece of sausage, savoring it slowly, then turned to Snape, who was also gazing at him, his deep black eyes tranquil, devoid of surprise. 2 months after the implementation of mixed groupings in defense against the dark arts, the atmosphere at Hogwarts subtly shifted. Although Avery, Mulciber, and their ilk still deliberately provoked during class, even injuring non-pure blood students in practice exercises, Dumbledore's strategy had indeed carved open a fissure in certain areas. In the group comprising Lily, Snape, a 7th-year Ravenclaw, and 2 Hufflepuffs, a near-indifferent yet efficient synergy emerged following several practical simulations. Snape's precise spells and tactical judgments compelled the others in the group to acknowledge his prowess, while Lily's coordinating abilities prevented any fracturing of the team. Snape's silent incantations proved swifter than those demonstrated by Professor Gross. The Ravenclaw 7th year whispered to his companions in the library, though he is a thoroughbred Slytherin, he hardly seems the type to become a dark wizard. Hufflepuff students discovered that as long as they refrained from initiating provocations, many Slytherins were not, as rumored, poised to cast curses on non-purebloods at any moment. However, Avery and his faction remained intent on expressing loyalty to their master, rallying younger students within Slytherin to espouse pureblood supremacy, even privately practicing dark magic. As the head boy, Kronos found himself frequently patrolling the common room, ensuring they did not stir up any irreparable chaos within Hogwarts. One night, during his rounds, Kronos stumbled upon Avery and several 5th years experimenting with the Cruciatus Curse in an empty classroom. Avery, Kronos' voice resonated through the darkness, the tip of his wand glowing with a cold light. Hogwarts forbids unforgivable curses. Do you wish to experience Azkaban's hospitality prematurely? Avery whirled around, his countenance dark. Norn, you are meddling too much. I am the head boy. Kronos approached steadily, his wand unwaveringly aimed at him. And you are engaged in foolishness. Foolishness? Avery scoffed. The Dark Lord will appreciate our practice. The Dark Lord values those of worth, not expelled dregs. Kronos' voice was as frigid as ice. Now, return to your dormitory. Avery gritted his teeth, but ultimately left with his companions under Kronos' unwavering gaze. When Kronos returned to the dormitory, he found Snape seated at his desk. Potion notes spread before him, though he was clearly not paying attention. Avery causing trouble again? He inquired without looking up. Utterly foolish. As always, Kronos removed his outer robe, tossing it onto the back of a chair, and moved behind Snape, placing his hands on his shoulders, gently kneading the taut muscles. "Were you waiting for me?" Severus did not deny it. He merely tilted his head slightly, allowing Kronos' fingers to press more comfortably against the nape of his neck. "You're later than usual." Kronos chuckled softly, leaning in to plant a gentle kiss near his ear. "Worried about me?" Severus let out a soft huff, yet did not push him away. "I simply do not wish to be summoned to the infirmary at midnight to rescue you." Kronos' fingers wove through his hair, tenderly combing it. "Rest assured, I will not let myself come to harm." He paused, his voice dropping to a somber tone. "Nor will I allow you to come to harm." Severus remained silent for a moment before suddenly grasping Kronos' wrist, drawing him closer, his dark eyes locking onto his with an uncommon seriousness. "Kronos," he murmured, "Voldemort will not relent." "I know," Kronos replied, cupping his face, his thumb gently stroking his cheek. "But he cannot touch you." Severus scrutinized him, seemingly verifying the truth of this statement, and ultimately, he closed his eyes slightly, resting his forehead against Kronos' shoulder. "You had better keep your word." Kronos tightened his embrace, enveloping him fully. "I promise." After the Christmas holiday, the Great Hall's Owls delivered the latest edition of the Daily Prophet. The front page blared a sensational headline. Current head of the Norn family suspected of joining the Death Eaters. Chapter 74, Sincerity. Kronos set the newspaper down with an impassive expression, his fingertips tapping lightly on the table. Severus, seated beside him, cast a sharp gaze over the article, his lips pressed into a rigid line. "They captured you conversing with Regulus in Hogsmeade." Severus's voice was barely above a whisper, audible only to Kronos. Deliberately chosen angle. The photograph depicted Regulus engaged in conversation with him, while shadowy figures loomed in the reflective window, an inept yet effective probe. Lily cast a worried glance from the Gryffindor table, while James laughed loudly. "It seems even the Daily Prophet has seen through your true colors, Norn." The atmosphere at the Slytherin table was tense, with Avery and Mulciber unabashedly wearing malicious grins, exchanging knowing glances. Avery even raised his pumpkin juice cup toward Kronos, laden with provocation. Kronos could not be bothered to return the glance. He merely squeezed Severus's wrist gently, signaling him to remain untroubled. After that day's potions class, Regulus intercepted Kronos in an empty corridor. "I did not leak it." Regulus's voice was taut, rare anxiety flickering in his eyes. "The Dark Lord orchestrated this. He wants to force you to publicly declare your allegiance." Kronos raised his hand to cast a privacy spell, glancing toward the shadows on the wall. "What else did he say?" Regulus swallowed hard. "He instructed me to convey that the support of the Norn family is invaluable to him. But if you continue to remain ambiguous, he cannot guarantee the safety of certain individuals you care about." "I understand." Kronos' voice was unnaturally calm, devoid of anger, imbued instead with an icy detachment. It appeared the Dark Lord's patience had finally worn thin. "He wishes to witness your sincerity before the Newts." Regulus's gaze remained fixed on Kronos, as if awaiting his response. From the pocket of his robe, Kronos produced an ancient brass key. "This," he said, his fingertips brushing over the key's tarnished family crest, "suffices to express my stance." "What is this?" Regulus queried, looking quizzically at the key in Kronos' hand. "The Norn family's alchemical vault, containing 3 centuries of collections, including the original manuscript of Revelations of Dark Magic, along with all research regarding Horcruxes." Kronos handed the key to Regulus, conveying, "I trust you will not disturb me until after the exams." "Are you mad?" Regulus's voice trembled with dread. "If he discovers you are aware of this, precisely because he knows I know, he will believe this is a token of allegiance." Kronos' tone regained its soothing calm, tinged with a faint note of reassurance. "Do what you must, Regulus. Exercise caution." Watching Regulus vanish around the corner, Kronos did not depart immediately. He turned, addressing the wall beside him softly. "Come out, Severus. How long have you been listening?" "Everything, from his threats to your sincerity." "You entrusted him with something so significant?" Severus emerged silently, his expression stormy, a tempest of humiliation and repressed fury igniting in his dark eyes. Not for himself, but for the audacity of Voldemort to leverage him as a hostage against Kronos. Kronos gently squeezed Severus's wrist. "It is merely a trinket and a collection of worthless papers. I mentioned before, the essence and time have always been the focus of Norn studies. It is nothing but a trap. If he discovers that it is false—" "It is all true, Severus," Kronos interjected, soothingly. "The records regarding Horcruxes are authentic, yet should he act upon those records, it would only exacerbate the fragmentation of his soul, even leading to its demise." The last words escaped Kronos' lips almost as a whisper. Severus's pupils dilated sharply, and he seized Kronos' wrist with a grip fierce enough to crush bone. "Do you comprehend what you are doing? If the Dark Lord learns you are plotting against him—" Kronos did not resist. Instead, he drew Severus closer, his other hand caressing the taut skin at the back of his neck. At the touch, Severus's breath hitched momentarily. He will not discover it. Kronos' voice was low and resolute. He is far too arrogant, Severus. He will only perceive what he desires to see, the subservience of the Norn family and the promise of greater power. Severus fell into silence for a moment before exhaling slowly, ultimately uttering a single phrase, "Take care of yourself." A week later, Regulus appeared at the door of the room of requirement at midnight, his complexion more pallid than usual, dark shadows under his eyes betraying his recent hardships. Kronos sat by the fireplace, perusing an ancient tome, the flames casting shadows across his sharply defined profile. Severus stood by the window, his dark eyes vigilantly fixed on the entrance, his wand having silently slipped into his palm. He accepted it. Regulus's voice was hoarse as he strode to Kronos, producing from his robe a ruby-studded cufflink. "This is a gift from the Dark Lord." Kronos took the cufflink, idly toying with it in his hand. What else did he say? Regulus inhaled deeply, seemingly organizing his thoughts. "He was pleased with your sincerity." He hesitated, casting a complex glance at Kronos. "But he demands that you visit him at Malfoy Manor in person after the newts." Severus's breath caught, his grip on his wand tightening, while Kronos merely nodded, as if it were an inconsequential invitation. "I understand." He placed the cufflink casually on the table, as if it were a mere trinket. "Is there anything else?" Regulus pondered briefly before shaking his head. "No." "Well, you must also be cautious," Kronos hinted. "He may become increasingly erratic." Regulus nodded, turning to leave. The room fell into a brief silence. Severus approached Kronos, his gaze fixed on the cufflink. "He cannot be so easily trusted." "Of course not," Kronos replied, fastening the cufflink onto his sleeve. "It is embedded with surveillance charms and curses." Chapter 75, The Meeting. Kronos' fingers delicately caressed the surface of the ruby, a fleeting silver glimmer flickering within the gem. At this moment, he could perceive only the visions I wished him to see. Severus's brow furrowed deeply, his voice dropping to a hushed whisper. "And the curse?" A mere piercing hex triggered the mechanism, and a smile curled at the corners of Kronos' lips. "Should I exhibit any sign of betrayal, it would activate instantaneously. Yet, regrettably, it held no power over me." "Powerless?" Severus suddenly advanced towards Kronos, their noses nearly brushing against one another. He could detect the minty scent emanating from the other, while the candlelight danced in Severus's obsidian eyes, illuminating the tempest of fury within. "This is an unforgivable curse, not a prank from Potter and his cohorts. An ancient lineage always possesses its unique methods of protection, Severus." Kronos offered no further explanation but gently raised his hand, fingertips brushing against Severus's clenched fist, slowly coaxing it open. Severus's hand trembled slightly under Kronos' touch, yet he did not withdraw. A myriad of complex emotions churned in his dark gaze: anger, concern, and an ineffable sense of helplessness. "You always do this." Severus's voice was low and hoarse, downplaying every danger as if they were trifles. Kronos' fingers glided softly across his palm, imbued with a soothing intent. "For I care more for your reactions than for those threats." He tilted his head slightly, the firelight casting a soft glow upon his profile. "Severus, you are afraid." Severus's breath hitched momentarily, followed by a cold chuckle, as if a sensitive nerve had been struck. "Afraid? I simply do not wish to witness you falling into Voldemort's trap due to foolish arrogance." Kronos refrained from retorting, merely sighing softly, then raised his hand to caress Severus's cheek, his thumb gently tracing the tension in his jaw. "But you are afraid, and I do not wish for you to feel fear." Severus's Adam's apple bobbed as he fixed his gaze intently upon Kronos, as if searching for some flaw, yet ultimately, he simply sighed softly and seized Kronos' wrist, pulling him closer. "Then do not make me fear." His voice was nearly a growl, laced with a tremor that was hard to conceal. Kronos offered no reply, but instead leaned down to kiss him. The kiss was anything but tender. Infused with a hint of ferocity, it felt as though Severus was venting his repressed emotions, while Kronos silently vowed something profound. Their breaths intertwined, the taste of bitter potions and sharp mint lingering between them, until Severus's tension finally eased, allowing Kronos to slowly retreat, resting his forehead against his. "I will be safe." Severus closed his eyes briefly, offering a quiet, reluctant acknowledgement. Time passed swiftly, and the newt's examinations approached as scheduled. Kronos navigated the exam hall with poise, flawlessly executing spells and charms and mastering the intricate potions with impeccable precision. On the evening following the examinations, the setting sun bathed Hogwarts castle in hues of gold and crimson. Kronos stood atop the astronomy tower, gazing calmly at the forbidden forest in the distance. An owl swooped down with remarkable accuracy, landing before him. A scroll was secured to its leg. This was not a letter. It was an exquisite silver short wand, devoid of any inscription, save for an engraving, a grinning skull from which a twisted serpent emerged. The dark mark. Kronos calmly detached the silver wand. Noting that Voldemort could not even spare a letter sealed with his signature, sending only this stark emblem. This was a command. Severus appeared silently behind him, his pupils narrowing at the sight of the silver wand. Tomorrow? He inquired. Kronos shook his head. Tonight. Severus remained silent for a moment before stepping beside him. Standing shoulder to shoulder. I will wait for you, he finally declared, his voice soft yet resolute. Kronos turned to him, a slight smile gracing his lips. I know. As night descended, Kronos stood before the iron gates of Malfoy Manor, the silver wand twisting between his fingers. The gates creaked open of their own accord, and Kronos tucked the silver wand into the pocket of his robes as he stepped into the manor. Inside, the manor was eerily silent, save for the sound of his boots crunching on the gravel path. Kronos could feel countless eyes lurking in the shadows, perhaps Death Eaters or some of Voldemort's pets. Follow me, Lucius instructed, awaiting him in the foyer. Without further pleasantries, he led Kronos through a long corridor into the drawing room. Voldemort sat upon the dais, his icy gaze fixed upon Kronos. Bellatrix lingered behind him, her fervent eyes tracking her master's every subtle movement. The long banquet table was filled with silent Death Eaters, their hooded figures obscuring their faces and thoughts. Kronos halted a few paces from the dais, performing a succinct, dignified gesture of an ancient family greeting. Lord Voldemort. His tone was calm and unruffled, as though merely conducting a routine visit. Voldemort did not acknowledge the greeting, his eyes sweeping over Kronos' form before settling on his left arm. His pale fingers stroked the U-wand slowly. Very well, Kronos, it appears you have made your choice. He spoke softly, his frigid voice sending chills down the spine. Join our ranks, and accept your mark of glory. All eyes were fixated upon Kronos, awaiting his response. Chapter 76. The Mark. Kronos remained unmoved. Not even a flicker of emotion betrayed him. His gaze met Voldemort's perilous red eyes with unwavering calm. Voldemort narrowed his eyes, his tone growing dangerous. Do you refuse? He leaned forward, the tip of his U-wand subtly raised, aimed at Kronos' heart. The air in the drawing room grew thick with tension. Bellatrix's fingers rested on her wand, while Lucius's throat constricted imperceptibly. The Death Eaters at the table leaned forward like wolves sensing blood. Kronos stood resolute, his demeanor unwavering. He did not respond immediately, but lowered his head slightly, adopting a posture that mingled respect with regret, yet remained far from servile. Lord Voldemort. Kronos' voice rang clear and steady, as though stating an established fact. This is not a refusal to serve you, nor a questioning of your glory. Rather, it is precisely why I stand before you tonight. I have chosen to align myself with the source of power. He paused, raising his gaze. My refusal stems from the cost of my family's power, the bloodline of Norn and the gift of prophecy, rooted in the purity of the soul. Kronos emphasized the word soul, and Voldemort's red eyes narrowed, sensing the significance. The ancient covenant, the stringent laws, prophetic power acts like the purest mirror. Any foreign mark, regardless of its origin or magnitude of power, will inevitably introduce impurities, disrupting the accuracy of its reflection upon the trajectory of fate. Contaminated prophecies, akin to tainted potions, yield unpredictable results, ultimately rendering them worthless. The infallible records of the Norn family are founded upon the principle of an untainted soul. He regarded Voldemort. His tone weighted. I believe what you seek is one who can provide you with genuine guidance rather than a potential misdirection, my lord. Voldemort stared at him, enveloped in an extended silence. The accounts pertaining to the known family revealed to him that the young man before him indeed possessed an ancestral defense rooted in blood. Kronos relinquished his thoughts, allowing Voldemort's legitimacy to rummage through his mind, revealing fragmented visions of the future, the family teachings of the known lineage, an understanding of the essence of prophecy, a submission to pure power, and an unabashed acknowledgement and reverence for Voldemort's might. In 1980, Voldemort's speech was deliberate and slow, as if savoring the year you had depicted to me, a blueprint where the dark mark illuminated the entirety of the British wizarding world. Indeed, my lord. Kronos responded without hesitation, embellishing his words with further details, the collapse of the core power within the wizarding community, the desperate struggles of the remnants of the Order of the Phoenix, and the eventual subservience of the Ministry of Magic. You shall become the sole sovereign of this land, while a boy born at the end of July that year will witness the demise of your greatness. A cryptic smile tugged at the corners of Kronos' lips. A boy. Voldemort's gaze immediately fixed on Kronos, his tone laced with chilling inquiry. A boy born at the end of July. He would bear witness to the complete collapse of the old order and the coronation of a new era. His existence seemed more like a final examination of fate bestowed upon you, my lord. Kronos employed a term laden with implication. A symbolic milestone marking your eradication of all remaining forces of resistance, including his most steadfast protector, the one you regarded as the sole obstacle. Though he refrained from uttering Dumbledore's name, it was an unspoken understanding among all present. A faint, icy smile finally graced Voldemort's lips, a twisted satisfaction at the prophecy that delighted him. After a brief contemplation, Voldemort reclined against the chair, his pale fingers ceasing their unconscious caress of the wand. And the suffocating pressure in the air lightened slightly. Ah, the pure soul. Voldemort's voice carried a note of derision. What a grand yet fragile excuse, Kronos. What is the worth of purity in the face of power and death? The known family has never faltered, yet you remain their only scion. Kronos merely lowered his eyelids, as if acquiescing to this fragility. Very well, Voldemort's voice suddenly rose, imbued with an undeniable command. Since your value lies in your eyes that can glimpse the veil of destiny, and you hold such reverence for its so-called purity, he surveyed the silent Death Eaters, his gaze ultimately landing on Kronos' face, akin to a serpent fixating on its prey. Then, let us employ another method of ensuring loyalty, albeit somewhat cumbersome, yet undeniably effective. He raised his wand, tracing a slow arc through the air, as a wisp of black mist emanated from the tip, forming a complex pattern of a cage. A binding curse. Voldemort's voice exuded a cruel elegance. It will intertwine your fate with my will. It shall not tarnish your soul, Kronos. It will simply bind your actions. Any intent of betrayal, any obstruction to my grand design, even the slightest doubt buried deep within your heart, shall unleash unimaginable torment under this curse. He refrained from detailing the nature of the pain, yet the chill in his words was sufficient to freeze one's very marrow. Pain, yet not fatal. It would not leave scars upon your pure soul to fulfill prophecies, would it? It would merely convey the message of who truly controls your fate. As anticipated, Kronos submitted to the incantation, finding it a negligible constraint compared to the dark mark. Voldemort was pleased with Kronos' compliance. Now, your place is there. His finger gestured towards the end of the long table, where a position silently materialized. Sit down. We must listen to the whispers of fate's next step. Kronos slightly bowed in deference, striding towards his designated spot. Upon returning from Malfoy Manor to Hogwarts, Kronos gently pushed open the door to the dormitory. Snape, upon hearing the sound, immediately looked up, and when he met Kronos' pale visage, his heart tightened. He waved his wand, casting silencing and anti-eavesdropping charms over the entire room. Snape steadied Kronos, pulling back the sleeve of his left arm, revealing a smooth, unblemished limb. The mark has been replaced with a binding curse. Kronos placed Snape's cold hand against his own heart, akin to the mind control curses on his cufflinks. Kronos allowed his lover to inspect him, a tender smile gracing his lips. I told you I would be fine. Chapter 77, Staying Behind. In the dead of night, Snape, rarely proactive, embraced Kronos' waist, burying his face in the crook of his neck, inhaling the familiar, crisp scent. In just a few days, Kronos would depart from Hogwarts. Kronos sensed the rigidity of the body in his embrace and the unspoken attachment, reassuringly tightening his hold, gently rubbing his chin against Snape's cool black hair. Can't sleep? Snape murmured softly, a silence enveloping them for a moment, before he finally spoke, his voice maintaining an artificial calmness, yet betraying a hint of probing unease. What are your plans after graduation? Kronos felt Snape's arms around his waist tighten slightly, eliciting a soft, amused chuckle from him. Plans? He elongated the word, as if it posed a profound dilemma, though a mischievous glimmer flickered in his eyes. Perhaps I shall travel? To witness the advancements in dark magic defenses across Europe? I've heard there's a fascinating alchemical library in Berlin, and the forests of Albania harbor many ancient, malevolent magical creatures. He spoke whimsically, his tone light and casual, as if merely outlining an amusing post-graduation adventure. Snape pressed his lips tightly together. Discerning the flippancy in Kronos' words, this response was clearly dismissive. He released Kronos and turned away. Do you intend to travel with the Dark Lord's talisman? Or? Snape's voice dropped lower, laden with deeper concern and a barely perceptible tremor. Is he actually compelling you to join those endeavors? Snape's true fear lay in the thought of Kronos becoming ensnared in that dark mire, hands stained with blood like Bellatrix and the others. Sensing Snape's tension and anger, Kronos' playful smile faded somewhat. He reached out, enveloping Snape completely in his embrace. Severus, he called his name, his voice softening, growing more sincere. Are you worried that I will become a weapon for the Death Eaters? Or that I will vanish from your sight? Snape offered no reply, yet the rigidity of his body spoke volumes. Very well. Kronos' tone bore a blend of resignation and affectionate compromise as he raised his hand firmly, grasping Snape's hand that rested before him, their warm fingers interlocking amidst the coldness and stiffness. No more jesting. Travel is not currently on the agenda. He felt the subtle tremors in Snape's hand gradually subside. As for joining those endeavors, he chuckled softly. Voldemort would not part with a unique piece such as myself for such menial tasks. Feeling Snape's body relax slightly at this assurance, Kronos then revealed the most pivotal information. Leaning close to Snape's ear, his warm breath brushing against sensitive skin. "So, my dear Severus, I have decided to stay." "Stay? Stay at Hogwarts." Snape turned to face Kronos, and even in the darkness, the surprise in his eyes was evident. When has Hogwarts permitted a newly graduated 7th year? As the teaching assistant, Kronos leaned in once more, his deep voice laced with a hint of triumphant delight. He precisely found Severus's forehead and bestowed a gentle kiss, effectively interrupting the cascade of inquiries poised to escape Severus's lips. Grindelwald was in need of an assistant capable of alleviating his burdens, particularly in drafting lesson plans and grading papers. His tone was imbued with evident amusement, and Albus Dumbledore had conveniently granted his approval. Severus's astonishment morphed into concern. Would Voldemort permit you to remain at Hogwarts? He required vigilant eyes to oversee Hogwarts. Kronos's fingertips lightly grazed the taut nape of Severus's neck, and I, devoted yet unmarked by the dark mark, was the optimal choice. However, Severus's words were silenced by Kronos's kiss. "Severus, trust me." At this, Severus refrained from further questioning, relaxing his tense frame and surrendering himself to the warmth and scent of Kronos. "Teaching assistant," he reiterated softly, contemplating whether he ought to prepare in advance on how to be an exemplary student. "Dr. Norn?" Severus's tone carried a rare, almost imperceptible teasing edge, the corners of his mouth curling into a nearly invisible arc as he buried his face deeper into Kronos's warm embrace. Kronos tightened his arms, resting his chin atop Severus's dark hair, emitting a low, joyful laugh, the vibrations resonating through his chest. "My dearest Severus," he whispered, planting a gentle kiss upon the smooth, cool strands of hair. "Please, do feel free to disturb me frequently." They spent a rather pleasant summer at Norn Manor, if one disregarded Voldemort's occasional summons. On the returning train, Lily gazed in disbelief at the appearance of Kronos in their compartment. "Kronos, is that you? Goodness, I thought you had graduated." Seated by the window and engaged in conversation with Severus, Kronos lifted his head, offering her a gentle smile. "Good afternoon, Lily." Lily's gaze lingered on the robe enveloping Kronos for a moment before realization dawned upon her. "So this is the surprise appointment Professor Slughorn mentioned?" With a mischievous wink. Her eyes darted between the two, suggestively implying more. Kronos raised an eyebrow, covering Severus's hand. "So now I can openly exploit my position for personal gain. Merlin, I can't even imagine how many points James and the others will lose because of you," Lily exclaimed, laughter escaping her as she envisioned their impending dismal fate. The train traversed the fields, arriving at Hogwarts as night fell. During the opening feast that evening, when Dumbledore announced that Kronos Norn would serve as the defense against the dark arts teaching assistant, a chorus of lamentations erupted from the Gryffindor table. "This is unfair," James protested loudly. He was a student just last year. Professor McGonagall's stern gaze made him retract slightly, yet murmurs persisted, and he clearly favors Slytherin. Lily kicked him under the table, hissing, "Shut up, James. Kronos' capabilities are well acknowledged. His newts are filled with OS." At the faculty table, Grindelwald swirled the wine in his glass and raised it toward Kronos, reminding some that the primary duty of a teaching assistant is to grade assignments. "Of course, Professor." Kronos smiled and nodded, but as he turned, he winked at Severus. Chapter 78, The Teaching Assistant. After dinner, Severus and Kronos walked side by side through the dimly lit corridor, the flickering firelight casting elongated shadows upon the stone walls. Severus glanced sideways at the person beside him, a slight curve forming at the corner of his mouth. "I assume, Assistant Norn," he emphasized the new title with a teasing lilt, "that your common room is on the lower level? Or do you intend to commandeer my dormitory?" Kronos chuckled softly, his fingers discreetly hooking onto Severus's sleeve, the pads of his fingers gently caressing the inside of Severus's wrist. "Being alone in an empty room is hardly a pleasant experience, my dear Severus," he murmured, his voice low and laced with a languid rasp, especially knowing that someone's bed could accommodate two. Severus huffed, but did not shake off his hand as they turned a corner, colliding with several lower-year Slytherin students. The children froze at the sight of the teaching robes, stammering their greetings. Kronos offered a gentle nod, but, as they brushed past, suddenly wrapped an arm around Severus's shoulder, causing their eyes to widen in surprise. "Relax," he whispered close to Severus's ear, his breath warming the tips of his ears. "As a teaching assistant, it is my duty to care for the students." Severus felt the heat rise in his ears and quickened his pace, pushing open the door to the dormitory with Kronos closely behind. The moment the wooden door clicked shut, Severus was met with a kiss imbued with the scent of wine. He grasped Kronos's clothing, tilting his head to evade the oncoming kiss. "You ought to restrain yourself." Kronos chuckled softly, his fingertips grazing Severus's flushed earlobe. Restrain? But you quite enjoy it. Severus's breath hitched slightly, raising a hand to press against Kronos's chest, pushing him back half a step. Enough. His voice carried an undeniable firmness, yet the lingering blush on his earlobe betrayed his facade. I suggest you cease this frivolous behavior immediately, Assistant Norn. He deliberately used Kronos's surname and title to create a distance, though his gaze involuntarily drifted to Kronos's eyes, glinting with mischief. Kronos readily relinquished his hold, stepping back and lazily leaning against the bedpost. As you wish, Mr. Snape, he drawled, elongating the syllables in a mockery of some rigid student-teacher decorum. Severus scoffed lightly, turning his face to adjust his slightly disheveled collar. Yet Kronos' almost imperceptible gaze still unsettled him. Rest now, we have classes tomorrow. He awkwardly redirected the conversation, attempting to mask his accelerated heartbeat. Kronos raised an eyebrow, leisurely unfastening the silver clasp of his outer robe. Well, it seems someone doesn't intend to send me away tonight. Would you like assistance in changing into your nightwear? Severus's fingers paused momentarily at his collar, the flush still evident. No, he retorted, flustered. If you intend to stay here tonight, then close your mouth, lie down, and sleep. Kronos chuckled softly, obediently moving to sit on the edge of the bed. He reached for Severus, drawing him into his embrace, and with a flick of his wand, both were adorned in night robes. Sleep. In the darkness, Severus could feel the warmth emanating from behind him, the arms encircling his waist. He closed his eyes but could not ignore the lingering scent of mint that hung in the air, Kronos' distinct fragrance. Due to Grindelwald's unique teaching style, defense against the dark arts classes often unfolded with unforeseen incidents. Fortunately, with prior experience, Kronos managed quite well. This day marked the advanced 6th-year defense against the dark arts class, and upon entering the classroom, Kronos immediately spotted Severus in the corner. Tonight, we shall practice resisting the soul-sucking curse. Grindelwald calmly introduced the topic, his voice not loud, yet instantly silencing the entire classroom. The students erupted in a chorus of protests. A Ravenclaw girl raising her hand. Professor Glass, isn't this a bit dangerous? Dangerous? Grindelwald leaned against the podium, a playful smile curling his lips. When you step beyond these castle walls, dark wizards will not kindly avoid the unforgivable curses. No sooner had he spoken than his wand emitted a burst of red light, aimed directly at Kronos, causing an uproar of gasps to fill the classroom. In an instant, as the crimson light flickered, Kronos reacted with remarkable swiftness. With a deft twist of his wrist, a hefty tome entitled Advanced Defensive Magic soared from the bookshelf, perfectly intercepting the incantation. The book erupted midair, its pages cascading down like delicate snowflakes. A flawless demonstration, Mr. Norn, Grindelwald remarked, surveying the students below. When you lack the fortitude to withstand the soul snare curse, evasion becomes the most pragmatic approach. He elegantly twirled his wand, casting his gaze across the assembly. However, evasion necessitates keen perception and agile judgment. At this moment, I require you to fortify yourselves with sheer willpower. Rest assured, I shall employ the gentlest version. Kronos stepped to the center of the classroom, lightly tapping the podium with his wand, conjuring a row of labeled crystal vials, one for each student containing a calming potion. I must gently inform you that the experience of the soul snare curse can be rather unsettling. His gaze inadvertently brushed over Snape, who was observing him in turn. Behold, we have a capable teaching assistant. Grindelwald's wand once again pointed toward Kronos. Another demonstration, Mr. Norn. As the light of the soul snare curse enveloped Kronos, Snape instinctively snapped his quill in half. Yet, Kronos seemed dazed for but 2 fleeting seconds before regaining lucidity, even before Grindelwald issued a command. Exceedingly efficient. Grindelwald's voice resonated throughout the classroom, lingering on Kronos for a few moments. Yet, you must remember, not everyone possesses Mr. Norn's unique immunity. His gaze swept meaningfully across the classroom, emphasizing that the mental fortresses of ordinary wizards require sturdier materials for construction. The students' tense expressions relaxed ever so slightly, though unease still lingered in the air. Grindelwald paced forward, casually selecting a student. Now, the practical portion begins. The chosen Hufflepuff swallowed hard, trembling as he stood before Grindelwald. Teach, Professor, he stammered, gripping the hem of his robe tightly. The ensuing scene was chaotic. Students afflicted by Grindelwald's soul snare curse inevitably found themselves dancing about the classroom, with only Snape, Lily, Potter, Black, and Lupin managing to break free. As the class neared its end, Grindelwald lifted the curse, leaving the students pallid and visibly relieved. Mr. Norn, remember to assign them a 10-inch paper, Grindelwald instructed before departing the classroom. The students fled in haste, leaving only a few behind to gather their belongings. Kronos noticed Snape methodically organizing his parchment, evidently awaiting him. The two exited together, and at the corridor's corner stood Regulus. "I have a class," Snape signaled to Kronos, his gaze lingering on Regulus for a moment before turning toward the potions classroom. Kronos approached Regulus, whose eyes flickered with unease. "Is there something amiss?" Chapter 79, Orders. Kronos and Regulus retreated to an abandoned classroom. After casting a privacy charm, Regulus finally spoke, his voice lowered and tinged with an unmistakable weariness. "The Dark Lord requests your presence at Borgin and Burke's next week." Kronos lightly tapped his wand against his fingertips. "What specific time?" "Midnight on Wednesday," Regulus replied, his throat constricting as he unconsciously clenched the cuff of his robe. "He requires you to personally assess a newly arrived special item." The term special item clearly indicated something far beyond ordinary dark artifacts. A flicker of intrigue flashed in Kronos' eyes, yet his demeanor remained composed. "Understood." Additionally, Regulus inhaled deeply. As though summoning strength for his next words, he expressed regret at your absence from the Halloween feast. The term regret was a veiled euphemism from Regulus. He continued, "I tolerate your uniqueness, Kronos, but that tolerance is not boundless. Missing a ceremony of core members may be interpreted as a lack of reverence. Please convey to him that I lament my absence from the celebration, yet the currents within Hogwarts may warrant equal attention." Kronos adeptly redirected the conversation toward his surveillance duties assigned by Voldemort. Regulus's tense shoulders relaxed momentarily. He grasped Kronos' intent. "Very well. I shall relay your message." He refrained from probing for specifics, recognizing the unspoken limits of their understanding. "Take care of yourself," Kronos added, observing Regulus's increasingly pale complexion. "Beyond your tasks, refrain from participating in those frivolous entertainments. It seems the Dark Lord's scrutiny upon you has intensified." He referred to Voldemort's increasingly capricious temperament and the psychological pressure exerted upon his Death Eaters, particularly those of noble lineage who might not exhibit sufficient fervor. Regulus stiffened slightly before straightening his posture. "I know what to do." The door to the empty classroom silently slid open and shut, and Regulus's figure swiftly vanished into the shadows of the corridor. Kronos turned and strode toward the opposite direction, heading toward the potions classroom. As he approached the potions room, the bitter aroma of herbs wafted out. Kronos paused at the entrance, peering through the partially ajar door. He observed Snape intently stirring a cauldron while Professor Slughorn effusively praised him, his round face beaming with delight. Kronos chose not to enter but leaned against the stone wall outside, awaiting the conclusion of the lesson. Voldemort's command constituted yet another test of loyalty. It remained uncertain whether he was merely to assess or to manage certain items. When the bell rang to signify the end of class, Kronos had reined in all his thoughts. Students streamed out, and Lily was animatedly discussing class content with her peers. Upon spotting Kronos, she blinked in surprise. "Mr. Norn?" "Good afternoon, Lily," Kronos responded gently, his gaze drifting past her toward the depths of the classroom where Snape was tidying up his equipment. Lily followed his line of sight, a knowing smile gracing her lips. "I shan't interrupt you two. Farewell, Lily." Potter's voice intruded abruptly as he wrapped an arm around Lily's shoulders, glaring challengingly at Kronos. "Don't linger too closely to the Dark Lord's dog." Kronos didn't deign to acknowledge him with even a glance, merely offering a polite nod to Lily before turning toward Snape, who was emerging from the classroom. Potter's disgruntled mutterings trailed behind, as Lily tugged at his arm, leading him away. "How long did you stand there?" Snape queried, shoving a stack of parchment into his dragon hide bag in a seemingly casual manner. "Long enough to appreciate the sight of someone brewing the perfect elixir of life," Kronos replied, taking the bag from Snape's hand, their fingers brushing lightly in the exchange. Snape scoffed lightly, his ears tinged with a faint blush. "Boring." They walked side by side toward the dungeon, and upon reaching the underground laboratory, Kronos broached the topic of earlier. "What do you think this special item could be?" A flicker of concern crossed Snape's eyes. Kronos chuckled softly. "He has taken a recent liking to collecting artifacts of particular significance." Snape accepted the peppermint tea Kronos handed him. "Probing, testing your abilities, or perhaps your loyalty?" "Both," Kronos replied, lifting a hand to gently smooth Snape's furrowed brow in a gesture both soothing and intimate, devoid of words. "Each assignment serves as an examination of loyalty. My absence from the Halloween feast has already left a blemish in his eyes. Thus, I must attend this time." As Snape approached the potion cabinet, he retrieved a vial radiating a pearlescent sheen and handed it to Kronos. "Counter curse potion, new formulation, greater efficacy." He refrained from elaborating on the arduous process of perfecting the formula, yet Kronos could discern the determination in his eyes, urging him to take it, come what may. Kronos did not refuse, carefully stowing the vial close to him, and instructed me to keep a watchful eye on Regulus. Suddenly he spoke, his tone tinged with an imperceptible weight, revealing an unsettling state. His complexion was notably poor, and he appeared taut, as if he were a string on the verge of snapping. Regulus's demeanor today exuded a palpable exhaustion, far more profound than any previous encounters, clearly indicating that Voldemort's recent scrutiny had exceeded the limits that the boy could bear. "I will be vigilant," Severus replied succinctly, then turned his gaze towards Kronos. "And you? Is there anything else that requires preparation?" "I shall return to the manor this weekend," Kronos remarked casually, picking up another vial from the table. "An improved version of the Wolfsbane potion?" "Indeed. I have already submitted my dissertation to St. Gormand and the Potions Association." Upon mentioning potions, Severus's demeanor shifted dramatically. "Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I am poised to attain the mastery in potions by the time of my graduation." The gleam in Severus's eyes captivated Kronos, who leaned in and kissed the corner of Severus's mouth. "Truly, you are my potion genius." Severus was momentarily taken aback by Kronos's unexpected kiss, a faint blush creeping from his ears to his cheeks. He averted his gaze, striving to maintain composure, yet the warmth in his eyes betrayed his feigned indifference. "This is the research laboratory," he murmured, a hint of vexation lacing his voice, though his body remained ensconced within the embrace of Kronos's arm. Kronos chuckled softly, his deep laughter resonating in the stillness of the cellar. "I am aware," he said, gently twirling a loose strand of Severus's dark hair around his finger. "But that does not detract from my admiration for the brilliance of my Severus." Severus's heartbeat quickened uncontrollably, and he cleared his throat, attempting to redirect the conversation. Yet when his gaze met Kronos's, he blurted out, "The reputation of Borgin and Berks is rather dubious. Exercise caution." Chapter 80. Appraisal. At midnight on Wednesday, a gentle rain began to fall. In the dormitory, Kronos had donned a deep black traveling cloak, meticulously adjusting the clasps at the cuffs. Severus stood before him, his expression darker than usual, clutching a pair of dragonhide gloves, stubbornly ensuring that each finger of Kronos's hand was properly encased. "Is it time?" Severus's voice was low, his gaze averted from Kronos's eyes, focusing instead on the edges of the gloves. "10 more minutes," Kronos replied, his voice steady. He observed the way Severus's lashes hung low, casting shadows over his face, revealing the tension he was desperately trying to conceal. He could feel the warmth and strength of Severus's fingertips through the dragon hide, not merely adjusting the gloves, but affirming a certain existence. At last, Severus lifted his head, his dark eyes reflecting Kronos's visage. He raised his hand to pull up the hood of Kronos's cloak. "The counter-curse potion is in your left inner pocket?" "Yes," Kronos nodded slightly. "I hope I shall not have the occasion to prove its potency." Severus pressed his lips together, refraining from responding to the teasing remark. He adjusted the clasp of the cloak one final time, ensuring it would shield him from the elements, his movements slow as if resisting the passage of time. Then, instead of withdrawing his hand immediately, he briefly tightened his grip on Kronos's arm, the pressure heavy with unspoken admonitions and profound, unuttered concerns. "Proceed with caution, do not tarry," he finally uttered, his voice somewhat hoarse. "I shall return to relay the details," Kronos promised, his gaze lingering on Severus's face before placing a kiss upon his forehead. "Do not wait for me." Nocturne Alley was rendered even more treacherous by the rain, and as Kronos approached, the door to Borgin and Berks silently slid open, as if anticipating his arrival. "Mr. Norn," Borgin greeted with an unsettlingly forced smile, "the shop has been awaiting your presence for quite some time. Please, this way." Borgin guided Kronos deeper into the store towards a dark door that nearly merged with the wall. He knocked thrice, and the wooden door opened soundlessly. "Please enter, Mr. Norn." Borgin stepped aside, his smile concealing a barely perceptible fear. "The master awaits your professional opinion." Upon entering the chamber, Kronos' attention was drawn not to the mysterious items upon the table, but to the figure standing in the corner, a Death Eater, a watcher appointed by Voldemort. "The Lord wishes to know what you have observed." The man spoke, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. Kronos nodded, stepping forward to lift the black cloth covering the object. It was not a cursed dark artifact, but a crystal ball the size of a fist, quietly resting on a velvet cushion, shrouded in a swirling gray mist. This was certainly not an ordinary prophetic orb. Voldemort would not utilize such an object to test him. Kronos' wand hovered an inch above the crystal ball, silver light flashing as the mist within dissipated, revealing a scene of Voldemort executing a foe with the killing curse, a moment that had indeed transpired in the timeline of reality. "Speak of your findings, Mr. Norn." Kronos unveiled the image to him, the piercing green light flashing as a lifeless body crumpled to the ground, a remnant of the killing curse's execution. "The Lord's endeavors are invincible." As he uttered these words, the crystal ball suddenly shattered, a plume of dark mist swiftly enveloping Kronos' body. A chill coursed through him, even affecting the binding curse. Kronos' complexion turned ashen, and his body trembled slightly. "I shall report truthfully regarding the youngest son of the Black family, Regulus Black." He abruptly shifted the topic, his voice icy. Do you deem him sufficiently reliable? Kronos' pallor persisted, his tone somewhat weak. The ancient bloodline of the Black family, undeniably a pure-blood heir, harbors a fervent commitment to the pure-blood cause. While his youth may lead to some impulsiveness in certain actions, I believe the Lord's noble bloodline will provide him with the finest guidance and trials. He returned the question without offering a definitive assurance, nor did he resort to disparagement. The Death Eater fell silent once more, and after a few seconds, emitted a vague sound that seemed to signify understanding. Your task is complete, Mr. Norn. Await the Lord's summons. Kronos nodded slightly and departed from there. Upon returning to Hogwarts, Fawkes appeared before him, leading him to the headmaster's office. Good evening, Kronos. Dumbledore greeted warmly, conjuring a cup of hot cocoa upon the table. Perhaps you would care to share your insights regarding tonight's gathering? Kronos stepped forward, casually draping his damp cloak over his arm, the pretense of weakness evaporating entirely. His stride was steady, and his countenance displayed no signs of anomaly. He sat down, lifted the warm cocoa to his lips, taking a sip as a mere trivial test. Grindelwald chuckled softly. Ah, Albus. The seer is most adept at dancing upon the razor's edge. The talents of the Norn family have always been a double-edged sword coveted, yet feared by the ambitious. Dumbledore's gaze remained gentle upon Kronos, wary of the ancient forces that he could not fully control, such as prophecy, which always rendered him particularly alert. Kronos nodded, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth, feigning a display of reverence towards Dumbledore's power, leading him to believe that he remained under his dominion. However, as Kronos set down his teacup, it became evident that his attention towards the new generation of purebloods had intensified. Grindelwald scoffed. It seems his purity test for the younger generation of pureblood families has entered a new phase. The Blacks, TSK, Hogwarts shall grant them the sanctuary they rightfully deserve. Dumbledore remained gentle, yet a note of concern was discernible in his voice. Kronos, Tom's patience is wearing thin. The risks associated with each encounter are escalating. Dancing on the precipice is preferable to plummeting into the abyss. Kronos rose, retrieving the cloak draped over the armrest. There are matters that warrant the professor's keen attention. I must take my leave. Severus awaits my detailed report. After all, I promised to inform him of the specifics regarding this rather tedious endeavor. Dumbledore smiled warmly. Of course. Do convey my regards to Severus. Fawkes emitted a soft trill, and Kronos inclined his head slightly before departing the headmaster's office. Chapter 81, Birthday. The frequent summons of Voldemort during the Christmas holidays did not disrupt the tranquility of Hogwarts, at least not on the surface. Upon Kronos' return, he briefly informed Snape of the successful outcome of their mission, just as they had anticipated. The Death Eater's triumph had fostered their arrogance, leading them step by step into the meticulously crafted trap laid by Dumbledore and Kronos. Upon returning to school, when Lily called out to Snape from the castle tower, thrusting a beautifully wrapped gift into his arms, he momentarily displayed an unusual look of bewilderment. Happy birthday, Severus. Though 2 days premature. A mischievous glint sparkled in Lily's emerald eyes as she playfully winked. But I suspect you'd rather wait until that day to unwrap gifts with your assistant, Norn, wouldn't you? Her teasing lingered in the air. Snape gazed down at the box in his hands, a wave of warmth unexpectedly coursing through him. The actual date of January 9th, just 2 days away, marked his 17th birthday, a day that had always been overshadowed by chill and neglect during his years in Spinner's End, nearly forgotten. Even at Hogwarts, he had never consciously remembered it. However, Kronos consistently planned ahead, preparing gifts that made it impossible for Snape to overlook the day as significance. Lily's reminder merely heightened his awareness that the day was approaching, and this time, its significance might be more profound than ever. He was on the verge of adulthood. On January 9th, deep within the private research chamber of the dungeon, Snape stood before the cauldron, completing the final touches. After bottling the potion, a familiar silver paper crane alighted in front of him, gently pecking at his fingers, urging him to follow. He trailed after the crane into a hidden passageway. Unlike the typical damp and dusty ones, the air was imbued with a warm, dry wooden aroma, mingled with a hint of peppermint and resin. Clearly a setting meticulously arranged by Kronos. At the end of the passage lay their dormitory. However, when Snape opened the door, the sight before him momentarily stole his breath away. The warm candlelight dispelled the chill of the dungeon. The former desks had been replaced by a small square table, laden with an array of carefully prepared food, and a dainty cake adorned the center, its surface elegantly frosted with the number 17 in silver icing. Kronos stood beside the table, clad in a soft, dark gray turtleneck sweater and black trousers, exuding a cozy warmth. Happy birthday, my Severus. Kronos approached Snape, not embracing him, but rather, tenderly enclosing his hands within his own, guiding him to a seat. Kronos lifted his glass, Welcome to the world of adult wizards. The dinner unfolded in a pleasantly tipsy silence, punctuated by occasional low murmurs. The food was delectable, yet Snape's gaze frequently drifted toward Kronos. Captivated by the elegant fingers that served him and the eyes that reflected the candlelight, gazing solely at him. After the meal, Kronos approached Snape, slightly bending down to retrieve two exquisitely wrapped boxes from beneath the table, birthday gifts. He slid the larger box toward Snape. I believe you will find it to your liking. As Snape unwrapped it, his eyes widened in astonishment. It contained rare potion ingredients. I love it. He carefully set the materials aside and opened the smaller box, revealing a beautifully bound tome, its dark green leather cover devoid of any gilded title, save for the initials SS embossed in the center. Upon opening the cover, his breath hitched at the sight of the neatly inscribed title page, The Potion-Making Journey of Severus Snape, 1970 to 1976. Compiled and annotated by Kronos Norn. His fingers trembled slightly as he turned the thick parchment pages. Each page meticulously recorded his journey with potions, encompassing all documented and scattered notes, experimental data, failed attempts, and queries regarding the properties of various ingredients. Kronos' neat handwriting adorned the margins, offering insights into theoretical origins, highlighting his brilliant thoughts, or rigorously deducing the potential of spontaneous theories, even marking dates and locations in varying ink colors. Each entry concluded with a blank page, as if awaiting the continuation of his narrative. Snape's voice faltered, unable to articulate a complete thought. This tome was a testament infused with countless hours of devotion, affirming that Kronos not only remembered his successes but cherished every exploratory failure, valuing all his fleeting inspirations. He lowered his gaze, his fingertips greedily caressing the familiar yet rejuvenated script on the pages. How could you? He finally regained a fragment of his voice, hoarsely inquiring. I merely wish for you to remember. Kronos gazed at the slight reddening of Snape's eyes and his tightly pressed lips, his expression gentle. Your talent, your passion, everything you strive for is not only worthy in my eyes, but is among the most precious treasures in this world. They have shaped the one and only Severus Snape. Snape carefully and reverently placed the leather-bound book into his bedside cabinet. When he turned to face Kronos once more, the tremors in his gaze had yet to fully subside. Yet a newfound resolve emerged. He stepped forward, closing the already minimal distance between them. Kronos remained still, watching him with infinite patience and tenderness. Snape extended his hand, fingers slightly cool, brushing against the soft cashmere of Kronos' shoulder, and then, slowly yet resolutely, traced the contours of his neck. His movements conveyed a clumsy yet unwavering exploration, the warmth of Kronos' skin gradually absorbing the chill of his fingertips. Kronos made no move, simply encouraging him with those soul-capturing green eyes. The contours of his jaw appeared soft and alluring in the candlelight, and his breath seemed to slow, awaiting Snape's next action. Emboldened by some unspoken permission, Snape raised his other hand, fingers delicately tracing the edge of Kronos' perfect jawline, approaching with the carefulness and focus of one experimenting with an unknown potion. Ultimately, his fingertips lingered at the warm corner of Kronos' lips, gently outlining the distinct shape. Kronos chuckled softly, his voice husky and beguiling. May I interpret your reaction as a sign of your satisfaction with this birthday gift? Snape remained silent, his response manifesting in action as he leaned forward, decisively pressing his lips against Kronos'. Chapter 82. Understanding is for those who understand. This kiss, laden with a possessive declaration, was cool yet imbued with the intoxicating scent of alcohol, resolute and forceful. He no longer passively endured. Instead, he actively sought to explore possession, striving to reclaim a sense of control, pouring into this kiss all the tumultuous and ineffable emotions simmering within him, including the unspoken courage and desire of his 17 years. Kronos emitted a satisfied sigh, readily embracing the surging passion, his hands tightening around Snape's waist, drawing him closer into his embrace. There was not a sliver of space between them, their chests pressed tightly together, their heartbeats resonating in the confined space, like a drumbeat, distinct and palpable. Kronos' hand glided down Snape's straightened spine, exploring the smooth and taut lines of his back muscles. Feeling the warmth and tension beneath the fine fabric of his robes and shirt, Snape, equally unwilling to yield, eagerly slipped his fingers beneath the hem of Kronos' sweater, encountering the firm and heated skin, as if jolted by a current, setting off a simultaneous shiver between them. In a brief pause from their fervent kiss, Kronos pulled back slightly, his eyes alight with a vibrant flame, his breath unsteady, his voice a low murmur of turbulent desire. Severus, he gasped, tonight. There was no need for him to elaborate. His gaze conveyed everything. As Snape gradually emerged from the intense aftershocks of their kiss, he felt Kronos' gentle kiss upon his damp forehead, his eyes reflecting pure satisfaction and tenderness. "Are you uncomfortable?" Kronos inquired, wiping away the physiological tears at the corners of his eyes with his fingertips, his voice slightly hoarse. Snape turned his face away, his throat tightening, only to be acutely aware of the subtle tension that Kronos had already detected. Kronos' hand soothingly pressed against his lower back, the warmth of his palm effortlessly easing the soreness. Snape's body relaxed slightly, a wave of drowsiness washing over him. He closed his eyes and sank deeper into Kronos' embrace. Sensing his reliance and fatigue, Kronos adjusted his position, allowing Snape to rest in the crook of his arm, while his other hand diligently massaged the man he held. When he awoke the next day, Snape felt no discomfort. Instinctively, he reached out for the space beside him, only to find the bed empty, save for a slight indentation and a lingering warmth. "Awake?" A low, amused voice came from across the room. Snape turned to see Kronos seated in an armchair by the window, grading papers. Snape's ears flushed crimson as he abruptly turned his face away, reaching for his clothes on the bedside, only to discover that his robes had been neatly folded beside his pillow, even his wand placed conveniently within reach. "You're up quite early," he remarked, his voice somewhat hoarse, clearing his throat before continuing. Kronos set down his pen, approached the bedside, and placed a gentle kiss on Snape's forehead. "Good morning, Severus." Snape's fingers hesitated at his collar, the intimacy of the previous night making each touch feel distinctly vivid. He pressed his lips together, striving to maintain his composure. "Good morning." Kronos chuckled softly, adjusting his collar. "Are you hungry? I had the house elf prepare breakfast." Snape intended to refuse, but his stomach protested first, causing his expression to harden, his ears burning. "Uh-huh." Kronos' eyes sparkled with amusement, yet he refrained from teasing further, turning instead toward a small round table in the corner where breakfast for two was already laid out. Snape silently approached and sat down, sipping a cup of tea, the familiar crisp aroma allowing him to relax slightly. "About last night, shut up." Snape suddenly looked up, a flicker of embarrassment in his dark eyes. "I don't wish to discuss it." Kronos raised an eyebrow, a playful smirk gracing his lips. "I was merely inquiring if you slept well." Snape shot him a glare, returning his gaze to his breakfast, refusing to engage with the clearly teasing question. Kronos chuckled lightly, opting not to press him further. "This morning I have a teaching assistant meeting, and in the afternoon, I need to assist Grindelwald with lesson plans." "What about you?" "Potions class," Snape replied tersely, pausing to add, "Professor Slughorn has asked for my help organizing a batch of newly arrived materials." Kronos nodded, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. "Shall we meet tonight?" Snape acknowledged with a non-committal sound, finishing his tea before rising to leave. Suddenly, Kronos grasped his wrist gently, enough to halt his steps. "Severus." Snape turned to meet those deep green eyes, his heartbeat quickening uncontrollably. Kronos stood, placing a tender kiss on his lips, his voice low and soothing, a parting kiss. Snape offered no resistance, accepting the farewell kiss. "See you tonight." Throughout the day, it was evident to everyone at Hogwarts that Kronos was in good spirits. Even the antics of Potter and his friends went unpunished. In the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, Kronos was seated at the desk, assisting Grindelwald with lesson plans. The office door creaked open gently, revealing Grindelwald leaning against the doorframe, amusement glinting in his mismatched eyes. "It appears our teaching assistant is in a fine mood today." Kronos continued writing without looking up. "Not bad." Grindelwald chuckled lightly, stepping closer, his finger tapping the desk. "I heard that a certain Slytherin student came of age last night." Kronos' quill paused momentarily as he raised his gaze to Grindelwald, a glimmer of warning flashing in his eyes. "Professor, when did you begin to take an interest in students' personal lives?" Grindelwald shrugged casually, his tone light. "Just curious. After all, certain individual states are quite evident today." Kronos raised an eyebrow. "Oh." Grindelwald regarded him meaningfully. "Slughorn just came to see me, subtly reminding me to monitor the behavior of my teaching assistant." Kronos set down his quill, rubbing his forehead, unable to suppress a smile. "It seems our potions professor has a keen eye." Grindelwald chuckled, turning toward the door. "Young man, do tone it down. I'd rather not have to hear it from Albus." Kronos laughed softly. "I shall be mindful, Professor." Chapter 83, Pressure. Following that extraordinary coming-of-age ceremony, Kronos and Snape's relationship entered a new phase, marked by an unspoken understanding. The sheepskin tome chronicling Snape's potion trajectory was meticulously cherished and placed in the most accessible spot of Kronos' private bookshelf. After attending to potion materials, Snape would occasionally cleanse his hands, his fingers gliding over the familiar script and Kronos' annotations, a faint smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Kronos often followed him with unwavering admiration and affection in his gaze. Their daily life became etched into habit. Each morning, Snape would enjoy breakfasts quietly delivered by the house elf, while Kronos would serendipitously appear in the library corner where Snape often studied, sharing tranquil afternoons immersed in reading together. After dinner, they would find themselves in the study, where Kronos quietly attended to his duties as a teaching assistant or deciphered encrypted letters from the Noon family, occasionally engrossed in a hefty tome. Severus Snape, on the other hand, remained focused on the world before his cauldron or refined his thesis, as the air was thick with the distinctive aroma of potion ingredients, intermingled with an unspoken camaraderie. Professor Slughorn, though occasionally casting teasing glances at his promising young assistant, could only chuckle when presented with the latest accolades from the Potion Association. Expressing envy at the fervor of youth, the night transformed into a new dimension of their relationship. After their initial liaison, Snape's initial embarrassment was fleeting, as his innate scholarly spirit and desire for control over his body and emotions swiftly took precedence. With Kronos, he was no longer wholly passive, but rather embraced a mindset of learning and aspiring to take the initiative. Exploring each other's bodies became a new subject of study, and each encounter left them further enraptured. Kronos' embrace served as his most steadfast anchor, and the bed in the cellar, which had borne witness to countless passionate moments, often simply became their warm nest for slumber. The scent of Kronos and the heat of his embrace being the finest lullaby. However, this tranquility could not endure indefinitely. In the library one afternoon, as Kronos prepared to leave after grading a round of assignments for lower-year students, he caught a glimpse of Regulus seated by the window, causing him to pause momentarily. Before Regulus lay a hefty ancient tome, yet Kronos astutely noticed that the page had remained untouched for quite some time. Silently, he approached and took a seat beside Regulus, prompting a few lower-year Slytherin students across the table to hush and hurriedly gather their belongings, bowing their heads in reverence as they departed. "Rael?" Kronos spoke softly, ensuring only they could hear. Regulus flinched, seemingly surprised by his presence, and hastily lifted his gaze. Upon meeting Kronos' calm, penetrating green eyes, a fleeting shadow of suppressed fear crossed his face, prompting him to lower his eyelids in an attempt to mask his unraveling emotions. Kronos' voice was somewhat hoarse as he cleared his throat, regaining a semblance of composure. "Good afternoon. Your complexion," he began straightforwardly, his gaze sweeping over the pronounced dark circles under Regulus's eyes and the pallor of his nearly translucent skin. "It appears worse than the last time we met. How long has it been since you rested properly? Have you been neglecting your meals again?" Regulus managed a strained, formulaic smile, though it appeared exceedingly frail. "I'm just a bit tense with the end-of-term revision. My mother has high expectations for my OWLs. Your mother's expectations have never truly broken you." Kronos' voice grew somber, laced with undeniable pressure as he lightly tapped his fingers on the table. "Look at me, Rael." Regulus tightened his grip, eventually lifting his head. In close proximity, the bloodshot veins in his eyes and the torment from mental strain were glaringly evident. Kronos sighed, softening his tone. "Tonight, before bed, drink that vial of purple potion. I've placed it at the bottom of your bedside table, remember? It will soothe your mind and help shield you from external mental influences." Regulus nodded silently, as if clutching a lifeline. "Hold on, Rael." Kronos' voice was gentle yet resolute. "This is merely the final darkness before dawn. Protect yourself. Do not approach the edge of the abyss, and do not look down." Regulus took a deep breath, his posture seeming to straighten slightly as he earnestly nodded at Kronos. "I understand. Thank you." Without further ado, Kronos waved his wand, casting a protective charm that enveloped the rose brooch in a silvery light. Regulus felt a warmth spread through his body, alleviating some of his mental fatigue. Upon returning to the study, Snape was meticulously decanting a successfully brewed potion into crystal vials, the flames beneath the cauldron extinguished, and the room was suffused with a rich and complex aroma. Hearing the door creak open, Snape did not look up, accurately adding the final drop to a vial before sealing it. "Did you encounter Regulus in the library?" he inquired casually, cleaning the cauldron with a flick of his wand. "Yes," Kronos replied, shedding his coat and moving to Snape's side, instinctively wrapping his arms around his waist, resting his chin in the crook of his neck, inhaling the bittersweet scent of absinthe that clung to him. He could sense Snape was in a poor state, merely holding on. Has the Dark Lord intensified the pressure on him? Voldemort was naturally wary of pure-blood aristocrats who lacked fervor, and Regulus's reticence could easily be perceived as a flaw in such an environment. Indeed, Kronos' fingers traced gentle circles on Snape's side, the attention drawn by his brother. Sirius Black's betrayal of the Dark Lord will only exacerbate the scrutiny on Regulus. He must have been forced into assignments or observations far beyond his mental capacity. A brief silence enveloped the study as Snape's gaze fell upon the row of freshly bottled purple potions on the shelf, his latest formulation of a powerful calming draft. Potent yet with minimal side effects. Silently, he summoned a bottle and handed it to Kronos. "Give him this." I've adjusted the formula. 2 drops before bed will allow him to take a breath from that tension, at least enabling him to sleep soundly. Kronos accepted the crystal vial and pressed a kiss to the side of Snape's face. Thank you, Severus. Did you inform him? Snape inquired. Alluding to the old calming potion Kronos had mentioned placing at the bottom of Regulus's bedside table. Yes. I cast a potent version of the waking protection charm on him in the library and mentioned the potion's location, Kronos said as he guided Snape to a comfortable armchair. But this alone won't suffice. He needs a viable reason to temporarily withdraw from the Dark Lord's gaze and catch his breath. Chapter 84, Departure. Snape keenly sensed Kronos' intentions. Are you planning to use the Noon family name? It is currently the most effective and reasonable approach, Kronos replied, lightly tapping the crystal vial with his fingertip. By invoking family matters, we can request short-term assistance from those connected to the Noon family. Ancient families always possess some arcane tasks. For Voldemort, this not only legitimizes his exploration of the Noon family, but also deepens his control over them. Snape contemplated the feasibility of this strategy, his tone tinged with concern. But this would effectively brand Regulus with the Noon's mark. Voldemort would not tolerate such a thing. Kronos tucked the crystal vial away, stating, thus, the key lies in convincing him that this reinforces his control rather than undermines his authority. A specific plan was needed. Regulus required an achievement, one that would prevent the Dark Lord from easily perceiving it as treason, instead providing him with an opportunity to enhance his value within the ranks of Death Eaters. Snape's dark eyes flickered, grasping Kronos' line of thought. You intend to frame this assistance as a critical aspect of a completed task? Clever. Kronos' fingers traced circles on Snape's waist. Next weekend, I will host a tome restoration ceremony at Noon Manor, ostensibly to decipher a book containing ancient prophecies. Of course, that book will be a forgery. Snape raised an eyebrow. You plan to have Regulus attend as an assistant? Too obvious. Kronos waved his wand, conjuring a gilded invitation that materialized on the table. I will invite all the Death Eater families, but only Regulus will accidentally stumble upon the hidden key insights within the book. Severus Snape immediately grasped the significance of a feat that the Dark Lord could not easily overlook. Furthermore, Regulus would inadvertently trigger the protective enchantments inscribed within the tome, sustaining minor injuries sufficient to warrant 2 weeks of recuperation at St. Mungo's, far removed from the gatherings of Death Eaters. Snape's fingertips unconsciously clenched the fabric of Kronos' garments. The plan was viable, yet the finer details required refinement. The Dark Lord would not be easily persuaded by mere coincidence. Kronos chuckled softly, conjuring a roll of yellowed parchment, a replica of an ancient manuscript, inscribed with the ancestral annotations of the Black family. Regulus, raised within the confines of his lineage, would undoubtedly recognize these markings. Snape scrutinized the parchment meticulously, suddenly frowning as he pointed to a particular passage, which necessitated a subtle allusion to soul magic, an obsession of the Dark Lords, thereby enhancing the credibility of their ruse. With a flick of his wand, Kronos rearranged the text upon the parchment, rendering it satisfactory. Snape pondered for a moment. How much did Regulus truly know? Only that he would be granted a respite. Kronos rolled up the parchment. The specifics of the discovery and the injuries would require improvisation to maintain authenticity. In his hand appeared a silver thimble, sending word to Regulus. Snape's gaze shifted to Kronos, his dark eyes concealing a depth of concern for this individual. Kronos tightened his grip, drawing Snape closer. Severus, he sighed, it's my fault for always causing you worry. Snape remained silent, merely lifting Kronos' chin and kissing him, a gesture that transcended mere affection, conveying a connection of reassurance and trust. The plan unfolded seamlessly, with Regulus earning rare commendation from Voldemort, while the protective spell successfully transported him to a ward in St. Mungo's, temporarily shielding him from the encroaching darkness. Nevertheless, compared to Regulus's convalescence, Voldemort's increasingly restless demeanor compelled Kronos to frequently respond to his summons. Once again escaping from a prolonged gathering, Kronos returned to Hogwarts, making his way directly to the dormitory in the dungeons. Upon opening the door, he found the room enveloped in tranquility. Snape sat at his desk in the corner, his posture erect and focused, the soft scratch of his quill on parchment resonating in the stillness. Kronos refrained from interrupting immediately, shedding his cloak and hanging it carefully, deliberately slowing his steps to halt a few paces behind Snape. The quill paused, and without turning, Snape subtly adjusted his posture, his shoulders seemingly relaxing imperceptibly. You're back, he stated, his tone flat and unperturbed, as if merely stating a commonplace fact. He finally set down his quill, yet did not immediately turn to face Kronos. Indeed, Kronos replied, his voice low and slightly hoarse from the journey, stepping forward to encircle Snape from behind. Kronos rested his chin gently against Snape's neck, his nose brushing against the cool strands of black hair, inhaling deeply. Is it troublesome? Snape inquired softly, finally tilting his head to catch a glimpse of the man embracing him. His voice remained calm, yet the concern in his eyes was nearly overwhelming. Old tricks. Kronos closed his eyes briefly, a hint of weariness lacing his tone. 3 more years. It's exhausting to maintain this charade. Snape lifted a hand to cover Kronos' arm encircling his waist, his fingertips conveying a silent support. He offered a succinct hint. Following his gaze, Kronos noticed a cup of peppermint tea on the corner of the desk. A smile graced his lips as he pressed a kiss to Snape's neck. "Wait for me," he murmured, releasing his embrace to approach the cup. Only then did Snape fully turn, his eyes following Kronos as the tea was consumed in one swift motion. The fatigue on Kronos' face dissipating completely. Kronos placed the cup down and returned to Snape's side, leaning closer, his hands resting on the back of the chair, enveloping his beloved in his presence. "Voldemort's actions are becoming increasingly frequent," Snape murmured, tracing the contours of Kronos' face with his fingers. "You must be cautious." "I will be," Kronos replied, taking Snape's fingers into his mouth, speaking through them. "The situation is under control. Dumbledore and Grindelwald are also keeping watch." Suddenly, he lifted Snape into his arms, laughing softly at the latter's indignant glare as he made his way to the 4-poster bed. "Severus, you need to rest as well." His fingertips grazed the dark circles beneath Snape's eyes. "After concocting so many calming potions, do you think I wouldn't notice?" Snape's struggling momentarily ceased as Kronos seized the opportunity to envelop him in an embrace, pulling the covers over them both. "Sleep," he urged. Chapter 85, Companions. Hogwarts remained largely unaffected by the increasingly rampant actions of the Death Eaters, or rather, only a select few, those nearing graduation, felt the impact. Regulus had returned from St. Mungo's, visibly rejuvenated. Kronos grew ever busier, while Snape's 6th-year studies escalated in intensity. Professor Slughorn frequently assigned him complex potion tasks, a testament to both his trust in Snape's abilities and the professor's well-meaning hints regarding the significance of Stellar Newt's results and accumulated achievements for Snape's future pursuit of mastery in potions. Snape understood the implications clearly. He executed each task with meticulous dedication, often exceeding expectations. Amidst this fulfilling routine, news erupted within Gryffindor Tower like a firework. Lily Evans had accepted James Potter as courtship. The word spread swiftly. What began as a small stir and light-hearted teasing in the common room escalated within a day to nearly the entirety of Hogwarts being aware of the development. Potter had subdued his former antics considerably. Although he still harbored biases against Slytherin, he had at least ceased the casual bullying of his peers. So, she ultimately chose that arrogant oaf? Snape mused absently from a secluded corner of the library, scribbling furiously on the parchment before him while Kronos, seated opposite, remained engrossed in grading assignments. "Romance is a deeply personal affair," Severus, Kronos replied, his quill gliding smoothly across the parchment, marking a perfect O. "The Potter family offers a formidable support system and an unblemished environment. Moreover," he paused, a knowing smile gracing his lips, "one cannot deny that Potter has indeed shown genuine sincerity in his pursuit of her." At that moment, Lily approached, a book cradled in her arms. "Severus, Kronos," she greeted, a hint of shyness coloring her cheeks. "I believe you've heard about James and me." "Entirely," Snape replied, his voice calm. Lily met his gaze, her familiar green eyes bright and resolute. "Severus, I have always cherished our friendship, past, present, and future. James has changed a great deal. I am aware of the unpleasantness between you two, but I do not wish for it to affect my relationship with you." "Your choices are your own," Snape replied. "And as for Potter, as long as he refrains from provoking me, I have no inclination to concern myself with a brawny fool of limited intellect." He paused, adding with an even tone, yet laced with a nuance only Lily or Kronos might discern, "I wish you joy." This represented his utmost acknowledgement and blessing for Lily's newfound romance. "Wishing you happiness, Lily," Kronos interjected, and in an instant, Lily's eyes sparkled with delight as she beamed a radiant smile. "Hearing your blessings brings me joy, thank you." After Lily departed, a shadow of melancholy darkened Snape's brow. For the child he referred to was none other than Harry Potter. Fate had already woven its intricate tapestry. All that remained was to let it unfold naturally. Kronos smoothed the furrow on his brow, assuring himself that Harry would be a child favored by destiny. Yet, not all would be smooth sailing by the end of April. James, caught in the throes of young love, received the devastating news of his parents' demise. Upon returning to the castle, a veil of silence enveloped him, and he began to frequent the classrooms and library, his youthful face etched with an uncharacteristic gravity and an obstinate yearning for maturity. Lily became a silent yet steadfast support beside James, while Remus and Sirius stowed away their jesting and raucousness to remain by his side, conveying through their presence a wordless "we are here." The final examination week soon approached. As Snape stepped out of the classroom after completing his last test, he spotted Kronos waiting for him not far away. Bubbles has already tidied up the room. Shall we return? Kronos inquired, taking Snape's bag with ease, naturally intertwining their hands. Yes, the end-of-term feast held no allure for Snape. He yearned instead for the tranquility of the greenhouse at Known Manor. When they arrived at the manor, the house elf Bubbles joyfully announced, "Welcome home, my masters. A sumptuous dinner awaits." Kronos effortlessly released Snape's hand, waving his wand casually, causing their outer robes to soar to the coat rack. "Well done, my dear," Kronos acknowledged, and Bubbles bowed deeply before vanishing with a soft pop. After dinner, Snape and Kronos retreated to the greenhouse, where moonlight streamed through the glass, and the fragrant aroma of plants filled the air. Snape's fingers brushed gently over a slumbering mandrake, its leaves quivering under his touch. Kronos stood a short distance behind him, watching with tender attentiveness. The summer at Known Manor transformed into the epicenter of a storm. Voldemort had chosen it as the venue for his recent gatherings, a clear and perilous signal of both trust and scrutiny. During the feast, Bellatrix scrutinized Snape, who stood behind Kronos, her voice dripping with derision. "How surprising, Kronos, your taste remains as unique as ever. A half-blood? The Lord has bestowed upon you such honor, allowing your manor to host this assembly, yet you permit such filth to taint the air, defiling Known's ancient threshold?" Her sharp laughter drew the attention of nearby Death Eaters, who either laughed in agreement or reveled in the spectacle. Snape's body tensed instantaneously, his fingers surreptitiously tightening around his wand. However, before Snape could respond, and even before Bellatrix's smug smile could fully bloom, a long, powerful hand firmly, yet unmistakably rested over Snape's clenched fist. Kronos did not spare Bellatrix a glance. He subtly turned, adopting a posture that was both natural and profoundly assertive, entwining his fingers with Snape's. "Lestrange, mind your words." Kronos' voice, though not raised, severed all discourse, resonating clearly in the now silent hall. His tone was as calm as one discussing the weather, yet beneath that tranquility lay the unassailable authority of an ancient family. "Mr. Severus Snape is my partner and another master of Known Manor in the Known family. His will is the will of Known. Any doubt or disrespect directed at him shall be regarded as a challenge to the authority of the Known family." Chapter 86, The Cruciatus Curse. A profound silence fell. Countless gazes, palpable in their intensity, converged upon the clasped hands of the two men and Kronos' serene yet lethal visage. Bellatrix's smile froze, disbelief and offended fury flickering in her eyes, yet she was momentarily quelled by an unspoken, formidable pressure, leaving her momentarily speechless. Snape felt his heart racing wildly within his chest. Kronos' warm palm pressed firmly against his, the heat coursing through his arm and igniting a fire deep within. Though his expression remained aloof, a faint blush crept upon his ears. "Kronos," a steadier voice broke the silence. Lucius stepped forward, wineglass in hand, a polite smile adorning his face. "Bellatrix has always been rather forthright. We naturally mean no offense in the matters of the Known family. Surely it is the exquisite wine that has caused her to lose her composure." Voldemort, perched at the head of the table, observed the unfolding drama with his crimson gaze, a faint, inscrutable smile playing upon his lips, as though he were savoring an intriguing performance. He neither reprimanded Bellatrix nor praised Kronos, merely surveying the assembly with a frigid glare that compelled all heads to bow in submission. The atmosphere grew heavy once more. Bellatrix huffed indignantly before disappearing into the corridor leading to the terrace. Regulus raised his glass from afar, aware that in this trial, Kronos had erected an unassailable boundary for his beloved amidst a realm rife with purebloods and dark power. The remainder of the feast passed in silence, with none daring to regard Snape with derision or scrutiny, while he remained steadfastly by Kronos' side, unwavering in his resolve. As the summer clamor finally subsided, Kronos and Snape returned to Hogwarts. The frequency of Death Eater attacks had escalated. Reports of disappearances and terror had become all too mundane. Yet within the ancient castle, students continued to attend classes, bicker, and laugh, striving to maintain the facade of normalcy, though the carefree atmosphere had been quietly eroded. The Order of the Phoenix openly initiated countermeasures, yet each time the Death Eaters targeted the Order, a mysterious force seemed to intervene. Following one such operation, Kronos vanished for 3 days. During this time, the laboratory was eerily silent, save for the faint bubbling of potions and the rustling of parchment. Snape meticulously revised his papers, forcing himself to concentrate on the words before him, as if that could suppress the growing storm of anxiety within. He knew where Kronos had gone, the temporary lair of Voldemort, engaged in a confrontation regarding Professor Glass's identity. As evening fell, Snape felt the ring on his chest grow warm. Kronos had returned. He almost immediately set aside his work and made his way to the secret passage leading to their dormitory. Upon pushing open the familiar wooden door, he found Kronos standing by the window, his back turned, seemingly gazing out at the water view. Hearing the door creak, Kronos slowly turned, his lips curling into a reassuring smile. Yet Snape keenly sensed that something was amiss. Kronos's complexion was unusually pale, not from any repercussion or consequence, but as if concealing some hidden anguish. Severus, Kronos's voice was lower and more gravelly than usual. Snape did not respond to the greeting. He swiftly closed the distance between them, his gaze scanning Kronos's face with the precision of a well-cast scanning charm, lingering on the wrist concealed beneath his robe sleeve. Ultimately, his eyes settled on Kronos's chest, as if he could penetrate the fabric and glimpse the unseen scars beneath. The Cruciatus Curse. Snape's voice, though soft, precisely and unequivocally struck at the heart of the matter. It was not a question, but a declaration of an observed truth. There was no surprise in his tone, only a chilling, suppressed rage and a hint of nearly imperceptible tenderness. Kronos tugged at the corners of his mouth, the smile lingering only at his lips, failing to reach his eyes. Your powers of observation remain as remarkable as ever. He attempted to brush it off lightly, yet Snape, with undeniable force, pressed him down onto the bed. Snape closed his eyes briefly, inhaling deeply, striving to quell the tumultuous fury surging within him. When he reopened his eyes, he had regained his customary composure, though beneath that calm lay a deeper, more turbulent worry. He retrieved a vial of shimmering silver potion from the bedside cabinet and consumed it. The imperative tone of his command brooked no argument. Kronos obediently accepted it, uncorked the vial, and drank it in one swift motion. The potion alleviated the after-effects of the Cruciatus Curse, and his complexion improved slightly as he grasped Snape's hand. I was mistaken. Kronos softened his tone, pressing Snape's hand against his face. I should not have made you wait so long, nor should I have concealed the truth from you. Snape's fingers lingered on the side of Kronos's neck for a few moments, confirming that his pulse had steadied before he relaxed his taut shoulders slightly. He turned and retrieved a small vial of deep purple potion from the cabinet. Tapping its mouth with his wand, the potion transformed into a fine mist that enveloped Kronos, a revised calming draft. Snape explained succinctly, "It will expedite recovery." Kronos chuckled softly, seizing Snape's withdrawing wrist and pulling him close enough to share breath, his voice, still raspy from the Cruciatus Curse, now tinged with familiar teasing. "I require the exclusive treatment of the potion genius more than any potion." Snape's ears flushed slightly, yet he did not withdraw. He regarded his lover's gradually regaining color with a hawkish gaze before suddenly leaning down to nip at Kronos's Adam's apple, satisfied by the unexpected muffled sound that escaped him. "It seems your reactions are quite sharp," Snape remarked with mock seriousness, his fingertips gently tracing the bite marks he had just left. "Next time, dare I say." Before Snape could finish his sentence, he was pulled down onto the bed, Kronos rolling over to pin him beneath him, dangerous sparks dancing in his emerald eyes. "There will be no next time." He lowered his head to nuzzle Snape's nose. "I promise." This position allowed Snape to distinctly sense the return of Kronos's body temperature to normal. He turned his face away with a soft huff, yet his fingers quietly clenched the fabric of Kronos's clothing. Chapter 87, Surveillance. After the incident with the Cruciatus Curse, Voldemort increasingly resorted to the binding curse to probe Kronos's movements. Meanwhile, the Death Eater reserves on campus were assigned new tasks to monitor Kronos and Professor Glass. Voldemort remained skeptical of the dark arts defense professor's true identity, seeking a means to undermine Dumbledore through him, given that Professor Glass frequently visited the headmaster's lounge at night. Dumbledore's azure eyes, seen through half-moon spectacles, were filled with deep concern. The Order of the Phoenix could not avoid casualties, and he appeared eager to find some breakthrough or to mask deeper unease with violence. He was desperate to consolidate power, while Kronos reclined in his chair, relaxed in posture. The persistent interference from mysterious forces and the targeted counterattacks from the Order made him acutely aware that his kingdom was neither a solid bastion nor invulnerable. He needed a greater victory to instill fear and fortify his reign built upon terror. Grindelwald beside him let out a derisive laugh. "Tom's impatience merely proves the efficacy of our strategy." A glint of sharpness flashed in his heterochromatic eyes. The interference from the Saints prevented him from concentrating his forces against the Order, while the ancient texts from Norn Manor distracted him from his focus on the Horcruxes. Dumbledore sighed softly, his gaze shifting to Kronos. "But the cost is that your situation grows increasingly perilous. Today, 2 students attempted to place listening devices in your lounge. Merely some clumsy tricks." Kronos's fingertips absent-mindedly rubbed the silver ring on his left hand. "Perhaps our Professor Glass can provide them with the proper guidance?" A knowing glimmer crossed Grindelwald's eyes. "I will arrange some targeted content for next week's Dark Arts Defense Practical class." Kronos' lips curled into a knowing smile, plans silently taking shape through their exchanged glances. Upon exiting the headmaster's office, students wandered the hallways, their lighthearted banter noticeably diminished compared to previous years. A few Ravenclaw students, burdened with heavy tomes, whispered and hurriedly discussed their ancient runes assignments, brows furrowed. A Hufflepuff student rushed by, clutching a copy of the Daily Prophet. A brief glance at the grim headline was all it took before he stuffed it into his bag. Several younger Slytherins whispered conspiratorially around a corner, their voices barely audible, their eyes reflecting an unusual caution for their age. Kronos strode steadily toward the direction of the study room, feigning ignorance of the tale that followed him. Upon opening the door to the study, the eyes behind him finally dissipated. He casually cast several enhanced protective and silencing charms, ensuring that this small sanctuary belonged exclusively to the two of them. Snape stood with his back to the door, organizing new materials at the potion cabinet. Kronos did not immediately speak, instead quietly leaning against the shadow at the door, gazing at the figure engrossed in his own world, as if sensing his presence. Snape's movements momentarily faltered, yet he did not turn around. What did Professor Dumbledore say? Kronos approached him, assisting with the organization. Voldemort's impatience was becoming increasingly visible, and the Order, alongside certain troublemakers, was proving effective. A few little ones attempted to slip some trinkets into my lounge. Unfortunately, someone's lounge has always been merely a display. Snape interjected, finally turning slightly to glance at him. His fathomless black eyes swiftly scanned Kronos' face, searching for any sign of fatigue or tension. Once assured of Kronos' well-being, he returned his focus to the various vials in his hands, speaking slowly. Dumbledore is concerned about the risks you are enduring. These risks are all within predictable limits. Kronos' voice carried a soothing quality. Predictable does not equate to non-existent. Snape's voice was low, almost to himself, yet in the quiet space, it was clear enough. He placed the last vial of unicorn hair back in its place. Voldemort's probing will only intensify. The pallor left by the Cruciatus curse that night was deeply engraved in Snape's memory. Kronos halted his movements, turning towards Snape, stepping forward to grasp his hand that hung at his side. I know. His fingertips nestled into the spaces between Snape's fingers, conveying unspoken warmth and comfort. You are my home. No matter what, I will always return to your side, Severus. Kronos' fingers tightened slightly in their clasp, the warmth and undeniable grip acting as a silent balm, gradually melting away the tension in Snape's shoulders. Snape's fingers instinctively responded, returning the grip lightly, but enough to express his acknowledgement of that promise. Time quietly slipped toward December amidst the fulfilling busyness and hidden undercurrents. The stone walls of the corridors were adorned by students with holly and mistletoe wreaths, the festive spirit softening the external gloom. Kronos and Snape chose to spend Christmas at Norn Manor. Having complied with the strong wishes of the potion genius, the manor received only simple decorations. Snape sat in a large armchair by the fireplace, an ancient potion tome spread across his lap, yet his gaze often drifted to Kronos, who sat on the carpet opposite him, leaning against the armrest. Kronos casually bent his long legs as he meticulously unwrapped the exquisitely packaged Christmas gift box sent by the house elves. This year, the wrapping was particularly thoughtful. A soft chuckle escaped Kronos as he retrieved a delicate crystal vial containing a potion recently developed by Severus Snape, designed to alleviate the pains inflicted by dark magic. It seems they truly understand my most pressing needs. He lifted his gaze, his emerald eyes reflecting the firelight as they tenderly met Snape's. Thank you, Severus. Snape merely acknowledged him with a quiet hum, a hint of crimson blooming on his ears as he averted his gaze. This was his most perfect creation. His unspoken concern distilled within the confines of this potion. Kronos carefully set the vial aside and reached for another box. As he unwrapped it, a small circular wreath crafted from mistletoe branches gracefully descended from above, perfectly suspended between them. Kronos paused, glancing at Snape, who was also looking at the unexpected mistletoe. Then, their eyes met, and a fleeting look of surprise flickered across Snape's dark gaze, quickly supplanted by a deeper, more familiar warmth. Words were unnecessary. Kronos rose from his seat and approached the armchair, extending his hand towards Snape. Snape's gaze lingered on his face for a moment before he placed his own slender fingers into Kronos' outstretched hand, which drew him up gently. A kiss descended. Unlike their previous fervent exchanges or tender reassurances, this kiss beneath the mistletoe was as gentle as the first snowflakes falling. Kronos' lips first brushed against Snape's forehead, then glided to the corner of his tightly pressed lips, ultimately landing on his slightly parted mouth, tasting of mint and cedar, embodying exquisite tenderness laced with profound attachment. Snape felt the elongated fingers weave through his dark hair, the warmth of the fingertips penetrating through the strands, causing him to involuntarily close his eyes. Kronos, The name slipped from Snape's lips, deep and warm, spilling softly between them. Snape offered no reply, merely tilted his head back, inviting the kiss to deepen. Initially hesitant, his response soon transformed into a fervent reciprocation, his fingers tightening around the fabric of Kronos' shoulder, as though trying to hold on to this fleeting peace. After what felt like an eternity, Kronos finally withdrew slightly, their foreheads still touching, his thumb gently caressing Snape's flushed cheek. "Merry Christmas, my Severus, my potion genius." "Merry Christmas," Snape replied, his voice equally husky, imbued with the lingering echoes of their shared intimacy. He raised his hand, brushing aside a stray silver lock that had fallen across Kronos' forehead. At that very moment, Kronos felt his body stiffen, those gentle green eyes suddenly sharpening. "Is it him?" Snape realized instantly, the warmth in his voice evaporating. Kronos nodded, releasing Snape, his tone turning unfriendly. "It appears our esteemed Dark Lord believes tonight's festivities lack a certain entertainment." Snape refrained from offering any words of caution, simply raising his hand, his cool fingertips seemingly nonchalantly brushing against the silver ring on Kronos' left ring finger. "Return promptly. Indeed, by tomorrow morning at the latest. If I am not back in time," Kronos teased, his fingers playing with the necklace that held the ring around Snape's neck, "you will be able to find me." Snape nodded softly, watching as Kronos vanished from sight. Malfoy Manor, adorned with Christmas decorations, bore no trace of festive cheer. A profound silence enveloped the air. Kronos entered the estate, finding himself alone save for the Malfoy family. "My lord," he announced as he closed the door behind him, his tone calm as water, bowing slightly in deference to Voldemort, who stood with his back to the door, gazing out at the snow-laden estate through the grand window. "Ah, Kronos," Voldemort slowly turned, his keen eyes scrutinizing every subtle nuance of Kronos' expression. "Christmas truly is a time that evokes memories of past glories." His voice was soft, yet it seemed to chill the room further. Kronos remained silent, awaiting the continuation. He understood that this was no mere holiday greeting. He sensed Voldemort's gaze penetrating his very being, seeking any possible flaw or deceit. As expected, Voldemort's scrutiny intensified, his fingers lightly drumming on his wand. "Nune's talent has always been admirable. I wonder," he mused, his wand lifting to nudge Kronos' chin, compelling their eyes to meet. "Can your eyes foresee the whereabouts of one of the Deathly Hallows, the Elder Wand, now concealed?" The last known presence of the Elder Wand was in the hands of that prisoner from Nurmengard, Kronos stated flatly, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "Then can you enlighten me as to the current whereabouts of that prisoner, long forgotten in his tower?" Voldemort's gaze bore into Kronos, missing no subtle shift. "Prophecies, particularly those concerning the trajectories of powerful wizards, are often shrouded in uncertainty and mist," Kronos replied, his tone remaining steady, as if merely discussing the weather. Voldemort's wand slowly descended to rest against Kronos' left chest. "Uncertainty?" he echoed softly, his tone dripping with impatience and skepticism. "You need only tell me what your talent has revealed to you. Nurmengard, it obstructs my gaze, and beyond the tower, the threads of fate remain untouched by that prisoner." Kronos did not confirm nor deny, his ambiguous reply adding layers to the prophecy's veracity. "Thus, you believe he still resides in Nurmengard?" Voldemort pressed, his voice probing, clearly informed of the prisoner's disappearance. "I can only sense the profound stillness of that place." Kronos refrained from providing a direct answer. Knowing Grindelwald's identity at Hogwarts was handled personally by Dumbledore, Voldemort could not uncover definitive evidence. The flickering firelight cast shadows across Voldemort's pale face, his expression shifting as he revisited a previous topic. "Gregory Goyle seems to possess considerable knowledge of dark magic." "Professor Goyle is indeed quite talented," Kronos replied unflinchingly. "But rather than discussing pedagogy, you might be more concerned with the newly formed Horror Squad at the Ministry of Magic. They are currently investigating the recent trading records of Borgin and Burks." This carefully prepared intelligence effectively diverted Voldemort's attention. His wand moved away from Kronos' chest. Kronos detailed the Ministry's intelligence and subtly referenced items related to souls. "You observe the Ministry's movements with great acuity." Voldemort turned his back to him, his voice wavering, ambiguous in its praise or deeper probing. "Nune's duty is to clear the fog for my lord." Kronos' voice was low, yet clear. "Any obstacle that might hinder your grand endeavors is worth noting." "Very well, remember your duty, Kronos. Hogwarts remains a place of concern, particularly that Professor Goyle. I despise uncertainties." "As you wish," Kronos bowed slightly. "I shall monitor all of the professor's actions, and any anomaly shall be reported to you without delay." Voldemort flicked his wand, reinforcing the binding curse upon Kronos. "You may leave." Just as Kronos turned to depart, Voldemort suddenly added coldly, "Send my regards to your potion genius." Kronos chuckled lightly without turning back, I shall convey to Severus that you hold his talents in high esteem.